Chapter 2 Just reborn and already kissing. The noise was deafening. Jiang Wan lay sprawled on a bench in the corridor, gradually regaining consciousness. Her head throbbed painfully, her hair was disheveled, and the strong scent of alcohol lingered at the tip of her nose. Behind her, a group of indistinguishable voices chattered incessantly. When had she consumed alcohol? Jiang Wan's mind was a muddled mess, and she instinctively concluded that Xiao Hengji, knowing her poor tolerance for liquor, had deliberately put her in such a disheveled state. A bitter curse rose in her heart as she thought, what a scoundrel. Just as she attempted to rise, her legs felt unsteady, and she plopped back down onto the seat. At that moment, someone sat beside her and offered her a glass of water. Jiang Wan accepted the cup, casting a sideways glance at the person, her eyes filled with impatience. Hadn't they had enough fun yet? Reluctantly, she took a small sip and leaned in to share the liquid with him. Suddenly, the soft flesh of her lips covered his, and Xiao Hengji was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment, frozen in confusion. His breath quickened, disrupted by the strong scent of alcohol mixed with a hint of sweetness, and the familiar technique of the person before him. After a moment of playful teasing, she lightly licked her lips, but just as he seemed on the verge of succumbing to emotion, she bit down hard as if venting her frustration. Finally, with a hint of resentment, she asked, "Are you satisfied now?" Unbeknownst to her, the previously lively chatter behind her had suddenly fallen silent. Xiao Hengji wiped away the blood from his lips, pausing for a moment before speaking. "Second miss, what is the meaning of this?" Jiang Wan was momentarily stunned. "Did you just call me what? Second miss?" The word struck her like a bolt from the blue, jolting her back to clarity amidst the intoxication. Rubbing her eyes, she scrutinized the Xiao Hengji before her. His brows were sharply defined, and beneath them were a pair of bright, star-like eyes, exuding youthfulness and vigor. Clad in a plain dark blue shirt, he bore no trace of menace. This was evidently the youthful Xiao Hengji. Her mind exploded with realization, and her heart raced like a drum. What was happening? Had she truly been reborn? Just then, a sharp rebuke rang out behind her. "Jiang Wan! Have you lost your mind?" She whirled around to see Jiang Sun furiously pounding on the table, while her stepmother and half-sister sat at a banquet table laden with delicacies, staring at her in stunned silence. Familiar faces from her memories surrounded her. Jiang Wan quickly pieced together the situation. Today marked the anniversary of her mother's death, as well as the birthday of her stepmother, Wan Yang. Yet, due to her father's favoritism towards his concubine, this day had become a mere family feast, and over time, no one remembered her mother's memorial. She had resorted to drinking to drown her sorrows, leading to her current predicament. Noticing her changing expression, Xiao Hengji inquired with confusion, "Is the second miss feeling unwell?" Jiang Wan turned to face his youthful visage, her emotions swirling within her. At this moment, Xiao Hengji was merely a guest in the Jiang household, no different from a servant. Had it not been for the kindness of Madame Jiang, who had taken him in, he might have perished on the streets from the cold long ago. Logically, the Jiang family owed him a debt of gratitude for saving his life. Although Jiang Wan had wronged him in the past, he had tormented her to the brink of death. She owed him nothing now. Gazing upon this innocent face, she was reminded of the Regent from her past life, and a wave of disgust surged within her. She shot him a glare and coldly replied, "Keep your distance from me." Xiao Hengji was taken aback, awkwardly rising as he understood her unspoken request and moved away. "Second sister, I never realized you were so promiscuous," came a sharp voice from nearby. It was Jiangli, the illegitimate daughter of Wan Yang and her elder sister, just half a year older than Jiang Wan. She had always been competitive, coupled with a sweet tongue. With their grandmother passing away early, Jiang Sun had been easily charmed by her, showering her with affection, to the point where Jiang Wan, despite being the legitimate daughter, received less favor than this half-sister. Jiangli stood up leisurely, moving next to Jiang Sun, and said, "Father, your reputation now shines brightly, with countless soldiers admiring your achievements, yet, if second sister behaves in such an irresponsible manner before marrying into the Marquis' household, it could tarnish your name. Perhaps we should think of a way to prevent her from marrying at all." Jiang Wan couldn't help but scoff at this. In her previous life, she had indeed been married before, to the second son of the Xia Marquis, Xia Xian. He was rumored to be exceptionally learned and of noble demeanor, yet he had never revealed his true self. Jiang Li had attempted to seize that marriage several times, and had it not been for Jiang Wan's fierce protection, she might have succeeded. However, once married, Jiang Wan discovered Xiatsun to be a fool, incapable of intimacy, and the intrigues of the Marquis' household proved unbearable, leading to her ultimate expulsion. In this new life, she vowed never to endure such suffering again. Not if Jiang Li wished to be the Marquis' lady, let her have it. "Jiang Wan, today, thank goodness the Marquis' family isn't here. If they were to witness your shameless display, our family's reputation would be utterly ruined." Moments later, Jiang Wan covered her face, adopting a sorrowful expression as she burst into tears. "Father! I must confess, I have long had feelings for Xiao Hengji. My heart belongs entirely to him. Now that I am to marry, I find it hard to contain my emotions. Wan Yang gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Second miss, have you already? Jiang Wan sobbed, covering her face in feigned shame, tacitly admitting to it. Jiang Sun's expression darkened, and he erupted in fury. How has my Jiang family raised such a beast? Call him here, let me see if I can't beat him to death today. Seeing this, Jiang Wan cried out, Father, please don't. It was all my choice. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sun's vision blurred, and he raised his hand, delivering a powerful slap. Having come from a military background, he had strength behind his blows. Jiang Wan closed her eyes, bracing for impact, but instead of pain, she heard a crisp sound. When she opened her eyes, she saw Xiao Hengji had somehow appeared in front of her, taking the blow on her behalf. Uncle Jiang, please hold back, he spoke softly. Jiang Wan was somewhat taken aback. How had he reappeared? Never mind, she decided to fully commit to the act. Xiao Hengji, your father is hitting me. Why did you come out? Did you hurt yourself? Her voice was as soft as if it could melt, and she tenderly cupped Xiao Hengji's face, her eyes filled with concern. Jiang Wan was deeply immersed in her performance, entirely unaware that Xiao Hengji absorbed her every word, his gaze reflecting a turbulent sea of emotions. Seeing the two of them so affectionate, Jiang Sun's anger only intensified. Yet, what could he do now that they had crossed the line? Very well, tomorrow, you shall accompany me to the Marquis's household to apologize and call off this engagement. Jiang Wan remained silent, sneaking a glance at Zhang Li's astonished expression, which confirmed that she had lost her composure. Father! Zhang Li quickly stepped forward. To hastily break the engagement could offend the Marquis's household. Since second sister's heart is set on him, I am willing to marry in her stead. Jiang Wan pretended to compete with her elder sister. How can you act so recklessly? The engagement was made for me. Jiang Wan immersed herself in the act, but nearly choked on her words. She understood that the more she resisted, the more Jiang Li would want to take her place. As expected, in her desperation, Jiang Li fell to her knees. Father, the Jiang family's honor is earned through your valor on the battlefield. If second sister dares to engage in such disgraceful acts in public, it shows she has no regard for our family's reputation. I, on the other hand, would ensure that the Jiang family benefits should I marry into the Marquis's household. Father, think carefully. Her words were earnest, as if pledging her loyalty. Jiang Sun was indeed swayed by her argument and turned to Jiang Wan. Wanner, the Marquis's family is reasonable, they will surely understand once they learn of your affections. Would you be willing to relinquish this engagement? In her previous life, Jiang Wan had been asked the same question, and at that time, she had viewed the Marquis's family as her path to freedom, refusing to yield. This time, however, things were different. Jiang Wan furrowed her brow, feigning contemplation before nodding. Then I must thank father and my elder sister for their understanding. Jiang Sun responded with a grunt of acknowledgement. It is rare to see you so magnanimous. He then looked at Xiao Hengji and stated, in that case, you two may choose a day for your wedding. What? Jiang Wan's head snapped up, her heart sinking. Just as she was about to protest, she found Xiao Hengji suddenly turning to her, offering a gentle smile that held sincerity and expectation, as if he intended to consume her whole. It seemed she had played her cards a bit too far. Chapter 3. With an open mouth, I feed you. Aunt Wan was utterly delighted. Ever since the mistress passed away, although Jiang Sun pampered her and she managed the household's finances, her lowly origins meant she was never granted a proper title. She had hoped to bear a son to elevate her status, but there had been no such fortune. Now, however, if Jiang Li successfully married into the Marquis's residence, her own status would surely rise. Although it was acknowledged that Lear was not a legitimate daughter, it was said that the Xie family was broad-minded and never held such matters against anyone. Thus, the marriage was highly likely to succeed. The mere thought of this caused her to smile uncontrollably, and her spirits lifted instantly. She quickly beckoned everyone to join in the merriment. Get up, no need to kneel, since we are all family, let us dine together. Come. Even Xiao Hengji was invited to the table. In the past, he had not been worthy of such an honor, but now, as the prospective son-in-law of the Jiang family, the perceptive servants promptly brought a chair for him and assisted him to sit beside the host. Zhang Li held up a teacup, tilting her chin slightly with a smile, embodying the demeanor of a marquis's wife. Second sister, should you encounter any difficulties with Xiao Hengji in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. She couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Once she entered that marquis's residence, she would have her share of trials, particularly from a mother-in-law who was notoriously demanding. However, for now, she found herself entangled with Xiao Hengji and needed a scheme to rid herself of him. Lost in thought, she suddenly heard the clinking of dishes and turned to see Xiao Hengji ladling soup for her. His fingers, pale and slender with distinct knuckles, scooped the soup and added a few slices of lily, gazing at her with a smile. To be honest, he was indeed handsome, even in plain clothing. His refined demeanor was hard to conceal that in her previous life, she had been slightly fond of him due to his decent appearance. During the time they lived together, he had been polite and agreeable, utterly compliant to her wishes, yet, who would have thought that when he went mad, he could be so terrifying, leaving her in a position of utmost humiliation. Jiangwan regained her composure, moving her bowl aside slightly, and coldly remarked, "I can manage on my own." She picked up her chopsticks and caught sight of a plate of peanut candy. An idea sparked. She recalled an incident from her past life when she had bought pastries filled with peanuts. After Xiao Hengji consumed them, he broke out in a rash and struggled to breathe. Fortunately, a passing physician had come to his rescue just in time, saving his life. Now, Xiao Hengji's deadly weakness remained unknown to anyone, and with this monumental secret in her possession, why not seize this opportunity to eliminate him once and for all? Once he was dead, there would be no talk of marriage. A cold smile crept into her heart. If the lessons of her previous life had taught her anything, it was to show no mercy. With that thought, she lifted the peanut candy, her face beaming with a smile. "Xiao Hengji, this candy is truly delightful, you must try some." Xiao Hengji lowered his gaze at the piece of candy she offered, slightly frowning as he took a small bite. "The flavor is quite good," he replied softly. However, Jiangwan showed no intention of withdrawing her hand. Observing this, Jiangli chuckled softly. "This candy is specially made by the chef of Huanghe Tower." Second sister is indeed thoughtful, wanting her fiancé to relish such delicacies. Jiangwan remained silent, her gaze fixated on Xiao Hengji, her lips curling into a smile that held a hint of malice. "Have some more." Without waiting for his response, she lifted her chopsticks, delicately placing a piece of peanut candy near his lips. The gesture appeared gentle yet carried an undertone of coercion. "Open your mouth, I shall feed you." Xiao Hengji hesitated momentarily, instinctively leaning back slightly, yet, meeting her expectant gaze, he ultimately bit down on the piece of candy. One by one, as she continued to feed him, he soon realized that he had consumed the entire plate of peanut candy. Before long, he began to feel the effects in his body. Excusing himself, he hurriedly made his way to his room. However, the distance from the hall to his chamber was too far, and by the time he navigated through the corridor, he was already gasping for breath. Jiangwan followed closely behind, softly calling out to him from a distance. The two appeared inseparable. She assisted Xiao Hengji into the room, feigning concern as she asked, "What is wrong? Are you unwell?" Xiao Hengji grasped his throat with one hand while rummaging through a cabinet with the other, retrieving a small white medicine bottle. Just as he opened it, Jiangwan snatched it away, feigning innocence. She shook the bottle lightly and laughed. "Why do you need to take medicine? Do you have some hidden ailment?" Xiao Hengji's complexion turned pale as he mumbled, "Give it to me, what shall I give you?" Jiangwan retreated a step, concealing the medicine bottle. Soon, Xiao Hengji's breathing grew increasingly erratic, his legs buckling as he collapsed to the ground, reaching out to her with trembling hands, his eyes reflecting a desperate will to survive. "Second Mississippi," he managed to utter, his voice faint. Yet, Jiangwan merely gazed coldly at him. His pitiful state released some of the pent-up resentment she had harbored for so long. She backed away slowly towards the door, her movements calm and deliberate. Just as she was about to open the door, she paused, her fingertip lightly grazing the wood grain, as if hesitating, savoring the sensation of control in this moment. Turning her head, she cast one last glance at him, her eyes gleaming with mockery and derision. "Xiao Hengji, from this day forth, we are no longer entangled." With that, she resolutely closed the door, cutting off the last ray of light. The hand that reached out towards her, bearing the final vestige of struggle, fell heavily. The following morning, doves fluttered beneath the eaves, and the morning light filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows in the courtyard. The early autumn morning carried a slight chill, and the servants in the yard were clustered together, gazing in one direction. From within the house came a series of heart-wrenching cries. "Xiao Hengji! Wowo, I cannot bear your death, do not leave me, we have not even married yet, you promised we would be together for a lifetime." Jiangwan's eyes were swollen and red, her sobs echoing through the air. And one murmured beside her, "Why must he die at such a time? Could it be that this birthday of mine is a day for the king of hell to claim lives? Why must everyone choose this day to depart?" Zhongli approached, feigning concern as she patted Jiangwan's back. "Second sister, do not be too sorrowful. Who could have anticipated that in just one night, he would be gone?" The marriage with the Marquis's residence. Jiangwan leaned over Xiao Hengji's bedside, wailing as if her heart would break. "Even if he is dead, I shall remain a widow for him." Woo woo. This heart-rending display would draw sympathy from anyone who witnessed it, yet, the figure lying on the bed, Xiao Hengji, found the wailing grating, the mournful cries ringing in his ears, causing his head to throb. He wished he could immediately silence her, but his body was so weak that he could barely lift a hand. "Whoa, Xiao Hengji, how can I live without you?" Jiangwan continued to wipe her tears incessantly. Gradually, Xiao Hengji began to regain some strength and, in a hoarse voice, coldly commanded, "Be quiet." The room fell abruptly silent. Xiao Hengji rubbed his forehead, exhaling impatiently as he sat up. Upon opening his eyes and seeing the person before him, he was momentarily stunned, staring for what felt like an eternity. Their gazes locked. Jiang Wan's expression froze in shock, her surprise so profound that she even let out a hiccup. "Hick, how could he not be dead? How could this be, not dead?" Anwan clapped her hands, her face beaming with joy. "Wonderful, it is splendid that you are alive. We must find a master today to dispel the ill fortune." Jiang Li chimed in, "Indeed, Auntie, look at how delighted second sister is. She is completely dumbfounded." Jiang Wan snapped back to her senses, her heart racing with panic, and she could only force herself to continue the charade. She lunged at Xiao Hengji, pretending to wipe away her tears, her voice trembling. "It is so good that you are fine. Thank goodness you are safe." Then, adopting a concerned expression, she inquired, "Is there anything that feels wrong?" As soon as her words left her lips, a complex emotion flickered in Xiao Hengji's eyes. There was a hint of sadness, but more so, astonishment in the joy of having regained something lost. He pulled her close, scrutinizing her face, examining the still damp tears on her cheeks as if to confirm that she was indeed real. Jiang Wan was taken by surprise as he yanked her closer, the cold sensation on her wrist cutting through her very marrow. Panic surged within her. This was a familiar feeling from her past life, the oppressive aura of the Regent. Could it be that Xiao Hengji? Chapter 4 That madman deserves to be struck. Xiao Hengji, observing Jiang Wan's expression, instantly comprehended everything. However, he had no intention of exposing her clumsy charade. Since this life had offered a second chance, certain matters could indeed unfold differently. As Jiang Wan's thoughts spiraled in panic, desperately seeking an escape, she suddenly felt a gentle caress upon her face. Startled, she lifted her gaze to find Xiao Hengji delicately wiping away the tears at the corner of her eye with his fingertip. Following this, she heard his voice, slightly hoarse yet soothing, "Do not weep, second miss. I am quite well. As for the events of yesterday, I can scarcely recall them." Jiang Wan swallowed hard, cautiously probing, "You truly do not remember?" Noticing her anxious demeanor, Xiao Hengji released his hand and resumed his habitual, gentle tone. "Indeed, I do not recall. I would appreciate it if the second miss could enlighten me." Seeing his reaction, a heavy weight lifted from Jiang Wan's heart. It seemed her worries had been unfounded. If he were truly the Regent, he would likely have placed her upon a knife's edge by now. Anwan interjected hastily. "Yesterday, Wanner willingly relinquished the marriage arrangement for your sake, yet, nearly overnight, when the young servant came to knock this morning, he found you collapsed on the floor, your body cold as ice." Xiao Hengji nodded. "I see. It appears I fainted due to some discomfort last night, but I am now quite well. Very well, since there is no issue, we shall take our leave and not disturb you too." Antoine continued to murmur about seeking a master to dispel evil and avert misfortune. Jiang Wan stood up, still shaken, and hurriedly remarked, "I shall prepare some pear soup for you to soothe your throat." With that, she fled the room. Xiao Hengji watched her retreating figure, his gaze gradually darkening, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his lips. Truly, the heavens had not been unkind to him. The following morning, the mansion lay in silence. Jiang Wan, having developed a habit of nurturing her health in her previous life, often rose early to practice a set of Tai Chi. After the fright she had received yesterday, she had barely slept and was up at dawn, performing her movements with deep breaths and slow, deliberate arm motions. When Song Shuang entered, she was astonished to see such a scene. "A young maiden, practicing Tai Chi with such proficiency? Miss, where did you learn this?" Song Shuang inquired, curiosity piqued. After exhaling gently, Jiang Wan concluded her movements, placing her hands over her dantian and smiling as she replied, "I read it in a book. It claims to promote longevity." Song Shuang nodded, picking up a comb to style Jiang Wan's hair while chattering. "Just now, the master took the eldest Mrs. birth details to the, and shortly after, the aunt went to the temple to pray for blessings, keeping a close watch on the marriage to the." Jiang Wan toyed with a few jade hairpins and casually remarked, "Jiang Li marrying into the is indeed a significant affair. If only the miss could wed there. I truly cannot fathom why you would take a liking to Xiao Hengji. Aside from his good looks, what merits does he possess?" Jiang Wan lightly tapped the jade with a chuckle. "You have reminded me. Since he is still alive, certain scores must be settled properly." Having finished her grooming, Jiang Wan opened the door and made her way outside. Upon reaching the front courtyard, she immediately spotted Xiao Hengji feeding the pigeons. Clad in simple attire, the morning light illuminated him, rendering him seemingly harmless. Upon seeing Jiang Wan, he smiled as usual, yet the gaze he cast upon her seemed somewhat audacious, constantly reminding her of that madman from her previous life. As the steward Zhang passed by, he approached and said, "A second miss, the provisions for the intended son-in-law have already been arranged by Granny Lu. Furthermore, the servants have been disciplined according to your previous instructions." No one shall mistreat him again. Jiang Wan, perplexed, asked, disciplined? When did I give such orders? Steward Zhang was taken aback and quickly explained, a while ago, you instructed that no one should trouble him any further. Jiang Wan paused for a moment, suddenly recalling the incident. Not long ago, Xiao Hengji had been targeted by several servants, who had thrown refuse at his door to slander him. Seeing him endure such humiliation had softened her heart, prompting her to order everyone not to mistreat him. Perhaps her previous kindness had given this madman false hopes. She waved her hand dismissively at Steward Zhang. Forget what I said then, let things proceed as they have in the past. That seems rather inappropriate, does it not? He and the second miss are to be betrothed, after all. Jiang Wan scoffed lightly, that matter is still in its infancy, follow my instructions. Steward Zhang was bewildered by her sudden change of demeanor, yet he had long held a disfavor for the sullen and cowardly Xiao Hengji. Since he would be returning home next year, he felt little need to tread carefully. Thus, he seized a vine and swiftly approached, kicking Xiao Hengji to the ground before striking him with the vine. Xiao Hengji, taken aback by the force of the kick, fell without resistance. The vine struck down, producing a dull thud against flesh. Xiao Hengji remained on the ground, offering no retaliation, merely fixing his gaze steadily upon Jiang Wan. Steward Zhang, seeing his lack of resistance, grew emboldened, tightening his grip on the vine as he struck again. Let us see how you carry yourself today. You ought to remember, you are merely a dog picked up by the madam. Jiang Wan observed coldly. The sight of the youth being whipped before her evoked memories of the cold, mocking smile that had once pinned her down. That arrogant madman who had taken pleasure in her torment was now being chastised under the heel of a mere steward. She felt a rush of satisfaction, yet it was still insufficient. Song Shuang, Jiang Wan commanded coolly, once he has finished, bring Xiao Hengji to the willow pond. Song Shuang, puzzled by her intentions, complied nonetheless. Jiang Wan cast a cold glance at Xiao Hengji before leisurely strolling toward the willow pond in the backyard. Having seen numerous flower pools in the palace, where one would invariably encounter a scheming consort feigning sisterly affection, she found the tranquil willow pond of the Jiang family, though modest, to be a serene escape, surrounded by verdant willows and teeming with fish. Above the pond, a pavilion hung suspended, and Jiang Wan settled onto its balcony, sprinkling a handful of fish food into the water, watching as the koi leapt and splashed, sending ripples across the surface, a portrait of tranquility. Before long, Xiao Hengji was brought before her. Jiang Wan glanced at him sideways. His clothing was dusty and torn in several places. Despite this, he maintained a calm demeanor, offering not a word of complaint, seemingly unfazed by her sudden change in treatment. Jiang Wan found no surprise in his reaction, for in her memories, Xiao Hengji had always been obedient to her commands, never questioning her motives. Xiao Hengji, she called out softly, her expression composed yet her voice laced with chill, kneel. Without hesitation, Xiao Hengji placed his hands on his knees, obediently kneeling before her. Jiang Wan leaned closer, her expression detached. Do you not wish to know why I professed my affection for you yesterday, only to command the steward to strike you today? Xiao Hengji lowered his head, a fleeting flicker of emotion passing through his eyes. How could he not know that Jiang Wan despised him? The actions he had taken in his past life had earned her a hatred so profound that she desired to grind him to dust. Yet, granted a second chance, he wished to prevent that hatred from deepening within her heart. Even if she were to flay him alive, he would accept it. When he lifted his head again, Xiao Hengji had restored his low gaze, calmly shaking his head. The second miss acts with her own reasoning, I am sure. Jiang Wan scoffed. Whether you wish to know or not is irrelevant. Merely remember, every action has its consequence. In her previous life, she had been coerced by him, imprisoned and humiliated until her death, ultimately leading to the murder of Ningji, each event deserving of retribution. Her gaze turned icy as she instructed softly, Song Shuang, fetch me some bamboo branches. Chapter 5. If you hit him again, make sure it feels good. Song Shuang, oblivious to the unfolding events, merely responded to the call and returned with a broken bamboo branch. Zhang Mian grasped the bamboo stick and began to strike the pillar of the pavilion, her voice drifting through the air. This instrument of punishment is far more formidable than a rattan. No sooner had the words left her lips than her gaze turned icy, her grip tightening as she raised her hand without hesitation and struck down fiercely. The bamboo branch sliced through the air with a sharp whoosh. A crisp crack echoed as it struck the back of Xiao Qingji's hand, swiftly revealing a vivid crimson mark. His hand trembled slightly, blood oozing from the wound. Yet, Zhang Mian did not relent. She abruptly lifted the bamboo branch again and brought it down with renewed ferocity, this time targeting his shoulder. The force was greater, the movement swifter. Crack, Xiao Qingji's body swayed slightly, his shoulder garment torn apart, exposing a bloody gash beneath. Song Shuang gasped in terror, covering her mouth in shock, unable to comprehend why her mistress seemed to have transformed into a different person. Jiang Mian, however, continued unabated, panting as she struck him repeatedly, as if seeking to unleash all her pent-up resentment upon him. After what felt like an eternity, the bamboo branch began to splinter, and a fine sheen of sweat appeared on Jiang Mian's forehead. Only when she beheld Xiao Qingji, now a canvas of blood, did she finally cease her assault. "Have you had enough?" he said coolly. A shiver ran down Jiang Mian's spine, the anger that had just subsided surged back with a vengeance. Her mind flashed back to those nights of humiliation. Every moment he had tormented her, she had asked Xiao Qingji, "Are you satisfied? Is that enough? Can you let me go now?" Yet, the answer was always the same: continue. This time, it was her turn to persist. Jiang Mian discarded the fractured bamboo branch carelessly and fixed him with a gaze as sharp as a blade, pointing towards the nearby pool, her voice as frigid as ice. "Jump in." Xiao Qingji, bracing himself on his knees, slowly stood and staggered to the pool's edge, nearly losing his balance. Jiang Mian's cold eyes surveyed his back and shoulders, marred with bloodstains, some wounds raw and gaping, blood seeping from the injuries and dripping onto his garments. She clenched her fists tightly, locking eyes with him. Just as she anticipated Xiao Qingji would plead for mercy, she instead heard a splash. Water droplets sprayed onto Jiang Mian's face, and she instinctively took a step back, her eyes widening in disbelief. She had never imagined that Xiao Qingji would acquiesce to her command to such a degree. Before long, the pool was awash with crimson, koi drawn by the scent of blood, pecking at his exposed wounds. The pain intensified under the cold water, each scar feeling as though it were being pierced by countless needles simultaneously. Xiao Qingji weakly called out, "Second Mississippi." He regarded her with a seemingly pitiful demeanor, attempting to evoke her sympathy. Yet, through the blood-red ripples, she could discern no trace of remorse in his eyes. Clearly, Jiang Mian harbored an intense hatred for him. It mattered not, he had a lifetime ahead to endure her torment. As long as she did not succeed in his demise, this marriage would remain binding. Regardless of her loathing, he had no intention of letting go. Jiang Mian stood by the pool, entirely unaware of his thoughts. Her gaze was cold as it rested on the water's surface, while her mind replayed the image of Yor, so small, having just learned to call for his mother. Yet Xiao Qingji wielded him as leverage, controlling the seal. Even unto death, she would never know where he had hidden Yor. Those sunless nights, the torment and humiliation, the anguish Xiao Qingji had inflicted upon her, these were unforgivable. With this thought, Jiang Mian's teeth clenched with rage as she grasped a handful of fish feed and hurled it violently into the water. The koi, drawn by the scent, swiftly began to thrash about, their red and white bodies swirling like a frenzied vortex, creating chaos on the water's surface. The fish fins brushed against his wounds, causing Xiao Qingji's body to tremble slightly, clearly nearing his breaking point. Jiang Mian let out a cold laugh. Just as she reached for the fish feed container to hurl at him, she heard a familiar voice calling from the front courtyard. "Second sister. Where are you?" The voice was one she recognized well. Song Shuang chirped excitedly, "Miss, it must be young Master Li." Xiao Qingji's expression darkened, his eyes suddenly clouded. Li Zhijing, he recalled, the heir of the Pingnan Marquis, Jiang Mian's childhood companion. In his previous life, after seizing power, Li Zhijing had repeatedly attempted to abduct Jiang Mian from the palace, only to end up imprisoned, cursing Xiao Qingji to a wretched fate. Ironically, Li Zhijing's predictions had come true. He had indeed perished that winter. Snapped back to reality, Xiao Qingji looked up to see Jiang Mian already heading toward the front courtyard. She intended to meet another man right after striking him? He gritted his teeth, seizing a koi and hurling it forward in frustration. Sooner or later, he would ensure that all the men around her vanished. At the front gate, Li Zhijing instructed a servant to carry 2 large boxes. He always brought rare treasures, making him a favorite among the household staff. Had it been the previous Jiang Mian, she would have eagerly rushed to greet him, for they had grown up together, and his kindness towards her was well known. If not for unforeseen events, he would undoubtedly have sought to marry her. Yet, fate had dealt a cruel hand, forcing him into marriage with another. Calculating the time, it had been half a year since his wedding. What a grand display to visit her home. Did he fear others would not know? Sighing, Jiang Mian lamented that it was her own fault for not considering his marriage, for not being discreet, leading to gossip that the Pingnan Marquis' household, concerned with reputation, forbade their continued interaction. After her fall from grace, she had not dared to approach him. Second sister. Seeing her lost in thought, Li Zhijing strode forward, his eyes and brows alight with mirth. Jiang Mian teased, "What is this? Why the cheerful demeanor? Just now, I encountered Uncle Jiang at the Xia residence. Upon hearing of your broken engagement, I rushed over to inquire, is it true you have indeed called it off?" Jiang Mian nodded, responding, "Yes, I have called off the engagement." "Why are you so pleased?" Li Zhijing clicked his tongue. "If you had married into the Xia family, I would scarcely have been able to see you. Now that you are free, I can visit whenever I wish. How could I not be happy? And if you come to see me, do you not fear your wife's displeasure?" Li Zhijing's smile faltered. Why bring her up at such a moment? Jiang Mian retorted playfully, "What? Even after 6 months of marriage, you still harbor grievances? You know I never intended to marry her, I was ensnared by deceit. Stop. Zhang Mian interjected, Li Zhijing, you are a legitimate heir of the Pingnan Marquis. Must you speak so indiscreetly? Moreover, as a married man, it is unbecoming to associate with women outside your household. Please refrain from seeking me out in the future. Li Zhijing looked perplexed. Why is my second sister so distant today? Have I upset you? Before Jiang Mian could respond, a commotion erupted from outside the gate. In walked Jiang Sun, and Wan, and Zhongli, all radiating joy. It was evident that today's negotiations had gone exceedingly well. Jiang Sun approached with great strides, laughing heartily. Mianer, the Xia Marquis and his wife are indeed reasonable. Not only were they not displeased, but they also said that since you have a favored suitor, they shall not impose any demands. Jiang Mian silently scoffed. After all, their son is a fool. What right does he have to be choosy? Then Anwan chimed in. Moreover, Liara's fate aligns perfectly with their second son. It seems Liara is truly destined to be a noble lady. Raising an eyebrow, Jiang Mian replied, then I must congratulate my elder sister. Jiang Li held her chin high, brimming with pride, and I thank you. When you marry Xiaoqingji, I shall be sure to present you with a grand gift. Li Zhijing, overhearing this, widened his eyes in shock. What, marry Xiaoqingji? Chapter 6 A miscalculation leads to injury. Jiang Li responded, indeed, my second sister wept and pleaded to call off her engagement with Xiao Hengji in order to be with him. Li Zhijing turned to look at Jiang Wan, disbelief etched across his face. Is it true? You ended the engagement for Xiao Hengji, the very Xiao Hengji of the Zheng family? Jiang Wan curled her lip and shot him a glare. Mind your own business. My lord, do not be agitated. You did not witness the fervent affection shared between the two that day. They are said to be perfectly matched. Jiang Wan forced a smile. I believe my elder sister and the second son of the Marquis residence are also quite well suited. When they marry, I shall prepare a surprise for my elder sister. Very well, then I shall first express my gratitude to you, dear sister. After she bowed and took her leave, she made her way to the back courtyard, raising her hand for a maid to assist her, already embodying the demeanor of the young mistress of the Marquis residence. Li Zhijing's astonishment had yet to fade. Just as he was about to inquire further, a piercing scream resonated from the courtyard. Ah! Jiang Wan's heart tightened. A group hastily followed the sound of the scream to the willow pond, only to be met with a heavy stench of blood wafting from the water's surface. In the center stood a figure, bloodied and ghastly. Jiang Wan gasped in shock. This Xiao Hengji, could he not have climbed out without being summoned? Jiang Sun's gaze sharpened, urgently commanding his servants, quick! Bring him out! The servants, upon receiving the order, promptly utilized a bamboo pole, hastily fishing him to the shore. Once on land, Xiao Hengji appeared weak, struggling to maintain his footing, his clothing clinging to him, dripping wet, while the exposed wounds had begun to pale, a gruesome sight indeed. Antoine gasped in alarm. What happened? How did he sustain such injuries? Jiang Sun furrowed his brow, directing his gaze toward Jiang Wan. Wanner, today only you and he were present. What on earth transpired? Jiang Li hastily chimed in, second sister, do speak. In an instant, all eyes turned toward her. She clenched her fists, pondering how to explain. After all, just yesterday she had confessed her feelings for him, yet today he lay in such a pitiful state. How could she possibly reconcile this? After a moment's hesitation, she stammered, today. Before she could finish, Xiao Hengji's weak voice interjected. Today, with no one else in the residence, the second young lady and I were merely indulging in playful banter. Regrettably, I miscalculated my strength, resulting in this unfortunate state, but I willingly accept it. His breath was faint, and though his words were calm, they carried an ambiguous undertone, causing those present to sense something amiss. And Wan, upon realizing this, blushed and pulled Jiang Li aside. Li Zhijing also came to his senses, glancing between Xiao Hengji and Jiang Wan, his expression a tapestry of emotions. Jiang Sun cleared his throat, seemingly attempting to offer counsel. It is said that punishment can be both a cruel torment and a source of amusement. However, Wanner, your methods may have been a touch excessive. Jiang Wan pursed her lips and shot a glare at Xiao Hengji, yet at a loss for how to counter his words, she could only nod in agreement. Father speaks the truth. I understand. Jiang Sun continued, since you have injured him, you shall tend to him. Afterward, he turned to Aunt Wan, murmuring, given that such an incident has occurred, it seems their wedding date must be hastened. Jiang Wan shot Xiao Hengji a disdainful glance, replying coolly, I shall certainly take good care of him. With that, she stepped forward to support Xiao Hengji. However, as her fingers brushed against his clothing, he suddenly slumped, collapsing into her embrace. Li Jing's eyes were filled with complex emotions as he witnessed the two entangled in each other's arms, a vague discomfort rising within him, constricting his chest. Jiang Sun observed the scene, his tone notably polite. Ji Jing, let us not linger here, let us move to the tea room for a brief respite. Once the two departed, Jiang Wan's smile vanished. Xiao Hengji, you must stand upright, she hissed under her breath, her tone rife with impatience and annoyance. Instinctively, she patted his back in an attempt to push him away, only to feel the sticky warmth of blood. How vexing! Jiang Wan muttered under her breath, steadying herself against his shoulder. Xiao Hengji, seemingly reveling in the moment, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips, subtly shifting closer to her, yet, before he could savor the intimacy further, Jiang Wan shoved him away. He fell to the ground, hearing her order with irritation. Lift him inside. Having said that, Jiang Wan stormed off to change into a clean outfit. Upon reaching the front hall, she discovered that Li Jing had yet to leave. She approached him, inquiring, "Why have you not returned?" Li Jing, upon hearing her voice, hurriedly stepped forward, pressing his hands on her shoulders, his expression frantic. "Second sister, you must tell me honestly. Did you call off the engagement with the Marquis family truly for Xiao Hengji?" Jiang Wan furrowed her brow slightly, gently moving his hands aside, sighing, "You are now married, your thoughts should be on your wife, the young lady of the house. Do not meddle in my affairs." "Very well, I shall not pry," Li Jing insisted stubbornly. "But you must tell me, do you truly harbor feelings for Xiao Hengji?" Seeing his persistence, Jiang Wan steeled her resolve, her tone unyielding. "Yes, I indeed have feelings for him. My heart can contain no one else but him." She spoke with fervor, as if issuing a command for Li Jing to cease his inquiries. At that moment, Jiang Sun happened to pass by the hall, overhearing her declaration. He was taken aback, stroking his beard, murmuring to himself, "Such deep affection, it appears the wedding date must be set sooner." Inside the hall, Li Jing stood frozen, speechless for a long while. Jiang Wan, noticing his silence, softened her tone. "When I was initially betrothed to the Marquis family, you did not react so strongly. Why is it that when it comes to Xiao Hengji, you are so unwilling?" "I am not content." Li Jing's eyes reddened. "Your engagement to the Marquis family concerns two prominent clans. I did not wish to put you in a difficult position, but why must it be with the impoverished Xiao Hengji? If he can, then mustn't I simply divorce and leave the household?" Li Jing. Jiang Wan interrupted sharply, her tone icy. "Enough. You have crossed a line." This time, her anger was genuine. How could he so casually speak of divorce and abandoning the household? "Do you even recall who you are?" Li Jing stood rigid, his internal turmoil of struggle, anger, and regret surging forth, his lips moved, yet no words escaped. "In this world, there has never been a principle that allows one to act at will. Ji Jing, we can no longer be willful." Jiang Wan suddenly recalled a past incident when Yuer had just turned 1, the Wen family had sent a birthday gift. When Xian had specifically sought her out, expressing a desire for her calligraphy to please Li Jing, Jiang Wan understood that when Xian wished to cheer him up initially, the Wen family had schemed to slip love potion into Li Jing's wine at a banquet, intending for the third young lady of the Wen family to consummate her marriage with him. Yet, unexpectedly, that wine was also consumed by Wen Xian, leading to their reluctant marriage afterward. Li Jing had never treated the Wen family kindly. Logically, Wen Xian could be seen as a victim. Yet she often felt indebted and thus was perpetually cautious, seeking to please Li Jing in hopes of earning his regard. Despite her efforts, she received naught but indifference in return. Returning to the present, Jiang Wan glanced at Li Jing. "She married you by chance. That if you took the time to understand her, you would find that she is, in fact, a wonderful person. Ji Jing, do ponder this carefully." With that, she turned to leave. Just as she stepped over the threshold, a figure rushed towards her in a panic. Upon closer inspection, it was Song Xuan leading a small maid from the Li family, Mo Ping, her expression frantic. Jiang Wan inquired, "What has you in such a hurry?" The maid quickly bowed, addressing Jiang Miss. Mo Ping, in a state of urgency, knelt before Li Jing, tears streaming down her face, her voice choked. "My lord, please, you must return quickly to save the young lady of the household. The aunt has said that a bracelet has gone missing and is currently punishing the young lady at home. The Marquis has gone to the palace, and the mistress is still at the temple. We have no way to help her and can only beseech you to save her life, considering your bond as husband and wife." Chapter 7. Although still able to walk, the injuries are not severe. Li Jing frowned, his expression reflecting discontent as he remarked, "These matters can be handled by Grandma Zhou, there is no need to involve me." "Grandma Zhou will not assist," Mu Ping interjected, her voice trembling with tears. Unbeknownst to the young master, from top to bottom, the household shows disdain towards the young masteress consort. Li Jijing's cold retort came swiftly, even the servants cannot be managed. How shameful. Jiang Wan, aware that he was still in a fit of anger, gently advised, the concubines of the Marquis's residence dare to bully the young masteress consort at will. Ji Jing, this is not the time for anger. Upon hearing her words, Li Jijing regained some semblance of composure. After a moment of silence, he ultimately did not utter a word and strode hastily toward the door. Once everyone had departed, Song Shuang stepped closer and whispered, "Miss, I just overheard the master and the concubine discussing the urgency of deciding your marriage date with Xiao Hongji." Jiang Wan furrowed her brow slightly. It appeared her father was indeed concerned this matter needed to be resolved expeditiously. Casting a glance at the door, she proceeded toward Xiao Hongji's quarters. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by the pungent aroma of medicinal herbs, indicating that the doctor had already attended to him. Xiao Hongji lay on the bed, dressed in fresh garments, his hair dried. Upon noticing her entry, he immediately rose to pay his respects. "I greet the second Mississippi." Jiang Wan cast a cursory glance at him. "You can still walk. It seems your injuries are not grave." "It is due to the mercy of the second miss," he replied with a cold snort. Jiang Wan spoke in an unhurried tone, "I have come to inform you that on another day, you should visit my father and find any reason to express your unwillingness to marry me. In short, let this engagement be nullified. Remember, do not let anyone know I instructed you." Though Xiao Hongji understood that this engagement was merely a ruse of hers, hearing her articulate such a sentiment ignited a flicker of anger within him. He suppressed his emotions and feigned ignorance, asking, "Why does the second miss not convey this herself?" Jiang Wan absent-mindedly played with her manicured nails, casually responding, "Just say what I told you. Why ask so many questions? Do you truly believe I wish to marry you?" Xiao Hongji lowered his gaze, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. "I know well that I lack such fortune." "Then that settles it." With that, she turned on her heel and exited, avoiding another glance at him, fearing she might again succumb to her impulses. Once she left, Xiao Hongji slowly raised his head, gazing in the direction of her departure. His eyes darkened, and a hint of a sardonic smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Some fortunes, one must fight for. Moreover, why would he easily relinquish a prize so nearly within his grasp? Upon returning to her room, Jiang Wan spotted a small cat carved from pale jade resting on the windowsill. Its smooth, lustrous surface resembled the purity of clouds, and the cat's eyes were adorned with a minuscule red agate, vibrant and lifelike. It was evident that this was a gift from Li Jijing. She sighed. She could no longer afford to indulge in the naivete of her past, such as accepting gifts from a married man. Resolving to rectify her previous mistakes, she penned a letter and instructed someone to deliver the jade cat to the Prince of Pingnan's residence. The residence of the Prince of Pingnan was spacious and bright, with numerous concubines residing in the back courtyard, while only concubine Fu occupied a room adjacent to the mistress. It was well known that she enjoyed the master's favor, hence the household servants, apart from the mistress, were most compliant with her. As Li Jijing entered the main courtyard, he was met with the sight of Grandma Zhou raising her hand, delivering a resounding slap to Wen Qian, who knelt on the ground. The sound echoed, clearly indicating the force behind the blow. Concubine Fu strolled leisurely, and upon seeing Li Jijing approach, she did not intervene but instead greeted him with a smile. "Why has my elder brother returned so suddenly? Come, sit for a while." "No need," Li Jijing replied coolly. "What is this nonsense you are engaged in, concubine?" Waving her feather fan dismissively, concubine Fu retorted, "Yesterday, I asked her to assist me in organizing my cosmetics, but a bracelet, a yellow jade one gifted by the master, has gone missing. I suspect she has been dishonest." Mu Ping immediately knelt, begging for leniency. How could the young masteress consort covet the belongings of a concubine? This must be a misunderstanding. I implore you, do not strike her again. Li Jijing glanced at Wen Qian, whose face bore clear marks of the slap, indicating she had endured more than one blow. Wen Qian also defended herself. "Concubine, I was not alone in organizing the cosmetics. Your maid Qing Zhu was with me. Why do you not question her but only me? Qing Zhu's nature is well known to me. She would never take my belongings. Thus, it must be you," concubine Fu insisted, her demeanor unapologetic. "If you refuse to speak, I shall continue to strike until you do." With that, she signaled Grandma Zhou, who raised her hand once more, preparing to deliver another blow. Li Jijing acted swiftly, gripping Grandma Zhou's wrist and pushing her back. She stumbled slightly, casting a glance at Li Jijing before looking back at concubine Fu. The onlookers were taken aback by his intervention, even when Qian raised her head, puzzled by his actions. "What does this mean, elder brother?" concubine Fu inquired. "The Wen family has a long-standing noble lineage. They would not stoop to coveting a mere bracelet. Furthermore, she is the young masteress consort. Punishing her may be a transgression." His words were calm and casual, yet Wen Qian's eyes reddened. In my opinion, we should first search the maid's quarters. Concubine, shall I send someone to look in Qing Zhu's room? Taken aback by Li Zhijing's unexpected defense of Wen Qian, concubine Fu's expression momentarily stiffened, struggling to regain her composure. Since my elder brother has said so, let today's matter be forgotten. As her words fell, a servant entered, delivering a letter. Li Zhijing opened it to find the jade cat nestled within the envelope. Taking a deep breath, he unfolded the letter. It was in Jiangwan's elegant script. Born into a noble family, one is inevitably bound. Marrying you may not be her desire, you are not her enemy. I hope you treat her with courtesy and provide for her well-being. Wen Qian is gentle by nature, rarely assertive. I hope you remember that your treatment of her reflects how others perceive her. He read each word carefully, then tucked the letter into his bosom. Turning to glance at the kneeling Wen Qian, he pondered for a moment before crouching down to assist her to her feet. Wen Qian, appearing both surprised and flustered, instinctively recoiled, timidly murmuring, "It hurts." Li Zhijing was taken aback. I exerted no force. How could it hurt? Wen Qian bit her lip, remaining silent. Following her gaze, Li Zhijing rolled up her sleeve, revealing a series of varying red marks on her forearm. His expression darkened as he, however, after kneeling for so long, her legs lacked strength. Thus, before the eyes of all, Li Zhijing furrowed his brow and lifted her effortlessly, striding toward the inner chambers. Concubine Fu watched his retreating figure, momentarily stunned. Had he suddenly changed his demeanor? This was a young man who previously only acknowledged Jiangwan. What had changed today? Once inside, Li Zhijing seated her in a circular chair and spoke with a measured tone. From now on, matters such as organizing cosmetics shall be entrusted to the servants. As the young masteress consort, being bullied by a concubine is beneath you. If you find it acceptable, I am even more ashamed. Wen Qian lowered her head, nodding slightly. Observing her cautious demeanor, Li Zhijing recalled an occasion at a banquet hosted by the Wen family. The Wen family, a prestigious lineage, had many members, making relationships complex. Even the legitimate daughter was but a minor figure within the family. At that banquet, while the men and women dined together, Li Zhijing had noticed the servant pouring wine for everyone at the table, yet neglecting her. Holding an empty cup in her hand, she remained timidly silent in her own home. He had unconsciously taken the wine jug to pour her a drink, little expecting it to lead to such a significant misunderstanding. Thus, even after marrying her, their relationship was fraught with tension. He had not even visited her family since their union, yet, ultimately, she was indeed innocent. Marrying you may not be her desire. Your treatment of her reflects how others perceive her. He pondered Jiangwan's words from her letter. Seeing he had not yet departed, Wen Qian spoke again. Thank you for your rescue today, young master. I shall ensure I do not trouble you again. Li Zhijing acknowledged her with a soft hum, turning to the door to exchange a few words with Mu Ping in hushed tones. Suddenly, Mu Ping's eyes sparkled with recognition as she glanced towards Wen Qian. Chapter 8. The place where she was bitten, an uncontrollable itch after he departed. Wen Qian could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "What did the heir say to you?" Mu Ping, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "The heir mentioned that from now on, he will dine with the heir consort." Wen Qian was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of astonishment appearing in her eyes. Since her marriage to Li Zhijing, he had never treated her with affection, let alone sharing a table. He scarcely exchanged words with her. She understood well his deep feelings for the second miss of the Jiang family and had never sought to intrude, allowing him to frequent the Jiang residence at will. His visit today had already been an unexpected surprise, and to learn that they could dine together in the future was beyond her anticipation. Although she could not comprehend the reason behind this change, she felt a sense of joy nonetheless. Noticing her daze, Mu Ping spoke up, "The weather is rather gloomy today. I shall fetch some medicinal ointment, miss. You should rest early so that you can see the heir again tomorrow." Having served Wen Qian for many years, Mu Ping genuinely wished for her well-being. Wen Qian smiled and nodded, raising her gaze towards the window. The shadows of the bamboo swayed gently, and the chirping of insects gradually faded into the breeze. At that moment, the Jiang residence was also enveloped in silence. Jiangwan sat quietly in her chamber, the lamp's glow illuminating her face distinctly. She picked up her brush, contemplating, and wrote 3 large characters on the paper. Why? In her past life, this battle ended in defeat, and the emperor had condemned her father for incompetence, subsequently exiling him, which led to the Jiang family's decline. Counting the days, once Jiangli married, the emperor would issue a decree for her father to lead troops. At that time, she must find a way to prevent it. This was of utmost importance and should not be forgotten. She then wrote down 2 characters. If her memory served her right, in a few days, the empress would host a banquet to select a candidate for the crown princess. In her previous life, she had declined the invitation due to her engagement, but this time, she would not refuse. The debt she owed to Ningji must be repaid, otherwise, her heart would remain unsettled. Next, she lowered her gaze, intending to write the 3 characters. However, as soon as she inscribed the first character, a surge of anger welled up within her. Reflecting on it, the only thing she felt remorseful toward Xiao Qingji was that one matter: did he truly require her to pay such a hefty price? She feared that in her past life, after her demise, he would not treat Yor kindly either. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, staring at the Xian paper for an extended period before crumpling it into a ball and tossing it aside. Turning, she donned her cloak and soon fell into a deep slumber. In the dead of night, distant thunder rumbled ominously. Jiangwan lay on her bed, her brow slightly furrowed. This was the first time since her rebirth that she dreamed of Xiao Qingji. No, it should be said that she dreamed of the Regent. She watched as he stood in a dungeon, wielding an iron hook, piercing the spine of an unknown victim, dragging them across the ground in a cruel manner, torturing them until death and then dismembering the body, tossing the pieces into a dog cage. His hands were stained with blood, his eyes filled with a murderous rage, his pale knuckles resembling withered bones, as he casually wielded life and death, yet it seemed insufficient to him. One body after another fell, but Xiao Qingji showed no signs of stopping, as if the slaughter could not fill the void within him. Jiangwan could see that he was unhappy, devoid of even a hint of joy. The ground was awash with blood and dismembered limbs, and he stood amidst it all, expressionless, his gaze dark. Then he appeared to have discovered something amusing, his lips curling into a chilling smile. Following his gaze, Jiangwan noticed a small figure emerging from the shadows in the corner. It was Yor, trembling in fear, his face pale with terror. Xiao Qingji gripped the iron hook, advancing towards him step by step. Jiangwan's heart jolted, and she lunged towards him in a frenzy, only to find herself grasping at air. A deafening thunderclap echoed, and the sky erupted. "No," she cried out, her voice torn and heart-wrenching, swallowed by the thunder. Jiangwan abruptly awoke, drenched in cold sweat, her chest heaving violently, the images from her dream still vivid in her mind. After a long while, she managed to sit up, feeling parched and dry. "Song Shuang," she called softly. There was no response. Only then did she realize that the Jiang residence was not like the palace, where maidservants stood vigil throughout the night. Outside, the rain fell in a pitter-patter, tapping against the windowpane. Jiangwan rose, draping a thin veil over her shoulders, and opened the window. The chilly air cleared her mind somewhat, and the previous dream was slightly washed away by the rain-soaked night. Just as she intended to return to sleep, she suddenly caught a glimpse of the corridor at the far end, where, through the rain curtain, she could faintly discern Xiao Qingji's room. An immediate sense of frustration washed over her, as if a dense fog of cotton had clogged her breath. No, she could not let this drag on any longer. Xiao Qingji was like a poisonous thorn lodged in her heart. As long as it remained, she feared she would find no peace each night. It would be better to take advantage of his current unguarded state and put an end to it all. Jiangwan stealthily made her way down the corridor, unaware that she had concealed a dagger in her sleeve. The rain fell heavily, muffling her footsteps entirely. She quietly opened the door a crack and approached the bed, seeing that he was fast asleep. On such a stormy night, even if she made a commotion, no one would be the wiser. In her previous life, she had not been a stranger to taking lives, that unfortunate female historian, who had been tasked by the Empress to oppose her daily. Unfortunately, one misstep led to her being caught with a damning piece of evidence. She had executed her own punishment, showing no mercy even as the historian begged for forgiveness. The sharp blade had sliced through the throat, staining her hands with blood. That was her first and only time committing murder. Her scalp had gone numb, her heart raced so fast she could not utter a single word, her entire body tense, her hand trembling uncontrollably beneath her sleeve. Yet she dared not show any sign of weakness, fearing it would betray her resolve. Since then, the harem knew her to be a force to reckon with and dared not treat her lightly. If one were to ask what humiliation she had suffered in her past life, it was neither being trampled upon in the harem nor the disdain she faced when attempting to cling to Ningji. Her greatest humiliation was to bear herself before Xiao Qingji, desperately attempting to curry his favor. Jiangwan snapped back to reality, gripping the dagger tightly, gazing at the slumbering Xiao Qingji before her. Gritting her teeth, a fierce glint flashed through her eyes as she raised the dagger and thrust it down with great force. However, just as the blade was poised to strike, a pair of large hands tightly seized her wrist. "Who goes there?" Xiao Qingji bellowed. Realizing the precariousness of her situation, Jiangwan attempted to withdraw her hand, only to find it firmly ensnared, utterly unable to break free. In a moment of desperation, she bit down hard on his arm, and as he momentarily loosened his grip, she seized the opportunity to flee in a panic. How could Xiao Qingji be so perceptive? She hurriedly returned, leaning against the door, gasping for breath, grateful that he had not pursued her. That fleeting moment had given her the illusion of attempting to assassinate the regent. Jiangwan cast the dagger aside, a wave of trepidation washing over her as she pondered whether he had seen her face inside. Xiao Qingji regarded her fleeing figure with a smile rather than anger. In truth, he had awakened the moment she entered the room. He had anticipated what Jiang Wan intended to do, but out of curiosity, he chose to feign sleep and observe her reaction. However, it seemed she was indeed daring. Her fierce determination was far stronger than before. He rubbed the spot on his arm where she had bitten him, his gaze darkening, a smirk playing on his lips. A row of shallow bite marks resembled the playful nibbles of a kitten. Had it not been for her evident fright, he would not have released her for reasons unknown. Xiao Qingji felt an impulse surge within him. Suddenly, he bit down on that very spot again, narrowing his eyes until the taste of blood filled his mouth before finally letting go. Chapter 9. The scabbed wound began to bleed again the following morning. Jiang Wan, with dark circles under her eyes, opened the door, fatigue evident in her demeanor. Servants were busy clearing the accumulated water and fallen leaves from the previous night. The scent of rain still lingered in the air. Upon seeing her, Xiao Hengji greeted her with the usual courtesy. Jiang Wan cleared her throat, still preoccupied with last night's events, and awkwardly beckoned him closer. How did you sleep last night? Feigning innocence, Xiao Hengji replied, thank you for your concern, 2nd Mississippi. I slept soundly after taking my medicine. He paused for a moment, adding, though I did have a nightmare. Jiang Wan's heart tightened, and she cautiously inquired, what kind of nightmare? He smiled faintly. I dreamt of a female ghost who entangled with me, claiming she wanted to take my life. Jiang Wan's heart skipped a beat, but observing his half-smiling expression, she suspected he might genuinely believe it was merely a dream. Embarrassed, she turned away, rubbing her wrist that he had squeezed the night before, which still throbbed with pain. She dared not imagine the outcome had he gripped her neck instead. Instinctively, she touched her throat, noticing the red marks on her wrist. Xiao Hengji furrowed his brow slightly. His grip had become much lighter, yet it still left a mark. Jiang Wan, oblivious to his change in expression, waved her hand dismissively. Please continue with your tasks, and do not forget what I asked you to convey. What matter? Jiang Wan halted, turning back to glare at him. To tell father that you do not wish to marry me. No sooner had she spoken than Granny Su approached with several maidservants, nodding in respect. 2nd Miss, these are the new maidservants in the manor. The master has mentioned that Xiao Hengji will soon be a son-in-law, thus this room should be changed to a larger one, and he has selected 2 maidservants for his service. As she spoke, the 2 maidservants stepped forward in unison to bow. This is maidservant Ruelan, who has met the 2nd Miss and Master Xiao. This is maidservant Rueju, who has also met the 2nd Miss and Master Xiao. They spoke in unison. Jiang Wan placed her hand on her forehead, inwardly vexed. It was all her fault for having acted too convincingly, claiming they had already become familiar. Now it was increasingly difficult to extricate herself from the situation. Thank you, Granny Su. She pursed her lips, her tone laced with sarcasm. You truly have the audacity to ask for this. Do you truly think of yourself as a son-in-law? After speaking, she shot a cold glance at Xiao Hengji and turned to leave. The atmosphere grew awkward, prompting Xiao Hengji to lower his head and walk away. Once he departed, Ruelan leaned in and asked, Granny, has the 2nd Miss always had such an attitude towards Master Xiao? Granny Su shook her head, whispering, it was not always like this. Recently, one cannot fathom what has changed. Ruelan's eyes brightened as she watched Xiao Hengji's retreating figure, her heart fluttering with curiosity. By the time lunch was ready, the inner hall was set with clean towels. Jiang Wan sat alone, drying her hands and idly surveying the room's decor. In her past life, she had not appreciated it, but now, gazing at the luxurious furnishings, she felt the weight. Perhaps it was for this reason that the emperor had sent her father to the perilous Fengyu Pass. Victory would alleviate the nation's crisis, while defeat would render him a minister overshadowed by his own accomplishments. Sighing, she lamented how she had failed to grasp the emperor's schemes back then. When concubine Wan entered, she found Jiang Wan frowning and sighing, appearing as though she had weathered many storms. With a bright smile, she inquired, 2nd Miss, why are you all alone? Where is Master Xiao? Since you are to be wed, he should join the table. There is no need for such formality. Jiang Wan raised her eyes to see her beaming with delight. Ever since Jiang Li became engaged to the Marquis family, concubine Wan had been in particularly high spirits, bustling about with purchases, eager to adorn herself in gold, as if to announce the Jiang family's wealth to the world. Jiang Wan pursed her lips and replied, he usually dines with the servants in the kitchen. I suppose he is accustomed to it, so let it be. Just then, Jiang Sun entered the room and overheard her words. What kind of talk is this? If he is to be my son-in-law, he cannot be mingling with the servants all the time. Go fetch him. Jiang Wan rolled her eyes in exasperation, unwilling to argue further. Moments later, as the last dish was placed on the table, Xiao Hengji happened to enter dressed in simple attire. He appeared rather shabby if not for his handsome face, yet concubine Wan was delighted. The more unrefined he appeared, the happier she became. A servant set a chair beside Jiang Wan for Xiao Hengji to sit down. As he took his seat, the hem of his clothing brushed against her skirt. Jiang Wan cast him a sidelong glance, forcing a smile as she subtly shifted away. The servants brought the dishes to the table. Suddenly, concubine Wan spoke up. I had not noticed before, but I now see how well matched the 2nd Miss and Master Xiao appear. After her remark, Jiang Li chimed in, indeed, how lovely your future children will be. After exchanging a knowing glance with concubine Wan, she thought, what use is beauty? Ultimately, she will still be just a common villager, greeting me politely, even if she were to serve me. Xiao Hengji responded politely, you flatter me. Mississippi Jianwan turned to him and whispered, why are you responding at all? Can't you tell she is being sarcastic? Xiao Hengji leaned in to listen to her, a smile gracing his lips. To onlookers, the two appeared quite intimate. Then, Jianwan straightened her posture, smilingly remarked, where is there a big sister so well matched with the Marquis? You two are indeed a match made in heaven. Second sister, why do I sense hidden meanings in your words? Just as Jiangwan was about to retort, Jiang Sun interrupted. Enough, let us all speak lest I have important matters to discuss, so please listen. Seating himself at the head of the table, Jiang Sun solemnly declared, last night, I consulted a fortune teller about auspicious dates. The 9th of next month is highly favorable, thus, Wanner's wedding will be set for that day. If anyone inquires, we shall say it is a childhood betrothal, and Xiao's family has fallen on hard times, hence his stay in our household this way. It is legitimate, and it will be easier to explain. What do you think? Once Jiang Sun finished speaking, silence enveloped the table as everyone awaited Jiang Wan's reaction. She discreetly kicked Xiao Hengji beside her, signaling him to refuse, but he showed no reaction. Then, she turned her face and pinched the wound on his leg. Xiao Hengji winced slightly, glancing at her pouting expression, finding it rather amusing, as though it piqued his interest. To tease her, he made a comical face. Jiang Wan, covering her face with one hand, gritted her teeth and pinched him harder, this time using considerable force. The scabbed wound, which had just begun to heal, was once again coaxed into bleeding. Observing her furious demeanor, Xiao Hengji clicked his tongue lightly and touched his nose. It was utterly impossible for him to refuse the marriage proposal, yet seeing Jiang Wan so furious made him feel helpless. Sighing, he decided to placate her. He cleared his throat. Uncle Jiang, the marriage between the eldest daughter and the Marquis should take precedence. If the second Miss and I were to marry first, it may sow discord with the Marquis' family. Our relationship has already reached a point of no return, there is no rush, and it would be wise to postpone. This statement left Jiang Wan momentarily stunned. Refusing the marriage was not the same as postponing it. Chapter 10, could it be that the affair has been uncovered? Jiang Wan stared at him in disbelief, yet the man had already lifted his cup to sip his tea. Jiang Sun pondered his words seriously, finding them not without merit. After a moment, he stroked his beard and remarked, very well, since we initiated the engagement, we must be more meticulous in our manners. It is rare to see you so magnanimous, so let us postpone the discussion of your marriage to Wanner until after Lear is wed. Jiang Sun then inquired, Wanner, what are your thoughts? Jiang Wan's face fluctuated between red and pale, and she stammered, unable to articulate a response. Jiang Li teased, Father, please stop asking, look at our second sister, she's so shy she can't even speak. Xiao Hengji also smiled at her, affectionately placing a red date into her bowl. Such a self-satisfied demeanor might lead one to mistakenly believe they were exceedingly close. Jiang Wan shot him a glare, returned the date to his bowl, and then lifted her foot to stomp on his instep. Yet, Xiao Hengji remained unperturbed, merely turning to her and lowering his voice, there is no injury to your foot, Miss Jiang, pinching my leg would be far more satisfying. What a lunatic! Jiang Wan shot him another glare, thinking to herself that a madman was indeed a madman, and the signs were already beginning to show. Throughout the meal, she felt as though she were sitting on pins and needles, her temper flaring. Once they exited the inner hall, she hurriedly caught up with Xiao Hengji and blocked his path. Xiao Hengji, why did you not heed my words? Why did you not outright refuse this marriage proposal? Xiao Hengji's expression grew troubled as he replied, Miss Jiang, how could I dare contradict Uncle Jiang in front of everyone? Postponing the wedding date was already my utmost effort. Indeed, he had done his best, delaying the wedding was the greatest concession he could offer. Jiang Wan was so furious she found herself momentarily speechless. Alas, at this moment, Xiao Hengji was both weak and cowardly. What could she expect from him? She had to rely on herself to speak up. Jiang Wan turned and walked towards the main hall, where she saw Jiang Sun resting with a cup of tea. Just as she was about to enter, she overheard him say, send someone to Mingxi Mountain another day to tidy up that residence. After Wanner gets married, if she wishes to move out, she may go there. Her mother had once said that if she wished to marry into an ordinary family, she could settle there for life, avoiding the strife of the family home, which would also provide some tranquility. To her surprise, her mother's words had indeed come to pass. However, my lord, what about the belongings in that house, should they be cleared out? Jiang Sun fell silent for a moment before responding, leave them be. They were all cherished by her mother. Jiang Wan halted, momentarily hesitating, her heart in turmoil. Mingxi Mountain was the place where her father and mother first met. Though he favored his concubine, there had been times when he shared deep affections with her mother. During those tender moments, he would take her mother to Mingxi Mountain every summer, and over time, he had built a residence there. After her mother's passing, he had never returned. She had thought he had long forgotten. Jiang Wan leaned against the wall, gazing at the sky. Initially, she had insisted on marrying Xiao Hengji, vowing to remain faithful to him even in death. Now that her father was taking this matter seriously, if she were to suddenly express her reluctance, she feared it would seem too capricious. Sighing, Jiang Wan realized she must devise another plan. In the courtyard, Ruelan was watering the flowers with a long-spouted kettle when she noticed Jiang Wan standing alone at the door. Sighing, she asked a nearby maid, "Why is the second miss here all by herself, lamenting? Where is young Master Xiao? Perhaps he has returned to his room to rest after the meal." Her eyes twinkled with mischief as she set down the watering can and plucked a few flower stems. Ruelan, puzzled, asked, "What are you doing with the flowers?" With a smile, she replied, "Young Master Xiao has just moved into a new room. It looks so empty that it could use some embellishment." With that, she hurried toward Xiao Hengji's room, opening the door and glancing around, but found no one in sight. Where could he be? Just as she was wondering, she spotted a young gentleman entering through the front gate, a throng of servants rushing over to greet him with smiles. She moved closer, hiding behind a pillar, listening as the servants called out, "Li Shizi." At the main gate, Li Zhijing walked briskly, his demeanor indicating a remarkably good mood. He generously pulled out a pouch of silver from his sleeve, distributing it among the crowd, laughing and jesting with them. However, just a few steps later, he was blocked in his path. He halted, and upon seeing the person, his smile instantly faded. "Xiao Hengji, why are you stopping me? Is the Shizi here to see Miss Jiang? And if I am?" Li Zhijing scoffed lightly, "Since when is it your place to instruct me on etiquette? I am in a good mood today, do not make me angry, step aside." He was utterly unrestrained, yet Xiao Hengji stood firm, replying, "Miss Jiang is already betrothed to me. If you have matters to attend to, return to your own wife and do not disturb her peace." Li Zhijing clenched his fists. The Xiao Hengji who had always appeared timid in his presence now dared to confront him. Was he emboldened by his engagement to Miss Jiang? The thought only fueled his anger, dissipating whatever good mood he had, as he shouted, "Get out of my way!" Seeing Li Zhijing's furious expression, Xiao Hengji lightly clicked his tongue. "Will you rely on shouting to scare away your enemies on the battlefield in the future?" It was truly difficult for him to fathom how this hot-headed young man would one day become a general of the state. Yet, he felt fortunate that he had spared his life back then, otherwise, he would have no idea to whom he could entrust Li Zhijing, seeing the disdain on his face, suddenly shoved him. "Nonsense, go away." Xiao Hengji, caught off guard, was brushed aside. He shook his head, his expression unchanged, neither angry nor pursuing him further. He knew Jiang Wan harbored no feelings for Li Zhijing. During her most desperate times in her past life, she had chosen to seek him out rather than Li Zhijing, which was telling enough. He was merely displeased that Li Zhijing's relationship with Jiang Wan was far too intimate. Xiao Hengji tilted his head, casting a glance at the pillar, and instructed, "Go to the Pingnan Marquis's residence and invite the Shizi's wife over, and have her bring along a set of the Shizi's clothing." Ruelan was taken aback. She had not expected he had already noticed her and quickly responded, hurrying away. The Pingnan Marquis's residence was not far, a carriage ride would take no more than a stick of incense. When Qian soon arrived, she rarely appeared in the capacity of the Shizi's wife and had never visited the Jiang residence, thus she was particularly cautious as she approached the servant at the door to identify herself, even calculating how she would explain herself if they were skeptical. Fortunately, the Jiang servant was familiar with her due to Li Zhijing's frequent visits. The servant politely led her to the tea room. "Please wait a moment, Shizi's wife, I will go and announce you." After the servant left, Mo Ping, standing nearby, whispered, "Shizi's wife." The maid just now did not clarify what the matter was, only saying you were to bring the Shizi's clothing. "Do you think the Shizi has been caught in an affair with the second miss of the Jiang family?" As she spoke, she gasped in surprise, covering her mouth in astonishment. Could it be that they have already? When Qian poked her forehead, chiding, "Do you really think every family is as chaotic as the Wen family?" Mo Ping muttered, "I'm just guessing. The Shizi is so infatuated with Miss Jiang, it's not impossible." When Qian glanced at the garments wrapped in brocade, shaking her head slightly, while that may be true, the Shizi is a man of propriety. She recalled how, when they both had been affected by the spring flare powder, Li Zhijing's demeanor toward her had been very formal, lacking any familiarity, clearly indicating he was not a seasoned man of the world. Just as she was lost in thought, the servants in the courtyard suddenly bowed in unison in one direction, greeting the second miss. When Qian turned her gaze to see a young woman gracefully navigating the corridor, slowly making her way toward the back courtyard. Her figure was slender, her light gauze garments fluttering gently with her steps, and a delicate waist ribbon intertwined with gold and silver threads accentuated her slim waist, which seemed almost to be grasped with a gentle hand. The thin veil partially concealed her features, revealing a glimpse of a radiant face. Although strikingly beautiful, she bore no hint of vulgarity, rather, she exuded an air of sharpness and confidence, qualities that Wen Qian had never possessed. So, this was the kind of woman Li Zhijing favored. When Qian withdrew her gaze, staring despondently at the garments in her hands. Mo Ping, noticing her thoughts, was at a loss for words and simply knelt beside her, gently squeezing her hand. Understanding the gesture as a form of consolation, when Qian raised her head and smiled, "I'm fine." A woman as radiant as that would make anyone feel drawn to her. No sooner had she spoken than a commotion erupted from the inner courtyard, followed by a thunderous shout, "Xiao Hangji! I will kill you!" When Qian's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly stood up. Mo Ping exclaimed, "Shizi's wife, that's the Shizi's voice." Chapter 11. Yet your affection for me is not love. The two swiftly followed the sound into the inner courtyard, only to be greeted by the sight of Li Zhijing. He was drenched, mercilessly pummeling the man on the ground. When Qian covered her mouth, intending to rush forward to pull him away, but just then, Jiang Wan dashed out of the room, shouting, "Li Zhijing! Cease this at once!" Li Zhijing's fist, suspended in midair, abruptly halted. He then stood up in indignation and strode toward her, retorting, "Second sister, do you not realize he deliberately led me into this predicament?" Xiao Hangji rose, rubbing his shoulders. The heir was walking hastily and stumbled into the water. "How can you lay the blame entirely at my feet? You!" Li Zhijing glared at him before turning back to Jiang Wan. "Are you truly willing to marry such a morally bankrupt individual?" Seeing him soaked from head to toe, water still dripping from his sleeves, she contemplated taking him to get cleaned up, but his words furrowed her brow. "Li Zhijing, how many times must I repeat myself? You are already married. Whom I choose to wed is no longer your concern. Do not seek me out again." Li Zhijing raised his voice. "Xiao Hangji has nothing to offer. She cannot provide you with what you desire. Moreover, there will never be another man who loves you more than I do. If I were to divorce," slap. Before he could finish, a resounding slap struck his face. The onlookers gasped in shock. A few timid maidservants immediately weakened at the knees, while several older servants inhaled sharply. After all, he was the heir of the Pingnan Marquisate, and the young lady had just slapped him outright. When Qian's heart raced, fearing the heir would erupt in anger, she instinctively took a step forward to intervene but then hesitated, noticing that Li Zhijing showed no reaction. His lips pressed tightly together as he gazed at Jiang Wan, his eyes filled with sorrow, devoid of any anger. She clenched her fists, her fingertips trembling with a touch of heartache. It turned out that the usually reckless heir could be so yielding before Miss Jiang Wan tightened her fists, her tone resolute. "If you utter such words again, I shall treat you as a stranger." A sharp sting radiated from Li Zhijing's face, awakening him somewhat. Xiao Hangji, a smirk dancing at the corner of his mouth, looked at him with scorn. He was determined to make Li Zhijing give up, to see the reality that Jiang Wan and he were utterly incompatible. Li Zhijing's voice trembled slightly. "Why, his second sister, can you truly be so callous towards me?" Jiang Wan discerned the complexity of emotions in his eyes and understood the turmoil within his heart. Yet, having lived for decades, she reflected on her relationship with Li Zhijing, which had been filled with merriment and revelry, never experiencing the depths of despair or the need for understanding. Young people are most prone to mistake joy for love. She took a moment to calm herself, softening her tone. "We have known each other since childhood. I recognize your kindness towards me, but do you truly know what I desire? What you call love is merely a wish to wander the mountains and appreciate the beauty of nature with me. Should a day come when you witness my disgrace, when I resort to any means to survive, would you still utter the word love? You are a legitimate daughter of a distinguished family. How could you ever find yourself in such a plight?" Li Zhijing countered, puzzled. Jiang Wan's lips curled into a self-deprecating smile. "The world is unpredictable, who can say for certain?" A pang of bitterness flickered in her eyes as memories surfaced. Many had witnessed her in her splendor, yet perhaps only Ningji had seen her in her most humble state without abandoning her. She continued, "To truly love someone is to find joy even amidst the mundane, to strive for their happiness, to share in their joys and sorrows. Yet your feelings for me are not love." Her gaze wandered, seemingly lost in reminiscence. Li Zhijing felt a tightness in his chest. The phrase "yet your affection for me is not love" weighed heavily upon his heart. His eyes filled with sorrow as he stared at her in disbelief. After a prolonged silence, he finally whispered, "Is this how you truly perceive me?" His voice caught in his throat, trembling with suppressed emotion, a mix of restraint and anguish. "How can you so casually dismiss all my feelings?" Li Zhijing's lips moved, but he ultimately turned his face away, unable to continue. He had envisioned countless scenarios, yet never anticipated being cast aside in such a manner. Jiang Wan, pulling herself from her thoughts, glanced at his soaked attire and sighed, "Enough of this. You truly look ridiculous." Song Shuang, send someone to fetch him some dry clothes. Song Shuang stood frozen, stammering as she gazed across the river. "Miss, perhaps it is unnecessary to go." Jiang Wan followed her line of sight and saw Wen Qian on the opposite bank, holding a brocade bag of clothes. She was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that Xiao Hangji had indeed orchestrated Li Zhijing's fall into the water. otherwise, how could Wen Qian have fortuitously arrived with clothing? It dawned on her that Wen Qian had likely overheard their earlier conversation. Given her sensitive and perceptive nature, Jiang Wan wondered if she would overthink the situation. She hurriedly ran over, but upon reaching the bridge, she spotted her father and Jiang Li approaching. Her heart sank. The chaos of the day could not afford any further complications. Quickening her pace, she reached Wen Qian and urgently said, "Lady Heir, please allow me to explain later." As soon as the words left her mouth, she snatched the brocade bag from Wen Qian's hands and quickly handed it to Song Shuang, whispering, "Quickly take the heir inside to change into dry clothes. No one is to speak of today's events." "Understood," Song Shuang replied, briskly attending to the task. Then, Jiang Wan turned to urge Xiao Hongji, "Stop sitting idly, get up." Seeing him unmoving, she kicked him twice, but to her astonishment, he simply lay flat on the ground. "Xiao Hongji, what are you pretending for? Did he break your legs? Hurry inside." Xiao Hongji leaned against the steps, rubbing his ankle, a pained expression on his face. "Second, miss, my leg feels as though it has been broken by the air." Jiang Wan rolled her eyes. "You deserve it. Who told you to provoke him?" With that, she shot him a glare. "If you do not get up, then fine, kneel here until I tell you to rise." Xiao Hongji rubbed his leg, and Jiang Wan assumed he would finally stand, but to her surprise, he plopped down and knelt before her. Jiang Wan felt a jolt of surprise, then remarked, "It seems you have been living too comfortably lately. Just wait, I will make sure to deal with you properly." "Your orders are my command, Second Mississippi," he replied nonchalantly, straightening his clothes, a faint smile playing on his lips. At that moment, Jiang Sun and Jiang Li also arrived. Jiang Wan greeted them. "Greetings, father, elder sister." Jiang Sun nodded slightly, surveying the scene before asking, "What was all that commotion just now?" As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Xiao Hongji kneeling on the ground, a visible injury at the corner of his mouth. Jiang Sun suddenly recalled the incident at the Lu Pond. Clearing his throat, he subtly admonished Jiang Wan, "One must not indulge in such punishments too often. What if your health were to suffer?" At this, Jiang Wan closed her eyes and nodded in reluctant acceptance. Then Jiang Li spoke up, "I heard from a servant that the Lady Heir came. What brings her here so suddenly?" This question left Jiang Wan momentarily flustered as she considered how to respond. Just then, a voice echoed, "The Lady Heir came with me. We are here to visit." Jiang Wan turned to see Li Jing approaching, now clad in fresh garments, a smile gracing his face, revealing none of the earlier turmoil. Chapter 12. Kneeling on the ground, Jiang Wan let out a sigh of relief. Jiang Li inquired again, "Where is she?" Li Jing replied, "The young lady said she wished to take a solitary stroll. I was just about to go find her." Following his gaze, Jiang Li indeed spotted Wen Qian standing across the bridge. Her eyes sparkled with newfound excitement as she lifted her skirt and dashed towards that direction. Wen Qian stood there in a daze, still unable to extricate herself from the earlier situation, her mind echoing with Li Jing's words about separation. She had initially believed that his willingness to dine with her heralded a promising beginning, yet today, hearing those words publicly, she finally grasped the fragility of their union. Clenching her sleeves tightly, a tempest of emotions surged within her. All her hopes seemed to shatter into dust with that seemingly weightless phrase. "Young lady!" A clear voice interrupted her reverie. When Qian looked up to find Jiang Li standing before her, a gentle smile gracing her features. "Little Miss Jiang Li, have you met the young—" In previous years, during a banquet at my home, Miss Jiang wrote a couplet at the table. The fleeting embarrassment on Jiang Li's face quickly morphed into a broader smile. "Indeed, I never thought you would still remember. It is truly an honor." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Wen Qian's tone remained warm and courteous, maintaining an appropriate distance. However, amidst their casual banter, she failed to notice the flicker of shadowy hues in Jiang Li's eyes. Observing Wen Qian's gentle and dignified demeanor, a chill crept into her heart. She had long awaited this opportunity, and now that it had presented itself, she could not be blamed for being ungracious. At that moment, Li Jing approached, casting a nonchalant glance at Wen Qian, the corners of his lips curling slightly, though the smile did not reach his eyes. "Shall we go?" he murmured softly. Wen Qian lifted her gaze, trailing behind him, suppressing the surge of bitterness within her. Just as she was about to step away, Jiang Li suddenly spoke, her tone tinged with a hint of plea. "Your Highness, please wait. We have just received a new batch of frost silk garments at home, and I thought you might assist me in selecting some pieces, given your discerning eye." "Suit yourself," he replied dismissively before departing, leaving Wen Qian standing there, abandoned without so much as a word of caution, his demeanor icy. A trace of mocking amusement flitted across Jiang Li's lips. It seemed Li Jing truly did not regard this young lady in any significant light. This would only make her endeavors more convenient. When Qian remained oblivious to the underlying tension, her smile unwavering, maintaining her usual composure and grace. On the opposite bank, Jiang Sun sighed, advising Jiang Wan, Li Jijing is now married. Henceforth, you should refrain from associating with him privately. Should your actions sow discord between him and his wife, it would spell disaster. Yes, father, you should rest. I still have matters to discuss with the young lady. Jiang Wan obediently urged her father towards the study, then hurried back. Yet, by the pond, she found neither Wen Qian nor Jiang Li, only Xiao Changji remained. Kneeling alone, she approached and lightly kicked him, asking, "Hey, where did they go?" Xiao Changji looked up, his innocent eyes meeting hers as he shook his head. Jiang Wan squinted playfully at his clear gaze, leaning in closer and whispering with a hint of menace, "Xiao Changji, do you know what I intend to do when you look at me like that?" He tilted his head, confused. Jiang Wan extended 2 fingers, threateningly declaring, "I intend to gouge out your eyes." As she made a move to do so, he suddenly grasped her wrist. Xiao Changji's expression darkened as he pulled her closer. Jiang Wan was taken aback, her body leaning forward until it met his nose, their breaths mingling. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed in shock, stumbling back a step, anger flashing across her face. Yet, Xiao Changji appeared unflustered, softly stating, "If the second young lady wishes to gouge out my eyes, I must first take a good look at her countenance." Jiang Wan's expression soured, a cold laugh escaping her lips. "What, afraid you'll forget the face of your enemy?" "Am I your enemy?" He raised an eyebrow. "Isn't that so?" she retorted. Xiao Changji chuckled lightly, "But I do not wish to be your enemy." Jiang Wan mercilessly mocked, "You don't really think that by uttering such sweet words, I'll treat you any better, do you?" Xiao Changji's eyes gleamed with earnestness, as if my mood improves, I might allow you to stand. With a teasing smile on her face, she knew Xiao Changji possessed pride. No matter how much he listened to her, he would not lack boundaries. Indeed, he fell silent, refusing to respond. Jiang Wan scoffed, "I knew it." Before she could finish her sentence, she was taken aback. She watched as he slowly bent down, his forearm pressing against the ground as he began to crawl on his knees. Xiao Changji was truly crawling towards her, devoid of dignity, inching closer, kneeling before her. Her expression froze, her throat tightening. It felt as if an invisible thread within her heart had suddenly pulled tight. She had anticipated a profound satisfaction at this moment. The hatred and pain from her past life could finally be avenged as she trampled him beneath her feet, yet, his submission only stirred an inexplicable frustration within her. Why was there no sense of relief despite her deep-seated hatred? Such actions made her somewhat loathe herself with every inch she moved. Her heart sank further. Moments later, he reached her feet, pressing his forehead to the ground, as humble as an ant. Jiang Wan clenched her fists tightly, her emotions swirling chaotically within her. She gazed down at him, the intertwining of past and present unfolding before her eyes, the once mighty Regent now kneeling at her feet, stripped of all defiance. Unbidden, she found herself gasping for breath. The hatred within her seemed to be firmly suppressed, unable to escape or be swallowed down. "I must be going mad," she murmured, unsure whether she spoke of Xiao Changji or herself. Abruptly, Jiang Wan turned away, her steps quick and resolute as she made her way to the corridor. Closing her eyes, she took several deep breaths to regain her composure. A maid passed by, greeting her respectfully. "Greetings, second young lady." It took her a moment to recognize this as Xiao Changji's maid, Ruelan. She casually instructed, "Go and tell Xiao Changji to rise," stating that today's incident was a prank on the young lord, and I will not let it rest. Jiang Wan paused, reflecting that although Xiao Changji had made Li Jijing fall into the water today, such actions were necessary. Otherwise, he would not cease his pursuits. She shook her head, "Never mind, just tell him to get up." "Yes," Ruelan acknowledged, hurrying towards the back courtyard. Jiang Wan watched the maid's retreating figure, feeling an odd sense of familiarity, yet unable to place it. Just as she pondered, a sudden shriek echoed from the side room, followed by desperate cries for help. Jiang Wan hurried towards the sound, encountering Mo Ping, her face ashen, fleeing outside. After a few steps, she stumbled and fell to the ground, scrambling back up to continue her flight. Jiang Wan rushed over to support her, noticing that she trembled uncontrollably, unable to stand firm. "What has happened?" Jiang Wan asked anxiously. "Second young lady. Quickly, find a doctor." Mo Ping urged in a panic. Seeing her distressed state, Jiang Wan realized something must have happened to Wen Qian. Not if the young lady of the Pingnan Marquisate were to suffer any misfortune while at the Jiang residence, it would not be a trivial matter. What on earth has transpired? Mo Ping, overwhelmed by fear, could not articulate a single coherent sentence. Jiang Wan wasted no time in questioning her further and quickly called over several maids. "You all, go fetch a doctor." After issuing the command, she suddenly remembered something and steadied the trembling Mo Ping, saying, "Mo Ping, hurry back to find the young lord. If he is not in the residence, go to the Infong building. Although Li Jing did not hold Wen Qian in high regard, he was still the young lord. For the sake of the Marquis's reputation, he could not possibly remain indifferent. Mo Ping gasped for breath, trembling as she spoke. "The young lady, if you wish to save her, hurry." Jiang Wan raised her voice, and Mo Ping suddenly seemed to regain her senses, forcing herself to appear calm as she dashed outside. Jiang Wan then turned her attention back to the side room, hastening her steps. Upon opening the door, she found Wen Qian sprawled on the bed, the room appearing normal without any signs of disturbance. The only oddity was that when Qian lay face down, Jiang Wan gently called out a few times, but received no response. Growing increasingly anxious, she approached to check for her breath, which was faint yet present. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that when Qian was clad in the frost silk outer garment that Aunt Wan had purchased for Jiang Li the other day, this matter must undoubtedly involve Jiang Li. She wore Jiang Li's clothing, but where was Jiang Li? Chapter 13. Malicious intent. She furrowed her brows, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. Just as she was about to seek out Jiang Li, she caught sight of her approaching, a vibrant crimson garment in hand, her face adorned with a smile. "Second sister, you have come at the perfect moment, please help me take a look." Before she could finish her sentence, she noticed Wen Qian lying on the bed and questioned in confusion, "I was only gone for a moment to fetch a piece of clothing, could it be that the noble consort has fallen asleep?" After saying this, she picked up another garment from the chair, glanced at it, and feigned horror, exclaiming, "How could the noble consort wear that outfit?" Jiang Wan observed the pale yellow top with lily patterns in Jiang Li's hands, identical to the one Wen Qian wore, with the sole distinction being that Wen Qian's was embroidered with peonies, a detail so subtle that one could hardly tell them apart at a glance. "What is wrong with that garment?" Jiang Wan inquired, puzzled. Jiang Li stammered, "That garment was not properly made, there are silver needles tied within." Jiang Wan's eyes widened in an instant, her mind conjuring ominous images. She hastened to the bed, gently lifting the collar, revealing silver needles deeply embedded in the flesh at the nape of Wen Qian's neck. The moment she touched the garment, the needles quivered slightly, her breath caught in her throat, cold sweat breaking out. "Jiang Li, why did you not inform her that there were needles in the garment?" Jiang Li's expression turned innocent. "I asked her to try on the lily embroidery, she simply took the wrong one." "How could you blame me?" Just as Jiang Wan was about to demand more answers, hurried footsteps approached, heralded by a maid leading a doctor into the room. The priority was to awaken Wen Qian. In the midst of the frantic activity, Jiang Li discreetly maneuvered to the foot of the bed and extracted a fine needle from the sole of Wen Qian's shoe. The humiliation she had faced at previous banquets was now turned upon Wen Qian. She glanced back at the unconscious figure on the bed, a cold smile curling her lips. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Wan caught sight of it. Her mind raced. Did Jiang Li harbor a grudge against Wen Qian? Before she could ponder further, the doctor ordered attendants to turn Wen Qian over to Jiang Wan. Quickly intervened. "Doctor, the silver needles in her back have yet to be removed, do not move her unnecessarily." The doctor hesitated, then, "Could we cut the garment open?" "Absolutely not." Jiang Li stamped her foot. This fabric was painstakingly acquired. "It cannot be cut." "Cut it." Jiang Wan's voice rose angrily as she glared at Jiang Li. "This fabric is woven with golden threads. Today, if I say it shall be cut, it will be cut." Jiang Li, startled by her tone, took a step back, pouting in silence. Soon, the doctor began to cut the garment from the collar down. As the fabric tore, the atmosphere in the room became tense, everyone stunned into silence. The back of Wen Qian was riddled with silver needles, some entirely embedded in her flesh, oozing fine beads of blood. "This girl must have fainted from the pain," the doctor sighed, continuing his work, relieved that no vital areas were harmed. Jiang Li cast a fleeting glance, internally scoffing, "She truly has a strong constitution." She picked up another pale yellow garment, intending to leave, when suddenly Mo Ping barreled in with Li Jing, bumping into her and causing the garment to fall to the ground. Jiang Wan noticed this scene, bypassed Li Jing, and seized Jiang Li's sleeve, dragging her towards the back courtyard. "Jiang Wan, let go of me, let go." A sharp slap resounded through the air. Jiang Wan rubbed her hand, her eyes brimming with fury. "Jiang Li, why did you strike me?" Jiang Li covered her face in shock. "Do you even realize what you are doing, in broad daylight, daring to harm the noble consort in our own home? What are your intentions? When have I ever harmed her? Speak with evidence." "Evidence? Did you think I did not see the needle you pulled from her shoe?" Jiang Wan's voice dripped with disdain. "Such despicable tricks, I thought only to encounter them within the palace, yet here they are in my own home." Jiang Wan continued, "If I am not mistaken, you deliberately concealed needles in the garment, placing two similar outfits together. If the scheme were to be discovered, you would simply claim she chose the wrong one. Furthermore, you hid a needle in her shoe. With each step, the needle would plunge deeper, until it pierced through the sole, causing her to stumble, thus ensuring that the needles within the garment would penetrate her flesh. What a vile scheme, speak, why do you wish to harm her? Her tone was fierce, far from that of a youthful girl, exuding the commanding presence of an enraged empress. Zhang Li's expression flickered, but she stubbornly denied, you are speaking nonsense. Nonsense? Such methods, the other pale yellow garment must also contain needles, regardless of which one she chooses, she will be injured, shall I fetch it for inspection? As she spoke, she turned to retrieve it from within the room. Zhang Li hurriedly grasped her sleeve, exasperated, Zhang Wan, how can you side with an outsider? Remember, I am your elder sister. Zhang Wan furrowed her brow, fixing her gaze on Zhang Li with unwavering resolve, you do not truly believe I will regard you as my elder sister, do you? Zhang Li, have you forgotten that it was you who once locked me in the cellar, abandoned me in the mountains, and opposed me at every turn within our home? I had intended to overlook all of that due to your youth, but if you continue your reckless behavior, do not blame me for being severe. With that, she demanded, speak, why do you wish to harm the noble consort? Under her intense scrutiny, Zhang Li finally faltered. Swallowing hard, she lifted her chin defiantly, last year at the Wen banquet, I finally managed to gain a seat, only for Wen Xian to overshadow me. Wasn't it due to her lack of recognition in the Wen family that she deliberately placed the poetry book there to show off? Now that she has become the noble consort, what of it, does anyone truly regard her? Jiang Wan was taken aback, recalling that banquet Zhang Li had been invited, meticulously preparing and even composing a piece for display. Yet, she had made a mistake with one character, and coincidentally, when Xian's poetry had drawn the guest's admiration in Jiang Wan's side, she hadn't anticipated that such a trivial incident would fuel Zhang Li's resentment for so long. What a disgraceful character Zhang Li had become, a reflection of the Zhang family's upbringing. Jiang Wan laughed in anger, Zhang Li, I now truly believe that you and the Xie family are a perfect match. Before Jiang Li could comprehend the implications of this statement, Jiang Sun approached, evidently already aware of Wen Xian's fainting. Zhang Li, shedding her previous demeanor, rushed to him, covering her face in feigned distress, Father, second sister just struck me. Jiang Sun glanced at the red mark on her face, his expression darkening as he struggled to suppress his anger. Jiang Wan, it seems you have grown increasingly unruly of late. You show no understanding of propriety. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Wan would have been intimidated by her father's authority, yet, having been reverenced by officials in the court in her past life, she found it challenging to be cowed now. Jiang Wan spoke earnestly, Propriety, Father, will you not inquire about the circumstances? Last year at the Wen banquet, Zhang Li, having failed to garner the guest's praise, believes that the noble consort stole her spotlight, holding on to grudges until now. Such jealousy, if left unchecked, will inevitably drag the entire Zhang family down. My actions were merely a measure to prevent future calamities. Jiang Sun's face darkened further as he replied, she is your elder sister. If anyone is to discipline her, it should not be you. Moreover, there is currently no concrete evidence. It is entirely possible that the noble consort simply chose the wrong garment. Concrete evidence? She just admitted it, what more does father require? Enough, do you wish to escalate this matter? You, as a younger sister, show such disrespect and impertinence towards your elder sister. Do you not believe I would strike you for this insolence? Jiang Wan was taken aback by her father's apparent favoritism towards Zhang Li. Turning her head, she intended to retrieve the other pale yellow garment from within the room to clarify matters with her father. However, just as she stepped forward, Xiao Hengji entered, holding the very garment in question. Jiang Wan reached out to take it, only to be subtly obstructed by Xiao Hengji. Uncle Jiang, may I take a look at this garment? He presented it to Jiang Sun and Jiang Sun, puzzled, accepted it. The moment he grasped it, he winced as a silver needle pricked his palm. Xiao Hengji smiled lightly, this is the garment that the noble consort did not wear. It too contains silver needles, but with a slight difference, these needles are poisoned. Jiang Sun was startled, quickly inspecting his hand, where small purple spots were already forming. How do we counteract the poison? Xiao Hengji replied with a smile, Uncle Jiang is in good health. This slight issue is of no consequence. However, had the noble consort chosen this garment, the needles would have pierced her entirely, and her life would be in grave danger. Zhang Li's face turned ashen, and she opened her mouth to protest, but she found Jiang Sun's Xiao Hengji continued, if anything were to happen to the noble consort here in the Zhang residence, it would not be a simple matter. The current political strife within the court is relentless. Uncle Jiang, being upright and unaligned with any faction, would undoubtedly face impeachment as a result. And the Crown Prince has long sought to pull you into his fold. It would force you to align with him to safeguard the Zhang family amidst the court's turmoil. This discourse struck a chord within Jiang Sun, and even Jiang Wan stood speechless. Xiao Hengji, a mere commoner and still a youth, how could he possess such insight into courtly affairs? Could it be that he bore memories of a past life, Chapter 14 Only adoring His Highness the Crown Prince, go and dispose of that attire at once. Jiang Sun bellowed at the servants. Then, with a grave expression, she turned to Jiang Li and said, Lear, follow me. Jiang Li shot an angry glare at Jiang Wan and Xiao Qingji before trailing behind Jiang Sun, her heart fluttering with anxiety, fearful of impending punishment. Jiang Wan tilted her head, casting a sharp look at Xiao Qingji and inquired, how do you come to know about court affairs? Xiao Qingji paused momentarily, responding nonchalantly, isn't it all stated in the stories? Upright ministers are invariably subjected to schemes of impeachment. I merely happened to hit the mark. However, Jiang Wan clearly remained unconvinced, scrutinizing him intently as she challenged, no, you specifically mentioned the Crown Prince's desire to enlist my father. How did you come by this information? Xiao Qingji discerned her growing suspicion, realizing that Jiang Wan was not easily deceived at this moment, yet, revealing that he had been reborn might provoke her to take drastic measures against him. This was not an option. His gaze wandered, landing on a towering stone pillar in the courtyard. After a moment of contemplation, he replied with his usual composure, in the 13th year of Qiyuan, during the birthday banquet of the Pingnan Marquis, His Highness the Crown Prince traveled a great distance to present a rare stone as a birthday gift. Subsequently, Uncle Jiang hosted a banquet for guests, and the Pingnan Marquis presented a similar stone. Such actions, upon deeper reflection, yield certain deductions. Judging by Uncle Jiang's earlier response, I must have guessed correctly. Jiang Wan regarded him with a mixture of belief and skepticism. His words rang true. The Pingnan Marquis had maintained a close relationship with the Jiang family for many years, and since Ningji sought to win over the Marquis, he had often used him to gauge her father's stance. If one were to observe the subtleties, it would not be surprising to uncover a few truths. In his past life, Xiao Qingji had the ability to infiltrate the palace, suggesting he possessed the acumen to sense the shifting tides. Yet, she could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. The current Xiao Qingji appeared excessively calm, a stark contrast to the personality she had known, resembling more the Regent. But if he truly were the Regent, how could he tolerate her repeated humiliations? Or perhaps her understanding of Xiao Qingji in her past life had been too superficial, failing to grasp his true nature. Amid her tumultuous thoughts, several figures emerged from the side chamber. Mo Ping, accompanied by a few maidservants, was helping Wen Qian outside, with Li Jing walking alongside. Jiang Sun hurried over to inquire, how is the young lady? Is her injury severe? Li Jing shook his head. The physician said it is not serious, she merely needs to recuperate. However, this place has caused her distress, it would be best for her to return home to rest. Jiang Sun sighed, feeling a profound sense of guilt. The Jiang family bears full responsibility for today's incident. We shall rectify this. Li Jing raised a hand to interrupt her. Let us wait until the young lady regains consciousness to discuss it. Jiang Sun perceived the underlying meaning in his words and noted his displeasure. Although Wen Qian was no longer favored, her status as the young lady of the heir was significant. Jiang Li's act of disrespect could be interpreted as a personal vendetta or, on a larger scale, an affront to authority. Li Jing, despite often joking with the Jiang family, was the heir of the Pingnan Marquis. Such matters that touched upon family honor were within his rights to address firmly. His mere display of displeasure was already a significant act of tolerance. Thus, Jiang Sun bowed respectfully. Nonetheless, this incident arose from the Jiang family. A punishment is warranted. Father Jiang Li, wishing to argue further, was silenced by a glance from Jiang Xun. Li Jing cast a brief look at Jiang Wan, saying nothing as he prepared to leave. Jiang Wan sensed his displeasure and hurriedly followed, explaining, we shall extend our apologies in due time, the young lady will surely recover. You are aware of Jiang Li's temperament, do not let her actions anger you. Li Jing halted, turning to her, I am indeed angered by Jiang Li's conduct, but do you grasp how hurtful your words were today? He clenched his teeth, as if he had much to say, yet ultimately turned away in a huff. Jiang Wan stood rooted, watching his retreating figure, suddenly reminded of Li Jing in her past life. Back then, as a general, he would occasionally encounter her in the palace, observing her from a distance, while he had a beloved young lady. He squandered precious moments in her presence. Jiang Wan sighed, vowing to prevent history from repeating itself in this life. Xiao Qingji watched her gaze follow Li Jing to the door, stepping forward with displeasure to obstruct her line of sight. Jiang Wan was compelled to focus on him, smirking. Do you have something to say? Xiao Qingji glanced at the physician just emerging from the side chamber, quietly asking, Second miss, the medicinal supplies from a few days ago have been depleted. Could you ask the physician for more? His voice carried a hint of pleading and grievance, his expression pitiful. Jiang Wan found it challenging to discern whether he was feigning innocence. A sudden thought crossed her mind. If Xiao Qingji truly possessed memories from his past life, there was one matter he would be unable to accept. With a sly smile, she replied, Certainly, but you must tell father that you do not wish to marry me, and I will find you the finest physician, never punishing you again. Xiao Qingji hesitated. That may not be. Jiang Wan continued. Initially, I feigned affection for you merely to withdraw from the engagement with the Xie family. Would you like to know why I sought to dissolve that engagement? Xiao Qingji regarded her, slowly shaking his head. Jiang Wan beamed brightly. Because I adore His Highness the Crown Prince, I wish to wed him. this was a humiliation from Xiao Qingji's past life, one Jiangwan vividly recalled Ningji's tragic fate. If Xiao Qingji were indeed the regent, he could not possibly remain indifferent to such a revelation, yet, as she observed him for an extended period, all she discerned in Xiao Qingji's eyes was a faint glimmer of disappointment, devoid of any other emotional fluctuations. Jiangwan pondered whether she had not expressed her sentiments deeply enough. She thus continued, in the past, I committed grave errors, missing my chance with him. Now, I refuse to let go of the one I love. In this life, I shall only cherish His Highness the Crown Prince. Chapter 15. No killing in the Jiang residence. Her words flowed with an enchanting tenderness, as sweet as honey, yet, Xiao Hengji remained unresponsive, merely lowering his gaze and taking a step back, responding politely, I was unaware of the second Miss's sentiments, but now I am enlightened. Jiangwan scrutinized his expression from side to side, calm and serene, revealing only disappointment and dejection, devoid of any trace of anger. His demeanor was impeccable, and his words were courteous, utterly ordinary. This allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed she had indeed been tormented by the regent to the point of paranoia. Very well, you may leave now. I am weary today and lack the energy to punish you. She waved her hand dismissively. Xiao Hengji bowed his head and slowly retreated into the room. The moment the door closed, a shadow seemed to descend over his gaze, his fingertips pressing against the door, turning pale. He was uncertain how he had managed to suppress his feelings, even knowing that Jiang Wan's words were a test. An undercurrent of anxiety still surged within him. What if she truly harbored feelings for Ningji? In a few days, the Empress would host a banquet. If she genuinely aspired to become the crown princess, with the means from her past life, she could easily capture the Empress's favor. At that point, how could he retain her? Just as he pondered, a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, he found Roland standing there, carrying a basin of clean water, a towel, and some medicine. Young Master Xiao, I noticed you seemed somewhat unsteady on your feet, so I specifically brought some medicine for your injuries. Xiao Hengji turned and entered the room, responding indifferently, place it on the table. Yes, Roland complied, entering the room but not leaving. Seated on a chair, Xiao Hengji inquired, is there anything else? Young master, Roland spoke softly, her voice laced with a hint of seduction, you see, you are injured. If you require, I could assist you in recuperating. Xiao Hengji lifted his gaze to her, raising an eyebrow, and how do you propose to assist me? Seeing his response, Roland's eyes brightened, and she moved closer, smiling as she replied, whatever young master wishes, Roland shall comply. Oh? Then help me apply the medicine. Yes. He let out a soft hum as he watched Roland carefully immerse the towel in the water, gently slipping his robe down past his shoulders, wiping and applying the ointment with utmost care. Xiao Hengji's broad shoulders and straight back, with slightly bent arms, revealed muscles that were both firm and well-defined. Roland's gaze sharpened, her cheeks flushed instantly, and she unconsciously bit her lip, her eyes shimmering with shyness. With a gentle smile, she softly said, young Master Xiao, should you ever require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Roland will certainly do her utmost. The second Miss is headstrong, while you, young master, are of gentle disposition. Should you ever feel troubled, you may confide in Roland. No sooner had she spoken than she felt her waistband suddenly tugged forward by his fingers. Their eyes met, and her heart raced as if it might leap from her throat. Young master, she stammered. Xiao Hengji's lips curled into a teasing smile as he playfully pulled at her waistband. The colorful ribbon at her waist fluttered like a flower, captivating all who beheld it. He lifted his gaze, speaking languidly, this flower-embellished waistband is quite exquisite. Roland's heart raced, leaving her breathless as she stuttered, if the young master likes it, I could give it to you. As she reached to untie it, Xiao Hengji raised an eyebrow, like? What I desire is the owner of this waistband. Roland's expression froze, and she looked up in disbelief, what? In an instant, Xiao Hengji twisted his wrist, swiftly removing her waistband. Without waiting for her to react, he pinned her wrist against the table, pulling out a dagger poised to strike. Do not! Roland trembled, watching as the dagger descended between her fingers. Had it strayed even slightly, it would have severed her digits. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead as her legs quaked. Her eyes, filled with terror, were fixed on Xiao Hengji as he spoke with chilling indifference. This item was purchased by the second Miss from the moonlit pavilion long ago. Time has passed, and she may have forgotten, yet you have taken it for your own use, have you not? His tone was unsettling, entirely unlike his usual affability. Roland could not fathom why he had transformed so drastically. She attempted to explain, but fear rendered her speechless. A few days prior, while organizing the storeroom, she had noticed several boxes of discarded belts and shoes belonging to Jiang Wan. Driven by a desire for beauty, she had taken this particular belt, believing it would go unnoticed, yet, she was taken aback that Xiao Hengji remembered Jiang Wan's possessions so vividly. In the silence that ensued, Xiao Hengji had already drawn the dagger and tapped her cheek with it. Such unclean hands, tell me, what should be done? Terrified, she fell to her knees, repeatedly bowing her head. She stammered, I was momentarily blinded, I will return it at once. Her forehead pressed to the ground, she dared not raise her head, catching a glimpse of the man squatting before her, toying with the dagger. Instantly, she retracted her hands, her body bristling with fear, her scalp prickling. Xiao Hengji grasped her hair, forcing her to look up, while the dagger propped her chin, asking, Did you just say that the second miss is headstrong? Ruolin lowered her gaze, uncertain if it was cold sweat or tears of fear that stained her cheeks, choking out, I merely meant that I have seen the second miss frequently punish you. Upon hearing this, the man before her fell silent, yet she could feel the dagger pressing gradually against her throat. In a panic, she quickly corrected herself, it was a slip of the tongue, I have never seen the second miss punish you. Only then did Xiao Hengji cease his movement. He leaned closer, one hand pressing on her shoulder, his voice low and dangerous, listen well, no matter how she treats me, it matters not. Even if she were to carve my flesh to feed the hounds, I would endure it. He paused for effect, a cold smile gracing his lips, you should be grateful that I do not kill in the Jiang residence. Ruolin met his gaze, the sound of cracking bones echoing in her ears. She trembled, terror gripping her heart. She had never imagined that the usually gentle and refined Xiao Hengji, who allowed himself to be bullied by Jiang Wan, could be so fearsome. The following morning, Granny Su distributed the monthly allowance to the maids and servants in the backyard. As was customary, Rueju received the silver, glancing around before asking, Granny, why is Ruolin not here today? Granny Su, she looked rather pitiful, so I let her go early today. Rueju nodded silently. After collecting her silver, she intended to clean Xiao Hengji's room when she spotted Jiang Wan pacing at the door, glancing around. She hurried over and inquired, Second miss, what brings you here, are you looking for young Master Xiao? Jiang Wan, startled by her voice, turned and replied, Oh, yes, where is he? I did not see him when I arrived today. He is likely in the front hall. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Hengji emerged from the front hall. Jiang Wan stepped forward, ready to speak, but noticed some water stains and mud on the hem of his garment. It had not rained in the past few days, where could he have been? Suddenly, she recalled that Xiao Hengji's influence in the palace could not have been established overnight. Could it be that he was already scheming something in secret? Unable to suppress her curiosity, she asked, Xiao Hengji, you didn't sneak out last night, did you? Xiao Hengji paused momentarily before calmly countering, What do you mean by that, second miss? Why would I venture out at night? She scrutinized the stains on his garment, moving closer, even catching a faint whiff of the earthy scent of grass and wood, as if he had spent considerable time in the wilderness. Where exactly did you go? Jiang Wan pressed again. Chapter 16 of Fruit and Chicken Soup. Under her penetrating gaze, Xiao Hengji remained unflustered, responding with remarkable composure. This morning, I took a stroll through the marketplace. The vibrant array of flowers, birds, fruits, and vegetables was delightful. Even the fish brought by the vendors were freshly caught, thrashing about in their bamboo baskets, some tumbling to the ground, splashing water onto my shoes, creating quite a lively scene. Having spoken, he turned his gaze towards Jiang Wan, his eyes shining brightly. If the second miss is curious, perhaps you might join me tomorrow for another visit? His explanation was indeed plausible. Jiang Wan averted her gaze and waved her hand dismissively. Never mind that. I sought you out today for a specific matter, come with me. She sidestepped him and strode forward, the wind lifting her hair and brushing against his shoulder, leaving a trace of fragrance in its wake. Xiao Hengji followed closely behind, his eyes fixated on her silhouette, growing increasingly captivated. The faint scent lingered at his nostrils, penetrating deep into his heart, stirring a tumult of emotions. Unbidden, memories of their past life flashed before his mind. Jiang Wan, pinned beneath him, struggling, gradually yielding, the defiance in her eyes dissolving bit by bit. He watched as her expression became more entranced, methodically breaching her defenses, swallowing every gasp she uttered. Those scenes etched themselves into his memory like a poison, each recollection a torment of heat and longing. He found himself unconsciously quickening his pace, nearly colliding with her shoulder. Just then, Jiang Wan stopped abruptly, casting a cool glance back at him. Her calm and restrained demeanor doused him like a bucket of cold water. Xiao Hengji halted, his throat constricting, reason snapping back into place. Wait here, she instructed before entering the kitchen alone. Moments later, she emerged with a bowl of something unidentifiable, a pungent odor wafting towards him, mingled with a hint of rotting fruit. He furrowed his brow. What is this, second miss? Observing his expression, Jiang Wan pouted. Just eat it. Xiao Hengji widened his eyes in disbelief. Could this possibly have been fished out of the slop bucket? Jiang Wan pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Just then, Song Shuang approached, chuckling, This is the result of the second Mrs. labor today, called fruit and chicken soup, but no one dares to taste it. Would you care to give it a try, Master Xiao? Several servants gathered around, their eyes filled with curiosity. Xiao Hengji picked up a piece of meat with chopsticks, coated in a dark red sauce, and upon closer inspection, he discerned some charred remnants mixed in. He hesitated, wondering what Jiang Wan had included. She had never cooked soup before. What had inspired her to take on this endeavor? Yet, it was her first attempt, and to refuse it would be to belittle her efforts. Slowly, he opened his mouth, hesitating for a moment before finally placing it between his lips. Song Shuang's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "How is it? What does it taste like?" Jiang Wan held her breath, her heart racing, waiting for his verdict. However, Xiao Hengji chewed slowly, pausing to reflect before eventually speaking. "Second miss, perhaps it would be best if you refrained from cooking in the future." Her expression froze, disappointment washing over her. Although Song Shuang stifled her laughter, she discreetly moved away with the other servants to spare the young lady any embarrassment. Seeing her disheartened, Xiao Hengji spoke softly. "It is only natural that the second miss, not frequently in the kitchen, is somewhat unaccustomed to it. If you desire a dish, it would be better to have the kitchen prepare it rather than laboring over it yourself." Jiang Wan shot him a sidelong glance. "What do you know? This is the dish His Royal Highness loves most. I always wanted to learn how to make it for him, but I never had the chance." She abruptly halted, glaring at him, an unprovoked ire igniting within her. "It's all your fault," she exclaimed, turning on her heel and heading back to the kitchen with the stew. Xiao Hengji stood frozen in place, momentarily stunned. Regaining his composure, he watched her busily working in the kitchen, an apron tied around her waist, meticulously slicing fruit. She looked every bit the diligent mistress of the household, her focus almost reverent. And all this labor was merely to prepare a dish favored by Ningji. Why should he be able to receive everything from her effortlessly? Each act of devotion she rendered to Ningji was a reminder of what he could never attain. Xiao Hengji clenched his fists, jealousy bubbling up within him, a bitter sensation threatening to choke him. In just 2 days, the Empress would summon a banquet, and she would undoubtedly go to meet Ningji. He had to find a way. Jiang Wan remained engrossed in her work, completely oblivious to the fact that Xiao Hengji had quietly left the estate. After a while, and Wan approached, standing outside the kitchen door. With a hint of displeasure, she remarked, "The second miss seems to be quite taken with her culinary pursuits, while your elder sister has spent the entire night kneeling in the ancestral hall, barely able to stand now." Jiang Wan's expression darkened instantly, halting her movements and throwing the knife onto the cutting board. She turned to respond, "Are you blaming me, Aunt? If she hadn't conspired against the young lady of the air, would she need to be punished?" Aunt Wan, noticing the knife still resting in front of Jiang Wan, felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation. Stifling her impatience, she huffed and turned to leave. Jiang Wan, disrupted by the encounter, lost her motivation to continue with the remaining fruit. She picked up the bowl of soup and poured its contents into the refuse bucket. Her father's blatant favoritism towards Jiang Li would inevitably lead to trouble. Given Aunt Wan's demeanor, it seemed unlikely she would accompany Jiang Li to apologize. "Enough of this, the Jiang family can do without me," Jiang Wan resolved, deciding she would personally pay a visit. At the Pingnan Marquette, Li Zhijing sat alone in the tea room, reflecting on the words Jiang Wan had spoken the previous day. He was not one to dismiss reason. He understood that Jiang Wan meant well, wishing to spare him from being gossiped about as a debauched scion. Yet, he could not surmount the barrier that separated them. Jiang Wan was acutely aware of what mattered most to him, yet she had still managed to wound him so deeply, pushing him away without a trace of compassion. She was no longer the Jiang Wan he once knew. He clenched the teacup, a profound bitterness settling in his heart. Just as he contemplated stepping outside for some fresh air, a young servant rushed in, exclaiming, "Young master! Your horse has arrived, it looks splendid." The sound of a horse whinnying echoed from outside the courtyard. Li Zhijing's heart lifted, and he rose to head outside, only to come to an abrupt halt. That horse had been sought out specifically for Jiang Wan, who had expressed a desire to learn to ride a few months prior. Given the distressing events that had unfolded, it seemed unnecessary to present it to her now. The young servant, oblivious to the shift in mood, noticed his somber expression and asked, "Why does the young master look so displeased?" Li Zhijing shook his head. "It's nothing, just take the horse to the stable." "Understood," the servant replied, scratching his head in confusion before carrying out the order. Li Zhijing stood in the corridor, his gaze inadvertently drawn to the side room. Since returning home yesterday, he had yet to check on Wen Xian, unaware of the state of her injuries. Initially, he had assumed she was like the rest of her family, hypocritical and cunning, but the fact that a mere Jiang Li could inflict such harm on her suggested she was indeed vulnerable. Having been raised in such a complicated household, it was surprising that she was so ill-equipped to navigate domestic affairs. It was no wonder even the servants dared to treat her with disrespect. He muttered to himself how rare it was for someone to reach such an age unscathed. While lost in thought, he had already made his way to the side room's entrance. pushing the door open, he was greeted by silence, save for the soft rustling of fabric from within the bedroom. He stepped carefully, inadvertently bumping into a chair, causing a noise.
Mo Ping? Come in.
When Qian's voice called from inside. Li Jijing approached, about to speak, when he saw her behind the screen, her thin garment slipping down to her waist, hanging loosely at her elbows. He felt a rush of embarrassment, averting his gaze and turning to leave, only to find Mo Ping entering with a salve in hand. "Young master, what brings you here?" she asked as she entered. Before she could finish her sentence, the sound of someone kneeling echoed from behind the screen, followed by Wen Qian's soft voice. "I didn't realize it was you, young master. I was quite rude just now." Seeing her cautious demeanor, Li Jijing furrowed his brow.
"Am I truly so frightening that you must be this anxious?" When Qian replied, Mo Ping knelt to explain.
Ever since the young lady returned, she has felt ashamed for causing the young master embarrassment at the Jiang residence, which has made her increasingly cautious. Li Jijing lowered his gaze to the salve in her hands, then glanced back at Wen Qian kneeling within.
He bent down to retrieve it, addressing Mo Ping, "You may leave now."
Chapter 17. The brash young man, Li Jijing. Mo Ping was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing Li Jijing stepping behind the screen. Wen Qian remained kneeling, and as he approached, she lowered her head even further. "Please rise," he gently urged, then opened the ointment.
"Allow me to tend to your wounds."
Wen Qian complied, standing up, her eyes betraying a flicker of confusion. Why had the air suddenly? Li Jijing inhaled the scent of the ointment before directing his gaze to the couch, indicating for her to take a seat. He continued, "There is no need for you to overthink this. I simply believe that my second sister is correct. We are not enemies. Moreover, you delivered clothing to me yesterday, for which I must express my gratitude." His tone was soft and subdued, devoid of any discernible emotion. It was entirely proper and respectful, a veneer of politeness masking deeper sentiments. As he prepared to apply the ointment, when Qian hesitated, pulling her garment slightly down. However, as soon as her shoulder was partially exposed, she hastily tugged at her clothing, her complexion tinged with a faint blush. "My lord, perhaps it is better if Mo Ping assists instead." Li Jijing noticed her shyness and was about to relent when a servant suddenly announced, "My lord, Miss Jiang Er has arrived." He paused momentarily, instinctively wanting to greet her. After taking a few steps, he halted again, his heart in turmoil. He desired to see her yet dreaded hearing words he wished to avoid. His emotions felt as though they had been crumpled like burnt paper, tightly clenched in his chest. He knew she was right, he was married and should have laid aside his feelings, yet how could he simply forget? Turning his head, he glanced at Wen Qian, a flicker of guilt passing through him, quickly suppressed by a rebellious thought. He tightened his grip on the ointment bottle and, sitting at the edge of the bed, commanded, "Let her in." As soon as he spoke, Wen Qian felt the fabric of her garment being pulled back slightly, followed by a chill. Her heart raced, and she turned to see Li Jijing applying the ointment. The coolness of the ointment against her skin ignited an inner warmth, but she could tell he was distracted, his movements careless and indifferent. She surmised that his thoughts were occupied with Jiang Wan, and this moment of tenderness was merely an act of defiance. Biting her lower lip, she lowered her gaze to mask her disappointment. Before long, Jiang Wan entered the room. Upon stepping inside, she immediately spotted Li Jijing seated there, the ointment bottle carelessly held in his hand, its opening slightly tilted, clearly unconcerned about the possibility of spilling its contents. Recognizing that he was merely putting on a facade, Jiang Wan chose not to expose him, instead standing at the doorway to observe him as he tended to Wen Qian. Wen Qian felt a pang of embarrassment and softly reminded, "My lord, Miss Jiang Er has arrived." Li Jijing did not respond, not even lifting his eyelids. Once he finished applying the ointment, he slowly stood, his demeanor cool and detached.
"Did you come here for something?" Jiang Wan, observing his indifferent demeanor, felt a surge of unnameable anger rise within her.
He was still the same as before. Whenever he was upset, he would adopt this infuriating attitude. However, she refrained from chastising or expressing her anger, instead speaking in a calm tone, "I came to visit the young lady, inquiring if her injuries have improved." Li Jijing replied in a tone that was neither warm nor cold, "Uncle Jiang has already visited. There is no need for you to concern yourself." Having said this, he assisted Wen Qian to her feet, his voice gentle, "The sun is warm today, let me accompany you for a walk in the courtyard." He stepped outside, not affording Wen Qian the opportunity to speak. Jiang Wan followed closely behind, explaining to Wen Qian, "My elder sister knelt all night, making it difficult for her to walk today. I came specifically to apologize to the young lady. I hope she can overlook past grievances." Wen Qian softly replied, "It is of no consequence, what has happened has transpired, and she has already faced her punishment. I believe she understands her mistake." Once she finished speaking, Li Jijing urged her to move along. Jiang Wan, feeling somewhat displeased, stepped forward, saying, I merely came to apologize to the young lady. If you wish to avoid seeing me, you could simply reject me at the door instead of using the young lady as a shield to treat me with disdain. Li Jing finally turned around to face her. If my demeanor troubles you so, did you ever consider my feelings when you spoke those words?
Were my words truly erroneous?
You are not wrong. How could you be at fault? You are entirely correct. I am married now, and all our past should be put aside. You two are to marry.
There should be no further connection between us.
His voice grew increasingly agitated, and Jiang Wan felt her own temper flare given the years of their shared past. She should not be quarreling with such a brash young man, yet he had truly vexed her. Li Jing, if you cannot comprehend this, let us not even remain friends in the future. Li Jing stood frozen, speechless. The atmosphere thickened, akin to a tightly drawn bowstring, neither willing to relent. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Wan collected herself. After a brief moment, she addressed Wen Xian, since the young lady is unharmed, I shall not intrude any longer. Her words spoken, she turned to leave. Li Jing watched her retreating figure, his gaze following her until she disappeared beyond the door. Wen Xian stood in a daze, observing the argument that had just transpired between them, feeling a twinge of envy. After encountering Jiang Wan, she realized that Li Jing was drawn to such vibrant and expressive women. That in contrast, her own nature was one of passivity and timidity, suggesting she could never hope to enter his heart. Li Jing snapped back to attention, noticing that Wen Xian remained rooted to the spot. His own frustrations simmered beneath the surface, and her timid demeanor only exacerbated his irritation. Were it not for the family's reputation, he would have considered seeking a divorce. The warm sun bathed the courtyard, and Wen Xian felt an itch at her back where the injury was, accompanied by occasional stabs of pain. Seeing her discomfort, Mo Ping quickly inquired, Young lady, would you like to return to your room to rest? Wen Xian nodded. Just as she was about to leave, Li Jing spoke brusquely, as the young lady of the Pingnan Marquisate, you may act with a bit of arrogance without fear of reproach. If you continue to be overly soft-hearted, others may think my family can be easily manipulated. Should such matters arise again, I will not be there to intervene. Though he did not raise his voice, his words left Wen Xian feeling somewhat flustered. She lowered her gaze, her hands tightly clutching her sleeves, and replied softly, Your words ring true, my lord. Li Jing did not look at her, striding out with his mind preoccupied by Jiang Wan's earlier remark about not even being friends in the future. He knew she was genuinely angry. In the past, he would have brought her gifts to appease her within half a day, but now he felt utterly miserable, torn between the desire to seek her out and the belief that he no longer had the right to do so. If he approached her, it would likely only serve to irritate her further. With a furrowed brow, he rounded a corner of the corridor and spotted a group of people entering. At the forefront was a man dressed in dark red official robes, a round yellow pearl cap atop his head. He was none other than Wei Chunlai, a close attendant of the Empress. Chapter 18 What worthwhile man is worth the effort? Li Jing adjusted his demeanor and approached with a respectful bow, inquiring, What brings you here, Your Excellency? Wei Chunlai, with a bent back, returned the gesture politely, stating, I have come on behalf of Her Majesty the Empress to convey a message to the young master. Li Jing tilted his head to glance at the adjoining chamber and replied, The young mistress is feeling somewhat unwell. Is there something of great importance? Wei Chunlai extended his hand and said, Since the young mistress is resting, it would be best not to disturb her. It is sufficient for you to receive the decree. He then produced a scroll and read aloud, Recently, a collection of rare porcelain must be presented, specifically during the September festival, known as Hanlu. The ancient tradition calls for a banquet at Joyua Mountain Villa, inviting you to appreciate the exquisite offerings and participate in the royal banquet. We hope you will attend. Li Jing rose to take the scroll and asked, Your Excellency, I recall that Joyua Mountain Villa is a place for the Empress Dowager's repose. Why has the Empress suddenly chosen to host a banquet there? Wei Chunlai leaned closer and whispered, A few days ago, an incident occurred at the villa's Buddhist hall, which left the Empress Dowager ill with fright. The Empress is hosting the banquet in hopes of uplifting the Dowager's spirits and allowing everyone to pay their respects to Buddha. Li Jing nodded slowly and spoke, I have indeed heard of this. It seems that during the Dowager's prayers, the eyes of the golden Buddha unexpectedly fell out. Indeed, it is quite ominous, Wei Chunlai sighed. The Dowager has long reproached herself for having, consequently, she fell ill upon returning home, and the physician has diagnosed it as a case of heartache. Li Jing nodded, fully aware of the Dowager's deep concern for her beloved grandson. Many in the court had received orders to discreetly search for him. Recently, there were rumors of traces of the golden silk jade talisman in Nanyang, prompting a throng to rush there to investigate, as it was a token associated with her grandson. Yet, many days had passed, and no news had emerged. After so many years, even if the talisman were found, the person may no longer be, Li Jing murmured.
Cough, cough.
Wei Chunlai lightly cleared his throat, casting a glance behind him. Observing the group of young eunuchs following Wei, Li Zhijing realized that such conversations were best left unspoken and thus changed his tone. The dowager's compassionate heart shall surely be rewarded. Wei Chunlai bowed once more, saying, "The message has been delivered, young master.
I shall take my leave now."
"Safe travels, your excellency," Li Zhijing replied after conveying the message. Wei Chunlai led his entourage towards the Jiang residence. Meanwhile, Jiang Man was still wandering the bustling streets. The cold wind swept through the alley, gently tousling her loose hair. She lowered her gaze, her thoughts drifting back to many moments shared with Li Zhijing Dai in her childhood. When she fell into a pond, he had jumped in without a second thought to save her. Soaked to the skin, his small frame wrapped in wet garments, he had proudly declared, "With me around, my little sister shall not come to harm." At that time, she had only found it amusing, unaware that his heart had been tethered to her from such a young age. As they grew older, his protective ways remained unchanged. When the duke's son teased her with drunken jests, Li Zhijing had rushed in without hesitation, leaving that boy battered and bruised, enduring several days of punishment for it. She had laughed at his recklessness, yet he had merely replied, "I do not care, whoever bullies you shall feel my wrath." On another occasion, when Jiang Li had swapped her dress, causing her to appear ridiculous before the guests, their elders had chastised her for her lack of decorum. Li Zhijing had stepped forth from the crowd, kneeling before her to adjust her skirt as if to cheer her up, saying, "What does it matter if the dress does not fit?
My little sister looks beautiful in anything." His kindness was untainted, a genuine affection. She understood this, yet in those days, she had grown accustomed to his care, to the certainty that whenever she turned, he would be there for her without reservation. A pang of bitterness surged in Jiang Man's heart. All these years, Li Zhijing had remained unchanged, still that spirited youth, standing up for her and shielding her from the storms of life. Her words on that day had been somewhat harsh, and she did not blame him for taking offense. However, their paths in life had long diverged, and to continue entangling themselves would serve neither of them well. Jiang Man exhaled slowly, raising her eyes to the distant sunlight streaming down, and began to walk back. They each had their own destinies to pursue and should not remain mired in the past. As she walked, she noticed a vendor passing by with a burden on his shoulders. The basket contained fresh fruit, looking quite enticing. She hastened over and asked, "Good sir, may I have a few of those fruits?" "Certainly, my lady." The vendor swiftly cut a length of hemp rope, securing the fruits before handing them to her. As Jiang Man accepted the fruits, she pondered, "The flavor of the chicken soup today was off. Perhaps the fruit was stewed too long. Next time, I must ensure it is cooked just right, as Ningji dislikes overly strong fruity flavors." Contemplating this, her heart fluttered gently. In just a few days, there would be a banquet, and she would finally see Ning Zhi to it should go smoothly. Lost in thought, she passed by a pharmacy and suddenly spotted a familiar figure. "Xiao Hangji," she exclaimed, halting in surprise. The individual indeed turned, revealing himself to be him. She furrowed her brow slightly, curious. "What brings you here? Are you buying medicine?" Xiao Hangji lowered his eyelashes, twirling the medicine bottle between his fingers, and discreetly concealed it, "Just strolling through the market, passing by this place." After speaking, his gaze fell upon the fruits in her hand, a faint dissatisfaction rising within him. "Are you heading back to cook?" Jiang Man lifted the fruits and smiled, her eyes curving like the crescent moon. "Yes, practice makes perfect." "Practice makes perfect." A fitting phrase indeed, Xiao Hangji muttered, feeling a twinge of irritation. Suddenly, Jiang Man recalled something and spoke, "By the way, the fabric I ordered a few days ago has arrived. I need to cut a dress today. Would you accompany me to have a look?" "Why not ask Song Shuang to go?" he replied. "I asked her to help me make sachets." Her smile radiated like morning dew, bright and refreshing, yet it left Xiao Hangji feeling quite unsettled. In her eagerness to meet Ningji, she busied herself with cooking and shopping for garments to make sachets. What was it about that man that made her invest so much thought? His jaw tightened slightly, unwillingly following her as she skipped along with joy. "Here we are," Jiang Man announced. Xiao Hangji looked up to find they had arrived at the tailor shop. The establishment buzzed with activity, attendants attending to customers, bolts of fabric spread out on the tables, and the sound of measuring tape snapping against the fabric echoed in the air. The shopkeeper, standing at the front, organized the accounts while greeting patrons. "Esteemed guests, do you have any fabric you ordered?" Jiang Man presented her receipt, and after a quick glance, the shopkeeper smiled. "Ah, Miss Jiang. Please wait a moment, I will fetch it for you." With so many customers in the shop, once the shopkeeper retrieved the fabric, he was quickly called away by another patron, leaving Jiang Man waiting. She gazed down at the brocade in her hands, its sheen exquisite, yet with the shop so busy, she wondered when it would be her turn for fitting. She frowned slightly. "Shopkeeper, will I be able to get measured today?" "Miss Jiang, the shop is truly overwhelmed today. Perhaps it would be better to return in a few days for the fitting? Jiang Man's brow furrowed as she calculated the time. That won't do, I need it ready before then. The shopkeeper, caught in a dilemma, turned to Xiao Hangji. Perhaps this young sir could assist with the measurements? Otherwise, it may take quite some time. Let him do it? Before the words could fully escape, another customer shouted nearby. The shopkeeper hastily shoved the measuring tape into Xiao Hangji's hands and hurried away without a backward glance. Xiao Hangji looked down at the tape in his hands, measuring. To help Jiang Man fit a dress to meet Ning Ji, he tightened his grip, the suppressed emotions within him beginning to overflow. Chapter 19 In Measurements. Jiang Wan pursed her lips, casting a skeptical glance at him. Can you really measure? Xiao Hangji suppressed his emotions and unceremoniously led her to the back of the counter, picking up a ruler and softly instruct. How many times had his hands measured her form, from collarbone to waistline? Every subtle change was etched in his mind, yet now, he found himself personally measuring her, merely to facilitate her meeting with another man. Frustration and anger churned within him. He wished to pin her down right there, rendering her unable to meet Ning Ji. Ideally, she would be red-eyed, weeping and pleading, calling out to him, Jiang Wan, do not think of other men. Xiao Hangji leaned closer, the ruler gliding from her shoulder to her wrist, his fingertips brushing against her skin, deliberate yet seemingly accidental. Jiang Wan held her breath, sensing an inexplicable tension in the air, and instinctively withdrew her hand slightly. Don't move. His voice was low, whispering in her ear. The ruler slid across her waist, his knuckles bending slightly as if inadvertently pressing against her. The soft contact made his breath hitch. Xiao Hangji lowered his gaze, battling the tumultuous feelings rising within him. With every inch of proximity, his desires surged ever more fiercely. Done. He suddenly retracted the ruler, his tone returning to calm. Jiang Wan exhaled in relief, stepping back to create distance. Is this sufficient? She lowered her head to adjust her sleeves, oblivious to the tempest of emotions swirling in his eyes. Yes. Xiao Hangji smiled, his tone composed, yet his grip on the ruler turned white-knuckled. After several seconds, he gradually released it. I'll write the measurements for the shopkeeper. His voice was steady, though it carried an undercurrent of restrained coldness. Jiang Wan remained unaware, her heart brimming with the joy of the upcoming banquet. The two exited the shop side by side, the clamor of the marketplace flooding their ears. Jiang Wan was in high spirits, humming a cheerful tune, while Xiao Hangji remained silent, trailing beside her. Seeing her so delighted by Ning Ji's presence reignited his irritation and possessiveness. Walk faster. Jiang Wan urged. Xiao Hangji pursed his lips and quickened his pace to catch up. Upon returning to the Jiang residence, Song Shuang hurried forward. Miss, a eunuch from the palace just came by. He said that on the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the Empress will host a banquet at Zhuoyua Mountain Villa and has invited you. Jiang Wan's eyes sparkled with joy as she inquired, is my sachet ready? Yes, it is. With that, she took Jiang Wan to the backyard. Xiao Hangji watched her radiant figure, a flicker of darkness crossing his gaze. Beneath his sleeves, his fingers gently caressed a medicinal vial. Just as he stepped into the courtyard, he hesitated and turned silently to leave. 2 days later, the tailor delivered the new garments. Jiang Wan excitedly sifted through the clothing, trying on one after another. White, red, silk, and gauze, all styles scattered across the floor. She scrutinized her reflection in the bronze mirror, her brows slightly furrowed. The fit was perfect, yet, the figure in the mirror was strikingly beautiful, yet she felt dissatisfaction. These clothes were of a style favored by Ning Ji, but at the banquet, she needed to catch the Empress's eye first. The Empress favored light-colored, simple garments, and this brocade white would suffice. However, if the Empress saw her in something too plain, she might take offense. The pink was delicate but carried a hint of vulgarity. She muttered softly, her gaze flitting around the mirror, clearly torn. At Song Shuang, tidying the scattered outfits nearby, couldn't help but ask, Miss, you have never been this attentive before when entering the palace. What's different this time? She chuckled softly. Naturally, I wish to leave a good impression before the Empress. Unbeknownst to others, she was aware that at this banquet, the Empress would also be selecting a crown princess, and Ning Ji would be observing the various ladies from behind the curtain. In her past life, her approach to Ning Ji was humble and degrading. In this life, she intended to stand by his side openly and proudly. No longer would she bow her head or conceal her feelings. Confident in her understanding of Ning Ji, she was certain she could captivate his heart at first glance. By then, a mere Xiao Hangji, without any official status or blessings, would see this fragile engagement naturally dissolve after she underwent the royal examination. Once she became the crown princess, she would shower Ning Ji with countless kindnesses, compensating for everything from her past, aiding him in ascending the throne. At this thought, Jiang Wan's gaze became distant, and a foolish smile crept onto her face. Song Shuang tugged at her sleeve. Miss, are you all right? Jiang Wan snapped back to reality. Of course, I'm perfectly fine.
She looked at Song Shuang, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Song Shuang, our fortunes are about to change. I will ensure you live a good life this time. Ah. Song Shuang was momentarily taken aback, unsure why the miss seemed so joyful today. However, she hadn't seen Jiang. Thus, in the following days, Jiang Wan was immersed in preparations for the banquet, neglecting to notice Xiao Hengji's absence from the residence for 2 consecutive days. On the day of departure, Song Shuang had everything ready and neatly arranged on the carriage. Jiang Wan, however, did not set off immediately but instead instructed the carriage to take a detour. She had heard whispers of an old gentleman living on the outskirts of the capital, known as the Living Immortal. Though she had been skeptical in the past, dismounting the carriage, she walked over the charred remnants of burnt grass and wood, a sign of recent fires, and spotted a dilapidated curtain nearby. Lifting the drape, Jiang Wan found an elderly man wearing a felt hat, with a white beard, an aged complexion, yet eyes that shone with an unusual brightness. This must be the person, she thought. Seating herself opposite the gentleman, a flicker of apprehension stirred within her. Sir, I have come to ask if you could foresee whether my outing will lead to a successful romantic entanglement? The fortune teller did not respond immediately but slowly rubbed the copper coins in his hands, offering a slight smile. What the young lady wishes to inquire about is romance, correct? She nodded, a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. The gentleman picked up several coins, casting them gently. They clinked as they fell, and he squinted, studying them as if searching for the most obscure aspects of fate. There will be a romantic connection, he spoke lightly, his voice almost ethereal. Yet this bond runs deep, reminiscent of a debt from a past life. Jiang Wan's heart fluttered, unable to resist asking, will it be smooth? His fingers tapped the air lightly, not providing a direct answer but instead saying, that person is waiting for you. It would be wise for you to pursue this connection. Joy surged within Jiang Wan at his words, clearly alluding to Ning Zhi. In her previous life, Ning Ji had held deep feelings for her. Rising with exuberance, she returned to the carriage with a bright smile and a light step. But Song Shuang rushed to greet her. Miss, how did it go? What did the gentleman say? Jiang Wan beamed with delight, her tone buoyant. Everything will unfold smoothly. Her spirits soared, as if everything were aligning perfectly with her hopes. Let us set off, she declared, her voice bright and cheerful. Song Shuang noted her joy and remarked, with you smiling so brightly, one might think you're off to meet a lover. A lover? Jiang Wan echoed. Song Shuang tilted her head and corrected herself, no, it should be young Master Xiao who holds your heart. Jiang Wan scoffed, who says he is my beloved? Song Shuang picked up a bunch of grapes, saying, Miss, you are just pretending to be tough. Despite often scolding young Master Xiao, I know you harbor feelings for him. After all, only those with a good relationship can joke and bicker like that. As she finished speaking, she peeled a grape and handed it to Jiang. Jiang Wan took it, intending to refute, but upon tasting it, her eyes squinted from the sourness, and she grimaced. Why is this grape so sour? How could it be? The grapes in the residence are always sweet. Perhaps that one just happened to be a bit tart. As Song Shuang spoke, she tried another grape, only to spit it out in disgust. She peeled several more, all equally sour. After sipping some tea, Jiang Wan remarked, it must be Xiao Hengji's doing. Young Master Xiao, why would he substitute the grapes for sour ones? Jiang Wan shrugged, popping a piece of osmanthus candy into her mouth. That man, whatever he does, never surprises me, selfish and devoid of humanity. Meanwhile, far away in Yuzhu Ridge, Xiao Hengji inexplicably sneezed. He smirked and continued his stroll deeper into the bamboo forest. Chapter 20 Return to the wild. The humid air was imbued with the scent of earth, as the rugged terrain of Moon Bamboo Ridge unfolded, surrounded by towering bamboo groves that reached for the heavens, casting a pall over much of the daylight. He tread softly upon the fallen leaves, the faintest of sounds startling the birds into flight, dislodging a few bamboo leaves in the process. Through the interplay of bamboo shadows and wispy mist, a figure emerged. Xiao Hengji parted his lips to speak, his tone laced with a hint of scrutiny. Having sustained such grievous injuries, I did not anticipate seeing you so unscathed today. The shadow turned, advancing towards him. After a brief silence, it spoke, you were the one who saved me. Xiao Hengji raised an eyebrow slightly, responding with a measured indifference, indeed, how shall you repay this debt? A faint smile graced Xiao Hengji's lips. Very well. In a previous life, he had encountered this individual, yet the difference lay in the fact that he had allowed him to escape then. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, he discerned that the figure was an escaped beast slave. A beast slave, the lowest of the low among slaves, was reared in captivity, trained in the art of slaughter, fighting against one another until only a few remained, who would then be sent to the beast arena to battle against wild creatures, a spectacle for the wealthy who wagered vast sums of money. This was a place from which Xiao Hengji had narrowly escaped, a recurring nightmare he wished to sever all ties with. Whether the slave lived or died was of no concern to him. Yet, he had not anticipated that later, after Jiangwan became the crown princess, he would once again plunge into that inferno. Regaining his composure, he gazed at the individual before him, inquiring, "My surname is Xiao, my given name is Hengji.
Do you possess a name?"
The shadow shook his head. Xiao Hengji lightly cracked his knuckles, musing that this was to be expected. Most beast slaves were known only by their numbers, perpetually vigilant against being killed. After a moment's contemplation, he chuckled. "You shall henceforth be named Return to the Wild."
The shadow murmured the name softly, then affirmed, "Yes."
Observing the figure's demeanor, Xiao Hengji's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. He continued, "Your wounds have yet to fully heal, but since you are able to walk, I have a task for you."
"What is it?"
"Assist me in locating an item of great significance, and afterward, I will require you to undertake another task." He leaned closer to Return to the Wild and whispered the details. Moments later, he patted the shadow's shoulder. "Go." Return to the Wild swiftly vanished into the bamboo thicket. A gentle breeze rustled through the bamboo, and a solitary raindrop fell upon Xiao Hengji's hand. He tilted his head back, squinting through the gaps in the bamboo leaves to examine the sky, which was thick with dark clouds, ominously low and foreboding, as if heralding an impending downpour.
He murmured to himself, "Truly, the heavens are aiding me."
The carriage jostled along the winding path, where Jiangwan and Song Shuang lay napping upon a plush blanket. Outside, the wind whipped the curtains, stirring Jiangwan from her slumber with a shiver as drowsiness dissipated.
Rubbing her eyes, she inquired of the driver, "How far is it to the nearest town? Will we arrive tonight?"
"Miss, just beyond this bamboo grove lies the town. We should reach it by nightfall."
Jiangwan lifted her gaze towards the foreboding bamboo forest, the overlapping shadows intertwining in the dim light.
A sense of unease surged within her, yet this was the sole route to Zhuoyu Villa. Song Shuang stirred groggily, noticing her companion rubbing her eyes, and with concern, asked, "Miss, what troubles you?
Are you unwell?"
Jiangwan shook her head. "It is nothing, merely the result of sleeping too long. My eyes are a bit strained. The night air is chilly, you should don an outer garment."
With that, she retrieved a coat and draped it over Jiangwan.
Suddenly, a horse's whinny shattered the tranquility, and the carriage jolted violently, followed by the driver's panicked shout. Jiangwan's heart raced as she steadied herself, swiftly flinging open the carriage door, only to find a masked figure clad in black, the gleam of a blade severing the reins connecting to the carriage. Upon seeing her, the assailant instinctively lunged forward with the knife, but in a moment of hesitation, he appeared to reconsider, shifting the blade away. In an instant, he leaped onto the horse and galloped away with astonishing speed, leaving Jiangwan with only a fleeting glimpse of his form, even failing to catch sight of his eyes. The driver was cast aside, tumbling down the adjacent cliff, and Jiangwan hurriedly turned to check on Song Shuang's safety. "Song Shuang," she called out. No response came. Upon turning, she saw Song Shuang, paralyzed by fear, sitting in stunned silence. Jiangwan had forgotten that Song Shuang was still just a young girl. She stepped closer, waving her hand before Song Shuang's eyes, prompting her to snap back to reality and exclaim, "Miss,
are you unharmed?"
Jiangwan shook her head. "I am fine." That person seemed intent only on the horse and did not wish to harm anyone. Perhaps he was merely passing through or fleeing. She sighed, adding, "It is my fault. I thought that traversing through several villages with guards would draw too much attention. I did not expect to encounter such rogues." Song Shuang anxiously queried, "What shall we do now? The banquet is in 3 days.
Without horses, how can we possibly arrive?"
Jiangwan pressed her forehead and thought, frowning, "This path is essential to reach the villa. Besides us, others will certainly pass through. When the time comes, we can seek assistance."
"Surely, someone will be willing to help."
Song Shuang nodded. "Very well, I shall go wait below." As she spoke, she noticed Jiangwan's pallor, her lips ashen, and her hand pressed firmly against her head.
"Miss, your complexion appears quite off.
You should sit and rest." She reached out to support her, feeling Jiangwan's arm was unnaturally hot, and quickly checked her forehead, which was burning as if scalded by fire. In a panic, Song Shuang helped her onto the couch. Jiangwan's ailment struck swiftly, and soon her head throbbed painfully, her mind clouded in confusion. Seeing this, Song Shuang hurriedly administered a fever-reducing medicine. However, after a considerable time, Jiangwan's body remained feverish, her eyes shut tight and unable to utter a word, her condition worsening. As darkness enveloped the sky, and the area around them remained devoid of nearby villages, Song Shuang felt a wave of despair wash over her, nearly bringing her to tears, convinced that her failure to care for the miss had led to this chill. Just then, a light drizzle began to fall. Outside, the wind howled fiercely, causing the carriage door to flap wildly. Extinguishing the candlelight, Song Shuang rose to secure the door, and as she did, a flash of lightning illuminated the depths of the bamboo grove, revealing a figure approaching. Her heart leaped into her throat, fearing that danger had returned. After closing the door, she quickly draped a blanket over Jiang Wan, gripping a wooden stick tightly, her eyes fixed on the carriage door. The sounds of rain and wind persisted, tears brimmed in her eyes as she trembled with anxiety, steadfastly protecting Jiang Wan behind her. After what felt like an eternity, a knock echoed from the door, followed by a voice, "Song Shuang, it is I." The familiarity of the voice sent a jolt of surprise through her, and she rushed to open the door. Upon recognizing the visitor, she collapsed in relief onto the ground. "Young Master Xiao!" Song Shuang gasped, her tears finally cascading down her cheeks. "What has happened?" Xiao Hengji inquired, shedding his damp outer garment. Song Shuang, too flustered to explain, hastily wiped her tears. "You must see the miss." A sense of urgency gripped Xiao Hengji's heart as he took rapid strides towards the interior. He had waited in the bamboo grove for what felt like ages. Knowing Jiang Wan, he had expected her to emerge after the horse was taken, yet she had not shown herself. A gnawing sense of foreboding urged him to investigate. Upon lifting the blanket, he was met with the alarming sight of Jiang Wan, her body radiating an unnatural heat. "Has she received any medication?" Song Shuang lit the candle and retrieved the medicine box, producing a vial. "This is the fever-reducing medicine. I gave her one earlier." Xiao Hengji took the medicine, inhaling its scent. It was indeed correct, yet why had the fever not subsided? Could it be? He posed a question to Song Shuang. Did the second miss consume any aqueous water? Chapter 21. Moon Bamboo Ridge. Song Shuang counted the days on her fingers, shaking her head in response. "It will be a few more days. This medicine expels heat but invigorates the blood. While it may alleviate heat under normal circumstances, it is ill-suited for women experiencing the onset of their monthly cycle, especially in a state of weakness and fever. If she were to consume this medicine now, it would only yield adverse effects." "What can we do then?" Song Shuang exclaimed anxiously, glancing at the young lady whose eyes appeared inflamed with fever. Xiao Hengji furrowed his brow, rising swiftly to leave. "Young Master Xiao." Before Song Shuang could inquire about his destination, he had already vanished into the darkness. Outside, the thunderstorm raged on, showing no signs of abating. With no other options, Song Shuang leaned over to wipe Jiang Wan's hands and forehead continuously. Meanwhile, in the Moon Bamboo Ridge, Xiao Hengji wielded a knife, using the flashes of lightning to guide his strikes, forcefully chopping down a bamboo stalk. The sound of the rain cascaded around him as a green bamboo fell to the ground. Soaked to the skin, he knelt, sawing through the bamboo joints and splitting it open. He hurried back, tossing the bamboo segments to Song Shuang. "Start a fire and extract the bamboo sap," he instructed. Seeing him drenched, Song Shuang quickly realized the bamboo sap could indeed dispel heat and alleviate her lady's condition. She rushed to ignite the charcoal stove, placing the bamboo segments on a grate to roast. The heat from the stove was intense, so she deliberately moved it to the doorway to keep it further from Jiang Wan. Xiao Hengji stripped off his wet clothing, wringing it out before donning only an undergarment as he sat by the bed, checking Jiang Wan's forehead, which remained feverishly hot and glistening with perspiration, her lips parched and cracked. He poured a bowl of clean water and turned to Song Shuang, asking, "Do we have any powdered sugar?" "Yes," Song Shuang replied, fetching it from a box. "What do you need it for, young Master Xiao?" He produced a packet, saying, "The second young lady prefers sweet things when she is unwell." As he spoke, he poured half of the sugar into the water to dissolve. "Why not use the entire packet?" Song Shuang inquired. He responded coolly, "Too much sweetness can worsen her condition. It suffices. I always use only half, and she cannot tell the difference." "Ah, when was this?" Xiao Hengji did not answer, and Song Shuang silently returned the sugar to the box, resuming her task of preparing the bamboo sap. She bit her lip, reflecting on whether she had been inattentive in the past. Realizing she was unaware of all her lady's habits, Xiao Hengji took a spoonful of the mixture and brought it to Jiang Wan's lips. Noticing her lips stir as if she were murmuring, he leaned closer, hearing her softly call out for Ningji. His grip on the spoon tightened, and he exhaled deeply, a hint of displeasure rising within him. Even in such a feverish state, she still thought of him. He gently placed a hand on her face, his thumb brushing against her lips to silence her. "Do not think of that," he murmured. As Jiang Wan felt the chill of his fingers, she instinctively opened her mouth to nuzzle against him slightly. The warmth of her breath mingled with his palm, prompting Xiao Hengji to lift her face gently. Perhaps finding comfort in his cool touch, Jiang Wan let out a soft sigh, her furrowed brow relaxing. Listening to her murmurs, Xiao Hengji felt a pang in his heart, akin to a kitten's gentle claws. He tenderly caressed her earlobe, unable to resist drawing closer, until he could feel her warm breath against him. He smiled, resting his forehead against hers and lightly brushing his nose against hers. Just then, Song Shuang turned around and caught sight of the scene. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she turned away, clearing her throat. "Young Master Xiao, the bamboo sap is ready." At the sound of her voice, Xiao Hengji composed himself, releasing his hold and calmly instructing, "Bring it here."
Song Shuang complied, handing him the bamboo sap as she observed him feeding Jiangwan meticulously, spoonful by spoonful.
She marveled at how fortunate they were to have encountered Xiao Hengji, otherwise, she would have been at a loss for what to do. As he continued to feed Jiangwan, Xiao Hengji carefully laid her down. Just as he finished, before he could remind Song Shuang to take good care of her, a faint sound of an eagle's cry pierced through the rain, barely audible amid the downpour. He stepped outside, the cold wind and rain assaulting him, scanning the surroundings and finding no one. He only heard the relentless patter of rain against the ground. Then, sensing something, he clicked his tongue softly. He glanced upward, spotting a shadowy figure crouched atop a sedan chair amidst the swirling wind and rain. The rain lashed down mercilessly. He regarded the figure, speaking in a low voice, "What is it?" Guiyi removed the black cloth covering his face, stating plainly, "A few trees have been felled, loosening the soil on the mountain. This place is low-lying, and it is unwise to linger here." Xiao Hengji frowned, nodding in understanding.
Understood. He hesitated for a moment before asking, "Have you found any leads on the items I requested?" Guiyi shook his head.
"I haven't had the chance to search yet, but I have seen.
Ensure that no one else learns of this."
Guiyi nodded, fading back into the darkness after Xiao Hengji finished speaking. Xiao Hengji quickly returned indoors, his expression serious.
"Gather your things, we must leave at once." Song Shuang,
It's pouring outside, and the young lady has not yet awakened. Where are we to go?
There may be a flash flood here.
What? Song Shuang's eyes widened in alarm. She watched as Xiao Hengji deftly draped a heavy cloak over Jiangwan, wrapping her in a raincloth before lifting her and striding outside. Momentarily stunned, Song Shuang hurriedly gathered their belongings and followed closely behind. The rain intensified, and the wind howled fiercely. Xiao Hengji quickened his pace, and Song Shuang dared not lag behind, keeping in close pursuit. Before long, a deep rumbling echoed behind them, resembling the sound of a torrent rushing down the mountainside.
"Young Master Xiao, where are we headed?"
Song Shuang cried out, her voice swallowed by the howling winds and torrential rain. Xiao Hengji remained silent. He had already familiarized himself with the area in recent days and knew of a cave where they could take refuge. However, with the night so dark and the rain so heavy, the paths through the forest were chaotic, and he had to rely on memory and instinct to navigate. Perhaps due to the bumpy terrain, Jiangwan seemed uncomfortable, frowning as she gently coughed and turned her head towards his chest. Xiao Hengji tightened his embrace and quickened his steps. Finally, a clearing appeared ahead, the outline of the cave becoming visible. He breathed a sigh of relief, momentarily easing the tension in his body. Once inside the cave, he wasted no time, gathering dry leaves and lighting 2 small fires. The cave was cold and dim, but the sloped terrain kept the rainwater out and wild animals at bay. As Song Shuang propped a stick to dry their clothes, she noticed that both she and Xiao Hengji were thoroughly soaked, while Jiangwan remained surprisingly dry, with only a few strands of hair dampened. Previously, she had believed that Xiao Hengji's humble background rendered him unworthy of Jiangwan. However, witnessing his genuine care for her today changed her perspective. Jiangwan leaned against a pile of straw covered with a soft blanket, occasionally lifting her hand as if to speak, but only moving her lips before letting her hand fall back down, appearing utterly fatigued. Xiao Hengji held her hand, gazing at her pale countenance, his heart aching as if pierced by a knife. Regret washed over him for having sent Guiyi to procure horses. Had it not been for this torrential downpour, she could have rested comfortably at the inn, instead of seeking refuge in this cave. Was it not merely a desire to see Ningji? If that was all, he could simply retrieve her again. Anxiously, he stroked her cheek, his eyes filled with concern. Chapter 22 Desire. The next morning, the sky remained shrouded in ominous clouds, with distant thunder rumbling, though the rain had lessened compared to the night before. Song Shuang was awakened by the clattering of a donkey bell. Upon stepping outside the cave, she was greeted by the brightening daylight. In the distance, a woman approached, seated on a donkey cart. A surge of joy filled her heart as she lifted her skirts, running towards the woman while calling out, "Good lady, where are you headed?"
The woman replied, "I am returning to town."
After a brief appraisal of Song Shuang, noting her soiled attire yet recognizing her noble origins, she inquired, "My dear girl, have you lost your way in these woods?" Song Shuang shook her head, explaining, "I encountered bandits while passing through with my mistress and found ourselves in this predicament."
"Might you assist us by taking us to town?"
The woman hesitated before responding, "I have come to gather some bamboo for weaving baskets. This cart can accommodate only one additional person besides the bamboo." Song Shuang bit her lip, contemplating for a moment before affirming, "One person is sufficient." "Please wait a moment, I shall fetch my belongings and return promptly."
Do hurry, for I cannot wait long, the woman urged. Song Shuang nodded and dashed back into the cave. She returned in a flurry, rummaging through her cloth bag as she exclaimed, "Young Master Shao, I just encountered a kind lady heading back to town. I intend to ride with her to find a carriage, so I entrust you with my mistress." Having said this, she slipped 2 pouches of silver into her pocket and hurried out, not waiting for Xiao Hengji's reply. After the events of the previous day, she had come to fully trust him, feeling at ease even leaving her mistress in his care. Xiao Hengji watched her retreating figure, then turned to gaze at Jiang Wan, smiling as he remarked, "Your little maid has devised a plan for you. If you wish to see Ningji, you must awaken soon." He then went to stoke the firewood inside the cave. The morning light remained dim, and humidity seeped in. Without more fire, the chill would soon become unbearable. Although Jiang Wan had cooled down, she still felt dazed and lethargic. Xiao Hengji stayed close by her side, occasionally brushing her hair or caressing her eyelashes. Habitually, he intertwined his fingers with hers, pressing them to his lips, kissing them gently. He could hardly recall the last time he had shared such intimacy with Jiang Wanda in his past life. Even when she was ill, he had shown her no mercy. A fiery turmoil raged within him, wishing for her to kneel before him daily, to feel the anguish that consumed his heart. Yet, each time, he was met with greater torment. After Jiang Wan's death, he had committed countless reckless acts, ruling with tyranny, leaving many to wish for his demise, but ultimately, it was he who willingly. Suddenly, he felt her grasp tighten around his hand. Turning his head, he noticed Jiang Wan had slightly opened her eyes. Just as he was about to inquire about her discomfort, she instinctively nestled closer into his embrace. "Cold," was all she murmured. He was momentarily taken aback, unable to process her words, when she continued, "Thank you for being willing to save me despite the troubles at Zhang Manor." It became clear that her memories were fragmented. Xiao Hengji shifted to shield her from the wind, gradually pulling her closer. "Are you still cold?" he asked softly. Jiang Wan replied, snuggling deeper into his arms with a muffled sound. Xiao Hengji suddenly chuckled, feeling as if he had transformed back into that naive boy who, merely by holding her, was overwhelmed with emotion. Jiang Wan, feeling the warmth enveloping her, found her thoughts drifting between memories and dreams, one moment at Zhang Manor, the next in the palace, then a fleeting thought of the phoenix seal, and finally landing on Xiao Hengji. In a torrential downpour one night, she had been cast out of the, returning to Zhang Manor alone, only to find the gates barred. She had collapsed in despair in a corner, weeping uncontrollably until Xiao Hengji came to her rescue, extending a hand like a deity, lifting her from the depths of despair. Those were distant memories, almost forgotten, yet they represented her most vulnerable moments. When she relied on Xiao Hengji the most, Jiang Wan's eyes fluttered, half opening as her blurred gaze fixated on his face. With the dim light of the fire illuminating his features, recognition dawned as her heart ached. "Xiao Hengji," she whispered, her emotions spilling forth, the bitterness and dependence of the past flooding back as tears streamed down her cheeks. He quickly soothed her, "I am here." "Xiao Hengji," she sobbed, seeking his presence. "I am here," he echoed with a smile. Her emotions spiraled into memories, her voice tinged with sorrow as she repeatedly called out to him, as if to confirm he had not left her. He responded, enveloping her in his embrace, his fingers brushing over her damp eyelashes, drawing closer, their lips nearly touching, breaths growing heavier. As she called out to him once more, he replied, "I am here," and then kissed her deeply. Their warm breaths intertwined in an instant. He cradled the back of her head, drawing her into his embrace with a careful yet fervent desire. Jiang Wan squirmed slightly in his hold but did not push him away. Everything before her seemed veiled in a mist. She sensed something familiar and warm drawing near, and as she tilted her head and parted her lips, it was as if she sought an escape from her helplessness. Tears mingled with her taste, a bitter saltiness filling her mouth. As her hands instinctively clutched his clothing, Xiao Hengji felt her faint response, and his gaze darkened with intensity. He caressed her cheek, deepening the kiss, their tongues meeting in a slow yet profound dance. "Wan," he breathed, his lips igniting with fervent longing. In their intimate embrace, he held her waist, his fingertips pressing gently at her side, pulling her closer as if afraid she might vanish within this dreamy haze. That gentle contact sent a shiver down Xiao Hengji's spine, like an electric current surging through him. The softness in his arms did not shy away but instead released a barely audible sigh. His breath quickened, deepening with each moment, as if he craved to consume her entirely, to meld her being into his own flesh. Desire and restraint intertwined within him, an insatiable struggle. Jiang Wan had never surrendered to him so willingly, her breaths like the scent of orchids and musk. A cacophony of wild thoughts raced through his mind. He wanted her, sought to possess her completely, and indeed, he was restless, lingering along the curve of her neck, planting a deep kiss upon her collarbone, while his palm slid down her spine, cradling her waist, drawing her fully into his embrace. Chapter 23 is entirely a manifestation of her own infatuation. He acknowledges that he is no paragon of virtue. He is capable of taking advantage of others' vulnerabilities. At this moment, Jiang Wan's relaxed demeanor and the soft sighs escaping her lips drive him to madness with desire.
He can even envision the contours of her body beneath her garments, the curve of her shoulders, her waist, every delicate arc of her formed eye and every indulgent night of his past. He has etched her likeness into his memory, from her earlobes to her ankles, from her most sensitive areas to her subtle, often unnoticeable reactions. He is intimately familiar with the slightest tremor of her brow and the soft moans escaping her throat, yet, just as he is about to unfasten her clothing, Xiao Hengji suddenly halts. He craves her, but more than that, he yearns for her love. He desires her whole being, her person, her heart, her entirety. He wishes for her to truly succumb, to hear her breathless gasps of surrender, to feel her passion igniting in his embrace. He is uncertain of the strength of will it took to regain a semblance of reason. Slowly, he releases her, resting his forehead against hers, their breaths mingling in disarray as he gazes tenderly at her face, a tumult of complex emotions swirling within him. Jiangwan's eyes glisten with unshed tears, her cheeks still marked by the remnants of sorrow, hovering between reality and illusion. Xiao Hengji's hand tightens slightly as he holds her close, his lips brushing against her cheek, then inadvertently sliding to her lips. He kisses her gently, an unspoken confession. After what feels like an eternity, he finally pulls away, taking several deep breaths. He sheds his outer garment and drapes it over her shoulders before making his way to the cave entrance. He closes his eyes, exhaling deeply. The damp, cold air pierces his lungs, restoring his clarity. Glancing down at his disheveled appearance, he manages a self-deprecating smile. After a while, he hears a cough behind him. Turning, he sees Jiangwan struggling to sit up, her hand clutching her chest, coughing. He steps inside, pours her a glass of water, maintaining a calm demeanor that belies any hint of distress. Xiao Hengji? Jiangwan raises her head slightly, confusion evident in her gaze as she surveys her surroundings and rubs her temples, inquiring, "Where am I? How did I end up here?" Xiao Hengji picks up a stick and pokes the fire, replying at a measured pace, "There was a torrential rain last night, and you encountered bandits and a flash flood, so we took refuge here." Jiangwan rubs her forehead, her voice weary, "Then why are you here?" Xiao Hengji pauses, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes, before answering, "I came to find some medicinal herbs but became trapped." This excuse feels somewhat inadequate, yet Jiangwan does not question him. After all, given the recent events, it is not unusual for him to seek herbs in the mountains. She props herself up to drink some water, her mind clearing a bit, and quickly asks, "How long was I unconscious? Did I miss the banquet?" Song Shuang went to the town to find a carriage, and they would need to wait for her return to know if they had missed anything. It is then that Jiangwan realizes Song Shuang is absent, leaving only herself and Xiao Hengji in the cave. She notices the garment from Xiao Hengji draped over her shoulder and hastily looks down to check her neckline. Seeing her reaction, Xiao Hengji turns his face away to mask his embarrassment. Jiangwan glances around, reassured that she is unharmed, and returns the garment to him, saying, "I'm no longer cold. You should put it back on." Her voice, tinged with fatigue, sounds soft, but to Xiao Hengji, it resonates with concern. Unconsciously, he finds himself drawn to her lips, glistening slightly in the firelight, stirring ripples of emotion within him. Jiangwan senses his gaze and asks, puzzled, "Why are you looking at me?" Xiao Hengji smiles, averting his eyes, "I merely noticed that the second miss appears much improved. You seem to be well." Jiangwan massages her neck, stretching her sore body slightly, and slowly pushes herself up against the stone wall. Outside, the rain falls like a fine mist, drenching the muddy ground. She asks, "How long has Song Shuang been gone?" Xiao Hengji looks up at the sky, replying, "Only about an hour. She has likely just reached the town." Jiangwan nods gently and, feeling fatigued, returns to the grass couch, surrendering to her weariness and drifting off to sleep once more. When she awakens again, the night has deepened, the sound of rain has diminished, and the air carries a crisp freshness, punctuated by the occasional soft call of a blackbird from the bamboo grove. Jiangwan sits up beside the fire, pressing her hand against her chest, still occasionally coughing. Observing her condition, Xiao Hengji silently steps outside the cave, soon returning with several freshly cut bamboo segments, which he places over the fire to roast. "What are you doing?" Jiangwan inquires. "Bamboo sap. It can soothe the lungs and alleviate coughing. Drinking it will help you feel better." His tone is gentle, and his movements exude a calm familiarity, as though he is accustomed to caring for others. Before long, the bamboo sap has reduced to half a bowl. Xiao Hengji ladles it into a wooden bowl and offers it to her. She takes a sip but grimaces. Bamboo sap is meant to be refreshing, but perhaps due to her illness, it tastes somewhat sour and bitter going down. Noticing her reaction, Xiao Hengji unwraps a piece of candy for her. "Suck on this while you drink, it will sweeten the flavor." Following his advice, Jiangwan takes the candy, sucking on it as she drinks the bowl of bamboo sap. Suddenly, memories flood her mind. Had Xiao Hengji always been so attentive to others? She cannot recall when they were together in her past life. She had never paid attention to such details. Yet, watching him now, he seems so familiar with caring for others, as if he had done so for someone else before. A thought stirs in her heart, prompting her to ask, Xiao Hengji, did you used to care for someone else in this way? Xiao Hengji is taken aback, then lifts his gaze, inquiring mildly, what do you mean by that, second miss? It's nothing. I just noticed you seem quite skilled at this, yet I never saw you do such things at Jiang Manor, so I was curious. Xiao Hengji nods but remains silent. Jiang Wan, sensing his lack of denial, feels more assured and presses, am I correct? Yes, Xiao Hengji's gaze softens as he tosses aside the used bamboo segments and continues, there was someone in the past. Whenever she fell ill, I would watch over her day and night, adjusting her blankets and ensuring she was not exposed to the slightest chill. Jiang Wan inquires, what was your relationship with her that you would go to such lengths? Family? Friend? Various speculations whirl in her mind as she suppresses her urge to know the answer. Xiao Hengji meets her gaze and replies, she was quite delicate, if I didn't put in some effort, it would be difficult to comfort her. These words send a jolt through her. Though he doesn't explicitly state it, Jiang Wan can discern the affection and tenderness woven into his words. It is evident he has someone he cares for. Then, where is that person now? Jiang Wan finds herself asking without thinking. So, Xiao Hengji's affections do not lie with her, has she merely been indulging in her own fantasies? This thought crosses her mind, igniting a sense of irritation, and her tone grows colder. If that is the case, upon our return, I shall withdraw from the engagement to avoid complicating matters between you and that woman. With that, she turns over, facing away from him, and falls silent. Xiao Hengji observes her reaction and cannot help but smirk. The night deepens, and the bamboo grove is enveloped in a serene stillness following the rain. Logically, Song Shuang should have merely gone to find a carriage. 4 hours would suffice for a round trip, yet an unsettling thought creeps into Jiang Wan's mind. Song Shuang has served her since childhood and rarely ventures out alone, her nature being so innocent. Could she have been deceived, or worse, sold? The more she contemplates, the more anxious she becomes, rising to say, Xiao Hengji, before she can finish, she notices that Xiao Hengji has already packed his belongings. He understands her unspoken concerns and stands, saying, let's go, we should travel while the night is still upon us. If we hurry, we should arrive by dawn. She catches a glimpse of his fatigued expression, realizing he hasn't had proper rest for several days, especially given that he has been caring for her for 2 days. Feeling a pang of sympathy, she suggests, perhaps we should wait until dawn to leave, we can rest well tonight. It is of no consequence. If we are searching for someone, we cannot afford to waste time. He tears a strip from his garment and hands one end to Jiang Wan. The bamboo grove is dark at night. Hold on tightly and stay close to me. His tone is calm, yet Jiang Wan finds her heart racing unexpectedly at the intensity of his gaze. Chapter 24. Lost in the darkness outside the cave, an impenetrable darkness enveloped the surroundings, akin to a thick fog that obscured all visibility. Xiao Hengji matched her pace, walking slowly as Jiang Wan tightly grasped the fabric strip. Unwilling to relax her grip, she inquired, Xiao Hengji, how is it that you can see in the night? He hesitated for a moment before responding, I have walked many a night road in my childhood, so I have learned to see. Jiang Wan nodded, choosing not to press further. Although she was unaware of Xiao Hengji's circumstances before the age of 8, she could surmise that his early life had not been particularly kind. During their time together, he had never spoken of it. She only recalled how her mother found him, battered and on the brink of death, lying amidst a pile of snow. The physicians who examined him declared he would not survive, yet his fervent will to live prevailed, and miraculously, he survived. A sense of melancholy washed over Jiang Wan as she suddenly perceived that, at least in this moment, Xiao Hengji was not entirely wicked. Even if he was akin to a wolf that preyed upon others, at this moment, he was merely a wolf cub. Perhaps she could gently guide him towards a more virtuous path. With this thought, Jiang Wan resolutely tightened her grip on the fabric strip and softly asked, Xiao Hengji, what gift would you like for your birthday this year? Xiao Hengji was taken aback and chuckled, Miss Air remembers my birthday? Jiang Wan smirked, how could I possibly forget the date of your birth? Xiao Hengji pondered for a moment, realizing that indeed, it was memorable. He had recently arrived at the Jiang residence during a time when Jiang Li was preparing for her birthday celebration, and it was then that Xiao Hengji first learned that birthdays were meant to be celebrated with great fanfare. He had crouched on the ladder, peering longingly when Madame Jiang had inquired, Hengji, when is your birthday? He recalled having seen fireworks through the dark crevices of the wall, where it was said that each time fireworks were set off on the Weigeling Bridge, another year had passed, and that day was known as. Thus, he had replied, my birthday is on New Year's Day. New Year's Day, the beginning of a new year, a time of renewal, what a splendid day. Madame Jiang had smiled, patting his head. Consequently, the following year, on the first day of the year, Xiao Hengji received a brand new set of garments and a bowl of longevity noodles. Afterward, when Madame Jiang passed away, he no longer celebrated his birthday.
Noticing his silence, Jiangwan gently tugged the fabric strip once more. Xiao Hengji, returning to the present, curiously asked, Miss Air, are you planning to celebrate my birthday? They had never done so in the past, so what had prompted this sudden change? Jiangwan, unable to see his expression, reassured him, I merely wish to prepare a birthday gift for you. Everyone in the household receives one, and you should not be an exception. As she spoke, she resolved that if she were to guide him towards goodness, the first step must be to extend kindness toward him. She had decided that upon returning, she would treat Xiao Hengji with greater warmth. Xiao Hengji tilted his head, regarding her with a smile, seemingly guessing her thoughts. He shook his head helplessly, his eyes filled with fondness. At long last, dawn began to break through the bamboo grove. The silhouettes of early rising farmers were faintly discernible on the path. Jiangwan exclaimed with delight, Wonderful, we have finally arrived. Xiao Hengji hurried forward to ask a farmer, Good sir, do you know where we might find a carriage shop in town? A carriage shop? There are quite a few in town, the farmer replied. Upon hearing this, both of their expressions darkened. If there were many carriage shops in town, then Song Shuang should have returned by now. Without pausing for rest, they hastened towards the town. As daylight grew brighter, the marketplace became increasingly lively, with shops opening and the sounds of bustling crowds filling the air. As Jiangwan and Xiao Hengji walked, they inquired at several carriage shops, but the shopkeepers all shook their heads, stating they had not seen a girl matching Song Shuang's description. Feeling disheartened, Jiangwan sank onto a step, massaging her calves. Nearby, two vendors were discussing which wares were currently in demand. Jiangwan glanced at the stalls, which displayed among them, a row of yellow pouches caught her eye, remarkably resembling golden silk jade talismans. She picked one up for a closer look. Although they bore a similar shape, the genuine golden silk jade talismans were woven with golden threads and concealed a piece of jade guanine inside. These pouches were merely imitations in shape and color. She inquired, Young man, this pouch has a unique design, is it a fashionable item? The vendor shook his head in response, Oh, don't mention it, miss. Last month, I was selling goods in Nanyang when a group of nobles interrogated me and forbade me from selling these, claiming they resembled something precious. With no other choice, I had to come to this small town and sell them cheaply. Jiangwan nodded, realization dawning upon her. In her previous life, she knew the Empress Dowager had been desperately searching for her grandson, believing he might have been in Nanyang, and sent numerous people to investigate, only to find nothing in the end. Now, she understood that the lower-ranking individuals had simply misinterpreted the situation. This matter had sparked hope in the Empress Dowager, and after her hopes were dashed, she passed away not long after. It seemed that in this lifetime, the Empress Dowager's grandson would still remain elusive. Noticing Jiangwan's prolonged gaze on the pouches, the vendor cheerfully asked, Miss, you've been looking for quite some time. Would you like to purchase one? Jiangwan snapped back to reality, placing the item down and gently shaking her head. She had no silver to her name. She could not afford to buy anything, let alone a meal. Gripping her stomach, she leaned against the bridge railing. Observing her listless demeanor, Xiao Hengji crouched down and asked, Are you hungry? What would you like to eat? Jiangwan leaned against the railing and replied, I am indeed hungry, but do you have any silver? If not silver, then we can exchange for some. How do we exchange? Upon finishing her sentence, she noticed his gaze fixed above her head. She pouted, removed a hairpin from her hair, and said, Take this, go buy me something to eat. Xiao Hengji accepted the hairpin with a gentle smile. Just as he was about to leave, he added, Why don't you come with me? What if something were to happen while you're alone? Jiangwan shot him a glance. It's broad daylight. What could possibly happen? Stop dawdling and hurry along. I cannot walk any further, so I will wait for you here. Xiao Hengji surveyed the surroundings. Indeed, it was a bustling marketplace, and the passers-by appeared unremarkable. Yet, Jiangwan's attire marked her as a young lady from a noble household, making her stand out among the crowd. With Guyi absent, if someone were to take notice, she would likely be unable to handle it alone. He slowly walked away, standing beneath a nearby colonnade to observe for a moment, confirming there was no unusual activity before turning to head towards the pawnshop. The pawnshop's proprietor was a shrewd and slender man, engrossed in counting on an abacus. Upon entering, Xiao Hengji casually placed the hairpin on the counter. The proprietor glanced up, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized the gold hairpin adorned with dark blue jade. After a moment of appraisal, he looked up and stated, This is quite a fine item. Please wait a moment while I assess its value. He then turned to fetch a scale, weighed the hairpin, and proceeded to polish it with cloth, examining it under the light with great deliberation. Impatient, Xiao Hengji urged, Is the appraisal complete? The proprietor, unhurried, replied, Please, sir, do not rush. This hairpin can fetch you 2 taels of silver. Xiao Hengji internally scoffed, knowing the hairpin was worth at least 20 taels.
he countered, 5 taels. The proprietor pursed his lips, looking troubled. Sir, please do not compare my humble shop to those in the capital. 2 taels is already the maximum. Xiao Hengji, disinterested in further debate, waved his hand in agreement. After receiving the money, concerned that Jiang Wan might be waiting anxiously, he quickly purchased a few baked buns. Just as he was about to pay, a thought struck him of the proprietor's earlier remark about not comparing his shop to those in the capital. Xiao Hengji furrowed his brow. He had not mentioned the capital, so why had the proprietor made such a statement? Alarm surged within him, prompting him to rush back to find Jiang Wan. However, upon reaching the railing, he found her absent. He immediately retraced his steps to the pawnshop, only to discover the doors firmly shut, with a sign indicating that they were closed for the day. Kicking the door open, he found only a young attendant busily wiping down the tables of the attendant. Seeing Xiao Hengji's fierce demeanor, quickly approached with a nervous smile. What can I do for you, sir? We are closed for the day, please come back tomorrow. Xiao Hengji seized the attendant by the collar, demanding in a low, menacing tone, where is the proprietor? The attendant stammered, I do not know. Without further ado, Xiao Hengji produced a dagger, twirling it in the air before aiming it at the attendant's wrist. I will ask you one more time. Where is he? The attendant screamed in pain, clutching his bleeding wrist, trembling as he glanced towards a door behind the counter. Xiao Hengji released him and vaulted over the counter, kicking open the small door. Inside, he found the proprietor frantically stuffing silver into his bag, preparing to escape through the back window. With swift reflexes, Xiao Hengji seized him, forcefully throwing him to the ground, his voice low and icy. Where is she? The proprietor trembled, stuttering, I do not know who you are referring to. Xiao Hengji raised the dagger, its point aimed at the proprietor's eyes, coldly stating, if you do not speak, you will no longer need these eyes. The proprietor shivered at the coldness of the blade. Finally unable to contain himself, he cried out, I will tell you. Recently, while fishing by the river, I overheard that nobles from the capital would be passing through and were to send some women to the Zuiyin Tower. I inadvertently caught a glimpse of a portrait of a woman, and your hairpin resembled the one in the image, so I acted out of greed. Xiao Hengji interrupted, and so you informed them? The proprietor swallowed hard, pleading, please spare me. That group traveled by water. There is only one route in town that leads to the water. I only know this much. Before the proprietor could finish, Xiao Hengji mercilessly plunged the dagger into his chest. He then swiftly exited, seeking a horse, and galloped towards the riverbank. Chapter 25 A reunion with a past life. Jiang Wan awoke in a daze, a sharp pain piercing the nape of her neck. As she opened her eyes, she found herself confined within a narrow iron cage. Recalling the events that led her here, she remembered resting against the bars when a sudden jolt of pain caused her to lose consciousness, and upon awakening, she discovered her current predicament. She quickly surveyed her surroundings, shrouded in a chill and darkness, the air thick with the musty odor of decay and dampness, punctuated by the faint rustle of rats scurrying nearby. All around her were similar iron cages, housing numerous individuals, predominantly women, with only a scant few men, each bearing a pallid complexion and eyes as vacant as stagnant waters. Pressing against the bars of her cage, she turned her gaze to a young woman beside her, seemingly no older than 18, yet gaunt and haggard. Miss, do you know where we are? She inquired. However, the young woman's eyes remained vacant, offering no response. Miss, what is your name? She persisted. Miss? After a prolonged silence, the girl finally spoke. Ayun. What? My name is Ayun. Jiang Wan, sensing a glimmer of hope, quickly asked, Ayun, do you know where we are? Who has captured us? What do they intend to do with us? Ayun turned her head towards her, her expression devoid of emotion, and replied, You know nothing and dare to inquire? Jiang Wan's brow furrowed in confusion. I was struck unconscious and found myself here. I have no knowledge of what transpired. Ayun's gaze scrutinized her from head to toe. Perhaps they believe you possess beauty. Zuiyin Tower thinks you are a fine catch. Zuiyin Tower? Jiang Wan had heard of it, a renowned theater in the capital. Upon hearing the name, the surrounding individuals reacted, casting furtive glances her way, yet remained silent, perplexed. Jiang Wan pressed further, Ayun, why are there so many of us here, yet no one resists? Do your families not report this to the authorities? We outnumber them. If we create a commotion, we might escape. Resist? Report to the authorities? Ayun scoffed, seemingly mocking her naivety. We are not like you. We came here willingly. Willingly? Just as Jiang Wan was about to inquire further, the sound of heavy footsteps approached. Ayun swiftly retreated to the far side of the cage, creating distance between them. Turning her head, Jiangwan saw a burly man striding towards her, wielding an iron rod, his expression menacing. In the dim light, half of his face was obscured by shadow, with only his single eye, covered by a black cloth, appearing particularly sinister. He banged on the iron bars with a raspy voice. "What are you making noise for? Speak again, and I'll cut out your tongue." A chill ran down Jiangwan's spine, but she quickly regained her composure. Such individuals were often driven by greed. If she could offer them silver, perhaps they would spare her. Suppressing her fear, she said, "Brother, if you release me, I can give you as much silver as you desire." As her words fell, a cold smirk crept across the man's lips as he swung his whip down fiercely. Crack, the whip struck her hand, which was gripping the bars of the cage. Jiangwan recoiled, the sting radiating through her, yet, as prey, she dared not retaliate and could only bow her head in pain. The one-eyed man crouched down, his voice gravelly. "Silver, I earn gold." "I have gold too." Jiangwan gritted her teeth. "Just let me go, I can provide you with as much gold as you want." Before she could finish, the one-eyed man let out a chilling laugh, his eyes glinting with malice. "You chatter too much, you dead wench." Without waiting for her to respond, he flung open the cage door and forcibly dragged her out. Jiangwan stumbled after him, clenching her teeth, her anxiety mounting as the worst possible outcomes played in her mind. As they passed other men, their lewd gazes roamed over her, lips licking in anticipation. One of them remarked, "If it weren't for orders from above, I'd truly like to sample this pretty little thing." Jiangwan's mind raced. Orders from above? "Shut your filthy mouth," the one-eyed man spat onto the ground. There was no time for further contemplation. Her immediate concern was to escape. Straining to maintain her composure, she discreetly observed her surroundings, and suddenly caught sight of a wolf-toothed blade hanging by the wall. A surge of determination filled her as she stealthily approached the weapon. Taking advantage of the one-eyed man's distraction, Jiangwan lunged towards his hand, causing him to loosen his grip. With a swift glance at a nearby window, she leaped through it, yet, upon landing, her heart sank. Before her lay a deck, surrounded by an endless river with no sight of shore. She found herself on a two-story solitary boat traversing the water. Frozen in place, despair washed over her. "In such a hurry to jump," the one-eyed man's voice echoed behind her. Jiangwan snapped back to reality, stepping back a few paces, seizing a wooden stick and pointing it at him with trepidation. "Stay back." With a fierce shout, she demanded, "Who sent you to kill me?" The one-eyed man spat on the ground, uttering not a word, before suddenly dousing her with a bucket of liquid. Jiangwan raised her arm to shield herself, the acrid stench invading her nostrils. This was no water. The odor was unmistakably that of oil. The one-eyed man paid no heed to her panic, looking down at her with arrogance as he dropped a fire starter to the ground. In an instant, flames ignited along the oil trails, and Jiangwan, engulfed in terror, screamed and flailed helplessly. In a moment of desperation, she plunged into the river. Splash, the river churned violently. Her figure vanished beneath the vast surface, sending up a small spray. The pain of the water slapping against her back jolted her into action as she swam desperately towards the surface. But the riverbank was nowhere in sight, and she was left alone in the water, uncertain of when she might reach the shore. Before long, her strength waned, the frigid river water pressed against her chest and lungs, rendering her limbs heavy as lead. With all her might, she struggled, yet could not lift her arms. Through the mist of water, she spotted a passing boat. Fixing her gaze upon it, she found herself unable to cry out, her throat constricted as only the instinct to breathe sustained her consciousness. Just as her vision blurred and the water threatened to engulf her nostrils, a strong hand grasped her arm, pulling her from the icy depths. Jiangwan was hauled aboard, collapsing on the deck, her body trembling from exhaustion. Nearby, she heard faint rustling sounds, as if someone was pressing on her chest. Time slipped away, and eventually, she began to regain her senses. Inside the cabin, a young maid approached with refreshments, helping her to sit up, gently advising, "Miss, you've been frightened. Eat something before changing your clothes." Driven by the primal instinct for survival, Jiangwan disregarded etiquette and hastily stuffed the food into her mouth. Once her trembling limbs ceased, she gradually gathered her strength and turned to express her gratitude. "Thank you for saving my life." Her throat felt parched, her voice hoarse and unsteady. The maid covered her mouth with a giggle. "You have misdirected your thanks, it was my master who saved you." Jiangwan blinked in surprise. "Your master?" As she spoke, a figure entered from the deck. Clad in white robes, exuding an air of elegance, the corners of his garments fluttered as if kissed by the gentle mountain breeze. Jiangwan stood transfixed, her gaze instinctively following his every step. As he approached, she finally discerned his handsome features and those gentle, luminous eyes, an image etched into her memory. Jiangwan almost forgot to breathe, her eyes locking onto his face, her mind buzzing as she instinctively whispered, "Your Majesty." Chapter 26 concealed his henchman before her, yet reason compelled her to restrain herself. She bent and curtsied, saying, "Thank you, young sir, for your rescue." Ningxi stood before her, offering a faint smile. As their eyes met, it felt as if a pebble had been cast into his heart, sending ripples of warmth through his gentle gaze that lingered on her face. He thought to himself, so this is the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family, whom I have never seen before, yet she possesses such beauty, dark clouds piled like snow, bright eyes that sparkle with kindness. The autumn waters shimmer with waves, and a mere glance can ensnare the soul. The celestial maiden he had once imagined in dreams paled in comparison, yet he had heard she was betrothed to the Siam Archeate. He quickly reined in his thoughts, feigning ignorance of her identity, and asked, "Today, I came to the river to fish and mistook the rippling surface for a large fish. I did not expect it to be you, young lady. This river is so vast, how did you find yourself drowning in it?" His eyes twinkled with mirth, and his voice was soft. Jiangwan listened to his voice and gazed into his eyes, her heart swirling with countless emotions as memories flooded her mind. In her past life, upon entering the palace, she had been utterly alone. The empress had chosen Ningji as the crown prince's consort, yet he insisted on spending his days with her. The people in the palace called her a seductress, and both overtly and covertly made her suffer greatly. It was only when Ningji was present that no one dared to slight her. Yet it was precisely his unwavering trust that emboldened her to poison him daily. The spirited Ningji had eventually succumbed to her poison, dying at the hands of Xiao Hengji. In this life, she had envisioned many scenarios of reuniting with Ningji, but never had she imagined it would unfold in such a manner. Jiangwan's throat felt tight, and her eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. Ningji, noticing her expression, asked with concern, "Do you still feel unwell, young lady?" Jiangwan shook her head, suppressing the tumult in her heart, and replied softly, "I am merely a bit shaken. Today, I was abducted by villains and had no choice but to leap into the river. Had it not been for your rescue, I fear." Ningji smiled reassuringly and said, "Do not worry any further, young lady. Since you have encountered me, I shall ensure your safety. However, I am curious, where are you headed?" Jiangwan furrowed her brow, saying, "I cannot leave just yet. A friend has gone missing in the town, and I must return to rescue her." Song Shuang had been her maid since childhood, the only one who had remained by her side through both her rise and fall. She was determined to save Song Shuang no matter the cost. Ningji observed the determination in her gaze and replied lightly, "Very well, we shall return to the boat and head back to the town immediately." He instructed the boatman to turn the vessel around and seated himself beside Jiangwan. Just as they settled in, Jiangwan heard a noise. Turning her head, she saw a jade pendant slip from Ningji's waist, gently landing within her view. It was the crown prince's jade insignia, concealed within his belt, now fallen inadvertently. Jiangwan thought to herself that he likely wished to keep his identity hidden while abroad. She turned her head away, feigning ignorance. The river breeze was refreshing, bringing a chill that caressed her face. Feeling somewhat reassured, Jiangwan gazed at the scenery along the banks. Finding herself unexpectedly at ease, she strolled onto the deck, inhaling deeply against the wind. Yet, her body was not suited for the chill, and before long, she wrapped her arms around herself, shivering slightly. Ningji approached and suggested, "Young lady, perhaps you should return to the cabin. If you wish to enjoy the scenery, I can open the cabin curtains for you." Jiangwan looked at his face and recalled her past life when, while drifting on the lake, she had whimsically desired to fish but had never succeeded. Ningji, noticing her lack of spirit, had secretly instructed others to release a school of fish, allowing her to revel in joy for an entire day. At that time, she had harbored little affection for Ningji, merely relishing the sense of nobility he provided. However, as time passed, she grew dissatisfied with mere privilege. She yearned to wield power herself. Thus, she had never truly embraced Ningji's affection for her. "Young lady?" Ningji waved his hand before her eyes, inquiring, "Why do you gaze at me so intently? Do you have something on your mind?" Jiangwan retrieved her thoughts, squinting her eyes as she smiled. "I simply feel fortunate to have encountered you, young sir." Ningji was momentarily taken aback by her smile, then said with concern, "Do go inside. If you linger in the chill, you may catch a cold." Jiangwan nodded and turned to re-enter the cabin. The boatman, upon seeing her enter, bowed and said, "Your Highness, the Empress is to host a banquet the day after tomorrow. If we send Miss Jiang back to the town, we may not arrive in time." Ningji, feigning interest in the scenery, replied casually, "No matter, my mother has already chosen a consort for the crown prince. My presence is merely a formality." He fingered the jade insignia at his waist, a smile playing on his lips. "I suspect that once Miss Jiang returns home, Jiang Sun will soon come to the palace to seek me. That is the matter of importance." The boatman responded in a hushed tone, "Understood." As his words fell, he swung the oars again. Suddenly, an arrow whistled through the air. The boatman, quick-witted, swiftly, the arrowhead pointed directly at Ningji's brow. "Your Highness, there are assassins, shall we take cover?" The boatman lowered his voice, his eyes revealing caution. Ningji's gaze turned icy as he scanned the riverbank, attempting to locate the assailant. However, the shore was distant and overgrown, obscuring any clear view. Several names of suspicious individuals flickered through his mind, yet none matched the proficiency of this precise archery. Suddenly, another arrow soared toward them, this time aimed straight at the cabin wall. Jiang Wan jolted, startled by the sudden commotion, and turned to see the arrow embedded in the wooden wall beside her, a tattered piece of cloth still attached. She retrieved it, reading the two crimson characters, "Come back." Recognizing the handwriting as Xiao Hengji's, she noted it was written in blood. Ningji hurried to her side, frowning as he asked, "Do you know who is behind this?" "It must be someone from my company, likely having realized I was missing and tracked me here," Jiang Wan replied, somewhat surprised. She had never noticed before that Xiao Hengji could shoot arrows, and his skill seemed quite commendable. A flicker of doubt crossed her eyes but was quickly dissipated by the chilly river breeze. Ningji's brow furrowed further, his suspicions deepening. Zhang, the one-eyed man, was always meticulous in his work. Who could this be? How had they followed him here? But with events unfolding as they were, they could only proceed step by step. He instructed the boatman to approach the shore slowly. As the boat angled toward the bank, he finally spotted a figure riding swiftly on horseback, bow drawn, cold eyes fixed on their vessel. Ningji could sense the tension in the air, feeling the palpable hostility emanating from the man on the shore. He surmised that as soon as the man released his arrow, it would surely be aimed at him. "Young lady," Ningji spoke, his gaze unwavering on the shore, "do you recognize that individual?" Hearing his voice, Jiang Wan stepped out of the cabin and saw Xiao Hengji galloping toward them, waving his arms and calling out to him. Ningji subtly moved behind Jiang Wan, and indeed, Xiao Hengji lowered his bow, the arrow slowly descending. As the boat reached the shore, Xiao Hengji leaped from his horse and rushed toward Jiang Wan, pulling her protectively behind him. His movements were swift yet gentle, and his gaze toward Ningji was decidedly unfriendly. Jiang Wan assumed he had misunderstood the situation and quickly clarified, "Do not misconstrue this, I was kidnapped today and fell into the water. This young sir saved me." "Young sir?" Xiao Hengji chuckled lightly, choosing not to pursue the matter further, his attention drawn to Jiang Wan's changed attire. A surge of anger flooded his mind, and he clenched his hands within his sleeves, his displeasure barely contained. "Xiao Hengji, what troubles you?" Jiang Wan inquired, noticing his peculiar expression. Xiao Hengji closed his eyes, massaging his temples. When he reopened them, he wore his usual gentle demeanor. "It is nothing, as long as the young lady is unharmed, that is sufficient." He then turned to Ningji, casually remarking, "Thank you for rescuing my lady." A glimmer of cold light flashed in his instincts warned him that this individual was certainly no benign character, yet, he could not fathom why there was such intense animosity directed at him. As he pondered, he saw Xiao Hengji mount his horse, pulling Jiang Wan to sit in front of him. She barely had time to bid farewell to Ningji before Xiao Hengji commanded sharply, "Go." The horse's hooves thundered, kicking up clouds of dust. Ningji watched the retreating figures, his brow slightly furrowed, and instructed, "Investigate this Xiao Hengji. Find out his background." Chapter 27. Galloping on horseback, Jiang Wan found herself ensnared in front of Xiao Qingji. Curiosity piqued, she wondered why she was seated at the forefront, when suddenly, the sharp crack of a whip sliced through the air. The horse surged forward with startling speed, propelling her backward, and she instinctively leaned back. Had she been seated behind, she would surely have been thrown off. "Xiao Qingji, slow down," Jiang Wan cried out, her body teetering due to the horse's velocity. Xiao Qingji eased the reins slightly, yet still held her firmly against his chest. Breathing a bit heavily, he leaned closer and quietly asked, "Do you know who abducted you, second miss?" Jiang Wan recalled fragments of her ordeal. "I do not know. When I awoke, I found myself trapped on a large ship, where many others were confined as well." A girl named Ayun mentioned a place called Zuayin Tower, suggesting that was our destination, yet she claimed they were all there of their own volition. Xiao Qingji remained silent, his brow furrowed in thought. He was familiar with Zuayin Tower. In his previous life, he had intended to investigate it thoroughly after taking the regency, but inexplicably, it had vanished overnight, leaving no trace to pursue. He never anticipated that the orchestrators behind it would target Jiang Wan. Could her demise in a past life be intertwined with this? Noticing his silence, Jiang Wan could not help but inquire, "Xiao Qingji, how did you find me?" "I thought you had already departed." He gathered his thoughts and responded with a smile, "How could I abandon you, miss? I was merely concerned you would leave with that young gentleman from earlier." "Impossible, I have pressing matters to attend to," Jiang Wan retorted. "I know," Xiao Qingji replied with a chuckle, his chin brushing against the back of her head in a gesture that felt unexpectedly intimate. Gripping the reins tighter, he accelerated once more. Jiang Wan felt an unusual sensation from behind, causing her body to stiffen slightly, as Xiao Qingji's breath grew ever closer to her ear. She instinctively shrugged her shoulders, feeling a tinge of embarrassment as she turned her head to ask, "Is there still no news of Tsong Shuang?" Xiao Qingji lightly replied, "No." The rhythmic sound of hooves clattering against the ground mingled with the wind, leaving Jiang Wan unable to hear clearly. Raising her voice, she repeated, "What did you say?" Xiao Qingji leaned down, his lips brushing against her earlobe as he whispered softly, "I sought you out and did not attend to her." His breath caressed her ear, causing Jiang Wan's cheeks to flush slightly. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her heart inexplicably racing. Observing her reaction, a hint of warmth melted the coldness in Xiao Qingji's expression, a flicker of a smile appearing in his eyes as he hastened toward the town. As autumn waned, dusk settled in, and the vendors began to close their stalls, rendering the streets desolate and forlorn. By the time they arrived, the sidewalks were nearly deserted, with only a beggar playing with pebbles by the roadside. Jiang Wan gazed helplessly at the empty street, uncertain of where to search for Song Shuang. Suddenly, her eye caught a glimpse of a blue-green pouch clutched in the beggaress hand. Her heart raced as she approached, softly asking, "Child, may I see your pouch?" The beggar looked up, noticing her fine attire, and extended his hand for alms. Xiao Qingji placed a piece of silver in his palm, prompting the boy to relinquish the pouch from his embrace. "It is filled with stones. I gathered them myself," the beggar declared. As Jiang Wan took the pouch and examined it, she noticed the intricate lotus embroidery. This was undoubtedly Song Shuang's pouch. "Where did you find this?" she asked urgently. "I picked it up." "Where?" "Right here." The day the Liu family's sedan chair passed by, a lady tossed this pouch out. "Who is Liu? Do you know where he resides?" "Who in the town does not know Liu? He is the son-in-law of the county magistrate. His family possesses the grandest estate in town." The moment the beggar finished speaking, he snatched the pouch back and bolted away, fearing they would demand payment. Jiang Wan stood up, her mind racing as she recalled having seen a grand residence in the town. This town was small, and most homes were quite modest, so she distinctly remembered a slightly more opulent house, located to the east, with two large stone lions flanking its entrance. A sense of foreboding washed over her as she hastened in that direction, her steps quickened with unease. Xiao Qingji gently grasped her sleeve, calling softly, "Second Mississippi." Jiang Wan halted, turning back to him with a hint of anxiety in her tone. "What is it?" Xiao Qingji swiftly mounted the horse, saying, "Riding will expedite our journey." Jiang Wan slapped her forehead, exclaiming, Right, let us ride." She promptly approached, nimbly mounting the horse in one fluid motion. Xiao Qingji watched her graceful movements, unable to suppress a chuckle. In her panic, she had completely forgotten that she did not know how to ride enough. Finding her as paramount, he urged, "Giddy up." With a firm command, the horse galloped forward, soon halting before an intricately carved wooden door. Jiang Wan dismounted and strode purposefully to the door, knocking forcefully, her voice laced with urgency, "Is anyone there? Can anyone hear me?" Silence enveloped them, and the stillness within the door was deafening. Growing increasingly frantic, Jiang Wan began to stomp her feet, her anxiety escalating as she kicked the door with a thud, yet it remained steadfastly shut. The door appeared ancient, crafted from solid wood, and unless it were to be rammed repeatedly, there was no way a young woman could force it open. In desperation, she glanced at the wall, contemplating whether she might scale it. Observing her distress, Xiao Qingji's smile faded. He tested the door with his foot but then recalled their earlier escapade. Breaking it down in her presence might raise her suspicions. Turning his gaze toward the depths of the alley, he remarked to Jiang Wan, "I think I spotted a figure over there, a drunken man, dragging a girl. Should we investigate?" Jiang Wan's eyes brightened at the mention. "Where? Which alley?" Xiao Qingji pointed with a casual gesture in the direction he indicated. Without hesitation, Jiang Wan sprinted toward it. Once she had dashed away, Xiao Qingji's expression darkened, his eyes growing cold as he turned back to the closed door, gathering his strength before delivering a powerful kick. Bang! The door swung open abruptly. However, the scene that unfolded before him left him rooted to the spot, stunned at the threshold. Chapter 28. The seizure of Song Shuang. Before him lay a spacious courtyard, adorned with vibrant decorations, where the crimson wedding drapes swayed gently in the breeze. Yet, the atmosphere within the courtyard was eerily desolate, enveloped in an unsettling silence. Xiao Hengji stood at the entrance, breath caught in his throat, as if he had been transported back to that heart-wrenching night in a previous life, clad in a wedding robe, kneeling beneath the pair of large red double happiness characters, sleepless throughout the night. In the aftermath, whispers among neighbors circulated that they had seen Jiang Wan ascend the sedan of a nobleman. He had pursued her, witnessing with his own eyes the close attendant of Ningji standing by the sedan. At that moment, his heart plunged into an abyss of despair from which he could never emerge. Now, confronted with this familiar scene once more, he found himself breathless. After searching for a brief moment, Jiang Wan noticed the alley was devoid of life. She turned back to see the gate ajar, yet only Xiao Hengji remained at the entrance. How had the door opened so suddenly? Regaining his composure, Xiao Hengji casually remarked, "The bolt has rotted. It broke with just a few firm pushes." Jiang Wan remained silent, equally astonished by the sight before her. However, her thoughts were consumed with the fear that Song Shuang might have been wed into this household. Xiao Hengji spoke calmly, "Rest assured, second miss, no formal rites have been conducted yet." "How do you know?" Jiang Wan retorted, turning to him, her eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. Yet, in an instant, those emotions were suppressed, replaced by a serene smile as he added, "Look, the red candles and the lanterns are still new." Jiang Wan glanced over, indeed confirming that the candles had yet to be lit.
She then called out twice, "Is anyone there?"
The courtyard echoed with emptiness. It seemed everyone had ventured out. Unlike the capital, this town lacked a multitude of maids and servants, leaving the house deserted if one stepped out. Lost in thought, she soon heard a commotion from outside. Turning to look, she saw a middle-aged man supporting a drunken old gentleman into the house, followed by a middle-aged woman. The trio, adorned in gold and silver, exuded an air of opulence. The elderly gentleman being assisted was undoubtedly Lu Leoi. Upon noticing the open gate and the two figures standing in the courtyard, the middle-aged man barked, "Who are you? How dare you trespass on private property?" Suppressing her anger, Jiangwan replied, "Did you not abduct a young lady the other day? Where is she?" "What young lady? I have never seen her."
"Do not make baseless accusations."
"A beggar witnessed it with his own eyes. That young lady was seated in your family's sedan."
The middle-aged man scoffed disdainfully, "Ha, you expect me to believe the word of a beggar? How dare you?"
The man's attitude only solidified Jiang Wan's conviction that Song Shuang had indeed been taken by them. Observing Jiang Wan's fists clenched in fury, Xiao Hengji stepped forward, proposing, "Since you claim to have never seen her, would you kindly open all the rooms for us to inspect? It would serve to prove your innocence." After uttering this, he gestured toward several rooms behind him. The man's expression shifted slightly, his gaze inadvertently darting toward the innermost chamber. This subtle movement did not escape Jiang Wan's notice. She suddenly dashed toward the door, calling out, "Song Shuang, are you in there?" The middle-aged man, sensing the urgency, rushed to pull her back, bellowing, "What are you doing? This is my home. How dare you act so recklessly?" Jiang Wan stumbled back a couple of steps. This man was tall and imposing, a local bully. Should a conflict arise, she would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Yet, if she did not fight for Song Shuang, she would remain ignorant of her fate. She glanced at Xiao Hengji, wishing to beckon him for assistance, but his current demeanor seemed ineffectual. Jiang Wan silently berated him, thinking, why must he be so spineless at a critical moment? Just as she contemplated confronting the man, Xiao Hengji suddenly pulled her aside, whispering, "Second miss, do not act rashly." He then stepped forward, gripping the man's shoulder, his face adorned with a gentle smile as he spoke softly, "If you are innocent, what harm is there in allowing us a look? Why must you treat my young lady so rudely?" Though his words were mild, the pressure of his grip intensified. Suddenly the man let out a muffled groan, pain etched across his face as he involuntarily staggered back a few steps. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Wan swiftly kicked open the door. There, indeed, was Song Shuang, bound tightly with coarse rope, clad in a vivid red wedding dress, her mouth gagged with a cloth, hair disheveled, and her face streaked with tears. "Song Shuang!" Jiang Wan rushed over, removing the cloth from her mouth and hastily untying the ropes binding her hands and feet. As soon as Song Shuang spoke, tears streamed down her face as she clung to Jiang Wan, sobbing uncontrollably. The middle-aged man struggled, shouting, "This is my Lu family's bride. What do you intend to do?" Lu Leoi, regaining some clarity from his intoxication, interjected, "You two must be from out of town, right? Xiaofeng is my Lu family's bride, you cannot take her away." With a glance at the woman behind him, he signaled, and she hurriedly exited. Jiang Wan rose, indignantly declaring, "Xiaofeng, her name is Song Shuang. You forcibly seized a virtuous woman, I shall see you punished for your crimes." The middle-aged man laughed derisively, "What audacity, one might think you were of noble birth." As he spoke, he attempted to reach for Song Shuang, but Xiao Hengji held him firmly in place. "Release me," the man shouted at Xiao Hengji, yet the pressure of his grip only increased. "Father! Think of something," the man cried in desperation. Lu Leoi pointed at Song Shuang, exclaiming, "Xiaofeng, this is your husband, why do you not support him instead of siding with outsiders?" Song Shuang, nestled in Jiang Wan's embrace, her eyes glistening with tears, shook her head vigorously, "Miss, he is not my husband. He bound me, and when I resisted, Jiang Wan's heart trembled, and she understood the gravity of the situation. "Enough, enough, do not speak of it anymore," she soothed, cradling her gently. "You have done nothing wrong." Taking Song Shuang's hand, she began to lead her outside. The middle-aged man shouted, "Father, stop her." Lu Leoi attempted to intervene but was tripped by Xiao Hengji, landing on the ground. "Father," the man called out, directing his ire at Xiao Hengji, "do you know my father is the uncle of the county magistrate? You dare to act so recklessly, I will ensure you face severe punishment." Jiang Wan stood her ground, retorting, "It seems your family has always acted wickedly, relying on the magistrate as a shield. I will not let this matter rest." Lu Leoi, rising and panting, pointed at Jiang Wan in fury, "You little girl, your tongue is quite sharp. Let me tell you, even if the Marquis of Pingnan were here, he would still have to show my Lu family some respect." Jiang Wan, tilting her head in surprise, asked, "I did not expect the magistrate to have connections with the Marquis of Pingnan."
If that is the case, then he must certainly know General Jiang, correct?
The middle-aged man, unashamed, boasted, "Naturally, my family has been friends with General Jiang for many years. If you continue to meddle, I shall have him send you to the border." Seeing their brazen and unreasonable demeanor, Jiang Wan was disinclined to argue further. She turned and called out, "Xiao Hengji, let us depart." Chapter 29 narrates the events surrounding the legitimate daughter of the general's residence, Xiao Hengji. She releases the man she was just speaking with and follows Jiang Wan. A sudden influx of individuals bursts through the doorway. Among them is the woman who had just departed, accompanied by a group. At the forefront stands a man clad in official robes, presumably the county magistrate mentioned by the little beggar.
"Uncle!
How did you fall? Quickly, get up."
The magistrate hastily jogs over to assist the fallen Lord Lu, yet his gaze swiftly turns to Jiang Wan, filled with ire. "Impudent commoner, how dare you trespass into a private residence? Surrender at once."
His countenance darkens, and with a wave of his hand, two attendants immediately advance to seize Jiang Wan and Song Shuang.
"I dare anyone to try."
Jiang Wan retorts coldly, her voice slicing through the air like a blade, causing an instant hush among the crowd. The attendants halted in their tracks. The magistrate momentarily freezes, sensing an unsettling familiarity in Jiang Wan's voice and visage. However, as the night deepens, visibility wanes, prompting him to summon the lanterns to illuminate the corridor. As the flickering candlelight reveals her features, he is struck with a jolt, his eyes widening in recognition. During the severe drought 2 years prior, when the town suffered from prolonged aridity, the emperor had tasked the Marquis of Pingnan with disaster relief. The Marquis's son had distributed provisions to the populace, and the magistrate had observed how the young nobleman tenderly fanned a maiden, wiping her brow. He had heard whispers of the Marquis's son being enamored with the General Jiang's son's legitimate daughter, having taken a liking to her, which had prompted him to glance at her a few extra times. The woman before him now is indeed that very maiden, the legitimate daughter of the general. A cold sweat breaks out on the magistrate's back as he quickly bows in deference. "Your Grace, I apologize for my failure to greet you properly.
Please forgive my oversight."
Lord Lu, bewildered, exclaims with a harsh tone,
"Ming Liang, she intends to take my daughter-in-law away, and yet you still bow to her?"
The man beside him, equally agitated, interjects, "Cousin.
This woman's origins are dubious. She seeks to abduct my wife.
How can you, after all our father has done for you, not call for her arrest, but instead honor her with a bow?" The magistrate, gripped by fear, whispers urgently, "Uncle, please cease your words.
She is the general's legitimate daughter, why provoke her?"
Upon hearing this, the crowd falls silent. The Lu father and son appear as if struck by lightning, their faces draining of color.
The man stares incredulously at Jiang Wan, his voice hoarse. "Cousin, do you truly mean she is who you say?"
Lord Lu stumbles a few steps backward, collapsing to the ground.
"Your Grace, spare my life.
I am but a commoner who failed to recognize such greatness. I implore your mercy." Jiang Wan regards him with a frigid gaze, looking down from her elevated position. "Magistrate, it seems the Lu family has grown so brazen under your protection.
How do you intend to handle this? Will you safeguard your official's cap, or the lives of the Lu family?" Lord Lu, his legs giving way, hurriedly bows his head, pleading for leniency. "I beg for mercy, miss.
The Lu family shall henceforth do good deeds."
"You are kneeling incorrectly, your plea is misdirected,"
Jiang Wan states, lifting her chin to regard him. In a sudden shift, both Lord Lu and the middle-aged man drop to their knees before Song Shuang, repeatedly banging their heads in supplication.
"No, no, no.
Miss Song Shuang, spare us, have mercy."
Jiang Wan turns her head, gently inquiring, "Song Shuang, can you forgive them?" Song Shuang clutches Jiang Wan's arm tightly, turning her head away in silence. "Do you see? She does not forgive," Jiang Wan states, then looks to the magistrate. "Sir, have you considered how to proceed?" The magistrate, feeling the weight of the moment, trembles as he kneels.
"I will, according to the law, select a day to execute the Lu family."
Yet, Jiang Wan knows that this chosen day will likely be postponed until after their departure from the town. She states lightly, "Why wait for a chosen day when we can act now?"
No sooner had her words left her lips than the courtyard erupted in weeping. A chill runs down the magistrate's spine. He realizes that if he fails to act against the Lu family today, he too will be implicated. Taking a deep breath, he trembles as he commands his attendants, "Carry out the execution." Gradually, he turns to Lord Lu and the man, saying, "Uncle, cousin, I am deeply sorry."
"Ming Liang. Cousin."
The attendants move forward, restraining Lord Lu and the middle-aged man, and without hesitation, a gleaming blade flashes through the air, blood splattering forth. In an instant, crimson droplets fly towards Jiang Wan's face, but standing beside her, Xiao Hengji remains still and instinctively raises his hand to shield her eyes, blood staining his palm. The courtyard falls into a sudden silence, the air thickening with the metallic scent of blood. Jiang Wan observes the scene before her, unperturbed, gently patting Song Shuang, who remains nestled against her.
Xiao Hengji speaks softly, "Miss, shall we take our leave?" Jiang Wan tilts her head, calmly asking, "Song Shuang, do you wish to depart?"
Song Shuang nods, gripping Jiang Wan's hand tightly. The trio exits the Lu residence and finds an inn, intending to purchase a carriage the following day for their return to the capital. Once in the guest room, Song Shuang removes her red wedding attire and collapses onto the bed, stifling her sobs. Jiang Wan approaches, softly comforting her. "Song Shuang, do not dwell on it. Consider it a nightmare, the dream has now ended."
Song Shuang, choking back tears, queries, "Miss, what if they have torn my clothing, what if I become with child?"
Jiang Wan feels a pang of sorrow, squeezing her hand gently, shaking her head.
"That will not happen. Once we return to the capital, I will find the best doctor for you, you shall be fine." "Miss!"
Song Shuang cries, leaning into her embrace. Jiang Wan gently pats her back, murmuring, "It is all my fault. Had I not fallen ill, you would not have faced such peril alone." Song Shuang wipes her tears and lifts her head. "Do not blame yourself, miss, it was my own folly for trusting that man. The innkeeper claimed he had a sedan chair to sell, and I foolishly followed him."
Jiang Wan exhales, stroking her head.
"It is all right, it is all behind us now. Rest well tonight, and come morning, we shall return home."
"I am sorry, Mississippi.
Had it not been for me, we would not have missed the Empress's banquet, an occasion you anticipated for so long." Jiang Wan shakes her head, smiling gently. "Do not place all the blame upon yourself. If the banquet was missed, then so be it, what matters most is that we are safe." Song Shuang gazes at her, hesitating to speak. "What is it? What do you wish to say?"
Jiang Wan inquires softly.
Song Shuang's lips quiver, tears welling in her eyes once more as she embraces Jiang Wan, sobbing, "I did not know you cared for me so much. You have always been frightened at the sight of blood. Surely, you were terrified just now." Jiang Wan pats her back, smiling, "I promise to provide you with a good life." She continues to weep softly. After a while, Jiang Wan rises to assist her in freshening up, and when they finally settle down, Song Shuang still clings tightly to her hand. Jiang Wan gently coaxes her, and it is not until the early hours of the morning that Song Shuang finally drifts into a deep sleep. Yet Jiang Wan finds herself wide awake, the multitude of trials they have faced along the way feeling far too orchestrated to be mere coincidence. Stepping quietly from the guest room, she intends to seek fresh air on the terrace of the inn's second floor. Approaching, she notices someone seated on a bench outside, the dim light of the lantern casting shadows across their profile. As she draws closer, she stands beside him and asks, "Xiao Hengji, why are you awake at this hour?" Upon noticing the wine jug beside him, she inwardly scoffs, realizing he has already adopted the habit of indulging in a nightcap.
Xiao Hengji smiles faintly, responding, "Is it not true that the second miss is also awake?"
A subtle scent of alcohol wafts from him as he speaks. Jiang Wan takes a seat beside him, replying, "I was pondering the events of these past few days. The one-eyed man who attempted to abduct me seemed to have been instructed to kill me, yet I have never offended anyone. I cannot fathom who would wish me harm." After her revelation, Xiao Hengji lapses into silence, taking a swig from the jug.
Jiang Wan inquires, "Are you attempting to drown your sorrows in drink?"
Xiao Hengji gives a quiet affirmation. Suddenly, a thought strikes Jiang Wan, prompting her to tentatively ask, "Is it because of that maiden you hold affections for?" Chapter 30. "He would rather be a sinner, the girl I fancy." A hint of confusion crossed Xiao Hengji's face, followed by a knowing smile. He turned to tease her deliberately. "How did the second miss come to such a conclusion?" Jiang Wan curled her lips, responding coldly, "Your little schemes are written all over your face.
Did you not say she is exceedingly delicate and difficult to coax? You've been away from the capital for so long, she must be quite upset, no?"
Xiao Hengji let out a deep sigh, his expression tinged with melancholy as he replied, "Perhaps. Moreover, I have committed some wrongs. If she were to find out, it might make it even harder to appease her."
Upon hearing the term wrongs, Jiang Wan mistakenly assumed he was referring to their betrothal.
Instantly, a fire ignited in her heart, and her voice rose. "If that's the case, then you should promptly annul the engagement, lest this blunder hinders your attempts to placate that young lady. No, that delicate young lady." She emphasized the word delicate, entirely unaware that her words revealed a hint of jealousy. Observing her demeanor, Xiao Hengji felt a bittersweet blend of emotions surge within him. The troubles that befell both Jiang Wan and Song Shuang stemmed from his allowing Guiyi to seize the horse. Guilt weighed heavily upon him. He picked up the wine jug, forcing a bitter smile as he took a large swig. Seeing his troubled expression, Jiang Wan's anger flared anew. She had intended to clear her mind, yet found herself increasingly vexed. As the legitimate daughter of a general's household, she had numerous suitors awaiting her selection. Xiao Hangji's demeanor made it seem as if she were desperately pursuing him. This time, upon returning home, she was determined to dissolve the engagement. Fuming, she stood up, intending to retreat to her room. However, just as she took a step, he seized her sleeve.
"What are you doing?"
Jiang Wan snapped back, her voice tinged with impatience. Xiao Hangji did not release her. Instead, he gently pulled her back, his gaze filled with concern as he noticed the wounds on her fingers.
"When did you sustain these injuries, second miss? Otherwise, it may leave a scar."
He tenderly brushed over the scar. Jiang Wan recoiled her hand, casting him a disdainful glance. "No need, I am not so delicate." With that, she turned to leave. Xiao Hangji rose, his gaze following her retreating figure, his heart akin to a vast, empty sea beneath a cliff, restless and desolate. He relinquished the wine jug and turned, his silhouette gradually fading into the darkness. Before the government office, 2 red lanterns flickered ominously in the pitch-black night. It had been a long time since Xiao Hangji engaged in such moonlit escapades. He leapt onto the roof with a nimble grace, silently entering the inner courtyard of the government office. The patrolling guards leaned against the pillars, dozing, oblivious to his presence. The surroundings were enveloped in dead silence. A faint smile crept across his lips as a chilling glint filled his eyes. Gently pushing open the county magistrate's door, he moved like a spectre, his footsteps soundless. The magistrate lay in a deep slumber, his corpulent form rising and falling, utterly defenseless. Standing beside the bed, a smile graced Xiao Hangji's lips, while a murderous intent surged within his gaze. He slowly pressed a cold dagger against the magistrate's cheek, teasingly gliding the blade, akin to observing a lamb destined for slaughter. In his dream, the magistrate felt an icy sensation on his face, groggily wiped it, turned over, and continued sleeping. Xiao Hangji, losing interest in the game, removed the dagger and ruthlessly tore a piece of the bed curtain, forcing it into the magistrate's mouth, abruptly waking him. The magistrate opened his eyes to see a pair of cold, piercing eyes mere inches away, recoiling in terror, attempting to scream, only to find his voice lost and his hands bound. "Shoo," Xiao Hangji whispered near his ear, his tone dangerously low. "I ask, you answer. Otherwise." The dagger lightly traced a shallow line across the magistrate's throat, drawing forth a thin trickle of blood. The magistrate was paralyzed with fear, nodding vigorously.
"Very well."
Xiao Hangji smiled faintly, drawing closer to remove the cloth obstructing the magistrate's mouth.
In the moonlight, the magistrate finally recognized his face. "You're the one who was with Miss Jiang today." Xiao Hangji raised an eyebrow. "You remember so clearly, are you still pining after her?"
The magistrate quickly grasped the double entendre in his words and shook his head frantically. "I don't remember.
I don't recall."
He sensed an entirely different aura emanating from this man compared to when he was at the Lu residence, and the current gaze instilled a primal fear within him, cold sweat soaking his garments.
Xiao Hangji inquired, "Do you recognize a one-eyed man?"
The magistrate stiffened, and Xiao Hangji, observing his reaction, surmised he had struck a chord. To transport someone so brazenly, the authorities must be in collusion.
The magistrate trembled, his gaze flickering as he feigned calmness. I don't know." Xiao Hangji narrowed his eyes, slowly pressing the dagger against the magistrate's chest with a gentle force that pierced through clothing, the blade embedding deeper into flesh. "It seems the magistrate enjoys testing my patience. Spare me. I will tell you."
The magistrate, racked with pain, trembled uncontrollably, veins bulging on his forehead, and in a panic, blurted out, "That one-eyed man's surname is Shang, we call him One-Eyed Zhang. He and I received orders from him." Before he could finish, a sudden whoosh pierced the air. Xiao Hangji swiftly dodged, a silver needle embedding itself in the eaves, glinting ominously. Turning back, he found the magistrate collapsed, another needle having pierced through his temple. A shadow flitted outside the courtyard. Xiao Hangji's eyes sharpened, ready to pursue, but then abruptly halted. A sense of alarm surged within him. Jiang Wan, a chilling premonition struck him as he raced back to the inn. However, upon pushing open the guest room door, he found only Song Shuang alone. His breath quickened, scanning the room frantically, but Jiang Wan was nowhere to be seen. His grip on the doorframe tightened, knuckles paling, his heart plummeting into an abyss of despair, cold sweat trickling down his spine. He hurried downstairs, rousing the sleepy innkeeper. "Where is the young lady upstairs?"
"Did you see where she went?"
The innkeeper, bleary-eyed, shook his head. "I didn't see her," and promptly fell back asleep. Stunned, he stood there, his expression taut like a drawn bow, hands trembling as he braced himself against the table to remain upright. If anything were to happen to Jiang Wan, he could never forgive himself. He closed his eyes, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, forcing himself to think calmly, yet rationality eluded him, leaving him utterly bewildered.
"Xiao Hangji?"
A familiar voice pierced the silence. He whipped around to see Jianwan approaching slowly, tilting her head with a hint of confusion. What are you doing here? Xiao Hangji's heart raced, all the tension flooding out in that moment, but he fought to suppress his emotions, softly asking, where have you been? Jianwan blinked. You occupied the terrace, so I went to the backyard for some fresh air. There's a well there, from the Zhengde era. She rambled on about the ancient well and a dog hole, while Xiao Hangji merely gazed at her, his eyes brimming with suppressed emotions, yearning to embrace her at that very moment. He stepped closer, standing before her, his gaze slowly scanning her face, wanting to hold her tightly, to keep her forever by his side. He even felt himself teetering on the edge of restraint, his arm gradually lifting. Rather than harboring hatred, he would rather be a sinner, forever binding her to him, if only to ensure she remained close. Yet, in the end, he did nothing, simply murmuring, the dawn is approaching. Let us return home. Chapter 31 Is filth just filth? The next morning, the inn's breakfast stall exhaled waves of warmth, as several burly men engaged in animated conversation, their voices hushed yet brimming with excitement. Have you heard? That magistrate met a violent end last night at the Yamen. Indeed, and the Liu family has also suffered calamity, all members are dead. Such a bizarre turn of events. Those Liu scoundrels, accustomed to bullying others with their power, have finally received their comeuppance. Jianwan, carrying her bundle, paused upon overhearing their words. She approached and inquired, Gentlemen, did you just mention that the magistrate met with an untimely demise at the Yamen? Yes, one replied, the coroner has already arrived this morning. The inn's waiter chimed in, such significant news cannot remain hidden. It will soon be known by all. Jianwan furrowed her brow, choosing not to press further. She had intended to wait a few days before reporting to the local governor to rectify the official's misconduct, but she had not anticipated the magistrate's unexpected death. Perhaps it was the result of his many misdeeds, avenged by enemies, yet, the timing seemed rather suspicious. Dear second miss, Xiao Hangji arrived, guiding a horse-drawn carriage to the inn's entrance, calling out to her from a distance, we can set off now. Jianwan, her thoughts disrupted, regained her composure and climbed into the carriage with Song Shuang. The carriage, hastily procured in town, was cramped and barely accommodated two people. Their legs lacked space to stretch, forcing them to sit upright. However, fatigue from the previous night soon lulled her into a drowsy slumber against Song Shuang. Xiao Hangji, at the front, tugged the reins, and after a bumpy journey, they finally returned to the capital. Upon entering the Jiang residence, Jianwan wasted no time and immediately summoned a physician to tend to Song Shuang. Jiang Sun, surprised by her sudden return, exclaimed, Wanner, were you not bound for Juayu Mountain Villa? Why have you come back so abruptly? Jianwan led him to the study, recounting the events of her journey, embellishing her tale. Had I not been fortuitously rescued by a kind soul, I might have perished in the river. Do you know who saved you? Jiang Sun asked. It was His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince? Jiang Sun was taken aback. But you have never met him. How can you be certain? I inadvertently caught a glimpse of the Crown Prince's jade insignia. I assure you, I would not mistake it. Jianwan had initially intended to keep this matter secret, considering Ningji's desire to remain incognito. However, after deliberating, she pondered whether this could serve as an opportunity for a connection. If her father could serve Ningji in the expedition to Fengyu Pass, surely Ningji would ensure her father's safety. Jiangsun turned away, lost in thought, his eyes shut as if contemplating deeply. Jiangwan pressed on, her tone earnest, Father, I believe His Royal Highness possesses great strategy. He has saved my life. Why not align ourselves with him? We could support the new emperor. Silence. Jiangsun interrupted sharply. Our Jiang family has been loyal to the throne for generations. We do not conspire with court factions. How could we break such a rule under my watch? Jianwan understood the Jiang family's loyalty, unwavering amidst the shifting tides of court politics. They remained faithful to the emperor, adhering to the imperial edict, and even if Ningji were to become the new emperor, Jiangsun would still serve the current sovereign, never favoring the crown prince. Yet, she also recognized that the current emperor had long regarded the Jiang family with suspicion. Father, Jiangwan attempted to speak again, but Jiangsun cut her off. Enough, matters of the court do not concern a young lady like you. Since the crown prince saved your life, I shall personally express my gratitude on a suitable day. You must be weary from your travels, rest well. Jiang Sun's stubbornness was not something she could easily sway. Jiangwan could only respond, I take my leave. Dejected, she made her way back. Passing through the rear courtyard, she suddenly heard a cacophony of mocking laughter. She looked up to see Aunt Wan and Jiangli in the courtyard, gossiping while munching on sunflower seeds, occasionally stifling giggles and casting disdainful glances toward Song Shuang's room. It was evident they were not discussing anything favorable. Jianwan approached them, irritation evident in her voice. Is there something you wish to say? Why must you whisper behind our backs? Antoine glanced at her dismissively, a smirk playing on her lips. Dear second miss, do not take your frustrations out on us. There are some matters you would likely prefer to remain ignorant of. Jiang Li seized the opportunity to taunt. Song Shuang, at such a tender age, is already consorting with men. Your maid, it seems, is quite unrestrained. She deliberately raised her voice to draw the attention of the servants nearby. Jiang Wan quickly grasped the implications behind her words. As the servants turned their attention to them, Jiang Li continued, you all may not know, but Song Shuang, on this outing, became involved with a rogue, who took advantage of her and then discarded her, which is why she returned in such disgrace. Gasps of disbelief rippled through the crowd, as they exchanged incredulous looks. Anger surged within Jiang Wan, and she retorted, I know Song Shuang's character better than anyone. It is you, Jiang Li, who has spent your life sowing discord. If we are to discuss virtue, perhaps you should reflect upon yourself. Jiang Li stood her ground. Reflect? The physician just stated that Song Shuang is unclean and prescribed an abortifacient. I heard it loud and clear. At that moment, Song Shuang happened to walk by the corridor. Seeing her, Jiang Li became even more arrogant, her smile widening. Song Shuang, do you dare to admit that you are still pure? Song Shuang froze, clenching her fists, her face a mask of shame and agony as she quietly protested, I was wronged. Ha, did you hear that? She admitted it. Jiang Li laughed uproariously, and one shot her a disdainful glance, tossing sunflower seed shells at her feet. Dirty is dirty, there's no shame in it. I wonder which unfortunate man will end up marrying you in the future. Jiang Wan quickly moved to shield Song Shuang, fixing a cold gaze on Antoine and Jiang Li. Song Shuang's body is her own. No one has the right to judge her or demand confessions. Jiang Li smirked slightly, still cruel, I merely speak the truth. A woman who has lost her purity will find no suitor. She deserves to be ridiculed. Speak the truth? Jiang Wan replied with a frosty smile. Jiang Li, do you believe yourself virtuous and superior, defining oneself by a man's opinion? Oh, the words you have spoken to Song Shuang today will one day return to pierce your own heart. Her voice, though not loud, resonated with weight, each word striking deep. The surrounding servants fell silent, heads bowed, too intimidated to utter a word. Jiang Li's face flushed with anger, but she could not muster a rebuttal. Jiang Wan glanced at the scattered sunflower seed shells on the ground, her voice icy. Clean up those shells, or I shall ensure they are ground into your meals. I assure you, I am capable of that. With that, she led Song Shuang back inside. Jiang Li, seething, clenched her fists and overturned the sunflower seeds on the table in a fit of rage. Once inside, Song Shuang could no longer hold back her tears. Jiang Wan comforted her. Song Shuang, the words I just spoke were meant not only for Jiang Li but for you as well. Remember, a woman is not defined by her purity. If a man harbors resentment toward you for such a reason, it only indicates he is unworthy, not a fault of yours. Tears welled in Song Shuang's eyes as she looked up at her with gratitude. Thank you. Enough, Jiang Wan said, patting her head. For the next few days, rest well and do not worry about other matters. If you need anything, come to me. Song Shuang nodded, tears threatening to spill once more. Jiang Wan playfully tapped her nose, teasing, I never realized you were such a crybaby. She tended to Song Shuang as one would a sister, ensuring she took her medicine and rested before stepping out. Just as she was about to return to her room, she spotted Xiao Hengji emerging from her father's study. Confused, she hurried over to call out to him, Xiao Hengji. Chapter 32. On the day of the wedding, if I flee. She approached. Xiao Hengji turned his head and greeted, Second miss, what is your command? Zhang Mian crossed her arms and replied in a nonchalant tone, What do you need to see father for? Xiao Hengji hesitated slightly before responding, I spoke with Uncle Jiang about some matters that occurred a few days ago. Zhang Mian narrowed her eyes, clearly unconvinced, I just spoke with father. Why do you need to repeat it? Be honest. Realizing he could not deceive her, Xiao Hengji sighed and confessed, Very well, I went to ask Uncle Jiang to withdraw the engagement. Zhang Mian fell silent. This reason did not raise her suspicions. She then inquired, And what did father say? Xiao Hengji's expression grew troubled as he feigned disappointment. He did not directly agree. This matter is somewhat difficult, but I will find a way, especially since it was your instruction, Second Mississippi. Zhang Mian let out a light scoff, her tone laced with mockery. What do you mean it was my instruction? Clearly, you're trying to placate your delicate fiancée. Don't place all the blame on me. Xiao Hengji's gaze shifted slightly, and he pretended to be confused. I recall it was you who wished to withdraw from the engagement initially. Is it possible that you no longer wish to? Zhang Mian seemed to have been struck at her core. She pouted and raised her voice intentionally. Why would I not want to? Hurry up and withdraw it. She turned away, uncertain of what she was feeling guilty about. Just then, she spotted Su Mama passing by and called out, Su Mama.
Su Mama hurried over, bowing respectfully. What does the second miss require?
Jiang Mian cleared her throat and stated, you must be aware of the commotion in the courtyard today. Please keep an eye on things at home in the coming days. If anyone speaks ill of Tsong Shuang, send them away immediately. If there is any disobedience, come find me.
Understood, Su Mama replied and withdrew.
As Jiang Mian was about to leave, she suddenly thought of something and her gaze returned to Xiao Hengji. Why are you staring at me, Xiao Hengji? I find myself quite curious. Do you care about a woman's chastity?
Are you referring to Tsong Shuang? Well, somewhat. Xiao Hengji met her gaze earnestly. Why would I care? She has done nothing wrong. Jiang Mian tapped her chin and rephrased her question. What if it were your fiancé Yi who, on the wedding day, suddenly ran away with someone else? How would you feel?
Upon hearing this, Xiao Hengji was momentarily stunned, then averted his gaze, a hint of anxiety rising within him. Did she suspect he had been reborn, or was she merely testing him? His mind raced as he pondered what to do if she truly discovered the truth. Should he kneel and plead for mercy, or simply hand her a dagger and let her decide his fate?
Seeing his expression shift, Jiang Mian asked, why are you silent?
In truth, she was merely curious, for when she had left Xiao Hengji in her previous life, she had left nothing behind, nor had there been any correspondence afterwards. What had Xiao Hengji thought at that time? Had he truly changed due to her betrayal, or was he inherently dark and mad, and she merely catalyzed his transformation? Her eyes glinted with anticipation for his response. Xiao Hengji turned to meet her gaze, calm and steady, with a hint of expectation, as if he had not discovered any secret. He sighed in relief, gradually easing his tension, concluding that Jiang Mian was merely curious.
Was the second miss implying that if the engagement were not withdrawn, she intended to run off with someone else?
When did I ever imply such a thing? He stammered, his voice trailing off as if he had done something wrong. Xiao Hengji, not wishing to mock her, replied earnestly, if the person I love were to run away with someone else, even to the ends of the earth, I would pursue her. His gaze lingered on her, filled with tender affection, believing his feelings were abundantly clear. Yet, Jiang Mian, oblivious, continued to probe. What if your fiancé Yi were not someone you loved, but merely an ordinary betrothed? Would you still pursue her if she ran away? This question left Xiao Hengji perplexed. What did she mean by an ordinary betrothed? In his previous life, he had risked everything to reclaim her. Was she not considered someone he loved? A sense of frustration welled up within him as he inhaled deeply, suppressing the complex emotions, and turned to question, if she is already your fiancé Yi, why would you think she would not be loved?
Jiang Mian widened her eyes innocently and replied, but don't you have someone you love? If the one you marry is not the one you love, let us say it's me. If I were to run away on the day of our wedding, what would you think?
Xiao Hengji, rarely losing his patience, spoke in a low voice, almost forcing the words through gritted teeth. I would find a secluded place and end my life. With that, he turned and strode away, leaving Jiang Mian in shock. Jiang Mian watched his retreating figure, muttering to herself, if you don't want to speak, then don't. Why throw a tantrum? What is wrong with him? Soon, it was time for dinner, and the kitchen staff hurriedly prepared a lavish spread. Everyone took their seats, except for Jiangli, who arrived last. I felt a bit fatigued today and arrived a little late. I apologize for keeping everyone waiting. Jiangli sat down with an air of superiority, a maid standing behind her to massage her shoulders, exuding arrogance. Jiang Mian cast a sidelong glance at her, inwardly scoffing. What airs she puts on, she should be sent to the palace for the empress to discipline her. Jiangli caught her expression and smirked. Second sister seems increasingly unable to hide her thoughts. Your face resembles that of a rustic villager. Have you adapted to a rural life with Xiao Hengji already? Her tone was light, yet the words dripped with blatant provocation, clearly stemming from the earlier incident. The atmosphere at the table froze, no one daring to speak. Jiang Mian laughed lightly. What is wrong with rural life? Are you afraid I might dig your coffin up from the ground someday? What did you say? Jiangli threw her chopsticks, which struck Jiang Mian in the face. Jiang Mian's expression darkened as she slammed her palm on the table, standing up in anger. I meant you. I shall present you with a couplet at your wedding, inscribed with a celestial being, at rest in the earth. Father! Wan Yinyang hastily turned to Jiang Sun, her face filled with urgency. Please, manage the second miss. What nonsense is she spouting? Jiang Sun's face darkened as he glared at Jiang Mian, quietly rebuking. Enough, you two have quarreled since childhood. Are you not tired? On such a fine day, why speak of omens? Wan Yinyang pulled Jiangli down, whispering something in her ear. Jiangli rolled her eyes, adjusting the hairpin atop her head, and resumed her haughty demeanor as the young mistress of the Ho residence. Jiang Mian's gaze sharpened. She noticed the hairpin Jiangli wore was the Yao Jiyingyu pin gifted by the Xie family to their daughter-in-law, a luminous pearl shaped like a crescent moon, growing brighter with the night. In the past, she had worn it daily, too intimidated to remove it, lest she incur the wrath of her mother-in-law. Now that Zhang Li wore it, it seemed she had already paid her respects to the Xia matriarch. Zhang Mian's eyes flickered with a smile as she casually remarked, "That hairpin is quite exquisite, it must have been a gift from your in-laws?" Zhang Li snorted disdainfully, "You do possess some discernment. However, such a fine item is one you may gaze upon but not touch." At an opportune moment, Wan Yinyang interjected, nodding in agreement. "A few days ago, the Xia matriarch personally came to present this to Lier." "Oh," Zhang Mian drawled, "such a valuable hairpin must indicate their approval of this daughter-in-law." "Have you had the pleasure of meeting the second young master Xie?" The underlying implication of her words was clear. Had she met that hapless fool who could scarcely take care of himself? Chapter 33, Is the woman outside truly that remarkable? Not at all. Jiang Li had just uttered a word when she was interrupted by Aunt Wan. Without having seen his face directly, second young master Xie, seated in the carriage, greeted them with a mere profile. "What do you think? Is Aunt satisfied?" Zhang Wan teased. "It is said that no one has ever beheld second young master Xie's true visage." Aunt Wan raised her voice, pride evident in her tone. "Of course, he is exceptional, possessing a demeanor as outstanding as the rumors suggest, and his looks are simply unparalleled." Her self-satisfaction elicited a light laugh from Jiang Wan, who remarked, "Big sister is indeed fortunate. I wonder if a wedding date has been set." Jiang Li looked up coldly and replied, "The 7th of the month is the date. If you do not wish to attend, there is no need to force yourself." Jiang Wan's smile grew ever brighter. "How could I possibly miss such a lively occasion? I can hardly wait to witness Jiang Li's expression upon meeting Xie." Throughout the meal, each harbored their own thoughts, and it wasn't until the last chopsticks were set down that Zhang Wan realized that Xiao Hengji had not come. She found it peculiar and followed the corridor to inquire of Ruiju, "Where is Xiao Hengji?" "Second miss, young master Xiao just stepped out and did not mention where he was going," replied Ruiju. Zhang Wan nodded, presuming he had gone to seek that delicate girl. Neglecting his meal, how impatient he must be, she murmured softly. Approaching, she saw Ruiju alone tidying up in Xiao Hengji's room. Suddenly recalling something, she walked in and asked, "I remember you came with another maid named Ruilan. Where is she? Why have I not seen her?" Second miss may not be aware, but a few months ago, Ruilan injured her hand and was unable to work, so the matron allowed her to leave. "Ah, I see." Jiang Wan nodded, casually glancing around Xiao Hengji's quarters, which were significantly more spacious than his previous lodgings, yet sparsely furnished, giving off a somewhat desolate air. Just as she was about to exit, Ruiju picked up a blanket and made her way to the laundry room. As she passed through the doorway, a deep blue ribbon slipped from the bedding. She bent down to retrieve it and discovered it was a woman's waist sash adorned with silk tassels. Jiang Wan's mouth fell agape as her mind raced with various romantic implications, followed by a chuckle. This could either be a token of affection or intimate apparel. To have brought it home, how deeply affectionate indeed. Clutching the sash, her irritation grew, and she felt humiliated. Is that woman outside truly so captivating that he cannot eat or sleep, she pondered. Could it be that in a past life, while saving her, he also kept another? With a stomp of her foot, she stormed toward Jiang Sun's study. The fragrance of the flowers outside? Let it be gathered, I have no interest in this engagement. Standing at the study's entrance, she called out, "Father, father, I have something urgent to discuss." However, no response came from within. "Second miss, the master went to the Pingnan Marquis's residence this afternoon and has yet to return," replied a servant beside Jiang Sun. With a heavy heart, Jiang Wan trudged back to her chamber. She tossed the sash onto the table, crossed her arms, and turned to gaze at her reflection in the mirror. Though her beauty might not be considered extraordinary, she was certainly alluring. Is that delicate lady outside truly so exceptional as to eclipse a legitimate daughter of a general's household? Why did I not realize before that Xiao Hengji was such a superficial man? She pounded the table in frustration, anger bubbling to the surface. As she brooded, a sudden commotion outside caught her attention. Upon opening the door, she saw Aunt Wan leading Madame Xia into the courtyard, several large trunks placed at their feet. Zhang Li followed, flanked by several smiling maidservants who hurried to greet them. In no time, the maidservants were lifting the trunks into the house, filling the courtyard with lively energy. Jiang Wan glanced at the large trunks and, upon seeing their contents, let out a light scoff. Silk brocade. In a previous life, receiving such brocade had brought her joy akin to Jiang Li's delight, yet she later learned that this fabric was worn by concubines in the Marquis' household, while the legitimate wives donned fragrant cloud silk. Casting a cold glance at Jiang Li, their eyes met, and Jiang Li, brimming with pride, looked at her directly. Jiang Wan rolled her eyes inwardly, thinking, the joy of the moment will surely lead to mourning later. Shutting the door behind her, she sat down,
but barely had she settled when someone entered, calling from the doorway, "What was that expression on your face just now, second sister? You aren't jealous of me, are you? Remember, this engagement is one you rejected." Jiang Wan raised an eyebrow. "So you are aware that I did not desire this?" "You." Jiang Li was momentarily at a loss for words, her fists clenched tightly. Just as she was about to unleash her wrath, she suddenly paused, a cold smile forming on her lips. "I see your insolent demeanor. Could it be that your feelings for Xiao Hengji have shifted, leaving you unsettled?" Jiang Wan's expression faltered slightly. Seeing her reaction, Jiang Li burst into laughter, unable to conceal her glee from the look on your face. "You must have known all along that Xiao Hengji frequented the Zuiyin Tower?" TSK, I never imagined you would favor such a person." She continued, covering her mouth and nose as she scrutinized Jiang Wan with a look of disdain. "Jiang Wan, puzzled, inquired, Zuiyin Tower?" "Indeed, just now I returned from the road and saw Xiao Hengji entering the Zuiyin Tower." "What kind of decent man would go to a place filled with wine and women? Yet you two seem to match. No wonder Song Shuan." She cleared her throat and added, "After all, you are of the same ilk." With that, Jiang Li turned on her heel, leaving Jiang Wan to ponder. Jiang Wan recalled the boat trip when Ayun had mentioned that the one-eyed man intended to take them to the Zuiyin Tower. She had a nagging intuition that Xiao Hengji's visit to the Zuiyin Tower was not merely for indulgence. But could it be that the girl he favored was among those within? After some contemplation, Jiang Wan resolved to visit the place herself. As night fell, the capital remained lively without a curfew. A small river wound through the city, arched bridges connecting both banks, where lanterns illuminated the bustling shore, and the water beneath mirrored the vibrant night market, presenting a unique spectacle. Seated in a small boat, Jiang Wan casually asked the boatman, "Good sir, do you know who owns the Zuiyin Tower?" The boatman, gently guiding the water with his bamboo pole, replied nonchalantly, "The owner of the Zuiyin Tower? I have heard it is a woman this month." "This month, is there something special about that?" A nearby man interjected, "The owner of the Zuiyin Tower changes every 15th day, it has been the custom for many years." Jiang Wan rested her chin on her hand, gazing at the moon above. Having recently passed the 15th, she mused that the current owner had likely just changed. What is the true nature of the Zuiyin Tower to be so enigmatic? The women claimed it was voluntary to enter. What exactly did that mean? If curious, she inquired further, "Why is it that the owner changes every month? Who decides this? Is there something unsavory about their dealings?" The boatman chuckled softly, shaking his head. "My dear lady, such matters are beyond the ken of a simple old man like me. But tell me, why are you so interested in these affairs?" All eyes turned to her. A flicker of nervousness crossed Jiang Wan's face before she feigned embarrassment and said, "To be candid, my husband spends his days there, and I have come to seek him." The others exchanged knowing glances, murmuring among themselves that he must have a romantic entanglement. Jiang Wan tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and listened quietly. The man continued, "But my lady, they do not admit female guests. It may be futile for you to go." "They do not admit female guests? Such a rule exists?" Before she could finish, a woman beside her suddenly exclaimed, "If they refuse to admit female guests, then we simply won't go in. I have always loathed faithless men." "Do not worry, my lady, I shall shout and bring him out for you." The woman, with sturdy arms and a booming voice, clearly appeared to be one accustomed to hard labor. Her indignation suggested she had likely suffered at the hands of a man before. While Jiang Wan did not doubt the woman's ability to call out to him, the thought of creating a scene in public was somewhat embarrassing. She quickly waved her hands, saying, No, that is unnecessary, thank you, dear lady, but I shall return another day." "Not at all, trust me, I will ensure you see him." As the small boat approached the shore, they were mere steps from the entrance of the Zuiyin Tower. The woman seized Jiang Wan's arm and began leading her onward, leaving Jiang Wan feeling trapped and unable to resist. Chapter 34. Isaiah Hengzi, your wife has come to find you. The Drunken Melody Pavilion is an exquisite establishment, soaring 5 stories high, with delicately arched eaves and exterior walls adorned with intricate, hollow carvings. The windows are crafted from ancient wood, elegantly engraved with swirling cloud patterns. As night falls, lanterns illuminate the scene, casting a warm red glow upon the silk curtains that flutter in the breeze, creating a dreamlike ambience reminiscent of a celestial realm. Jiang Man finds herself taken aback, having never noticed such a conspicuous place before. She hesitates momentarily at the entrance and addresses the woman beside her, saying, "Madam, I think I shall attempt to gain entry. If I succeed, there will be no need to call out." With that, Jiang Man strides toward the entrance, bowing her head. She follows the crowd, hoping to blend in amidst the throng. However, the sharp-eyed doorman raises a hand to stop her. With a smile, he politely informs her, "Miss, the Drunken Melody Pavilion does not admit female patrons. Should you wish to enjoy a performance or indulge in tea, there are other establishments available."
Indeed, his words echo the sentiments of the man from the boat. Jiang Man inquires, what sort of rule is this? Why can men enter while women cannot? Is there something within that would be tarnished by a woman's gaze? The attendant remains smiling and respectful, explaining, such is the rule of our establishment. I hope you can understand. If you wish to enjoy a performance or tea, I can arrange for someone to escort you to another venue, with all expenses on us, merely to appease your anger. Such eloquence and thoroughness in his response render it no surprise that no one has ever criticized this place. Just as Jiang Man prepares to ask further questions, the patrons behind her grow increasingly impatient, their murmurs rising in urgency. The woman pulls her aside once more, her expression filled with indignation. Sister, do not exert yourself further, these places are all of the same ilk, reeking of vice. It is perhaps for the best that we are not allowed entry. If your husband is indeed inside, we can simply call him out. Jiang Man observes the men entering the pavilion and, catching sight of a nearby tailor shop, contemplates disguising herself as a man to infiltrate the establishment. While she ponders this, the woman inquires, Sister, what is your husband's name? I will help you call him out. Jiang Man stammers, attempting to deflect, perhaps it's best not to. My husband is a man of pride, it would be rather inappropriate to summon him thus. The woman, undeterred, grips her arm and insists, what is there to fear? Just say it. I see those men are all the same, indulging in debauchery. Why should they be ashamed if called out? Pulled along by the woman, Jiang Man stumbles slightly, realizing she cannot escape this situation today. Taking a deep breath, she murmurs a few notes. His name is what? Please be clear. With her eyes closed, she exhales deeply, as if resigning herself, and utters, Xia Hangzi. Having spoken, she rests her forehead against her palm and turns away. I am truly sorry, Xia Hangzi. This was not my intention. Immediately, a robust voice resounds nearby, Xia Hangzi, you heartless scoundrel, your wife awaits you at home, yet here you are, reveling in excess. If you are a man, come forth, Xia Hangzi. Xia Hangzi, come out. Jiang Man can no longer bear to listen, covering her ears and bowing her head low, hoping to avoid recognition. The attendant at the entrance observes her vocal outburst and the growing crowd, rushing over to advise, ladies, what is the purpose of this commotion? In public, let us not disturb the peace. With her hands on her hips, the woman retorts with righteous indignation, then let him come out. A proper man should not shy away from his wife. The attendant, flustered, responds, I shall go fetch him at once, right away. With that, he dashes into the building, swiftly ascending the stairs. Inside the Drunken Melody Pavilion, colored ribbons cascade from the lofty pillars, and dancers float down like ethereal beings, filling the venue with a cacophony of voices, vibrant with activity. The attendant searches through the guest list in haste, finally locating Xia Hangzi's room, his anxiety palpable as he exclaims, Young Master Xia, I have finally found you, your wife is calling for you loudly from below. Our business is at stake. Xia Hangzi blinks in surprise, narrowing his eyes. My wife, indeed, you must go see. With a puzzled expression, Xia Hangzi hurries down the stairs. As he approaches the entrance, the shouts from outside grow clearer, hurling accusations of unfaithfulness and debauchery, some even resorting to crude language synonymous with solicitation. When he emerges, he finds himself encircled by a throng of onlookers, all whispering and pointing in his direction. Scanning the crowd, he spots Jiang Man, her face hidden in her hands, while the woman beside her continues to berate him. Xia Hangzi lets out a quiet hiss. The scene truly catches him off guard. Jiang Man, sensing his gaze, suddenly cries out and feigns a dash into his arms, exclaiming, Husband. Before he can react, a soft figure collides with him. The woman approaches, pointing a finger at his face. Indeed, you are a mere pretty boy, you already possess a beautiful wife at home, yet you still indulge in revelry. Why do men like you lack self-restraint? After scolding him, she turns to Jiang Man, her tone softening, My dear, would you like to strike him to vent your frustrations? With so many witnesses, you could surely incapacitate him. Jiang Man's eyes widen in alarm, hastily shaking her head. Oh, dear sister, that would not do. We have yet to bear any children together. Xia Hangzi, observing Jiang Man's distressed expression, gradually comprehends the situation. He chuckles softly and embraces her gently, speaking in a tender voice, My lady, what brings you here? Feeling Xia Hangzi's hand softly clasping her waist, Jiang Man tenses slightly and replies with an edge of nervousness, Let us discuss this later. As she reaches to pry his hand away, Xia Hangzi remains steadfast, pulling her even closer with a mischievous grin. Why must we wait to speak? Is it not the case that you have come here to find me? Jiang Man, firmly ensnared by his embrace, finds herself unable to move, secretly pinching his arm. She whispers, Are you still playing this game? Xia Hangzi merely chuckles, gazing at her with amusement. Chapter 35. Whose belt is this, after all? The woman beside him jabbed him with the celery in her hand and remarked, Your wife has been asking all sorts of questions on the boat, clearly very worried. If you truly care for her, you should cherish her well, lest you regret it in the future. There is no comparison between a vixen outside and the warmth of home. Xiao Qingji lowered his head and inquired, Is my wife truly very worried? Under the woman's scrutinizing gaze, Jiangwan nodded helplessly. Look at how gentle and virtuous your lady is.
Don't you feel guilty coming to such a place?
Xiao Qingji gazed at Jiang Wan, his tenderness evident to anyone who looked. He then embraced her, leaning close to her ear, whispering in a voice only she could hear, "I'm sorry, my lady." Jiang Wan momentarily lost her train of thought, and for some reason, the image of the Regent Prince surfaced in her mind. Yet, in an instant, she quelled that thought. Breaking free from Xiao Qingji's embrace, she turned to the woman and said, "Thank you for your assistance today, madam. I will ensure I take good care of my husband from now on." "Well then, seeing you both unharmed puts my mind at ease," the woman nodded, before picking up her basket of vegetables and heading down the bridge to catch a boat, while the onlookers gradually dispersed. Jiang Wan shot a glare at Xiao Qingji. "I initially thought that in such a public setting, I would spare you the embarrassment. I didn't expect you to put on such a performance." Xiao Qingji caressed his fingers, savoring the lingering warmth, and smiled slightly. "Did the second this come specifically to find me?" "The auntie mentioned seeing you here, so I thought you were here to investigate," she began, intending to ask him about the Zuayin Tower, but her words took a turn, a hint of probing in her expression. "Or perhaps you resent my intrusion upon your time with that young lady?" "She is not at the Zuayin Tower," Xiao Qingji replied nonchalantly. "Oh," Jiang Wan murmured, kicking at the pebbles on the ground. The atmosphere fell into a brief silence. The two walked side by side, their steps leisurely. As they ascended the arch bridge, Jiang Wan recalled the belt once more. Suddenly halting, she turned to face him, her brows slightly furrowed. "Do you truly like her?" She stood atop the bridge, meeting his gaze. In the night, the shimmering soft light reflected off the water illuminated her face, rendering it particularly enchanting. Xiao Qingji gazed into her eyes, momentarily captivated, and couldn't he help but recall a similar scene from his past life. It was the first New Year he spent with Jiang Wan, when snow fell gently from the sky, filling the city with a festive spirit, and everything was imbued with peace. The river below the bridge had frozen thickly, and children played with firecrackers, the sound startling her as she nestled into his embrace. That was the first time they were so close. He trembled with nervousness, gripping the bridge pillar in a desperate attempt to maintain his composure, yet she saw right through him. She teased, "Xiao Qingji, do you like me?" At that moment, she wore a similar expression, her eyes sparkling as they gazed at him. He was so anxious he could hardly move, mustering every ounce of courage to look at her earnestly and confess, "I like you." Jiang Wan was taken aback, seemingly anticipating his answer, and softly replied, "I understand." It was then that Xiao Qingji realized the truth of his thoughts had slipped out. Coming back to his senses, he looked up to find Jiang Wan had already turned and walked away. The next day, before dawn had even broken, Jiang Sun had risen to change into his court attire, for it was the Grand Court Assembly, and all officials were to attend. As he organized the matters to be presented in his study, just as he was about to step out with his tablet in hand, he saw Jiang Wan standing at the door. "Father," she spoke softly. Noticing the heavy dark circles under her eyes and the troubled expression on her face, Jiang Sun waved away the servants and asked, "What brings you here so early?" Jiang Wan lowered her gaze, gently biting her lip. "I came to ask for your permission regarding something." "What is it?" Jiang Wan felt a tumult of emotions, inexplicably vexed by this matter that had previously seemed so desirable to abandon. She hesitated. "It's about the matter Xiao Qingji mentioned to you last time." Jiang Sun's expression darkened slightly as he replied, "This is a grave matter that requires careful consideration. Furthermore, there is no urgency at present." But lingering on like this, with her bound to him by such a connection, made it inconvenient for her to navigate the outside world, especially since she did not voice the thought that he had another woman outside. Jiang Sun rose, speaking somewhat displeased. "Do you think going to the front lines is an easy task? He wants to earn military merit to marry you, but do you see him fit for the battlefield? It's a perilous endeavor, and if he were to die in battle, you would be left a widow." Jiang Wan stood frozen, the words "he wants to earn military merit to marry you" echoing in her mind. "Enough, it is still early. You should rest. I will deliberate on this matter myself." With that, Jiang Sun exited, leaving Jiang Wan standing there in shock. So, what Xiao Qingji discussed with her father was not about breaking off the engagement, but rather, marrying her? Jiang Wan was somewhat perplexed. If Xiao Qingji wished to marry her, why did he still linger over that young lady outside? Was he contemplating becoming a son-in-law to the Jiang family while nurturing a mistress? What on earth was Xiao Qingji thinking? Returning to her room, she tossed and turned, unable to find sleep, her thoughts tangled like a mess of threads. At first light, she knocked on Xiao Qingji's door. At that moment, Xiao Qingji had just finished washing up and had yet to change his clothes. When he opened the door, expecting Rui Ju, he was surprised to find Jiang Wan instead. Dressed in a white nightgown, he appeared relaxed, still bearing the languor of having just awoken. Jiang Wan made herself at home, stepping inside and sitting down, pouring herself a cup of hot tea. Clearing her throat, she demanded, "Xiao Qingji, confess to me honestly, what is it that you are concealing from me?" Xiao Qingji closed the door, momentarily at a loss, concealing something from her. There were countless matters. Yet, what could be significant enough for her to confront him so early? Was it about the stolen horse, or perhaps the secret of her elopement? No, upon reflection, Jiangwan had once been an empress, adept at interrogating subordinates. This was undoubtedly a ruse to extract information from him. Thus, Xiao Qingji replied calmly, I asked the second miss to speak plainly. Seeing him still attempting to hide the truth, Jiangwan scoffed, not wasting time, and directly asked, this belt, what do you have to say about it? With a flick of her wrist, she pulled out a dark blue belt from her sleeve and slapped it onto the table. This belt was dropped by your maid while cleaning your bedding yesterday. What do you have to say for yourself? Xiao Qingji's expression faltered momentarily as he began, second miss, there seems to be a misunderstanding. I have long intended to explain this belt to you. Explain? I have no interest in knowing your secrets with that woman. Only then did Xiao Qingji realize she had misinterpreted the ownership of the belt. He approached her, crouching beside her, and explained, second miss, this belt does not belong to anyone else. Not someone else. Could it possibly be mine? Jiangwan shouted in anger. She herself was unsure what had ignited her fury, but after holding it in for so many days, she finally let it out. Once she finished speaking, the room fell unusually silent, with even the autumn breeze tapping against the window seeming exceptionally clear. Xiao Qingji looked up at her, and only then did Jiangwan realize something. She picked up the belt again and asked, is this mine? Xiao Qingji nodded slowly, his voice gentle. The second miss had many styles of clothing, the ones she no longer liked were left in the storeroom. This belt was taken by Ruelan, which is why I dismissed her. However, I simply forgot to return it to you. His explanation was clear, yet it left Jiangwan's mind in a state of confusion. She vaguely remembered a storeroom filled with clothes she disliked, but after living two lives, she could no longer recall these details clearly. If what he said was true, it made her previous outburst seem unreasonable. Regardless, even if the belt was indeed hers, he still had a favored young lady outside. A delicate one at that. The thought of this left her inexplicably dissatisfied, and she felt the need to clarify matters. Clearing her throat again, she sat up straight and said, let us put the belt aside for now. Tell me why, having someone you like outside, you still mention wanting to marry me to my father? Xiao Qingji exhaled softly, realizing this was the matter she wished to discuss openly. It was a topic he was most willing and easiest to be candid about. Moreover, Jiangwan's inquiry brought him a sense of joy. Did this imply that she cared for him as well? Perhaps this time, she might even come to like him. Chapter 36. Peeking at His Highness the Crown Prince, Xiao Qingji slowly pulled over a chair and sat before her, silently observing her. The deep feelings and desires that he had long suppressed surged forth like a tidal wave. His hand moved slightly, almost instinctively reaching towards her, yearning to embrace her once more. Second miss, his voice was low, laced with a hint of restrained tenderness. I had not intended to express this so soon. At the very least, it should be conveyed with greater solemnity. Xiao Qingji raised his gaze, his eyes betraying an overwhelming affection that he could scarcely contain. In truth, stating that I have affections for another is a deception. I have never loved anyone else. I have always. His words lingered on the tip of his tongue, yet he hesitated, unsure whether to dismantle the wall he had built around his heart. In his past life, Jiangwan had not loved him. Her marriage to him was merely a strategic maneuver, and considering how he had treated her thereafter, she would be justified in seeking his demise. In this lifetime, perhaps he felt a flicker of fondness, but he was uncertain of its depth. To express his feelings now might only elicit her disdain, and he feared that even the fragile bond he had managed to maintain would dissolve. Jiangwan met his gaze, their eyes intertwining in the charged air. Her heart tightened, an instinctual awareness of what he was about to say washed over her. Xiao Qingji, as before, the one I have always cherished is you. She was not being overly sentimental. Suddenly, Jiangwan felt her breath quicken, her heart pounding like a drum. In a rush, she sprang to her feet and stammered, it is not the time for idle chatter, I must take my leave. She hurried past him, but just as she stepped away, she felt a firm grip on her arm. Second miss, her heart raced. Xiao Qingji sensed her rigid wrist, inhaled deeply to suppress the emotions threatening to spill over, his tone regaining a semblance of calm. You've forgotten something. He handed her the belt that lay on the table. Jiangwan accepted it, her voice barely above a whisper as she nodded, not daring to meet his gaze, and rushed out. As she sprinted through the courtyard and rounded the corridor, she leaned against the wall, raising her hand to cover her chest as she gasped for breath. Perhaps it was the haste that left her face flushed, her heart still fluttering uncontrollably. How was it that despite having heard him utter those words in her past life, she felt so anxious now, having lived a lifetime? Coincidentally, Jiangli was leading a maid in the courtyard, practicing her graceful demeanor. Upon seeing Jiangwan rush out of Xiao Qingji's room, still clutching the belt, she scoffed, disdain dripping from her voice. Such impropriety, it seems she is the one who ought to take a dose of contraceptive soup. With that, she lifted her chin and glided away with poise. At that moment, Jiang Sun returned home from court. The household servants were lined up at the entrance to greet him, while the inner courtyard buzzed with a flurry of activity. Old Madame Su was calling for the maids to proceed to the main hall in the rear courtyard. Inside, Jiangwan pondered the events of the day for what felt like an eternity. The intertwining of her past and present left her conflicted. She couldn't help but think that the current Xiao Hengji seemed rather agreeable, yet her mind drifted back to the mad regent from her previous life, igniting a fire of frustration within her. These clashing emotions left her feeling as if she were being bitten by a swarm of ants. Opening the door with the intention of taking a leisurely stroll in the courtyard, she noticed all the servants hurrying towards the back. She approached and inquired, "Old Madame Su, why the sudden commotion? What has happened?" Seeing her approach, Old Madame Su waved the maids away and turned to greet her. "Secondness, I was just about to look for you. His Highness the Crown Prince has unexpectedly graced our residence with his presence today. The master has specifically instructed the ladies of the household to refrain from disturbing him in the main hall." The Crown Prince, Jiangwan exclaimed, taken aback. "Yes, it was quite sudden, and the household was unprepared, hence the rush. However, I am unsure of the prince's purpose for visiting." Jiangwan nodded slightly. "Very well, please attend to your duties." As she walked away, her mind was clouded with questions. Why had Ningji come so suddenly? Logically, if her father wished to express his gratitude for saving his life, he should go to the Crown Prince's palace to thank him, so why had the Crown Prince come here in person? Pondering this, she decided against venturing into the main hall. Instead, she headed towards the back courtyard. In a corner, there lay an abandoned room, dilapidated yet offering a view into a corner of the main hall. In her previous life, she often spied on her father's discussions from this very spot. She approached, carefully pushing the door open, but was taken aback to find someone already inside. "Zhongli?" she exclaimed, noticing her peering out from the window. "What are you doing here?" Zhongli brushed off the dust from her skirt. "Just passing through." "And what of you?" Jiangwan replied, sensing her feigned busyness. "You're not here to spy on the Crown Prince, are you?" Caught off guard by the bluntness of the remark, Zhongli flushed momentarily, quickly grabbing a dusty paperweight to defend herself. "Who says that? I merely came to fetch something." With a flourish, she waved the paperweight in front of Jiangwan, shaking off the dust. Jiangwan, uninterested in exposing her charade, covered her mouth and nose, stating, "If you've retrieved what you came for, then be on your way." With that, she stepped inside, pulling Zhongli out alongside her, and took her place by the window. Zhongli's expression darkened. Unwilling to relent easily, she shot Jiangwan a venomous glare. "But you haven't said what you're doing here." "Me," Jiangwan replied nonchalantly, her tone laced with mockery. "I'm here for the same reason as you, to see the Crown Prince." "You?" Zhongli's face flushed with anger as she pointed the paperweight at her. "What of it?" Jiangwan retorted. "I'm not like some people who dare to act yet deny it." With that, she cast a scornful glance at Zhongli. Fuming, Zhongli tossed the paperweight aside and stormed out in frustration. Jiangwan gave her a fleeting glance, losing interest, and resumed her position by the window, her gaze drifting through the cracks to the main hall. Inside, she observed Ningji and Jiang Sun seated opposite each other, engaged in leisurely conversation over tea, their expressions relaxed and at ease, as if engaged in casual banter. As she scrutinized their demeanor, a thought struck her. As long as her father stood by Ningji, should the emperor send the Zhang family to the battlefield at Fengye Pass, Ningji would surely not allow her father to jeopardize himself for the sake of his subordinates. Thus, the Zhang family would gain yet another layer of protection. Ningji's visit today might very well be an attempt to court her father's favor. Watching the two converse with smiles, her heart lightened slightly. Just as she contemplated stepping outside, she discovered the door was locked tight. This abandoned room had long fallen into disrepair, and she assumed the wooden door had simply become stiff. She pulled harder, but it remained unyielding. Realization struck her suddenly. She pounded on the door, her frustration mounting as she realized that Zhongli had locked her out. Jiangwan kicked the door in frustration, but it yielded no response. She rushed to the window, calling out, "Is anyone there? Help!" Silence greeted her, not a single sound in response. All the maids had gone to the back hall, leaving the area devoid of even a single housemaid. Grabbing a wooden stick, she struck the door and window desperately, but to no avail. Instead, dust erupted all around her, causing her to cough incessantly. Judging by the current situation, she had no idea how long she would be left waiting for someone to come. Meanwhile, within the main hall, Ningji and Jiang Sun continued their light-hearted exchange. Do you recall, General, the year before last in Yenzhou, when you rescued a group from the hands of mountain bandits? Ningji casually brought up the past. "Indeed, I remember. Why does His Highness mention this?" Jiang Sun inquired, puzzled. And Ningji smiled lightly. "That group included older palace servants who had been sent away from the palace. One of them was my wet nurse from childhood." Jiang Sun's expression shifted to surprise. "I had no idea there was such a connection." "Indeed, it seems we are bound by fate," Ningji remarked, scanning the courtyard as if searching for someone. Jiang Sun asked, "Is your highness looking for something?" Ningji smiled faintly, still maintaining his calm demeanor. "Oh, I recall that day when I saw Miss Jiang in distress after nearly drowning. I wondered if she has recovered well. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. She is now in good health. At the time, Your Highness concealed your identity, and I was unsure if my daughter had behaved appropriately. If there was any impropriety, I hope you will not hold it against her, Jiang Sun replied, noticing the lingering curiosity in Ning Ji's eyes, quickly realizing what he was searching for. He rose, saying, "Please wait here, Your Highness. I shall fetch her to express her gratitude for your life-saving intervention." Ning Ji nodded in agreement, and once Jiang Sun left, he held the cup, running his fingers along its rim, deep in thought. "Lu Fang," he suddenly called out, "what is your command, Your Highness?" A guard disguised as a servant responded promptly, "Have you made any progress on the individual I instructed you to investigate last time?" Chapter 37. Allowing her to choose. Returning to the prince, the subordinate reported, "This individual was taken in by the matriarch of the Jiang family from the streets in the 12th year of the Yuan Kong era when he was merely 8 years old. He has since resided in the Jiang residence. Last month, Miss Jiang declined the marriage proposal from the Xie Marquis family due to him." Ningji paused momentarily, holding the cup, and softly repeated, "She declined the engagement with the Xie family?" His tone carried a hint of confusion and a probing depth. Lu Fang replied solemnly, "Indeed, Miss Jiang and Xiao Hengji are mutually affectionate, and she took the initiative to break off the engagement. The current intended bride for the Xie Marquis is the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. I have also investigated thoroughly. Xiao Hengji comes from humble origins, has no relatives, nor is he a remnant of the previous dynasty. But if Your Highness has any concerns, should we send someone to keep a close watch on him?" After pondering for a moment, Ningji gently shook his head. "Since he is an ordinary citizen, there is no need for such measures." "Understood," Lu Fang acknowledged, then inquired further, "Does Your Highness believe that Commander Jiang has discerned your intention in coming personally is to win him over?" Ningji tilted his head slightly, smiling. "It has been made quite evident. He will naturally perceive it. However, Commander Jiang is a man of principle. If I were to force him into a faction, it would only be an undue burden. I must not press him too hard." As he contemplated, the needle remained unaltered, yet he still poured the tea into the orchid pot on the table, murmuring thoughtfully, "Mutual affection. No wonder I saw a fierce glint in his eyes that day." Soon after, Jiang Sun arrived, but he was alone, without Jiang Mian. He approached with an air of apology and hurriedly bowed, "Your Highness, I seek your forgiveness. My daughter has been mischievous and is currently missing. You may have to wait a while." Observing the troubled expression on his face, Ningji offered a reassuring smile, "It is of no consequence. There is no need for you to be anxious, Commander Jiang. I am merely here for a casual visit. Consider me a junior, and do not stand on ceremony." Jiang Sun sighed in relief, smiling. It is indeed true that His Royal Highness is amiable. The two resumed their seats, enjoying the breeze and the blossoms. However, the back courtyard was in a state of disarray. Granny Su had dispatched maidservants in all directions to search for Jiang Mian, wary of raising her voice for fear of being overheard in the front hall, thus searching room by room at a painstakingly slow pace. Ningji keenly observed that Jiang Sun's gaze was perpetually drifting towards the outside, clearly agitated, as if his presence alone added to the pressure. Therefore, he decided to rise, stating, "I have heard there is a willow pond at the general's residence, known for its exquisite scenery. Since I have some leisure today, I am quite eager to see it." Jiang Sun promptly stood, "I shall guide you, Your Highness." However, Ningji raised a hand to stop him, his smile warm and gentle. "There is no need for you to accompany me, Commander Jiang. I wish to stroll at my own pace." With that, he strode towards the willow pond. Jiang Sun wiped the sweat from his brow, instructing his subordinates, "Quickly send more people to find the second young lady. We must not be disrespectful with His Highness here." "Yes," the subordinate replied and withdrew. As early winter approached, the scenery by the willow pond appeared somewhat desolate, with a few strands of cold wind rustling through the grass. Ningji walked leisurely along the edge of the pond and noticed someone seated with their back turned in the pavilion. He took a couple of steps closer, and upon hearing his footsteps, the person turned their head. In that instant of eye contact, Ningji paused, a flicker of surprise appearing in his eyes. He then approached and spoke softly, "Young Master Xiao, I trust you are well." Xiao Hengji turned his head slightly, neither bowing nor speaking. Lu Fang interjected, "How can you not greet His Highness upon meeting him?" Xiao Hengji smiled faintly, his tone leisurely, "So it is you, Your Highness. When we met a few days ago, I thought you were merely some brash suitor, nearly causing harm to Your Highness." His demeanor was calm, his expression unruffled, exuding no hostility, yet he still refrained from bowing. His eyes met Ningji's, fearless and subtly sharp. Ningji sensed his lack of intention to show respect, yet his gaze remained gentle as he chuckled lightly, "Young Master Xiao, your protective instincts for your master are understandable." This remark sounded soft, but upon deeper reflection, it bore a condescending undertone. Xiao Hengji caught on but remained unfazed, responding nonchalantly, "The second young lady is my master and will be my wife in the future. It is only natural for me to protect her." Noticing the prickly demeanor he displayed, Ningji sought to ease the tension, saying, "Young Master Xiao need not regard me as an adversary. I have never had a habit of coveting another's spouse." "Is that so? If that is truly the case, I hope your highness will keep your distance from her in the future." Ningji's expression remained unchanged, his tone still gentle. "Why would that be? Is young Master Xiao afraid that Miss Jiang might elude you?" Xiao Hengji's expression shifted slightly, though it was but a fleeting moment. Ningji caught it, with a hint of mischief. Ningji smiled, and seeing that Xiao Hengji had fallen silent, he turned his gaze towards the scenery outside the pavilion. Just then, a series of labored coughs echoed from the corridor. Both turned to see Granny Su supporting Jiang Mian as she gracefully walked along the corridor, and Ningji squinted, seemingly calculating something, and chuckled lightly. Matters of affection cannot be forced. "Young Master Xiao, if you have confidence, why not allow her to choose for herself? Although you two have a betrothal, there are many in this world who have agreements yet remain unwed." With that, he stepped down from the pavilion and, smiling, made his way toward Jiang Mian. Xiao Hengji stood rooted, coldly watching his retreating figure, his expression complex. As he noticed Ningji drawing closer to Jiang Mian, he gritted his teeth and hastily followed after him. In the corridor, Jiang Mian brushed off the dust from her skirt. Having just emerged from the abandoned ear room, wiping her face with a cloth, she complained, "Even if that room is abandoned, someone should have tidied it up. Had it not been for today, I would have never known such a filthy place existed in the residence." Granny Su replied, "What you say is true, second young lady, but how did you end up there? The master has been searching for you everywhere." "It's all because of Zhongli," she clenched her fist, gritting her teeth. "Bring her to my room. Didn't she want to borrow the paperweight? I'll let her take as many as she likes." Granny Su, accustomed to their bickering, nodded in agreement. Jiang Mian then asked, "By the way, you mentioned father was looking for me. What does he want?" "He said to have the young lady come to the front hall." "The front hall?" She was puzzled. Wasn't father speaking with Ningji in the front hall? What could he possibly want her for? As she pondered, she suddenly felt a poke on her shoulder. Turning around, she saw Ningji. Just as she was about to greet him with a smile, she noticed Xiao Hengji approaching as well. The sight of the two of them standing before her made her smile falter. It was an oddly unsettling image. She quickly composed herself, smiling, "I have met His Highness." Ningji smiled warmly, lightly supporting her arm. "Miss Jiang, there is no need for such formalities. I was unaware during our first meeting that you are the daughter of Commander Jiang. It was indeed rude of me." She replied, "Your Highness is too kind. It was thanks to you that I was able to survive that day. I did not realize your identity until I saw your jade insignia. After returning home, I felt I should express my gratitude to you, which is why I informed my father. I hope your Highness does not hold it against me for being so talkative." After speaking, she caught a glimpse of Xiao Hengji looking at her. Instantly, she recalled the scene from that morning, her heart racing, and she dared not meet his gaze. Thus, she leaned slightly closer to Ningji, turning her back to Xiao Hengji. "It is of no matter. Miss Jiang need not be so formal." Jiang Mian nodded, then asked, "Why is your Highness not in the front hall, but here?" "I found this place to be particularly picturesque, so I thought I would come and take a look, allowing Commander Jiang a moment to relax and not feel constrained in my presence." Jiang Mian scratched her head. "Father is not accustomed to conversing with your Highness, so he tends to be a bit nervous." Xiao Hengji observed their interaction from the side, his displeasure growing as Jiang Mian consistently turned her back to him. He felt an urge to interject, yet the words were stuck in his throat. Ningji caught a glimpse of him, bearing a semblance of a victor. He then addressed Jiang Mian, "I have heard there will be a night lantern festival in the capital tonight. I have yet to attend. Would the second young lady be interested?" Chapter 38 The Contraceptive Soup. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she joyfully exclaimed, "It has been ages since I last attended the Lantern Festival. Naturally, I am intrigued." In her previous life, although she was surrounded by splendid sights and theatrical performances within the palace, and could summon a troupe at any time for a show, she had always missed the vibrancy and warmth of the bustling streets. With such a splendid opportunity at hand today, she certainly did not wish to let it slip away. Xiao Qingji, noticing her exuberance, could not resist interjecting, "The Lantern Festival at night attracts a multitude of people. 2 years ago, when the second miss attended, her purse was snatched, and she vowed never to return. How could she have forgotten that?" Jiang Wan tilted her head in contemplation. "Is that so? Did I experience such an incident? I do not recall." "No matter, I shall simply refrain from bringing my purse this time," she concluded, slightly tilting her head to glance at Xiao Qingji, only to meet his gaze. She hurriedly turned away, creating an awkward silence. Seeing Jiang Wan intentionally avoiding him, Xiao Qingji felt as if a heavy mass of cotton had lodged itself in his heart. Ningji maintained his cheerful demeanor and casually remarked, "With me accompanying Miss Jiang, no matter where we go, we shall remain safe." His words bore a subtle undertone, causing Xiao Qingji's expression to darken, a flicker of suppressed anger appearing on his face. Yet, Ningji appeared entirely unfazed, even suggesting, if young Master Xiao is concerned, why not join us? He extended the invitation with an air of triumph, his tone laced with provocation. Xiao Qingji cast a glance at Jiang Wan and replied coldly, since His Highness has extended an invitation, how could I refuse? Standing nearby, Granny Su lifted her gaze towards the three. Having served noble families for many years, she had developed a keen sense of observation and soon discerned Ningji's unique interest in Jiang Wan. After their conversation concluded, she escorted Jiang Wan back to her chamber and gently suggested, "Second miss, since you are to venture out for leisure, it would be prudent to adorn yourself attractively, to leave a favorable impression on His Royal Highness." "Do not worry, I am well aware," she replied nonchalantly, casually rummaging through her wardrobe, her gaze gliding over the exquisite garments. Reflecting on the previous month's banquet, where she had meticulously prepared to capture attention, she found that now, with Ningji present, she felt unexpectedly calmed out. A moment later, Granny Su spoke again. "The master has instructed that His Highness will dine at our residence and has requested the second miss to join him at the table." Jiang Wan responded lightly, "Understood, Granny, you may leave now." "Yes," Granny Su acquiesced, closing the door behind her with a sense of delight. Should the second miss truly capture the prince's affections and eventually become the crown princess, her years of devoted service would surely grant her a position of authority within the palace. If the second miss were to ascend to the throne as empress, her own prospects would only improve. The more she contemplated, the more her smile widened, and her steps grew lighter. Inside, Zhongli sipped her tea, catching sight of Granny Su passing by, her lips stretching into a grin. "Granny Su." Granny Su took a few steps back, standing at her door. "What is it? What occasion has brought about such happiness? Pray, do share." Granny Su replied, "It is nothing of great significance, it is merely that His Royal Highness has invited the second young lady to the Lantern Festival tonight." I could not help but feel elated seeing their compatibility. "His Highness has invited her to the Lantern Festival?" Zhongli exclaimed, disbelief etched on her face. "Indeed, I perceive that there is a certain affinity between them," Granny Su remarked. Noticing Zhang Li's stunned silence, she retreated a couple of steps toward the kitchen. During dinner, the kitchen bustled with more activity than usual, for the prince's esteemed status warranted it. Even Jiang Sun's usual place at the table was ceded to him. Once he was seated, only Jiang Sun and Jiang Wan took their places. Although there were only the three of them dining, they dared not be remiss and prepared an abundant spread. Jiang Wan glanced around the table and casually moved the fragrant fish dish in front of Ningji to her own side. Jiang Sun, believing she had merely taken her favorite dish, reproached her softly, "Wanner, His Highness is here. Mind your manners." Only then did she realize her oversight and offered an awkward smile. In her previous life, Ningji was notoriously finicky about food, and she had grown accustomed to arranging the dishes to keep his preferences in mind, ensuring to distance those he would not eat. It was simply a matter of habit. Jiang Sun offered an apology. "My daughter has momentarily lost her decorum. I hope His Highness can forgive her." Ningji chuckled lightly, "No harm done, I am but here to enjoy a meal, so please do not feel uncomfortable. It is quite pleasant for Miss Jiang to be so at ease." She gazed at Ningji, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes as she smiled. Just as her memories had suggested, Ningji possessed an inherently kind disposition, gentle and amiable. Though he was a prince, he bore no airs of superiority. Once all the dishes had been served, none of them touched their chopsticks. Liu Feng tested each dish with a silver needle to ensure their safety before stepping back to the door. Typically, no one in a household banquet would go to such lengths, yet Ningji sensed Jiang Sun's discomfort and, with a hint of apology, spoke, "General Jiang, please forgive me. It is merely a customary practice, nothing more. There is no need for Your Highness to be overly courteous. I am well aware of the palace's protocols. Please, do proceed," Jiang Sun replied, attempting to mask his embarrassment with a sip of tea. Ningji smiled amiably yet still did not touch his chopsticks. Observing his meticulousness, Jiang Wan felt a sudden pang of sorrow. Born into royalty, surrounded by treachery since childhood, he had grown accustomed to deceit and cunning, and despite being the heir apparent, he had to remain vigilant at all times. So cautious was he that he could not even dare to eat freely. Yet, in her previous life, he had consumed everything she had offered him. Alas, Jiang Wan sighed softly. Jiang Sun and Ningji both turned their heads towards her. Ningji inquired, "Why does Miss Jiang sigh so suddenly?" Jiang Wan regained her focus. It is nothing, I merely feel a touch hungry." With that, she picked up her chopsticks and, as if truly famished, began to heap each dish into her bowl, devouring with gusto. Jiang Sun shook his head, regretting his decision to invite her to the table. Ningji, on the other hand, chuckled and followed suit, mimicking her voracious eating. Jiang Wan found his gluttonous display amusing, and a laugh escaped her lips. The atmosphere at the table lightened considerably. Halfway through the meal, a servant brought in a soup, placing a bowl before each person. Jiang Wan lifted the lid, and a bitter, acrid scent assailed her senses, causing her brows to furrow momentarily as anxiety gripped her heart. This was the contraceptive soup. The foul odor of the soup was unmistakable, and both Jiang Sun and Ning Ji clearly detected it, their expressions filled with confusion as they looked at her. "Wait," she called to the servant, "is this soup not meant for someone else? Has it mistakenly been brought to our table?" The servant replying to the second miss, "The medicinal soup for Miss Song Shuang has been brewed separately, this bowl has not been misdelivered." If it has not been misdelivered, then it must be a deliberate act to present her with an unwelcome surprise, aiming to humiliate her. Jiang Sun's face flushed with embarrassment, thinking that something scandalous must have transpired between her and Xiao Qingji, prompting her to consume this concoction. His expression grew pained, and Ningji remained silent. Jiang Wan, panting and suppressing her indignation, rose to her feet and declared, "Your Highness, Father, I suddenly recall an urgent matter, I must take my leave." With that, she strode towards the exit. Ningji watched her retreating figure before turning his gaze toward the soup in her bowl, questioning, "General Jiang, I am aware of Miss Zhang's broken engagement. Could it be that this is related to her connection with young Master Xiao?" Jiang Sun raised his teacup, taking a sip to mask his discomfort, responding awkwardly, "I have always indulged my daughter, which has led her to be somewhat unrestrained. However, it is true that the two have a genuine bond." Ningji nodded slightly, his expression remaining composed, yet beneath the table, his hands unconsciously tightened around his knees as he turned his gaze towards the door. Chapter 39 The slap without sensation. In the courtyard, the autumn breeze caressed gently, and the dry leaves rustled softly as the sun had already set. Jiang Wan entered the side hall of the rear courtyard with a frown, only to find Jiang Li and An Wan engaged in their meal. She coldly addressed Jiang Li, "Come here for a moment." Jiang Li cast a sidelong glance at her, a glimmer of derision flashing in her eyes, but chose to ignore her. An Wan inquired, "What is the matter?" Jiang Li disdainfully curled her lip, "What could possibly be the matter?" "There is no need for you to pay her any mind," she asked, merely seeking to cause a scene. Although her tone was light, it was laced with a hint of malice, her voice pitched just right for Jiang Wan to hear. "Oh, my dear younger sister, you truly are becoming increasingly unruly. They say one should strive for higher ground, yet you seem to be descending further into the realm of a shrew. Perhaps it is time to consult with the matron for proper instruction on etiquette." Fury churned within Jiang Wan, her fingertips clenched tightly. "Etiquette? Allow me to teach you what true etiquette is." Jiang Wan's gaze turned icy as she strode forward, seizing Jiang Li by the arm and forcefully dragging her outside. An Wan gasped in alarm, rising hastily to intervene. "Wanner, what are you doing?" However, Jiang Wan paid her no heed, grabbing a wooden stick from beside the door to block it, coldly declaring, "Whoever dares to open this door shall have their hand severed." The maids, witnessing the scene, lowered their heads in fear, not daring to make a sound. Jiang Li struggled fiercely. "Jiang Wan, what do you intend to do? Let go of me." Jiang Wan's expression was stern, her grip tightening as she pulled Jiang Li into a dimly lit, secluded chamber. The room was silent, save for the sound of the night wind battering against the windows, amplifying the desolation. Jiang Wan kicked the door open and thrust Jiang Li inside with force. Jiang Li stumbled, colliding with a wardrobe, and shouted, "What on earth do you want? Speak, did you tamper with the evening meal?" Jiang Li raised her chin, shouting in anger, "What have I tampered with? Song Shuang drinks the herbal concoction daily. If anyone were to tamper, it would be her. Why don't you go question her?" Jiang Wan scoffed, "When did I ever mention it was the herbal concoction? Jiang Li, with that feeble mind of yours, do you truly believe you can cast aspersions upon me?" Jiang Li, infuriated, glared at her. "Cast aspersions? Who doesn't he know that you and Xiao Hengji have been entangled together for quite some time? Just this morning, I saw you emerge from his quarters, feigning innocence. Providing you with the herbal concoction is for your own good, to prevent you from appearing with a swollen belly at your wedding, thus embarrassing our Jiang family for failing to raise you properly." Jiang Wan, impatient, interjected, "Have you finished speaking? Today, I am not here to receive your lectures. In the past, I thought to overlook your behavior as we are sisters, yet you persist in employing despicable tactics again and again. Today, you dare to play your tricks before His Royal Highness, as if you are intent on tarnishing the Jiang family South reputation before the court. You claim to care for the Jiang family. Do you even consider the family's honor for a moment?" Jiang Li's eyes brimmed with resentment and fury. "You dare act yet fear my words. I intend to let His Royal Highness know just how vile you are. Do you truly think he could ever take a liking to you? Jiang Wan, accept your fate. You are only fit to marry Xiao Hengji and become a mere countrywoman. When I become the lady of the Marquisate, the first thing I shall do is slap." Jiang Wan raised her hand, delivering a resounding slap to Jiang Li's face, the force so great that it nearly caused her to stagger. "Let me tell you, even if you marry into the Marquisate,
and Xiao Hengji is of no consequence, I will still be able to trample you beneath my feet. Jiang Li stared in disbelief. Mouth agape, you struck me? Slap. Another slap landed. Jiang Wan, with a cold laugh, remarked, what is the matter, did that slap not register? Jiang Li clenched her fists tightly, trembling in rage. You mad woman, I shall teach you today what true etiquette is. Jiang Li cried out, yanking the hairpin from her hair and swinging it fiercely at Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan's gaze sharpened, her body shifting slightly to evade the strike, and in one fluid motion, she seized Jiang Li's hair, yanking it with such force that Jiang Li stumbled. Jiang Li shrieked and attempted to retaliate, but Jiang Wan kicked her down to the ground. Etiquette? Jiang Wan looked down at her. Jiang Li, understand your place and illegitimate daughter, and you dare lecture me on etiquette? Having said that, Jiang Wan turned on her heel and departed, leaving Jiang Li on the ground, her face a mask of indignation and humiliation, seething with rage. As Jiang Wan made her way back to the side hall, she heard Aunt Wan's distant cries. Upon approaching, she found that no one had opened the door for her. Standing outside, she called out, Aunt, do you truly believe that your shouting will prompt someone to open the door? Do you think this Jiang residence is under your sway? Aunt Wan's voice inside faltered, weakening. Wanner, will you let me out? Surely there must be some misunderstanding regarding today's events. How could... It seems Aunt is well aware of the matter at hand. The room fell silent for a moment before a voice emerged. Aunt offers her apologies on her behalf. After a long pause, Jiang Wan sighed and opened the door to find Aunt Wan seated in a chair, her expression complex. Jiang Wan coldly stated, if you truly care for her, you should have disciplined her sooner instead of indulging her. Aunt Wan hurried over, her eyes filled with urgency. Wanner, where have you taken your elder sister? Didn't you already know? I assumed you were fully informed. Upon hearing this, Aunt Wan's heart sank, realizing where Jiang Li must be. Her previous plea for sympathy vanished, and she shot Jiang Wan a fierce glare before hastening toward the chamber. Jiang Wan paid her little mind, noticing that the sky had darkened completely. The lanterns must have already been lit. She hurried toward the front hall, eager to explain herself to Ningji. Just as she was about to turn, she suddenly noticed a figure standing silently in the corridor, seemingly having been there for some time. Watching her, Jiang Wan froze, her gaze shifting to reveal Xiao Hengji approaching her. Her heart, which had just begun to settle, started racing again, the rhythm quickening as he drew nearer. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Wan's eyes flickered, unable to suppress her growing tension and panic. Before he could close the distance, she turned and hastened toward the front hall. Xiao Hengji watched her retreating figure, exhaling deeply as he quickened his pace to follow, calling out to her, Second Mississippi. Yet Jiang Wan only quickened her pace, as if she sought to evade him entirely. Second Miss, I have something to discuss, he called after her. Before he could finish, Jiang Wan raised her voice, Your Highness, and began to jog ahead. Xiao Hengji raised his gaze to find Ningji standing ahead, a smile gracing his face as he watched her. Miss Jiang, slow down. There is no need to rush, the hour is still early. Jiang Wan reached him, slightly out of breath. I was dealing with some family matters, which caused Your Highness to wait longer than necessary. The matter regarding the herbal concoction was a mistake by the servants. Ningji smiled gently, no matter, I have just arrived. It is understandable that servants can make mistakes. I have not taken this to heart, and neither should Miss Jiang allow it to spoil her good spirits today. He then turned to glance at Xiao Hengji behind her. Does young Master Xiao have any matters to attend to? If everything is settled, we may set off. Xiao Hengji approached Jiang Wan, noticing she consistently averted her gaze, and took a step back. A hint of melancholy flickered in his eyes as he softly urged, Let us go. Chapter 40. Would you care to enter the palace? Every year, during the frost's descent, the capital hosts a magnificent lantern festival, bustling with life. The three of them followed the throngs of people to the most vibrant part of the marketplace, where vendors paraded their lanterns, and the sounds of haggling filled the air, creating an atmosphere thick with the warmth of the glowing lights. Jiang Wan, with a light-hearted step, ascended the arched bridge and leaned over to gaze at the lanterns drifting on the river's surface, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Ningji, walking beside her, noticed her inclination and gently cautioned, Miss Jiang, be careful not to tumble in. Jiang Wan turned her head, her smile illuminating her features, the curve of her lips appearing particularly enchanting under the flickering candlelight. She pointed to the lanterns floating in the distance and asked, Your Highness, do you find them beautiful? Ningji's gaze rested upon her visage as he replied, They are indeed lovely. Then let us release our own lanterns for good fortune, Jiang Wan exclaimed, lifting her skirts and hastily darting towards the bridge's edge, her figure light and agile, quickly melding into the vibrant festivities. Ningji watched her with a slight smile, ready to follow, when suddenly a figure obstructed his path. He paused, tilting his head to inquire, Young Master Xiao, what brings you here? Xiao Qingji's expression was stern, his tone imbued with discontent. Surely Your Highness is aware of the relationship between the second miss and myself.
pursuing her so closely may not be appropriate. Ningji teased, young Master Xiao, I have stated that she should choose for herself, you cannot impede my path simply due to a verbal engagement. He grinned confidently, glancing towards the bridge where Jiangwan was squeezing through a vendor's stall to purchase a lantern, moving leisurely along the riverbank. Then, she gently pushed aside Xiao Qingji's hand and continued towards the bridge. He stood there, feeling emptiness and heaviness within. Deep down, he recognized that he was no match for Ningji. Jiangwan held affection for him, and now that Ningji reciprocated, it was only a matter of time before Jiangwan would follow him into the palace. He could not help but wonder if history would repeat itself as it had in a previous life. Below the bridge, Jiangwan cradled her lantern with utmost care. Ningji approached from behind and, upon seeing her demeanor, could not help but chuckle. What makes your highness laugh? She inquired. I find it quite adorable how seriously Miss Jiang regards this lantern, he replied. Jiangwan smiled gently, lifting her chin. A sincere heart brings forth blessings, thus, I must be cautious. After saying this, she spotted a less crowded area ahead and hurried over. Kneeling by the riverbank, she carefully positioned the lantern on the waterway, clasping her hands together at her chest, closing her eyes as she murmured, I hope for the well-being of the Jiang family, and that Xiao Qingji becomes a good person and thrives. She repeated her wishes fervently, her devotion evident. Ningji's smile froze on his face, while Xiao Qingji, standing at a distance, could not hear her words but observed her radiant expression. He desired to approach but feared disrupting her joy, thus choosing to watch from afar. After releasing the lantern, Jiangwan rose, her gaze following it as it drifted away, merging with the myriad of lights on the river. She turned back to the bustling marketplace, with Ningji closely trailing her. A thought crossed his mind, prompting him to tentatively ask, when do Miss Jiang and young Master Xiao plan to wed? Jiangwan looked at him in surprise. Your Highness, why do you suddenly inquire about this? Ningji maintained his gentle smile. It was merely a casual question. After all, if you two were to marry, I would no longer be able to walk alongside you as I do now. What does it matter? Should your Highness return to the capital in the future, simply call upon me to accompany you, she responded with a lightheartedness that belied her lack of awareness regarding the deeper implications of his words. Ningji stepped in front of her, gazing intently as he boldly asked, what I mean to say is, would Miss Jiang be willing to enter the palace and accompany me? Jiangwan froze, momentarily lost in thought. She almost forgot how direct Ningji could be regarding matters of affection. In her previous life, she had donned a simple garment and stealthily entered his inn, and after a night of passion, he had posed a similarly straightforward question. Would you care to enter the palace and serve as my concubine? At that time, she had clung to him like a lifeline, unwilling to let go. Now, everything seemed different. Ningji was actively expressing his affections, and she would effortlessly find herself beside him. She could finally resolve the grievances of her past life and amend prior mistakes. She could even seize this opportunity to leverage Ningji's power for the Jiang family's stability. Yet, Jiangwan hesitated. What was she truly uncertain about? It felt as though a string deep within her heart was being tugged, preventing her from fully accepting Ningji's affections. After a long silence, Ningji recognized her distress and lightly chuckled to ease the awkwardness. Miss Jiang need not feel troubled. My mother has already selected a princess for me. However, I find her lacking in connection with me, while I feel a rapport with you, which prompted my unexpected question. Though his words were casual, Jiangwan did not respond, her gaze drifting to the distance where Xiao Qingji stood. Among the throngs of people, she spotted him with ease. In that moment of eye contact, the string in her heart seemed to be plucked gently, and Ningji noticed her focus and, taking a deep breath, subtly shifted his position to block her view. He turned back with a slightly apologetic smile. If I have unintentionally dampened Miss Jiang's spirits today, I truly feel remorseful. Jiangwan lowered her gaze. Your Highness speaks too heavily. I am merely a bit surprised. Then let us find joy in this moment. Are there any places you wish to visit? Jiangwan turned her head to the opposite bank, where a brilliantly lit pavilion caught her eye. Remembering past events, she pointed and said, let us go there. And Ningji squinted, recognizing the three characters Drunken Melody Pavilion inscribed above. Jiangwan began to walk towards it but abruptly halted. What is it? Ningji asked. Your Highness may not know, but women are not permitted inside the Drunken Melody Pavilion. He tilted his head. Is there such a rule? Jiangwan scanned the surroundings and suddenly spotted a tailor shop nearby. Her eyes brightened, and she turned, saying, please wait for me a moment. Before he could respond, she hurried into the shop. Moments later, she emerged dressed in male attire, a dark robe cinched at the waist, with a hat tilted askew, resembling a young gentleman. Ningji chuckled. What could possibly be inside the Drunken Melody Pavilion that compels Miss Jiang to go to such lengths to enter? Jiangwan clasped her hands behind her back, replying, I too am curious about what lies within. Come, let us go and take a look. She walked to the entrance of the pavilion, nonchalantly queuing to enter. Though her heart raced with apprehension, when her turn came, she handed over the entrance fee to the attendant, secretly letting out a sigh of relief, only for the attendant to suddenly raise a hand to stop her. Wait, Jiangwan's heart skipped a beat. What is it? The attendant squinted, scrutinizing her appearance. Young master, your attire seems somewhat amiss. Jiangwan forced herself to remain calm. What seems to be wrong? Chapter 41 of the Great Fire. With a hint of unease, Jiangwan cast a fleeting glance at him and inquired, what is the matter? Though she made an effort to lower her voice, the feminine timbre was still unmistakable. The young servant, with a courteous smile, gestured as if to usher her away and said, our establishment does not admit female patrons. If the young lady wishes to find someone inside, please feel free to instruct me to assist in the search. The doorman of the Zueyin building was indeed perceptive. Her disguise as a man was not sufficient to conceal her identity. Embarrassed and at a loss, Jiangwan contemplated retreating when Ningji suddenly leaned closer. My young brother has just arrived in the capital and wishes to broaden his horizons. I hope you might exercise some leniency. His demeanor was gentle, and his words measured as he deftly removed the servant's hand that barred their way. The young servant felt a sudden weight in his hand and, upon glancing down, discovered a piece of gold glimmering in his palm. Without revealing any surprise, he discreetly pocketed it and bowed, saying, please, young master, go ahead. As Jiangwan entered, she whispered to Ningji, what did you just give him? Ningji chuckled lightly, just a piece of broken gold. A piece of broken gold? It was that simple. To smooth the way, Jiangwan pursed her lips, thinking to herself that had she known this earlier, she would not have made such a scene with Xiao Qingji last time. With this thought, she instinctively began to look around, but there was no sign of Xiao Qingji. Noticing her distraction, Ningji asked, what are you searching for? Jiangwan frowned. Wasn't Xiao Qingji with us when we came in? She had not paid much attention to it, but she reassured herself that young Master Xiao would likely be fine on his own. Ningji, observing her slight concern, suggested, perhaps the crowd is too dense, and he simply got separated for a moment. If Miss Jiang is uneasy, I can have Lu Fang go look for him. Jiangwan nodded and continued deeper into the establishment. Inside, the atmosphere was bustling with excitement, the melodious tunes intertwined with the sounds of revelry, and patrons filled the space, some toasting their drinks while others were enraptured by the performances on stage. The Lantern Festival drew a particularly large crowd, and the corridors teemed with people. Jiangwan walked about, her eyes scanning the interior, yet they did not fall upon the stage. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Ningji softly inquired, Miss Jiang seems not to have come merely to enjoy the music. Are you searching for something? Jiangwan replied in a hushed tone, do you remember the incident on the lake when you saved me? I do. You mentioned someone had bound you to a boat and forced you to jump into the lake. Indeed, but what you do not know is that I was compelled to stop in the town due to losing my horse along the way, which led to my abduction. I suspect that this was all part of a deliberate scheme. But what connection does this have to the Zueyin building? It appears to be just an ordinary theater and tavern. Jiangwan shook her head. When I was taken onto the boat, there were other women as well. I spoke with a girl named Ayun, and learned that they were all to be sent to the Zueyin building. I suspect that this place serves not only as a theater but also as a holding site for them. Ningji pondered, so you wish to investigate further? Jiangwan nodded, if I can find Ayun, I might uncover more clues. Ningji smiled, that should be straightforward. We could inquire with the proprietor or summon a few courtesans to see if anyone recognizes Ayun. That would be futile, the owner of the Zueyin building changes every month on the 15th. We might not glean any useful information and could risk alarming them. Moreover, those girls on the boat were not likely sent here to become courtesans. She recalled the women from the boat, each with distinct appearances, none particularly striking, and all bearing expressions devoid of makeup, unlike those chosen for the purpose of entertaining clients. If they are neither courtesans nor intended for such a role, what could their purpose be? Ningji queried. Jiangwan furrowed her brow, equally perplexed. As they pondered, a servant suddenly pushed open a door, leaving it ajar. Ningji peered inside, his eyes widening as if he had discovered something significant. Miss Jiang, look over there. Jiangwan followed his gaze and saw an open wooden panel on the ground, beside which appeared to be a strange pit. A sense of suspicion arose within her, and seizing the opportunity amidst the crowd's clamor, she slipped inside. Upon entering, she found a long staircase leading downward, the destination unknown. A instinctive feeling told her that something unusual lay ahead. Should we delve deeper? Ningji asked. Jiangwan nodded. Having come this far, she was determined to uncover the truth. Ningji obliged, first steadying himself against the wall as he descended the steps. The passage was narrow, allowing only one person at a time, and Jiangwan closely followed him. Yet the staircase was brief, consisting of only a dozen steps, and as they ventured further, a musty, damp scent grew more pronounced, and their footsteps echoed heavily. Upon traversing the corridor, they arrived at a spacious area that expanded the further they walked, albeit shrouded in dimness. Thankfully, Ningji had brought a candle. Jiangwan felt a thrill of anticipation, as if on the brink of unraveling a mystery. At last, the space at the end of the secret passage opened up, yet the sight before her rendered her momentarily speechless. It was an abandoned void, with stones askew and crumbling, enshrouded in cobwebs and debris, showing no signs of recent human presence. She surveyed the surroundings but found nothing suspicious. Disappointment washed over Jiangwan as she scanned the area. Could it simply be a derelict passage? Ningji frowned. A passage deemed redundant must have been used at some point. It appears the Zueyin building is indeed not ordinary. Just as they were lost in contemplation, hurried footsteps approached. Liu Feng hurriedly arrived, whispering urgently into Ningji's ear. Ningji's gaze flickered, then turned to Jiangwan. Lu Feng just spotted Xiaoqingji inside the Zueyin building. He entered a private room with an urgent demeanor, as if he had discovered something. Shall we go take a look? Jiangwan nodded without hesitation. Let us go. They retraced their steps, but as they rounded a corner and neared the private room, a sharp, acrid smell suddenly wafted through the air. Jiangwan froze for a moment before her expression changed drastically. Before she could speak, they heard shouts from below. There is a flood, there is a flood, make way, there is a flood. Flames erupted, the acrid scent spreading rapidly, and the crowd in the corridor erupted into chaos, shoving, screaming, and running in all directions. Soon, burning curtains fell, and outside, the marketplace descended into disarray. Clear the way, several merchants cried out anxiously, as the throng surged, tumbling in all directions, oblivious to one another as they fled. Once a stall ignited, the flames spread swiftly along the vendors' booths. Although adjacent to the riverside, the pathway became choked with people, obstructing the flow of water. Panic ensued among the crowd, scattering in all directions as Ningji pulled Jiangwan away from the building, only to see the Zueyin building engulfed in flames, the fire raging violently from the windows, thick smoke swirling around them. Her heart raced as she frantically scanned her surroundings. Where is Xiaoqingji, a Xiaoqingji? Yet around her, people were running amok, drowning out her voice. Ningji turned to grasp her arm, but she slipped free, dashing back against the tide of fleeing bodies. Jiangwan! Come back, he shouted, but the smoke obscured his vision. Your Highness, we must leave, you cannot remain here. Lu Feng urged, as the surrounding guards swiftly formed a protective circle around Ningji, leading him to safety. Chapter 42. Why the dislike? Jiangwan found herself squeezed amidst the throng, the acrid smoke stinging her eyes and constricting her chest as if a heavy stone were lodged within. Breathing became increasingly arduous. The crowd surged, chaos enveloping her with frenzied shouts and frantic movements. She stumbled, disoriented and unable to discern her bearings. Xiaoqingji, she murmured his name, a wave of anxiety and turmoil rising within her. Just as she felt herself on the brink of collapse, a firm hand reached out from the side, seizing her wrist with a force that yanked her into a secluded alleyway. Who was it? Jiangwan struggled in panic, her head suddenly enveloped by a thick outer robe that shielded her from the dense smoke outside. Don't move, came a deep voice tinged with urgency. Recognizing it as Xiaoqingji's, the tension within her eased slightly. Once she steadied herself, she pulled the robe from her head, and came face to face with that familiar visage. You, she stammered, her voice still trembling with the remnants of her escape from the flames. Before she could pose a question, Xiaoqingji interjected, his tone sharp. Have you lost your mind? With such a raging fire, why would you run back? Ningji is present. If you follow him, you would surely find a way to escape, but if you return, are you all right? Jiangwan interrupted, disregarding his words, her gaze fixed on him with urgency. The earlier tension still clung to her, her fingers quivering slightly. Xiaoqingji was momentarily taken aback by her intense stare, as if something lodged in his chest had suddenly constricted. He couldn't help but reach out, gently brushing the soot from her face, his voice low. I'm fine. But why did you run back in? Jiangwan lowered her gaze, her voice barely above a whisper. I thought you were still inside. In that fleeting moment, she had genuinely feared that Xiaoqingji might perish within the inferno. Even she hadn't anticipated her impulsive rush back, as if driven by an uncontrollable instinct. Now, with the adrenaline fading, she felt how foolish her actions had been. The crackling of flames and the clamor of voices echoed outside. Xiaoqingji, listening to her words, found himself rendered almost speechless, his gaze fixed on her. The warmth in his eyes threatened to overflow as he slowly extended his hand toward her. Yet, just as his fingertips were about to brush against her skin, she suddenly spoke. What about His Highness? Jiangwan's question jolted him back to reality. Regaining her composure, she realized that if anything were to happen to the crown prince outside, the emperor would undoubtedly hold the Jiang family accountable. Xiaoqingji lowered his hand, replying coolly, he is protected by shadow guards. The crown prince is safe. Jiangwan exhaled in relief. Indeed, with Ningji out in the world, numerous individuals were covertly safeguarding him, alleviating her worries. She turned her gaze toward the blazing direction of Zueyin Tower, her brow furrowing slightly as she inquired, what did you discover at Zueyin Tower just now? Xiaoqingji pondered for a moment before murmuring, I found several weapon schematics of unfamiliar designs.
Unfortunately, the fire erupted so suddenly that I couldn't investigate further. Jiangwan frowned, an unsettling feeling gnawing at her. The fire had ignited suspiciously, almost as if to thwart their investigation. Yet, given the circumstances, there was no further inquiry to be made. The mastermind behind this was certainly no benign character. To obstruct them, they had resorted to setting Zuayin Tower ablaze, indifferent to the collateral damage inflicted on innocents. With a sigh, she declared, regardless of who orchestrated this, we must refrain from pursuing it further today. This individual is clearly malevolent, and we cannot allow ourselves to be easily ensnared. As she spoke, she turned to leave, yet, before she could take a step, Xiao Hengji abruptly grasped her arm, pinning her against the wall. What are you doing? Jiang Wan was taken aback by his sudden action, her voice laced with confusion. Xiao Hengji did not release her, but rather leaned closer, his voice a low, strained whisper. What did he say to you after releasing the lanterns? The narrow alley closed the distance between them, his breath brushing against her ear, enveloping her in an intimate cocoon. Jiang Wan's breath hitched, the awkward tension surging anew. Her heart raced uncontrollably within her chest. I didn't say anything, she murmured, averting her gaze. Really? Xiao Hengji's voice lowered further, a probing note infused with urgency. If you said nothing, then why did he keep looking at you? Jiang Wan, unable to meet his penetrating gaze, bit her lip, a sense of unease creeping over her. He asked me if I would be willing to enter the palace. Xiao Hengji stiffened, having anticipated this revelation, yet it struck him like a heavy blow. Is the crown princess interest pleasing to you? Second miss. Jiang Wan hesitated before responding. Of course, it is pleasing. The emotions swirling within his eyes flickered rapidly between coldness and concern, yet they were fiercely suppressed, morphing into a vexation that gnawed at him. He pondered why Jiang Wan held such affection for Ningji. Why could she not harbor feelings for him instead? In their past life, she had cast him aside for Ningji, and now she seemed poised to enter the palace alongside him once more. Clenching his fists, he felt an overwhelming urge to confide in Jiang Wan, to disclose every emotion that tormented him, yet he refrained. He knew that if he revealed his feelings, she would undoubtedly cast him out of the Jiang family. He had to endure, yet the torment was unbearable. He watched as her eyelashes brushed against her cheeks, frustration boiling over as he struck the wall with his fist. To be truthful, he longed to lean down and kiss her, to tell her how agonizing the nights had been, how he could not cease his thoughts of her. Each night was spent etching her likeness in his mind, the memories of their past life crashing down upon him repeatedly, leaving him with regret. If only he hadn't acted as he did, perhaps he wouldn't have to feign such exhaustion now. His anguish drove him to madness, yet all he could do was angrily pound the wall, silently observing her. Did the second miss truly hold such affection for him? The alley was dark, the sporadic flickering of flames illuminating the space momentarily, yet Jiang Wan could not discern his expression. She only heard his voice once more, laden with suppressed raspiness. She slightly turned her body, responding in a low voice. Why do you ask this? Because just now, it seemed as if the second miss was worried about me, so I wished to confirm. Jiang Wan felt her thoughts exposed, an uncomfortable sensation washing over her as she hastily defended herself. I would worry regardless of who it was. Besides, you were with us today. Encountering such an incident, of course, I had to care. Her assertion rang with conviction, yet her gaze flitted nervously from side to side. Chapter 43 Investigating Origins. His gaze lightly brushed over Jiang Man's slightly trembling eyelashes, and he could not help but draw closer by half a step. Jiang Man found herself with no retreat, almost ensnared between the walls of the alley. Why you? Please don't come any closer, stand back a bit, she stammered, pressing her hand. Yet, to Xiao Hengji's eyes, this gesture tugged at his heartstrings. Jiang Man was rejecting him, even though she had just shown a flicker of concern for him. The memories of their past life still prompted her instinctive aversion towards him. Consequently, he took a step back and spoke. I apologize, Second Mississippi. A hint of melancholy darkened his eyes, as if he had mustered considerable resolve before asking, how did Second? Just as Jiang Man opened her mouth to speak, he abruptly interrupted. The palace is fraught with peril. Do you genuinely wish to tread such dangerous waters? Fear gripped him at the thought of her response. If she declared her intent to enter the palace, he could hardly fathom the lengths he might go to. I do not wish to compel Second Miss into making a choice, but if you do not wish to marry me, then at the very least, do not choose him, Xiao Hengji said, his brow furrowed, his eyes filled with earnestness, as if beseeching her not to depart. Jiang Man had never witnessed such an expression on him, and feeling somewhat uneasy under his gaze, she turned away, stammering, why you mustn't look at me like that all the time. A tremor coursed through Xiao Hengji's heart. He stepped back and replied, very well, recently, I have been somewhat presumptuous, causing discomfort to Second Mississippi. I shall be more mindful in the future, but please do not continue to avoid me. As his words fell, the alley was engulfed in a momentary silence. Jiang Man sensed an emptiness behind her momentarily. When she turned around, she found Xiao Hengji already walking away towards the alley's exit. She gazed at his retreating figure, a surge of inexplicable emotions welling up within her. Somehow, today, Xiao Hengji appeared different from his usual self.
He seemed to carry an air of defeat. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Jiang Man turned, lost in thought, and walked towards the alley's exit. The fire had been extinguished, the ground was damp, mingled with charred ashes, and the acrid scent of smoke lingered in the air. Street vendors gathered together, discussing the aftermath of the blaze. As she rubbed her sleeves, her mind was in disarray, her thoughts chaotic. One moment, she recalled Ningji's words, and the next, Xiao Hengji's face flashed before her. Today was supposed to be a joyous occasion, yet she found herself troubled for reasons unknown. As she wandered aimlessly forward, she remained oblivious to the impending danger of a falling signpost. "Watch out!" A sudden urgent cry rang out ahead. Jiang Man looked up just in time to see a charred signpost snapping from above, hurtling straight towards her. Her heart raced, instinctively closing her eyes and shielding her head with her hands, resigning herself to fate. At that moment, Ningji pushed through the crowd, sprinting towards her, reaching out to grasp her, his fingertips nearly brushing her sleeve. However, in the blink of an eye, another hand seized her, pulling her aside. Jiang Man felt a jolt beneath her feet, yanked into a warm embrace. The next instant, a deafening thud echoed through the air. The signpost crashed down heavily, the sound reverberating painfully in her ears, yet it did not strike her. Ningji stood to the side, the signpost lying across the space that separated him from Jiang Man. Just a step away, and he could have caught her. He withdrew his outstretched hand, staring in astonishment at the figure who had shielded Jiang Man so thoroughly. "Second Mississippi." Hearing the familiar voice, Jiang Man slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was a pair of hands, long and strong with slightly pale fingertips, tightly clutching a paper bag. Raising her gaze, she found Xiao Hengji frowning slightly, his jaw clenched as he pushed the signpost to the ground. Another muffled thud followed. He spoke slowly, his voice low and hoarse. "Why were you not waiting for me in the designated spot?" His tone was casual, yet she could clearly see the beads of sweat forming on his forehead in the rapid rise and fall of his breath. Jiang Man was momentarily taken aback, replying softly, I thought you had left." "I had intended to leave, but seeing that the sweet cake vendor was still here, I thought of your fondness for it and went to purchase some." He extended the paper bag towards her. Jiang Man accepted it, noticing his hand trembled slightly. She looked at his shoulder and asked, "Should we find a doctor to examine it? What if it's a serious injury?" Seeing her concern, a flicker of joy illuminated his eyes as he shook his head. "No need, a couple of days of rest will suffice." As they conversed, Ningji silently stepped back a couple of paces, blending into the crowd, observing quietly. "Lu Feng, did you see from which direction Xiao Hengji emerged?" Ningji inquired softly. "Replying to your highness, I did not catch a clear sight, but he should not be far from where your highness was in relation to Miss Jiang," came the response. "Not far?" Ningji murmured, replaying the earlier scene in his mind. When the signpost fell, he had dashed forward with all his might, mere steps from Jiang Man, yet Xiao Hengji had appeared out of nowhere, his swift actions defying expectations. The weight of the signpost falling from such a height could have easily caused injury, yet he had managed to block it with just one shoulder and remain standing. It was inconceivable that he had not undergone training to possess such agility. Doubt crept into Ningji's mind as he spoke coolly, "Investigate further, uncover Xiao Hengji's origins and his identity before entering the Jiang residence." Understood, Lu Feng acknowledged. On their way back to the Jiang residence, Xiao Hengji occasionally glanced over at Jiang Man. She held the paper bag but did not open it to indulge in the sweet cakes, instead scanning her surroundings as if searching for something. "Why aren't you eating, second miss?" "There's a clinic ahead," they both exclaimed in unison, exchanging glances. Then Xiao Hengji chuckled, "So you were seeking a clinic on my behalf?" Jiang Man detected the teasing in his words and pressed her lips together. "Have you become increasingly audacious?" "I must admit, I find myself somewhat nostalgic for the way you used to hit me," he replied. "You." Jiang Man pointed at him, took a deep breath, and in an admonishing tone said, "Violence does not solve problems. I was merely jesting with you. Do not cultivate a temperament that resorts to violence." Noticing her slipping into lecture mode, Xiao Hengji obediently replied, "Yes, I shall heed second Mrs. words." Jiang Man, unsure whether he truly absorbed her counsel, could only shake her head in resignation as she led him towards the clinic. Chapter 44 of the Golden Thread Talisman. At this moment, the night grew deeper, and the streets lay in tranquil silence, occasionally disturbed by a chilly breeze that made the solitary lantern flicker gently. A figure emerged from the physician's clinic, holding a snuffer in hand, preparing to extinguish the lantern outside. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Wan hastily approached. "Doctor, please, wait," she called out. She gestured towards Xiao Hengji with both hands clasped, displaying a demeanor of utmost respect. "He was struck by a hanging pole from above just now. I beseech you to examine him and ascertain if there are any injuries to his bones." The doctor scrutinized Xiao Hengji, who stood upright, his expression unperturbed, showing no signs of injury. Yet, adhering to the Hippocratic oath, he inquired, "Young master, do you feel any discomfort?" Xiao Hangji shook his head. However, Jiang Wan grew anxious, shooting him a glare. "We are already here, let the doctor take a look." Xiao Hangji paused momentarily, then a smile crept across his lips, a smile that shimmered in the night, imbued with a hint of amusement. The doctor then spoke, "Your wife is so concerned, let us heed her wishes and step inside for a brief examination." He turned to enter the clinic. Jiang Wan stood frozen, hastily waving her hands. I am not his," but before she could finish, Xiao Hangji raised his voice deliberately, "In such a late hour, it is my trouble to trouble you, esteemed doctor." His voice completely overshadowed hers. He stepped inside calmly and sat before the examination table. The doctor, stroking his beard, took his pulse, then moved behind him, pressing his hands upon Xiao Hangji's shoulders. Jiang Wan observed from the side, noting the doctor's slightly furrowed brow, her heart instantly sinking. "Is he grievously injured?" After a moment of contemplation, the doctor finally spoke, "Certain ailments require private inquiry. I must ask this lady to wait outside for a while." Though Jiang Wan felt uneasy, she could only respond softly, retreating to the entrance with lingering doubts. Once she stepped out, the doctor withdrew his hands from Xiao Hangji's shoulders, his gaze now laced with inquiry. "Young master, have you previously sustained any injuries that your wife is unaware of?" Xiao Hangji, silent, retracted his hand and queried, "Doctor, what did you discern from the pulse?" The doctor sighed, rising to fetch medicine from the cabinet, weighing it as he spoke. "You bear countless old wounds within, all affecting your internal organs. Although the scars have healed, you continue to endure excruciating pain daily, am I correct?" Xiao Hangji offered a faint smile but remained silent. Noting his reluctance to speak, the doctor continued, "I will not inquire how you were injured, but I must inform you that the pole's impact only harmed the exterior. If the internal injuries remain untreated, it may shorten your life." After delivering this warning, he handed over the prepared medicine, adding, "Though you may endure pain beyond that of ordinary men, if you wish to have a long-lasting relationship with your wife, this medicine must be treated with utmost seriousness." Xiao Hangji accepted the medicine, bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed doctor. I implore you to keep this matter confidential. My wife is timid, let her not be informed." The doctor nodded, "Rest assured, I understand." Xiao Hangji then opened the door. Jiang Wan sat on the steps, and upon seeing him emerge, hurried forward, asking, "What did the doctor say?" Xiao Hangji smiled gently, "The injury is not severe. A few doses of medicine will suffice." Jiang Wan glanced at the medicine bundle in his hand, her brow furrowing. Not severe, why then so many prescriptions? Doubts swirled within her. If it were truly a minor injury, such quantities of medicine seemed unnecessary. She lifted it to her nose, detecting the strong scent of potent medicinal herbs. Just as Xiao Hangji was about to explain, she abruptly wrenched her hand away and dashed back into the clinic. "Doctor! What is wrong with him? Is he seriously injured?" Jiang Wan's voice was frantic. The doctor was taken aback by her sudden fervor and replied in a low tone, "There is no cause for alarm. His constitution is resilient, with some rest, he shall recover." "Then why so much medicine? If he is unwell, I implore you to speak plainly." The doctor hesitated, then spoke softly, "To be candid, your husband, there may be repercussions, you must ensure he takes the medicine, otherwise, it could affect your future together." Jiang Wan froze, her cheeks flushing crimson, a blush creeping to her ears. She raised her hand to interrupt, "I understand. There is no need for further explanation." With that, she fled as if escaping. Just then, she collided with Xiao Hangji, who, unaware of what the doctor had relayed, noticed her unusual demeanor and asked, "What is the matter?" Jiang Wan gazed at him, her expression composed. She thought to herself that Xiao Hangji must be feigning indifference, for this matter bore significant weight for a man. Little did she know that it was her own actions that had led to this. As this realization washed over her, waves of guilt surged within. "The doctor informed me earlier that your injury is somewhat serious. It is all because of me that you..." Xiao Hangji surmised that the doctor had likely exaggerated the severity of the situation to her. He reassured her, "Second miss, there is no need for self-reproach, it is not as dire as it seems. I am aware of my own body, but fret not, I shall ensure you take your medicine diligently, and you will recover." Jiang Wan interjected, her voice firm. Xiao Hangji, seeing her earnestness, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. "Very well, I shall recuperate." The following morning, as dawn barely broke, the courtyard lay in serene stillness, occasionally disturbed by the gentle rustle of withered leaves falling to the ground. Xiao Hangji heard a faint creak from the window. He rose to find someone seated at the table, pouring tea into his mouth, appearing parched. Leaning against the back of his chair, arms crossed, he patiently awaited the other to finish. After a moment, the figure exhaled deeply, placing the teapot back on the table, then leisurely retrieved a piece of black cloth, tossing it to Xiao Hangji. "Here, the item you requested." Xiao Hangji caught it, unveiling a diamond-shaped pouch woven with golden threads, sealed but revealing a hard object within. He chuckled softly, "You are swift." Guiyi stood by the table, a teasing smile on his face. "This belongs to the concubine of the Beast Manor's master. What do you intend to do with it?" "Who said it is hers?" Xiao Hangji toyed with the golden-threaded talisman, a knowing smile dancing on his lips. "This is unequivocally mine." "Whatever. It is yours now." Guiyi, having delivered the item, turned his attention to a dagger in his hand, tossing it up and catching it, seemingly indifferent to Xiao Hangji's affairs. A scent of herbs wafted in from outside, prompting Guiyi to recall something, his tone flippant. "By the way, why did you insist on not harming that woman when you asked me to steal the horses?" Xiao Hangji lifted his eyelids slightly, his voice measured. "When I say not to harm her, it means precisely that." "Oh? And what if I were to harm her? She seems to be just outside." As his words trailed off, Xiao Hangji met his gaze. Guiyi sheathed his dagger, a smirk on his lips, maintaining a challenging stare. Xiao Hangji perceived the provocation in Guiyi's eyes, akin to a newly acquired dog, unrecognizing its master and daring to challenge authority. Yet he understood the nature of the brute, forged through slaughter from a young age, devoid of understanding of love or warmth. Despite Xiao Hangji's rescue, Guiyi spoke of servitude, yet instinctively sought to provoke, much like a creature in the arena inevitably yearning for competition upon encountering an adversary. Xiao Hangji recognized that Guiyi yearned for a contest with him. He could easily disregard it, yet Guiyi had set his sights on Jiangwan. This little pup, if not made to bleed a little, would undoubtedly pose a threat to Jiangwan in the future. Chapter 45 Brewing medicine in person. Do you wish to provoke her, to put it to the test? Xiao Hang's tone was neither light nor heavy, with a slight rise at the end, as if it were a casual inquiry. Yet, it concealed an undeniable sense of pressure. Guiyi raised an eyebrow, revealing a smile that hinted at eagerness. What harm is there in trying? He then turned and strode toward the door. In an instant, however, he felt a chilling gust of wind slicing past him, but he swiftly tilted his head, but a lock of hair was still severed. A dagger grazed against his cheek and embedded itself into the doorpost with a dull thud, the blade trembling slightly. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Xiao Hong was upon him, snatching the knife from his grasp and pinning him against the door. The blade was poised menacingly at his throat, and he narrowly avoided it by twisting aside, attempting to retrieve the knife lodged in the door. Yet, Xiao Hong deflected his hand with the dagger, slicing a thin line across his palm, a slender trail of blood immediately surfacing. Xiao Hong offered him no respite, launching a relentless assault akin to a predator locking onto its prey, each strike precise, ruthless, and unforgiving. Guiyi could only play the part of a passive defender, his movements growing increasingly sluggish, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. In that moment, he found himself utterly outmatched. Amidst the chaos, he caught a glimpse of Xiao Hang's gaze, sharp and perilous, seemingly conveying a message: I could kill you at any moment. His heart raced violently as he realized that each of Xiao Hang's moves could claim his life, yet they always stopped just short, as though he were toying with him, or perhaps issuing a warning. He was driven back relentlessly until, finally, utterly spent, he crumpled to the ground. The dagger sliced through the air, embedding itself beside his ear with a crack, driven deep and steady. Xiao Hong loomed over him, his gaze as frigid as ice. Would you still like to test me? Guiyi struggled to lift his head, the defiance in his heart morphing into a profound fear. He finally understood that this man was beyond his capacity to challenge. Who on earth are you? Guiyi's throat felt parched, his voice tinged with a slight quiver. Xiao Hong lowered his eyes, hesitating for a moment before speaking slowly. I know you are a red slave. Tell me, how many beasts are there in the beast pen? He propped himself up and replied, 99 cages. Why do you ask this? Have you heard that if one slaughters all the caged beasts, they can exchange them for freedom? Guiyi paused, realizing the beast pen's rule. To slay all the caged beasts in order to attain freedom. That he had heard tales of a man who had escaped after slaughtering every beast in the pen, yet he deemed it merely a legend. How could anyone survive to the end? Xiao Hong continued. In truth, it is a deception. Slaughtering all the caged beasts will not grant you freedom, rather, you will become the 100th beast. Guiyi scoffed derisively. How would you know? You have not. He abruptly halted, realization dawning as he stared at Xiao Hong. Could it be that you are? Xiao Hong remained silent, bending down to retrieve the dagger from the ground, casually spinning it in his hand. Guiyi's gaze was fixated on the blade, cold sweat mingling with blood as it dripped from his palm. So, Xiao Hong was indeed the one who had slaughtered all the beasts in the pen. If such a person wished to kill him, it would be a mere trifle. He opened his mouth, but ultimately hung his head, murmuring, I concede. Go ahead and kill me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hong merely smiled faintly. I will not kill you, nor do I require your surrender.
Guiyi tilted his head, a look of confusion crossing his face. Xiao Hong spoke coolly, having saved you, I naturally require your service, but should you dare defy me, he stepped closer, his voice cold as the dagger in his hand, I will make you understand that living can be more painful than dying. These words struck Guiyi like a brand, pressing heavily upon his heart. He fought against the feeling of weakness, clutching his wounded palm, and replied, understood. Xiao Hong said no more, retrieving a piece of paper from his sleeve, go find someone for me, someone connected to the Zuiyin Tower. But the Zuiyin Tower has been shut down since the Great Fire. How can I investigate? That is for you to figure out. Return to Changchun Pavilion in 3 days with your report. Guiyi closed his eyes in resignation, accepting the paper before leaping out of the window, disappearing onto the rooftops. As dawn broke, faint sounds of people began to emerge outside, the rustling of leaves being swept in the courtyard. Just as Xiao Hong finished his morning rituals, a light and hurried knock echoed at the door. Xiao Hong? Are you awake? I have brewed medicine for you. Jiang Wan's voice drifted through the wooden door, laced with the morning's slight hoarseness and dampness. He paused, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips as he opened the door to find her standing there, holding a steaming bowl of herbal soup, draped in a fluffy robe, her loose hair cascading down her pale neck, presenting a scene of languid softness. A warmth spread through Xiao Heng's heart as he invited her inside to sit. Why has the second young lady personally brewed medicine for me? His voice was low, tinged with an almost imperceptible joy. Jiang Wan rubbed her slightly cool fingers together. You are suffering because of me, so naturally, I must be diligent. As she spoke, Ruiju suddenly entered the room. Second young lady, His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived unexpectedly. The master requests your presence. Upon hearing the mention of the Crown Prince, Jiang Wan's expression grew complex. After the fire yesterday, she had completely forgotten about Ningji. She was bewildered as to how she had become someone so hesitant, having promised to be by Ningji's side, yet now entangled with Xiao Hong day in and day out. This tumult of emotions left her feeling both guilty and inexplicably vexed. She shook her head, thinking, no, I must return to the right path. She then turned to respond, go inform my father that I will be there shortly. Understood, Ruiju replied and withdrew. The warmth in Xiao Heng's eyes gradually chilled, and he asked anxiously, has the second young lady thought about how to respond to the Crown Prince's words yesterday? Jiang Wan furrowed her brow. Even if I agree, I will need some time to consider. She insisted, you should rest well. I will bring you medicine later. Her agreement was particularly jarring to Xiao Hong. His fingers curled slightly, nails digging into his palm. A fierce thought surged within him, he could not let her leave. Absolutely not. Seeing him silent, Jiang Wan pushed the bowl of medicine toward him. Drink up, I added rock candy, so it's not too bitter. Mm. Xiao Hong replied softly, his gaze on the bowl. He decided to take a gamble. He lifted the bowl to his lips, but just as it neared, his hand trembled, and the bowl slipped from his grasp, shattering on the floor, the soup spilling everywhere. Jiang Wan jumped in surprise, instinctively stepping back. Xiao Hong hurried to pick up the shards, but slipped on the spilled soup, landing hard against the broken pieces. Xiao Hong! Jiang Wan exclaimed, rushing forward to assist him. Are you all right? Are you hurt? Xiao Hong stifled the laughter threatening to escape his lips, feigning pain as he replied softly, I'm fine, I just felt a sharp pain in my shoulder, which caused me to lose my grip. He glanced at the mess scattered around and expressed his regret, I'm sorry. Second, will the shards tear your clothing? It seems my neck is a bit sore, he said, lowering his voice in a feigned pitiful tone. Jiang Wan, almost frantic, barely noticed his expression. Where does it hurt? Did you get cut? You should crouch down so I can take a look. Chapter 46. The mythical bird. Xiao Hongji slowly took a chair and seated himself, his movements deliberate, as if he sought to stretch the time shared between them. Jiang Wan adjusted her collar and, indeed, discovered several shards of porcelain embedded in her neck, with blood seeping gently towards her collarbone. With a furrowed brow, she delicately pinched one of the fragments and pulled it out with a firm tug. Though her actions were cautious, they inevitably elicited a pang of pain. It will sting a bit, bear with it, she murmured, her breath slightly quickened, a fact she remained oblivious to. Xiao Hongji tilted his head slightly, noticing her trembling hand, and a peculiar light flickered in his eyes. It seemed he had won some unspoken wager. Jiang Wan's genuine concern for him was apparent. Her flustered demeanor and anxious regard made Xiao Hongji feel as if her heart was slowly opening to him. This thought, tinged with a possessive sweetness, enveloped his heart. His breath unconsciously softened, as if he feared to shatter this fleeting moment of intimacy. As the last shard was removed, a bead of blood immediately welled forth. Jiang Wan instinctively leaned down to blow on the wound, as though to alleviate the pain. Strands of hair fell onto his shoulder, the delicate sensation and her fragrant presence intertwining, causing Xiao Hongji's throat to involuntarily constrict.
Unaware of his expression, Jiangwan turned to fetch a cloth and ointment, her steps hurried, focused solely on tending to his wound. Fortunately, the shard was not particularly sharp and had not penetrated deeply. Had it embedded itself completely, it would have been troublesome. She wiped away the blood with the cloth and gently applied the ointment. Xiao Hangji let out a low chuckle, laced with teasing ambiguity. Miss, your concern is so palpable, I dare say this injury has not been in vain. Jiangwan, noticing his playful banter, shot him a glare. Be quiet. My kindness towards you is a reminder to treat others well in the future. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Miss, the master says His Highness the Crown Prince is still waiting for you and urges you to hurry. Jiangwan furrowed her brow slightly, setting down the ointment, glancing at the wound, and advised him, it's nearly done. I must go now. Xiao Hangji frowned, surprised by how quickly she had finished. As she turned to leave, she had taken but a single step when a warm hand clasped her wrist. Xiao Hangji grasped her sleeve, his gaze lowered, his voice husky. Will you return, miss? His question bore an undertone of subtle pleading, like a fine net ensnaring her heart. Jiangwan felt a sudden flutter within, avoiding his gaze as she softly replied, I will return to bring you medicine. With that, she exerted a slight force, freeing her sleeve from his grasp. Yet, Xiao Hangji did not release her. Instead, he pretended to stumble forward, falling to the ground. Additionally, he tugged at his own arm, making it appear as though it had dislocated. Jiangwan gasped, hurriedly bending down to assist him, exclaiming, What happened? You keep falling today, are you feeling unwell? Xiao Hangji steadied himself with her hand, his fingertips pale against the ground. He lowered his eyes, his voice imbued with innocence. I'm fine, miss, you should hurry along. Don't keep His Highness waiting. Seeing him biting his lip, as if stifling pain, she inquired, Where exactly do you feel unwell? Do you want me to take you to the doctor? No sooner had she spoken than Xiao Hangji's eyes brightened, and he turned to her eagerly. Really? Then let us go to the doctor. Jiangwan paused, a realization dawning upon her. She squinted, scrutinizing him with a smile that barely concealed suspicion. Xiao Hangji, are you deliberately stalling to prevent me from meeting His Highness? Noting his stammering, Jiangwan grasped the situation. Her smile faded, and she spoke earnestly, Since His Highness has come, I must see him without fail. Do not employ such petty tricks, one ought to be upright in conduct. As she prepared to lecture him, Xiao Hangji looked at her with a pitiful expression, murmuring, But miss, my hand was genuinely injured. He shook his right hand slightly. Jiangwan observed closely, his wrist hung limply, indeed dislocated. She sighed, muttering to herself, already compromised in the lower body. Now this. Xiao Hangji stood before her, disheveled, perhaps intentionally portraying a pitiful demeanor that stirred her compassion. She had never noticed this childish side of him before. Reluctantly, she conceded, Very well, you may accompany me. Exiting the room, Jiangwan led him to the front hall. Inside, Jiang Sun was engaged in light conversation with Ning Ji. Upon their appearance, the dialogue faltered momentarily. I have met His Highness, father. Jiangwan greeted. Ning Ji cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Hangji, not lingering on him, before smiling at Jiangwan. Yesterday at the Lantern Festival, I searched for you in vain. Today, seeing you safe brings me relief. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. Thankfully, no one was harmed yesterday, Jiangwan replied. Ning Ji's eyes narrowed slightly, his smile deepening. Even so, it was my oversight. I have prepared a modest gift, I hope Miss Jiang will not find it lacking. As he spoke, Lu Fang emerged from behind, presenting a carved sandalwood cage. Within, a fantastical bird stood, its feathers a soft gold, its tail feathers cascading like willow strands, radiating a gentle luminescence, reminiscent of a mythical avian creature. The Sumi bird is said to be a descendant of the divine sparrow and can help fulfill wishes. Miss Jiang, should you have a desire in the future, you may write it down and place it in the bird's belly feathers before releasing it. This is far more potent than releasing lanterns. This bird is indeed rare. I have only seen it in books before, Jiang Sun exclaimed, gazing in awe at the creature. Jiangwan's expression momentarily froze. She instantly recognized it as an exotic species from the Crown Prince's palace. The Sumi bird excels in tracking and carrying messages. If a wish is inscribed on paper, it will surely follow the scent back to the Crown Prince's palace. Presenting it to Jiangwan was clearly Ning Ji's way of indicating his willingness to assist her. Noticing her daze, Jiang Sun nudged her shoulder. A gift from His Highness, you ought to graciously accept it. Jiangwan snapped back to reality, her thoughts momentarily scattered. Thank you for your generous gift, Your Highness. She accepted the cage and stepped aside, the bird shaking its wings, its eyes sparkling like stars. Suddenly, Jiang Sun noticed Xiao Hangji standing quietly to the side for some time and frowned, asking, Wanner, why did you bring him along? Jiangwan explained, yesterday, Xiao Hangji shielded me from a falling pole, saving my life. He accidentally slipped just now and dislocated his arm. I wish to ask father to examine him. Jiang Sun nodded, having trained in the military for years, he found such minor dislocations trivial. However, Ningji, upon hearing this, immediately sensed the underlying motives. Having witnessed Xiao Hangji's martial skills yesterday, he found it implausible that he had simply slipped and dislocated his arm. Most likely, Xiao Hangji was stalling, fearing that Ningji would forcibly take Jiangwan away. He chuckled lightly, then spoke with a composed demeanor. Since Miss Jiang is unharmed, I have other matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Jiang Sun and Jianwan both bowed. As he passed Xiao Hangji, Ningji paused momentarily, speaking softly, I did not come today to take Miss Jiang away, so there is no need for you to exhaust yourself. His words were light, yet each carried a sting, his smile laced with mockery directed at Xiao Hangji's apprehensions. Xiao Hangji pursed his lips, his fists tightening within his sleeves, remaining silent but feeling a sense of relief that no trouble had arisen today. Jiangwan sensed the delicate atmosphere and hastily urged, Father, please examine him. Jiang Sun rose and approached Xiao Hangji, his rough hand gripping his shoulder, giving a swift push and pull. With a crack, the bone was set back into place. There, move it around a bit. Jiang Sun patted his shoulder. Xiao Hangji raised his hand and rotated it a few times, confirming it was indeed fine, and quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Jiang. Yes, Jiang Sun replied, adding, you may step out for now. I have something to discuss with Wanner. Xiao Hangji complied and withdrew. Chapter 47. The sword tassel. Jiangwan inquired, what is it that father wishes to convey? Jiang Sun gazed at the untouched tea on the table, and slowly began, just now, His Highness spoke with me, and I discerned his interest in you. Wanner, have you perhaps done something that has led His Highness to think so much? Jiangwan was taken aback. What do you mean, Father, are you implying that I deliberately enticed His Highness? I am merely concerned about the rumors that may arise, suggesting that the Jiang family is seeking to align with the Crown Prince. Moreover, His Highness has already chosen a Crown Princess. You must not become embroiled in this matter. Rest assured, Father, I know how to conduct myself. However, if His Highness seeks to draw our family closer, why should you not? Enough. Do not involve yourself any further in this. In a few days, it will be your elder sister's wedding. You should remain at home and behave properly. Jiangwan acquiesced with a low reply, recognizing that Jiang Sun was unwilling to discuss the matter further. Upon exiting the hall, she noticed someone standing behind the column opposite, adorned in vibrant attire. Who else could it be but Jiang Li? Upon seeing Jiangwan emerge, she pretended to casually stroll by, adopting a rather furtive demeanor. Jiangwan's mind lingered on her father's words, and she quickly realized that it must be Jiang Li whispering in his ear that led him to believe she was enticing the Crown Prince. Jiang Li's incessant chatter must be dealt with. She hastened towards the opposite direction, only to unexpectedly collide with someone at the turn. Momentarily stunned, she looked up at the figure before her. Wen Qian? Why has the young princess arrived? Wen Qian smiled sweetly. I happened to pass by and thought to visit Miss Jiang. Seeing her smile so tenderly and her tone softened, Jiangwan asked, where is the young master? Why is he not accompanying you? Wen Qian lowered her gaze, responding softly, we moved from the Marquis's residence to the young master's manor a few days ago. He has been preoccupied with trivial matters and has had no time to attend to me. You've moved to the young... This was indeed fortunate. A smile of joy graced her face as she said, having moved into the young master's manor, it seems he has accepted you as his bride. Surely the two of you will grow closer from here on. Yet, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed Wen Qian's features as she merely offered a faint smile. Deep down, she understood that if Jiangwan did not take the lead in the manor, it would matter little who else resided there. Noticing the dejection in Wen Qian's eyes, Jiangwan surmised that although Li Jiqing was not unkind to her, he remained distant. She gently squeezed Wen Qian's hand, offering words of comfort, do not be disheartened, young princess, grant him a little more time. Wen Qian nodded and reciprocated the gesture. As they strolled through the corridor, Jiangwan suddenly recalled something and inquired, by the way, has your injury healed? Are there any scars remaining? It is no longer an issue. I had intended to visit sooner, but I heard that you had gone to Joyou Mountain Villa for the Empress's banquet, thus I delayed my visit until now. As the two conversed, Jiangwan pondered her words with some confusion. The Empress's banquet surely would not overlook the Pingnan Marquis's residence. Why had Wen Qian been able to visit her? She asked, did the young princess not attend the banquet? Wen Qian pursed her lips and shook her head, slightly regretful. I had meant to go, but while passing through the Yuezhu Ridge, an individual suddenly appeared and felled trees to block our path. Following that, a torrential downpour ensued, forcing us to turn back. Jiangwan halted abruptly, recalling the incident of her horse being stolen at Yuezhu Ridge. She quickly asked, did someone attempt to steal your horses? Wen Qian considered for a moment before replying, not exactly. Were you able to see the face of the one who felled the trees? No, the person was masked and left as soon as the trees fell. Jiangwan's mind raced, and she deduced that this was no mere coincidence. Someone had intentionally stolen her horse and obstructed the path behind her. This way, no one would pass by to assist her, leaving her no choice but to seek help in the nearby town. However, upon arriving in town, she was abducted onto a ship. Such elaborate schemes, yet they did not kill her directly, instead leading to Song Shuang's defilement. Who could be behind this? Jiang Wan found herself engulfed in confusion. Miss Jiang Er, when Xian suddenly interjected, breaking her reverie. Jiang Wan responded, coming back to her senses. I just remembered there are matters at home that require my attention, so I shall not linger. Farewell. When Xian spoke these words in a daze, turning to leave with a hint of panic evident on her face, Jiang Wan, puzzled by her sudden change in demeanor, followed her gaze, only to find Jiang Li and Aunt Wan in the courtyard, moving several large boxes of dowry out. It seemed the earlier incident had left when Xian somewhat apprehensive of Jiang Li when Xian hastily exited the Jiang residence and entered her carriage, exhaling a sigh of relief. Mo Ping gently patted her back in consolation. Young princess, you were taken advantage of at the Jiang residence last time. Why return today and put yourself through such anxiety? When Chen relaxed slightly and explained, the young master has been acting distracted since the fire at the Lantern Festival yesterday. I guessed he must be worried about Miss Jiang Er's safety, yet he feared that a direct visit would be too forward. So the young princess came specifically to ascertain that Miss Jiang Er is unharmed? When Qian nodded, Mo Ping continued, if that is the case, why not invite Miss Jiang Er to the young master's manor? That would not do. Miss Jiang Er is already betrothed. The young master, out of both sentiment and propriety, ought to temper his feelings. Meeting again would not be beneficial for either of them. When Xian paused momentarily before adding, as long as the young master knows she is safe, that is sufficient. Clenching her fingers, she felt an Upon returning home, when Xian spotted Li Jiqing hastily making his way outside, his expression one of concern, she approached him, asking, is the young master leaving the manor? The wind is strong today. You should wear your cloak. Li Jiqing brushed past her, replying indifferently, no need. When Xian, noticing his anxious demeanor, surmised, Miss Jiang Er entrusted me with something to deliver to the young master. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Li Jiqing halted in his tracks, turning back to inquire, you went to the Jiang residence? When Xian nodded, yes, with the multitude of injuries from the fire at the Lantern Festival yesterday, I wanted to check on Miss Jiang Er. How is she? Li Jiqing asked, concern evident in his tone. Miss Jiang Er is well and unharmed, when Xian assured him, presenting a wooden box. This is a token from Miss Jiang Er for the young master. Do take a look and see if it pleases you. Li Jiqing opened the box to reveal a delicately crafted dark blue sword tassel. Indeed, I was missing a tassel for my sword, he exclaimed with delight. Observing his enamored expression, when Xian felt a pang of unease after exchanging formalities, she took her leave. Mo Ping was aware of the effort when Xian had put into crafting that sword tassel for so long. She pouted, feeling quite dissatisfied. Noticing when Xian's despondent demeanor, she asked, what troubles you? The young master's eyes are solely on Miss Jiang Er. Although he no longer seeks her out at the Jiang residence, he remains distant even at home from the young princess. If this continues, I fear the young princess may wither away without bearing a young master. She sighed, if we had a little young master at home, it wouldn't be so desolate. Bear a young master? When Xian was taken aback, for she had never considered such a thing. Chapter 48 The Grand Wedding. Upon noticing the somber expression on her face, Mo Ping swiftly diverted the conversation to a different topic. My lady, in just a couple of days, the grand wedding of the eldest daughter of the Jiang family will take place. The invitation has arrived, will you be attending? When Xin furrowed her brows given her history with Jiang Li, attending could be seen as inappropriate, yet to decline would be equally discourteous. She was indecisive and pondered over it for several days. However, on the morning of the seventh day, she need not wrestle with her thoughts any longer, as a servant came to convey a message. My lady, today is the wedding of young Master Xie, and the heir is waiting outside for you to accompany him. When Xian was somewhat taken aback. You mean the heir is waiting for me? Indeed. A flicker of joy ignited within her, prompting her to hurriedly dress and groom herself, checking multiple times to ensure her appearance was impeccable. Yet, upon opening the door, she found Li Jiqing gazing into the distance, his face adorned with an expression of eager anticipation. She paused, realizing that the heir likely wished to seize this opportunity to meet Miss Jiang Er, fearing that attending alone would provide fodder for gossip, thus he sought her company. Amusingly, she had momentarily indulged in the thought that he was waiting solely for her. Li Jiqing turned back, noticing her readiness, and said coolly, if you are prepared, let us depart. With that, he strode towards the main entrance and entered the sedan chair. When Qian concealed her emotions and donned a smile before also boarding the carriage, not wishing to dampen the festive atmosphere on such a splendid day, she embraced the moment. The sedan chair was quite spacious, with the two of them seated on opposite sides. Li Jing neither spoke nor cast more than a fleeting glance her way. Observing him, she noted the excitement and expectation on his face, while the sword hanging at his waist swayed gently with the motion of the carriage. She averted her gaze, a pang of bitterness rising within her, nearly spilling from her eyes. It was not as though she had only just learned of his affections for Miss Jiang Er. Why did it hurt more now? At the entrance of the Xia residence, the scene was festooned with vibrant decorations. Red silk cascaded from the gates to the ground, enveloping the entire courtyard in a jubilant atmosphere. The 8-bearer red wooden bridal sedan came to a halt at the main entrance, the curtains embroidered with golden-threaded phoenixes, symbolizing the union of phoenixes seeking one another, swaying gently in the breeze. The matrons and young attendants bustled about, welcoming the guests arriving to witness the ceremony. The sound of firecrackers erupted intermittently, mingling with the crisp autumn air, creating a haze of smoke, while the air was infused with the mingling scents of gunpowder and sweet wedding treats. The exuberance of the event rivaled that of a legitimate daughter's marriage. Upon arriving at the main entrance of the Xia residence, the welcoming attendant lifted the sedan curtain and respectfully announced, "Young master, young mistress, this way, please." After disembarking, Li Jing casually adjusted his attire without glancing back, striding purposefully towards the entrance, indifferent to her presence. When Shen had no choice but to take the attendant's arm to step down from the sedan, she watched Li Jing's retreating figure and sighed silently before hastening to catch up. Inside the grand hall, the space was filled with distinguished guests. The wooden pillars entwined with red silk, and a pair of vibrant red double happiness characters stood out prominently. In the center of the hall, a raised platform was laid with a red carpet, flanked by gift boxes and congratulatory lists. Once seated, Li Jing engaged in pleasantries with others, while Wen Qian maintained a smile, anxious not to bring him any embarrassment. Before long, the music suddenly paused, and the officiant called out loudly, "The auspicious time has arrived." At this, all eyes turned toward the entrance. Jiang Li, adorned in a resplendent red wedding gown and holding red silk, was assisted into the hall by a maid dressed in crimson, her steps measured and dignified. As Wen Chen beheld this scene, she was transported back to her own wedding with Li Jing. It had seemed like a similarly grand affair, yet at that moment, the person he had truly desired was not her. Shifting her gaze, she looked towards Li Jing, only to find that he was not focused on the main stage but rather gazing intently at Jiang Li, his expression soft in a way that had never been directed at her. In that instant, something within her heart felt pierced. With a bitter smile, she lowered her eyes, choosing not to look at him any longer. Unaware of Li Jing's gaze, Jiang Li leisurely peeled grapes, watching the newlyweds as they performed the three bows. On the platform, Xiaotsun wore a beaming smile, appearing particularly lively amid the red attire surrounding him. Jiang Li shook her head slightly, the corners of her mouth curling into a sardonic smile. She had once experienced a similar fate, oblivious to the countless rehearsals the Xie family had undertaken to ensure that Xiaotsun could navigate this ceremony without a hitch. This was likely the only day in Xiaotsun's life that could be deemed respectable. Xiao Hangji observed her smile, tracing the contours of her profile from the corner of her eye to the tip of her nose. He was in high spirits, glad to be seated beside her in front of so many witnesses. The officiant on the platform announced, "The ceremony is complete." Instantly, applause and cheers erupted from the audience, the jubilant atmosphere surging like waves. As Xiao Hangji listened to the exuberant shouts of completion, an indescribable thrill surged within him. In a daze, it felt as though he were witnessing the unfinished wedding ceremony that belonged to him and Jiang Li in a previous life. His heart fluttered with 1,000 butterflies, and he could not help but inquire, "Miss, what do you think of this wedding?" "Ordinary," Jiang Li replied without lifting her gaze. "Ordinary? With all this red decor, it will appear haunting once night falls." Her tone carried a hint of playful mockery, yet her words conveyed genuine disdain. Xiao Hangji pressed on, "Then how would you wish your own wedding to be?" She had once donned a phoenix crown and a splendid gown, participating in the grandest wedding ceremonies as a princess and later as a queen. 10 miles of bridal procession, an 8-bearer sedan, with throngs of admirers gazing upon her from the highest heights, yet she had never felt a moment of true happiness. Having experienced such grandeur, she felt it unnecessary. Perhaps, love untainted by doubt, with heaven as the matchmaker and earth as the witness, bound in life and death. If there were blue jacarandas in the courtyard, she might bow beneath their shade. Suddenly, she felt a twinge of oddity, as if her words implied a strong desire to wed. She ceased speaking and pouted, "Why are you asking this? I'm not marrying you." Xiao Hangji observed her closely, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips, the joy spilling forth unconsciously. Jiang Li, noticing his elation, shot him an annoyed glance and handed him a plate of grapes. "What are you laughing at? Peel these for me." "Of course." Xiao Hongji accepted the plate and began to peel the grapes for her. Just then, he sensed a gaze fixated upon them, but he turned slightly, and indeed, there was Li Jing, staring intently at Zhangli, his eyes burning with fervor, an inappropriate intensity that irked him. He felt a twinge of displeasure. Peeling a grape and offering it to Zhang Li. As she remained focused on the wedding platform, she instinctively opened her mouth to accept the grape. This moment appeared quite intimate to onlookers. Just as Zhang Li realized what was happening and was about to speak, Xiao Hengji interjected, "Miss, no need to rush, we are merely putting on a show for others." After all, Zhang Li surveyed the crowd, noting that many guests were indeed relatives of the Xie family, yet she still felt uneasy, pouting, "All right, enough of that, I'm not eating anymore." Having said that, she noticed Li Jing approaching. "Jing? Why are you standing?" Zhang Li wondered, as everyone around them was seated, and his sudden rise was quite conspicuous and obstructive. Li Jing merely murmured, "I wanted to say that I truly appreciate the gift you sent me." Zhang Li tilted her head, asking, "The gift I sent you? What gift?" He picked up the tassel from his sword, smiling, "The one you had when Qian sent over yesterday." Zhang Li's mouth fell slightly open, unsure how to respond. Nearby, Xiao Hengji chuckled, "The heir seems to have overlooked something. This tassel-less craftsmanship is far beyond what Miss Zhang could create. It's clear that the young mistress fabricated this to please you." Li Jing's brow furrowed slightly, his grip on the tassel tightening as he clenched his teeth, turning away in silence. Zhang Li guessed he felt humiliated, as though he had been made a fool of. Indeed, through the crowd, she saw him down several cups of wine, his expression darkening. Zhang Li shot Xiao Hongji a glare. "Why did you have to answer? I wanted to play along." She had intended to accept it casually, but now, Li Jing might develop a grudge against Wen Qian. Turning her gaze back to the stage, she noticed An Wan dabbing her eyes with tears. As a concubine, it was a tremendous honor for her to be permitted on stage, especially today. Witnessing Xietsun's genteel demeanor, she appeared more than satisfied with the marriage. After the ceremony concluded, the newlyweds turned to enter the bridal chamber, led by the matrons. Xiaohou rose and addressed the guests warmly. "We are immensely grateful to all friends and family for your presence today. The Xie family is deeply appreciative. The banquet is prepared. Please enjoy the festivities together." The music swelled, vibrant and jubilant. Dishes were presented one after another, and guests raised their cups, congratulating one another, the aroma of wine wafting through the lively gathering, enveloping the entire Xie residence in an atmosphere of joyous celebration. Not long after, Xiaohou and Madame Xie approached with wine cups in hand, their expressions polite and smiling, radiating warmth. Zhang Li regarded the hypocritical display of her former in-laws with cold eyes, feeling no inclination to feign civility, and turned her gaze away. In her past life, after marrying into the Xie family, her in-laws had been concerned that she might reveal Xietsun's foolishness to outsiders, claiming instead that her inability to conceive was due to her own frailty. When Xietsun's condition became undeniable, Madame Xie declared it was her misfortune, even hiring a sorcerer to perform rituals upon her, leading everyone in the household to shun her. In summary, to conceal the embarrassment of having a foolish son, Zhang Li had been burdened with countless slanders. With a fleeting glance at the vibrant red characters hanging from the beams, she murmured softly, "It is time to unveil the Xie family's shame." Chapter 49. An evening of games with my wife. As the night descended, Lady Wan approached with a self-satisfied smile, as if it were she, rather than Zhang Li, who had wed today. "From now on, we shall be one family. If Lear misbehaves, I hope you will be understanding," she declared. Madame Xia raised her glass in response, a hint of insincerity dancing at the corners of her lips. Such courtesy from the in-laws. Lear must surely be a well-behaved and sensible child. Seizing the moment amid the polite exchanges, Zhang Man quietly retreated to the back courtyard, her steps as familiar as if she were in her own home. If her memory served her right, Xietsun was in the courtyard at this very moment. She navigated her way to the yard and, as expected, spotted a familiar figure chasing butterflies. This husband of hers from a previous life, just as she remembered, was childlike in his demeanor, his celebratory attire now smeared with dirt. She recalled that on the day of their marriage in her past life, Xietsun had played here until nightfall. When darkness enveloped the sky, he had extinguished the lamps and entered the room, proceeding with the marriage consummation in silence, as per Madame Xie's instructions, clumsy and awkward, leaving her with nothing but pain and bloodshed, devoid of any other sensation. It was only the next day, upon seeing the bed strewn with the butterflies he had caught, while he lay beside her, foolishly grinning as he kissed her cheek, that she realized she had married a complete farce. In the time that followed, Xietsun had obediently heeded Madame Xie's every command, remaining a mere bystander even when she was bullied by others. Jiang Man closed her eyes, gently shook her head, and banished those loathsome memories from her mind. When she opened her eyes again, a warm, benevolent smile graced her face as she approached Xietsun, as if to soothe the child. The maid by Xietsun's side immediately stepped forward to block her path. "Miss Jiang,
our young master does not appreciate being disturbed. Please return to the gathering. Jiang Man chuckled lightly, lazily brushing aside the maid's hand. I merely wished to greet my brother-in-law, must you obstruct me? The maid paused momentarily, seeing she could not deter her, and thus followed closely behind. Jiang Man called out cheerfully, brother-in-law, how many little butterflies have you caught? Xietsun, like a child who had won a prize, gleefully raised the bag in his hands. So many, they're all right here. Seeing his foolish grin, Jiang Man softly inquired, are the butterflies for your wife? Xietsun nodded enthusiastically. Would you like to go find her now? Hide and seek? Upon hearing this, Xietsun clapped his hands and jumped in excitement, shouting, I want to find her. Jiang Man's smile deepened as she playfully teased, your wife is hiding among those houses over there. Do you remember what color she is wearing? Red. Xietsun shouted joyfully. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached from behind. Jiang Man turned to see Jiang Li's maid. Second miss, the young madam requests your presence. Young madam? She clicked her tongue in surprise, reflecting on the long-lost title. With an air of indifference, she raised an eyebrow and turned to Xietsun. The game is afoot, brother-in-law must hurry to find his wife. With that, she followed the maid briskly away. The corridor was adorned with red silk, exactly as she remembered. The only difference was that this time, the bride was not her. Upon entering the bridal chamber, Jiang Li sat resplendent in her wedding attire, her head adorned with shimmering jewels, the red fabric accentuating her beauty, exuding an air of superiority. Leisurely playing with the silk fan in her hands, she cast a glance at Jiang Man standing nearby. Why do you stand there, sister? Don't you know to pay your respects upon seeing me? Jiang Man did not respond but smiled and asked, the groom has yet to arrive, yet you are so eager to call for me. What is it that you desire? Seeing her calm demeanor only stoked Jiang Li's anger. Rising to stand before her, she openly mocked, they say one must possess self-awareness, why do you lack it? Now that I have married into the Xie family and become the young madam, you are but a lowly figure gazing up at me, how does it feel? Jiang Man remained expressionless, silently regarding her. Have you ever heard the saying, the higher one stands, the harder one falls? As she spoke, a knowing smile crept onto her lips. Jiang Li clenched her fists and strode toward her, raising a hand to deliver a slap smack. The crisp sound reverberated through the room as Jiang Man's head was jolted sideways. The blow was unexpected, leaving her cheeks tingling. Observing her discomfort, Jiang Li reveled in her triumph, having awaited this moment for far too long. With a cold smile, she leaned closer. This slap is to remind you that I have won. You will forever be beneath me. Her eyes sparkled with the pride of a victor. Jiang Man's face bore a red mark, yet she chuckled softly, replying, what have you won, the second son of the Xie family? Jiang Li's fury surged. She had anticipated witnessing Jiang Man's humiliation today, but this composed demeanor only fueled her rage further. Raising her hand once more, she was about to strike again when a maid rushed into the room, breathless. Young madam, the second young master has arrived. Jiang Li paused, her heart leaping with joy. Xietsun had come. She was determined to humiliate Jiang Man thoroughly, to see what face she had left to challenge her. As she straightened her attire, preparing to greet the groom in her most perfect form, a strange, childish giggle echoed from outside the door. Yay, wife! I found you! A young, foolish voice called out, followed by the sound of someone clumsily running into the room. Before her stood a boy dressed in groom's attire, his face smeared with dirt, grinning foolishly as he awkwardly wiped his nose, only to smear it further. Jiang Li sat there, dumbfounded, her mouth agape in confusion. Wife, I caught so many butterflies, look. Xietsun approached, clumsily opening the bag in his arms. Jiang Li tilted her head to look inside, only to find not butterflies, but a collection of dead moths and spiders. Get those disgusting things away from me. Xietsun, oblivious to her horror, drew closer with the bag. Mother said we would play with the wife tonight, so I caught butterflies to give her. With that, he grinned and reached out, his dirty hands tugging at her wedding sleeves. Wife, do you like them? Jiang Li suddenly realized something, her face paling as she nearly screamed, don't touch me. In that moment, she comprehended that the husband she had married was not the capable and handsome figure she had envisioned, but rather a foolish boy who could not even manage himself. Jiang Li's lips trembled, wanting to speak but unable to make a sound. At that moment, Jiang Man slowly stepped forward, her voice chillingly gentle. How do you like the surprise I brought, sister? Jiang Li shot her head up, eyes filled with humiliation and rage. Jiang Man, you knew all along? Did you not know? Jiang Man feigned innocence. Jiang Li's face turned pale. Did everyone know? While she remained in the dark, Jiang Man was quite pleased with her reaction. Casting a glance at Xietsun, he remained squatting on the ground, playing with the dead insects, grinning foolishly. Wife, let us play quickly. We must undress, just as mother said.
Jiang Li felt her body weaken, sinking into despair. Jiang Man, smiling, turned away, her steps light and composed. As she exited the bridal chamber, she glanced back, her lips parting slightly. Congratulations, sister. She pronounced each word with deliberate slowness, as if pearls dropping onto a jade plate. You have become the young madam of the Xie family. The words young madam of the Xie family struck like a hammer, rendering Jiang Li immobile. She stood rigidly, watching the foolish man before her, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Chapter 50. Heeding the words of the mother-in-law, Jiang Wan traversed the corridor with a grace akin to that of a swan. In the main hall, crimson silk fluttered, and joyous candles swayed lightly, everything proceeding as usual. Upon seeing her radiant smile, Xiao Hengji immediately deduced what had transpired. He had been following closely behind and noticed that after Jiang Wan departed, the maid intentionally led Xietsun further astray. Thus, he took it upon himself to knock the maid unconscious and kindly escorted Xietsun to the threshold of the bridal chamber, reminding him, your wife adores butterflies, henceforth, you must present her with them daily. Xietsun nodded vigorously, exclaiming, wife loves them. I shall bring them every day. Redirecting his thoughts, he gazed at Jiang Wan, who had composedly returned to her seat, displaying an air of tranquility reminiscent of her former demeanor as empress. He casually inquired, Miss Jiang, you have been smiling since your arrival. Is there some joyous news? Jiang Wan maintained her usual composure, merely curving her lips into a slight smile. Nothing much, I simply delivered a grand gift to Jiang Li moments ago, and she appeared quite pleased. Xiao Hengji noticed the faint blush adorning her cheeks and furrowed his brow, asking, what happened to your face? Were you struck? Jiang Wan rubbed her cheek, which had been smacked earlier, and replied with a smile, it is of no consequence, someone will certainly avenge me shortly. No. Jiang Li stood at the doorway, fuming, not yet changed out of her bridal attire, her hair disheveled. Beside her stood Xietsun, clutching a burlap sack, his clothing caked in dirt, a foolish grin plastered across his face. A maid hurried in, collapsing at Madame Xie's feet, kowtowing fervently, Madam, spare my life, I truly could not stop her. Madame Xie's face darkened, her voice low and menacing, quickly take the second young master away. Yes. The maid scrambled to her feet, attempting to drag Xietsun away, only to be violently yanked aside by Jiang Li. Then, with a voice strained from exertion, she bellowed, surely you all do not know, the Xie family has kept Xietsun hidden because he is utterly foolish. The room erupted in an uproar. Madame Xie's complexion shifted dramatically, suppressing her ire, the young lady is merely inebriated, escort her to her chamber. I have not touched a drop. Jiang Li screamed hysterically. Madame Xie, are you afraid to let your son face the world? Do you fear others discovering what sort of husband I have married? Antoine rushed forward, Lear, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you not know, Xietsun is a fool, a complete fool. Why must I be wed to him, why? Her outburst left the guests in stunned silence, murmurs beginning to circulate amongst them. Beside her, Xietsun covered his ears, stomping his feet, wife is angry, wife is angry. I shall catch butterflies to please her. With that, he dashed off, clutching the burlap sack like a child. Among the guests, some perceptive individuals began to rise, clasping their hands in farewell. I just remembered an urgent matter. I must take my leave. As the first departed, others hastily followed suit, murmuring excuses, retreating as if in flight. In a matter of moments, the once lively hall was left with only a few from the Xie and Jiang families, the atmosphere growing heavy with silence. Jiang Wan, seated leisurely, sipped her tea, a faint smile gracing her lips, as if reveling in the unfolding farce. Father, did you not know, he is a fool, my husband is a simpleton. Jiang Sun's face turned ashen as he turned to Madame Xie. Madam, do you have an explanation? Madame Xie instantly shed her earlier congeniality, her brow arched, her tone laced with sharpness. Explanation? It was your Jiang family that sought to marry your daughter to my son. The Xie family has graciously allowed a concubine's daughter into the main household. What more is there to explain? Jiang Sun frowned, his countenance darkening, but the current situation. Before he could finish, the previously silent Duke Xie interjected, his tone neither warm nor cold, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. What? Does Commander Jiang believe my legitimate son unworthy of your family's daughter, or do you wish to back out now, leaving her with the stigma of a second marriage in search of a better husband? Jiang Sun was left speechless, inwardly lamenting that he had fallen into the Xie family's trap. Now that the wedding ceremony had taken place, there was no turning back. Duke Xie scoffed lightly, waving his hand dismissively, see them out. His tone was commanding, devoid of the earlier warmth. Soon, several young servants approached, half dragging, half escorting the Jiang family members toward the exit. Sensing the imminent disaster, Jiang Li, in a fit of desperation, lunged forward, crying out, Father, Aunt, I cannot marry. I beg you to take me home. Two maids rushed forward, pinning her in place, leaving her no room to struggle. Aunt Wan, hearing her cries, trembled slightly, unable to bear it, pausing momentarily to glance back at Jiang Li. Hope flickered in Jiang Li's eyes, yet the next moment, Aunt Wan spoke, "Lear, now that you are wed into the Duke's household, you are to be the young mistress of the Xie family. From now on, you must heed the words of your mother-in-law and avoid causing trouble. Regardless, you are still the young mistress, are you not? I shall still rely on you in the future." "Aunt!" Jiang Li was rendered speechless, her voice caught in her throat. She had never anticipated that the shrewd Aunt Wan would place this burden upon her. Aware that the Xie family was a veritable pit of fire, she felt herself unhesitatingly pushed into its depths. Clenching her fists, she observed the scene before her, realizing she was ensnared in an endless mire for the remainder of her life. Yet upon reflection, all of this was due to Jiang Wan. It was all her doing. No wonder she so graciously relinquished the marriage. The wedding she had yearned for countless days and nights was nothing more than a meticulously laid trap by Jiang Wan. Hatred coiled within her heart like a venomous vine. She struggled fiercely, yet the maids held her firmly in place. "Jiang Wan, I shall surely kill you." Her eyes burned with rage as she screamed toward the direction Jiang Wan had departed, but no one paid her any heed. Madame Xie, standing nearby, could no longer conceal her fury. She stepped forward and struck Jiang Li hard across the face. "You are the daughter-in-law of the Xie family, and Sinner is your husband. In times of trouble, you ought to support your own kin rather than air our family's grievances." Jiang Li felt a buzzing in her ears, her mind blank. "Someone, take the young mistress back to her room and teach her the manners befitting a Xie family wife." The regulations of a Xie family wife dictated that everything revolved around the husband, that he was paramount, even if he were a fool. She must serve him and bow where required. Jiang Wan observed with cold indifference as Jiang Li was dragged away, then leisurely exited the Xie residence. Upon stepping outside, she realized Xiao Hengji was nowhere to be found. When had he departed, Jiang Wan thought little of it, returning to the Jiang estate with a face full of springtime cheer. A Tichangchun pavilion, a tea-house in the capital, a bustling atmosphere reigned, with the newly opened Quail Tower across the street offering buy one get one free promotions, compelling Changchun Pavilion to counter with buy one get two deals. The entire establishment thrived on the lively exchanges. However, amidst the merriment sat a lone figure, consuming pot after pot of tea without ordering any food, occupying a seat without purpose. Guiyi felt exceedingly out of place amidst the thrones of people. Having spent his life in the wild, he was unaccustomed to sitting in an establishment like this. After finishing yet another pot of tea, he could no longer contain himself and called out to the waiter, "Good sir, you have occupied a large portion of the day without ordering anything and have even tied a horse to a carriage space. We need to conduct business here." Shortly thereafter, the proprietor approached, saying, "Indeed, young man, why not take a seat at the Quail Tower instead?" The proprietor thought to himself that he ought to hurry and entice customers from across the street. Guiyi, sensing he was being ushered away, scratched his head in resignation and led his horse outside to stand. He was chewing on a piece of grass when suddenly, a pair of hands patted the horse's back, followed by a voice asking, "Do you have any news?" Upon recognizing the newcomer, Guiyi replied, "You asked me to find that one-eyed Zhang. Indeed, there is something amiss. The other day, I followed him and discovered he entered the Wen residence. Later, he emerged at midnight with several large crates, loading them onto a ship. Judging by the direction, it seems to be heading beyond the borders. What was in the crates?" Guiyi shook his head. "I refrained from robbing them to avoid attracting attention, but judging by the sounds, they likely contained weapons." "Weapons?" Xiao Hengji's eyes lit up. The blueprints he had seen at the Drunken Melody Pavilion also pertained to weaponry. This chain of connections suggested that the shadowy figure behind the Drunken Melody Pavilion was none other than the Duke One. Operating under the guise of the Drunken Melody Pavilion while engaging in arms trade, the illicit manufacture of weapons is a crime tantamount to treason. Did the Wen family possess such audacity, perhaps relying on the crown prince's backing? A thought struck him. Jiang Wan was abducted not long before Ningji came seeking Jiang Sun. Could it be that Ningji had orchestrated Jiang Wan's kidnapping only to rescue her later, using her as leverage to coerce Jiang Sun into submission? But if that were the case, who sought to murder Jiang Wan in the previous life, was it also Ningji? Yet when Jiang Wan perished, Ningji had long been discarded to the mass grave. Xiao Hengji felt an unsettling dissonance. He furrowed his brow. Bring that one-eyed Zhang here, he should know more. However, Guiyi remained still, questioning, "Are you investigating the Drunken Melody Pavilion because the person behind it is your enemy?" An enemy? In his previous life, Jiang Wan inexplicably coughed up blood and died. He had investigated countless individuals without resolution. In this life, Jiang Wan had also been captured by the Drunken Melody Pavilion, nearly losing her life. If everything in both lives was connected to the Drunken Melody Pavilion, regardless of whether the Wen family or Ning Ji was behind it, he needed to uncover the truth. You need not inquire further, simply capture him. Gue Yi pouted. He had never been particularly interested in such matters. Nearby, the horse flicked its ears, prompting Gue Yi to ask, by the way, I haven't asked yet, why did you choose to meet here? I have no money, and they'll chase me out. Xiao Hengji cast a glance at him and casually remarked, I did not instruct you to enter and wait. With that, he stepped inside, instructing the proprietor, prepare 2 boxes of soft cheese, sprinkled with powdered sugar. Gue Yi, slightly exasperated, watched his retreating figure, shaking his head as he mounted his horse and rode away. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation was entirely visible to someone seated in a private booth across the street at the inn. Chapter 51. Thus, the matter of the divorce was brazenly brought to light. The following day, rumors began to spread wildly throughout the streets of the capital, proclaiming that the second son of the Xie family was a fool. The whole residence endeavored to suppress the news, yet the gossip spread like wildfire, growing ever more intense. It turned out that the second son of the Xie family had been elusive in receiving guests because he was indeed a simpleton. How unfortunate it was for one to marry such a husband. But what was there to pity? She was merely a concubine's daughter. Being able to marry into the whole residence was already a stroke of fortune. Madame Xia was so incensed that she dared not step outside, even making excuses to avoid her usual tea gatherings. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Jiang residence, concubine Wan had wept throughout the night, blaming Jiang Mian for the plight of Jiang Li. Thus, early that morning, Jiang Sun summoned her to the front hall for questioning. Mian, speak honestly, did you know that the second son of the Xie family was a fool and intentionally arranged for the marriage? His tone was grave, and a hint of dissatisfaction flickered in his brow. Jiang Mian's eyes were clear, her demeanor neither servile nor arrogant. Father, it was elder sister who took the initiative to propose the marriage, I did not coerce her. At that moment, concubine Wan sprang to her feet, pointing an accusing finger at Jiang Mian. You clearly used Xiao Heng as a pretext, claiming that the marriage was already consummated. Lier is kind-hearted and did not wish to offend the whole residence, which is why she had no choice but to marry. A flicker of doubt suddenly crossed Jiang Sun's eyes as he fixed a cold, penetrating gaze upon Jiang Mian. What is the truth regarding your relationship with Xiao Hong? His demeanor, accustomed to interrogating subordinates in the military, exuded an undeniable aura of authority. Yet, Jiang Mian remained unperturbed, slowly lifting her gaze. If father does not believe me, he may inquire with Xiao Hong himself. She was certain that Xiao Hong would stand by her. Very well, summon Xiao Hong. A maid quickly brought forth Xiao Hong. Greetings, Uncle Jiang, he said, bowing his head humbly. Jiang Sun's gaze was sharp, his tone steady. Xiao Hong, Mianer has just admitted that nothing transpired between you two. She merely used your name to withdraw from the marriage with the whole residence. Tell me, why did you choose to help her conceal this? Jiang Mian's heart raced. She had not anticipated her father would employ such tactics. Just as she was about to speak, Xiao Hong responded with calm assurance, Uncle Jiang, in that case, it would be best to annul this engagement. I am willing to accept any punishment. Upon his words, a profound silence enveloped the hall. Jiang Mian stared at him, her mouth slightly agape. She had not expected Xiao Hong to so brazenly mention the annulment of their engagement. How could he be so composed, so unhesitating, so tranquil? What astonished her further was the unexpected surge of inexplicable anger that welled up within her. It was she who had repeatedly urged him to find a way to annul the marriage, yet now that it had come to this point, she found herself wanting to question him. Xiao Hong, how dare you? Concubine Wan, sensing the urgency, quickly interjected, Master, this marriage must not be annulled. The second young lady only withdrew from the engagement with the whole residence because of Xiao Hong. If the marriage is annulled now, the whole residence will surely suspect foul play. Xiao Hong smirked slightly, having anticipated this outcome. Concubine Wan, seeing that Jiang Li was wed to a fool, would naturally not let Jiang Mian off easily. She must be eager for Jiang Mian to marry him without delay. He turned to Jiang Mian, wearing an expression that seemed to say, Look, it's not that I wish to annul the marriage, I have done my utmost, but it is simply impossible. Jiang Sun, observing concubine Wan weeping bitterly, approached her gently. Then, what do you propose? Lier is already married into the whole residence. Pursuing this matter further is futile. Biting her lip, concubine Wan recalled the thought of Jiang Li having to consummate her marriage with that fool on their wedding night, and her heart ached. She leaned closer to Jiang Sun and whispered a few words in his ear. After a moment, Jiang Sun showed no visible reaction, only calmly instructing, Very well, you two may leave. Jiang Mian and Xiao Heng exited the front hall together. As they walked side by side down the corridor, the atmosphere was fraught with an unspoken tension. Jiang Mian found herself glancing at Xiao Hong, the words he had just spoken about annulling the marriage stirring an unfamiliar restlessness within her. Xiao Hong, she paused, turning to face him, her gaze locking onto his face. Do you truly wish to annul our engagement? Xiao Hong lowered his gaze with a soft chuckle. Is it not the second young lady who desires this? His words left Jiang Mian speechless. Indeed, it was she who had persistently urged him to find a means to dissolve their engagement, yet now, she could not comprehend why it felt as if she. Was it possible that the second young lady now wished to marry me? Jiang Mian's eyes flickered, betraying a hint of guilt as she coldly retorted, "Do not presume too much." With that, she turned on her heel and walked away. Xiao Hong remained rooted to the spot, watching her retreating figure, a smile he could not suppress lighting up his eyes. Upon returning to her room, Jiang Mian's thoughts were a tumultuous mess. She was bewildered by the hold Xiao Hong seemed to have over her emotions. Ever since the day she had inquired about his belt, she felt as though her disdain for him had somewhat diminished. Ultimately, the person she had consistently disliked was not Xiao Hong, but the regent, yet, these two were undeniably the same individual. Sighing, Jiang Mian's frustration grew. As she paced in contemplation, she noticed the door to Song Shuang's room ajar. Since returning from the town, she had specifically allocated a room directly across from her for Song Shuang's convenience. However, Song Shuang rarely ventured out, often isolating herself, sometimes not even allowing Jiang Mian to see her, speaking only through the door. It was indeed the first time she had seen the door wide open. Curiosity piqued, Jiang Mian stepped closer and peeked inside, only to find Song Shuang standing by the door, clutching a stick. Taken aback, she softly inquired, "Song Shuang, what are you doing?" Like a startled creature, Song Shuang dropped the stick upon seeing her enter, covering her face as she retreated to the bed, wrapping herself tightly in the quilt. Jiang Mian approached, sitting at the edge of the bed, and gently asked, "Are you afraid to come near the door and want to use the stick to close it?" Song Shuang nodded slightly, yet remained hidden from view. With a soft sigh, Jiang Mian tentatively pulled back the quilt's edge, only to see Song Shuang huddle even tighter. "Song Shuang, please talk to me," she urged in a low voice. The room fell silent for a moment, and Jiang Mian sensed a slight movement from within the quilt, but Song Shuang remained mute. Jiang Mian pondered how long it had been since Song Shuang had last spoken. Following her abduction and the subsequent ridicule from Jiang Li upon returning home, Song Shuang had not uttered a word since Jiang Mian thought that Song Shuang had been dragged into this mess because of her. The incident at the banquet had targeted her, yet it was Song Shuang who suffered the consequences. If she were to discover who was responsible, she would never forgive that person. With a heavy sigh, Jiang Mian exited the room and gently closed the door behind her. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, a young maid suddenly rushed over, bowing as she spoke, "Second miss, the master has summoned you. I am here to guide you without suspicion." Jiang Mian nodded and followed her. The maid led her along a winding path to a courtyard. As autumn days grew darker, the moonlight was obscured by thin clouds, and the servants were lighting lamps in the courtyard. Arriving at a certain courtyard, Jiang Mian felt an increasing sense of familiarity with the path and inquired, "Did father mention what he wished to discuss with me?" The maid did not respond, and after a moment, she simply said, "We have arrived, 2nd Mississippi." Jiang Mian looked up at the door before her, now thoroughly puzzled. "Isn't the Xiao Hang's room? Are you certain father wishes to hold the meeting here?" "Yes, please enter, 2nd Mississippi." The maid bowed respectfully. Jiang Mian entered with a hint of skepticism, but as soon as she stepped inside, the door slammed shut behind her. She quickly turned around, only to hear the maid locking it from the outside. Jiang Mian rushed to the window, only to discover that all the windows had been sealed as well. This was clearly premeditated. She clicked her tongue in frustration. Never mind, what could Xiao Hong possibly do to her? Chapter 52. Xiao Hongji, stop pretending, help me. As I entered the room and surveyed my surroundings, I found no sign of Xiao Hongji. The window was gently pushed open by the wind, allowing a breath of cool autumn air to waft in. A faint aroma of medicinal herbs lingered in the air, reminding Jiang Man that she had forgotten to prepare medicine for Xiao Hongji these past few days. However, such matters were of great importance to men. He must have taken it himself. Sighing, she lamented that her negligence had caused him to suffer. Jiang Man sat alone for quite some time without encountering anyone. She stood up and called out, "Xiao Hongji?" There was no response. Was he not there, or was he deliberately avoiding her? She pressed her lips together, preparing to call out again when she suddenly heard the rustling sound of fabric from within the inner room. Curious, she walked towards the source of the sound, which grew increasingly distinct, emanating from behind the curtain. Jiang Man approached and lifted a corner of the curtain, only to freeze in place. Behind the half-drawn curtain, Xiao Hongji was clad in a loose inner garment, the neckline slightly open, revealing a glimpse of his collarbone and well-defined chest. The contours of his muscles were apparent, and droplets of water glided down his skin, disappearing into the folds of his attire. He seemed to have just emerged from a bath, enveloped in a delicate layer of moisture, his expression exuding languor. Jiang Man stood there, her composure shattered by the sight before her, her gaze involuntarily lingering on his damp hair and the subtle textures of his skin. For a moment, she forgot to avert her eyes. Just as she regained her senses and contemplated retreating, it was too late. Xiao Hongji had already turned and spotted her standing behind the curtain. "Second miss?" he inquired with surprise, his voice low and husky, tinged with the remnants of steam. "What brings you here?"
Jiang Man suddenly snapped back to reality, struggling to steady her emotions. Father mentioned he wanted to discuss matters here, but I entered and found no one. The door was locked, and upon hearing a sound, her words tumbled out in disarray, and in a moment of embarrassment and indignation, she turned away. You should hurry and get dressed. Seeing her flustered demeanor, Xiao Hengji chuckled softly and tightened his garment. Jiang Man hastened to the front room, poured herself a cup of tea, and drank deeply, hoping to regain some semblance of calm. After all, it wasn't tea as if she had never seen a man in her past life. Why was she so flustered? Jiang Man, what are you, a little girl? She chastised herself. It's just a man's body, is it really that significant? Xiao Hengji approached, noticing that she was alone in the room. A hint of curiosity crossed his mind as he began to test the doors and windows, which, as expected, were securely locked. It appeared that his aunt had taken steps to prevent Jiang Man from being well, deliberately locking her in his room to incite some sort of scandal between them. Such a scheme only added fuel to the fire. With a light laugh, Xiao Hengji teased, it seems the second miss may be in for a bit of discomfort tonight. Jiang Man's heart tightened suddenly. What do you mean to do? Noticing her anxious expression, Xiao Hengji hesitated, fearing she might recall unpleasant memories from her past life. He had intended to make a jest to lighten the mood, but thought better of it instead. He reassured her, do not worry, choose a place to sleep, and I will not disturb you. Oh, Jiang Man breathed a sigh of relief, raising her cup to drink once more to mask her unease. Noticing her continued consumption of cold water, Xiao Hengji remarked, there is no need to drink it cold, heat it before consuming. With that, he took the cup from her hands, finishing the remaining half, then placed the copper kettle over the stove to warm. His actions were so casual and natural, as if they had spent a lifetime together. Jiang Man was momentarily taken aback, lost in thought, as the figure of Xiao Hengji before her began to overlap with the man who had accompanied her in her past life. Memories and reality intertwined, leaving her momentarily adrift in time. She licked her slightly dry lips, suddenly feeling warmth envelop her. Why was it so hot? She reached to loosen the fastenings of her collar, but the coolness she sought did not alleviate the heat. Instead, it intensified her discomfort. Are you sitting too close to the stove? Xiao Hengji inquired, observing the sheen of perspiration forming on her forehead. Could it be a fever? He moved closer, instinctively reaching to check her temperature. However, the moment his skin made contact with hers, he too became acutely aware of an unusual heat coursing through his body. He quickly withdrew, creating distance between them, but the heat within him surged, leaving him with a parched throat. An ominous thought flashed through his mind. It was the water. Something was amiss, colorless and tasteless. It had gone unnoticed by him, yet he had consumed half a cup. How much had Jiang Man ingested? Before he could sort through his thoughts, Jiang Man had already risen, her delicate hand bracing against the table, her eyes gradually reddening as they held a hint of disorientation. Her heartbeat raced, her cheeks flushed with warmth, the heat spreading through her limbs like sparks igniting dry tinder. Xiao Hengji furrowed his brows, lowering his voice as he tentatively called out, second miss? Jiang Man, her eyelids half closed, replied with a barely perceptible tremor in her voice, Xiao Hengji, why do I feel that something is amiss? She tilted her head, her gaze filled with a blend of innocence and helplessness. Did I drink something I shouldn't have? Xiao Hengji's body tensed, his throat tightening as he responded softly, yes, someone tampered with the tea. What should we do? She asked, her breathing becoming erratic, her entire being feeling as if it were suspended in a hazy cloud, nearly unable to stand. Xiao Hengji, she called softly, her voice tinged with an involuntary tremor, unknowingly alluring. She inched closer, almost collapsing against him, I feel so unwell. Jiang Man swayed unsteadily, her consciousness torn painfully between desire and reason, drawn irresistibly toward Xiao Hengji, as she had been in countless nights of her past. It was unbearably hot. She lightly raised her trembling fingertip to tug at his hand, like a spark igniting dry brush. Xiao Hengji gritted his teeth, veins standing out on his forehead. He fought to suppress the rising heat within him, but Jiang Man was too close, her soft breath brushing against him, nearly consuming his last shred of reason. In that moment, Jiang Man was caught between clarity and confusion, memories of past lives flooding her mind. The intimate scenes, the affairs of men and women, had long ceased to surprise her. All she knew was that she felt uncomfortable and needed relief, and there, before her, stood someone familiar. Xiao Hengji lowered his gaze, meeting her glistening eyes. To say he was unaffected would be a lie. Even in normal circumstances, seeing Jiang Man in such a state would challenge his self-control. Though he maintained a facade of propriety before her, he was no paragon of virtue. His decorum was merely a reflection of his personal inclinations. If he were to let go, he would hardly consider the consequences. He craved Jiang Man, consumed by desire. The first time he embraced her after his rebirth was at the cost of numerous scars. The first time he kissed her was when she had become delirious at Moon Bamboo Ridge. In both past and present, Jiang Man had never been so forward with him. He felt that once they began, he would undoubtedly go all the way. Chapter 53. The desire to act without consequence, yet the consequence should be that she would harbor resentment towards him for a lifetime. Jiang Wan, he murmured her name softly, hoping to restore at least a semblance of reason within her. However, Jiang Wan was utterly unresponsive, leaning against his shoulder, her delicate breaths warm and fervent, sending shivers through his nerves. "Can you help me?" she whispered, her fingertips trailing downward, as if sketching a familiar picture he knew all too well, before resting her hand below. Enveloped in warmth, she was oblivious to her actions, guided solely by instinct as she urged him towards the abyss. Xiao Qingji's pupils constricted sharply, his mind erupting in chaos. He grasped her wrist, the force causing her to emit a faint, pained sound, which, though soft, resonated in his ears like thunder. "Do you understand what you are doing?" he questioned, his voice rough as if a blade had scraped his throat. As soon as the words left his lips, Jiang Wan slowly raised her gaze, her eyes ablaze with suppressed emotions, an unconscious fervor burning within. The world around her was drowned in a buzzing sound, rendering all other noises inaudible. Only the sensation of the man before her fueled a torrent of blood rushing to a singular place. She leaned closer, pressing against his taut neck, mumbling incoherently, her lips grazing his in gentle pecks. Xiao Qingji's breath became a disordered frenzy. His rationality was crumbling, and with every ounce of strength, he pushed her away. "Stop moving," he said, fixing his gaze upon her, enunciating each word with gravity. Yet, Jiang Wan seemed deaf to his plea, captivated instead by the rhythmic movement of his lips, and she leaned in for a kiss. That familiar softness shattered all of Xiao Qingji's defenses in an instant. He seized her waist fiercely, pulling her towards him. A soft gasp escaped Jiang Wan's lips, and as their breaths intertwined, their tongues danced in a fervent embrace, smooth and tantalizing, as if he wished to consume her entirely. In one swift motion, he swept her onto the bed, and as all reason ebbed away like a receding tide, only primal desire remained to guide him. His vision blurred with fervor, he was devoid of any rational thought, hungrily drawing in her essence from her forehead to her lips, as if she were the very air he breathed. "She is mine," he thought, "in this life and the next." He had yearned to kiss her 1,000 times. Her warmth, her breath, all beckoned him irresistibly. He became enmeshed in her, driven by an unrestrained possessiveness. With practiced hands, he deftly loosened her garments, eyes shut tight, urging her closer with every fiber of his being. As he shed her layers, he ventured lower, lingering at every sensitive spot, fully aware of how to incite her excitement. Even in their past life, despite her deep-seated hatred, she would tremble and beg for mercy. He longed to witness her tears, to hear her murmur his name in a voice laced with affection and longing, just as he had called out to her. "Wan Wan, MMM. Jiang Wan murmured unconsciously, expertly tugging at his collar. Yet, in that very moment, Xiao Qingji abruptly regained his senses. She was still a maiden, untouched by the world. He froze, his fingers poised at her waist, paralyzed by hesitation. His breath became erratic, a tempest of emotions surging within him. "No, this cannot happen." Jiang Wan gazed at him, her eyes glistening with innocence and unguarded trust. He fought against his impulses, his breath heavy and his throat dry, as though he were teetering on the edge of a precipice. "No," he forcibly severed all emotions, gasping as he pushed Jiang Wan away by a step. "You will hate me." Even though he had crossed many boundaries before, and even if Jiang Wan had approached him willingly, he could not risk it now. Jiang Wan's eyes suddenly shimmered with unshed tears, as if stung by his words, and she began to whimper softly. Xiao Qingji's gaze dimmed, his hands trembling as he meticulously adjusted her clothing, feeling as if a swarm of ants were crawling within him. He could hardly fathom how he had endured the night. The following morning, Jiang Wan awoke in a cocoon of warmth and tranquility. Soft morning light streamed through the bed curtains, illuminating every corner of the room. She blinked, momentarily lost in thought, as if emerging from a long, surreal dream. Her breaths felt languid and weak, akin to drifting in the depths of the ocean, her entire being softened. As she fluttered her eyelids, her vision gradually sharpened, and her consciousness began to return. The bedding carried a faint scent of sandalwood, unmistakably belonging to Xiao Qingji. She vaguely recalled drinking from a cup infused with tea last night, which had ignited a fierce heat within her. After that, her thoughts had descended into a haze, and the events that unfolded were a blur, but a tremor coursed through her as she suddenly recalled Xiao Qingji had also been affected by the potion. Despite his frail state, he must have succumbed to the effects as well. She hastily looked down at her attire, relieved to find it intact, her hair unruffled, and she exhaled softly, grateful that Xiao Qingji had maintained his decorum. Yet, where was he? Jiang Wan surveyed the room, finding it devoid of any presence. She gently propped herself up on the edge of the bed, her legs momentarily weak and unsteady, before she managed to stand. Upon entering the main room, her gaze was immediately drawn to the floor. There lay Xiao Qingji, slumped and disheveled, his collar slightly askew, revealing skin dampened by sweat at his neck. He radiated an overwhelming aura of exhaustion, his brow furrowed, lips pale and cracked, as though he had endured a harrowing ordeal. "Xiao Qingji?" Jiangwan called softly, but received no response, not even a flicker of movement.
The potency of the potion was so fierce, he couldn't possibly be it. Jiangwan hurried to his side, kneeling beside him and giving him a gentle shake.
Xiao Chengji?
The figure on the ground stirred slightly, lashes fluttering before he gradually opened his eyes. You're awake, he rasped, his voice hoarse and gravelly, as if sandpaper were scraping against her ears, a painful sound to hear. Seeing him conscious brought a sigh of relief from Jiangwan. How are you? Are you feeling better?
I'm fine, he replied, his voice barely above a whisper.
That's good to hear. Jiangwan began, but her gaze was suddenly drawn to his hand, stained bright red. Her heart raced as she grasped his hand, inspecting it closely. To her horror, she discovered a deep cut upon his palm, blood-dried but the flesh slightly torn, a sight that was both alarming and heart-wrenching. What happened to your hand? She exclaimed, her voice tinged with concern. Chapter 54. You are merely a used object. Jiangwan immediately surmised that he had intentionally inflicted a wound on his palm last night. Using the pain to restrain himself, she recalled her own embarrassing predicament after being drugged the previous day. Feeling a twinge of guilt, she said, I apologize, I must have frightened you yesterday. Xiao Qingji, instead, broke into a smile. While other young ladies would be utterly mortified by such an incident, Jiangwan appeared completely unfazed. After all, considering her combined age from both her past and present lives, what had she not witnessed? Such matters should be trivial. Rubbing her sore shoulders, she mused that only the current Xiao Qingji would endure such discomfort. Had it been the madman from her previous life, he would have stripped her bare, leaving nothing but bones. She inquired, if you feel unwell, shall I summon a doctor? Observing the concern in her eyes, Xiao Qingji chuckled softly and replied, it is merely a small injury.
He withdrew his hand and stood up, leaning against the table. Do you know who was responsible for putting Chunfei powder in the water last night?
Jiangwan scoffed, who else could it be?
I intend to get to the bottom of this.
With determined strides, she marched towards Madame Wan's quarters. Kicking the door open, Madame Wan, just dressed, rolled her eyes at Jiangwan, visibly displeased.
Why did you barge in without knocking, second miss?
Such a lack of decorum.
Decorum? Jiangwan retorted, you deceived me into going to Xiao Qingji's room and laced the water with Chunfei powder, and now you dare speak of decorum? She laughed mockingly, what is this? Did you not claim to have already been intimate with Xiao Qingji? Why pretend to be an innocent young maiden?
Madame Wan adjusted her hairpin, shooting her a disdainful glare. If she had initially feigned affection for Xiao Qingji merely to extricate herself from the engagement, it was likely that after last night, they had indeed become entangled. If she intended to make Zhang Li miserable, then she should not expect to find joy herself. Jiang Wan's gaze turned icy, her tone sharp as a blade. No wonder Jiang Li is so despicable.
She must have learned it from you.
Madame Wan, unyielding, fixed her with a triumphant stare. Engaging in a war of words here is futile. You are now tainted. Your only choice is to marry Xiao Qingji. Accept it, second miss. You were born to serve others as a common woman. Jiang Wan stepped closer, her unwavering gaze making Madame Wan's heart race. Coldly, she sneered, unfortunately, I fear I shall disappoint you.
Madame Wan stood frozen, seemingly perplexed. You don't believe me?
Jiang Wan raised an eyebrow, her smile sharp as a knife. Then you may inquire for yourself. Seeing Jiang Wan's nonchalant demeanor, Madame Wan's nails nearly dug into her palm. The effects of Chunfei powder, how could it possibly? Jiang Wan smirked lightly. Disappointed, are we? However, Jiang Li should satisfy you. She and young Master Xia must have shared a bridal chamber. Madame Wan trembled with rage at her words. Even if nothing happened, you, a young lady, spending the night alone with a man who would believe nothing occurred. A woman who loses her virtue is nothing.
Virtue? Jiang Wan's laughter turned increasingly derisive. When you entered the Jiang family, did you speak of virtue?
Madame Wan's expression shifted, her pupils narrowing, momentarily choking on her words. The hardest truth for her to utter was her origin. Born in a war-torn land, possessing beauty yet lacking talents, she entered the official kiln to survive, later becoming a gift for Jiang Sun. In truth, Jiang Sun had initially desired none of this. At that time, newly appointed as a general, he rebuffed numerous suitors bearing gold, silver, and beauties. Yet, unwilling to return to the kiln, she resorted to Chunfei powder to secure Jiang Sun's attention. Upon entering the Jiang household, she played the submissive role, always comforting and offering care during disputes between Zhang's wife and Jiang Sun. Eventually, she gained favor, while Zhang's wife succumbed to despair. Believing she would effortlessly ascend to the position of matriarch, Jiang Sun instead remarked, your background is lacking. becoming the matriarch would invite scandal, and the civil officials would denounce me, jeopardizing the Jiang family. Over the years, she devised countless schemes to rise in status, but her origin— Jiang Wan's words pierced her, igniting her fury. Madame Wan gritted her teeth. Jiang Wan, you wretched— What, have I struck a nerve? Jiang Wan interrupted. My mother has been gone for so many years, yet you have never claimed her position. Do you not feel pitiful? Madame Wan's face paled, raising her hand to strike Jiang Wan. Quick as lightning, Jiang Wan seized her wrist, her voice icy. Try it and see what happens. I can ensure Jiang Li marries into the marquis household, and I can just as easily see her cast out. Madame Wan trembled with rage, unable to free herself, her eyes narrowed in defiance. Jiang Wan, do not think that exchanging a few words here can prove your innocence. Soon, everyone will know that you, Jiang Wan, have been used. Jiang Wan glanced at her dismissively, her eyes filled with scorn. Used? My virtue has nothing to do with men. If we are to discuss it, it should be that I have used him. Madame Wan stood frozen, her chest heaving, her face ashen. As Jiang Wan turned to leave, her voice drifted back. What you hold dear means nothing to me. I shall no longer tolerate such underhanded tactics. Feel free to unleash them, but bear the consequences yourself. With a resounding slam, she closed the door, leaving Madame Wan alone in the room, dazed and pale. Yet Jiang Wan was far from finished. She knew that yesterday's events could not have been orchestrated solely by Madame Wan. There must be others enabling her, allowing her to set traps under the guise of manipulation. With swift determination, Jiang Wan hurried to the study. Bursting through the door, she exclaimed, Father. Jiang Sun, engrossed in a book, frowned at her sudden entrance. What is it? Do you have nothing to say to me? Jiang Sun's eyes flickered, realizing she sought an explanation. He replied slowly, Did you not claim to have already engaged with Xiao Qingji? Madame Wan was merely venting her frustration. It does not affect you. Does it not affect me? Does father not comprehend? Jiang Wan retorted, her voice laced with disdain. Why do you continue to indulge Madame Wan? Jiang Wan let out a cold laugh, clenching her fists tightly within her sleeves, suppressing her fury. She stepped closer, pressing. Was it truly within her sole authority to administer the Chuanfei powder yesterday? Jiang Sun's brow furrowed deeper, setting aside his book, his tone steady. She merely lost her composure for a moment. I shall reprimand her. Why must you be so aggressive? Jiang Wan scoffed sharply. I was harmed by her actions. How is it I am the one being aggressive? Jiang Sun's expression shifted slightly, his voice taking on an authoritative edge. Enough. You and Xiao Qingji are destined for marriage. When did you learn to be so unreasonable? Jiang Wan's heart sank at his words. She was taken aback, astonished that her usually sensible father could not discern right from wrong in this matter. Ha, she laughed coldly. No wonder mother said you are no longer the man she once knew. I have come to realize that since Madame Wan entered the household, you have been swayed by her flattery, growing arrogant and combative, wholly oblivious to the virtues of humility and modesty. Jiang Sun's brow tightened, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. What nonsense are you spouting? Jiang Wan advanced steadily, her gaze icy. Outsiders say that it was after Madame Wan arrived that mother fell into despair and died. But I know it was because she saw through your heart that she could no longer endure. Silence. Jiang Sun slammed his hand on the table, his voice thunderous, yet Jiang Wan did not budge, coldly retorting, Is father angry because I spoke inaccurately, or because I spoke the truth? Chapter 55. Do you not know whether I am capable? The air hung heavy, suffused with a palpable stillness, as silence enveloped the study. Jiang Sun's hand trembled slightly, his complexion ashen, clearly wounded by a sensitive scar that had been inadvertently prodded. Jiang Wan chose to disregard him, turning away with a cold remark, Your indulgence towards the concubine will surely lead to the ruin of the Jiang family. She strode out of the study, the door slamming shut with a resounding thud behind her. Outside, the maids and servants kept their heads bowed, none daring to lift their gaze to her. After all, it was common knowledge within the household that the second young lady had once been the most idle member of the family. Ever since the passing of Madame Jiang, she had been silently bullied by Jiang Li, yet, recently, she seemed transformed, daring to confront the master of the house. Upon exiting, Jiang Wan felt a tumultuous unrest within her, for she was acutely aware that on the day of the winter solstice, an imperial decree would be issued for the expedition to Fengyu Pass. Counting the days, the winter solstice was but 2 days hence. Her father, oblivious to the fact that his merits overshadowed the sovereign's, was in grave danger, as the emperor had long harbored intentions of removing him. Historically, Fengyu Pass had never witnessed a victorious campaign, and the emperor awaited his inevitable failure to impose charges of incompetence. When that time came, the Jiang family would plummet into disgrace. Despite her recent clash with Jiang Sun, Jiang Wan could not forsake the well-being of the Jiang house. She furrowed her brow in contemplation, realizing that persuading him to decline the expedition was utterly futile. The only option would be to obstruct the arrival of the decree, but how could she achieve that? Currently, she was outside the palace, unable to enter freely to voice her concerns. How she wished she could communicate with someone within the palace. A sudden chorus of birdsong broke her reverie. Her gaze shifted towards the birdcage in the backyard, and an epiphany struck her. Why could she not communicate with someone in the palace? Ning Ji had given her the rare Shumi bird last time. Filled with excitement, Jiang Wan hurried to the backyard and retrieved the birdcage. The bird, full of spirit, flitted about energetically upon her arrival. She swiftly returned to her room to compose a letter, and just as Xiao Hengji arrived, she tucked the note beneath the bird's belly feathers. As she prepared to release it, Xiao Hengji approached and said, "Second young lady, such a rare bird should not be released so casually." Jiang Wan gently stroked the bird's golden feathers and replied softly, "At this moment, this Shumi bird is the only hope for the Jiang family. If Ning Ji could assist me, perhaps there is still a chance for salvation." With that, she released the bird, watching as it took to the skies, her heart silently wishing for a successful outcome. After completing this task, she intended to visit the ancestral hall to offer her prayers. Just as she began to step away, a thought struck her, and she turned to ask, "By the way, Xiao Hengji, have you taken your medicine today?" He shook his head. "It is not necessary to take the medicine daily. The doctor advised that it is sufficient to take it as a supplement." "That will not do." Jiang Wan frowned, recalling how she had been so close to him yesterday. While he had urged her to remain calm, she felt a pang of concern. If he had shown no reaction to such a potent medicine, it seemed his condition was quite serious, especially since the doctor had mentioned it was her presence that had startled him into this state. Out of both affection and reason, she could not neglect him. Jiang Wan chattered incessantly as she led him to the small kitchen, igniting the stove to prepare the medicine. Xiao Hengji was puzzled by her sudden attentiveness to his health, but as he observed her animated demeanor and felt her concern, his spirits lifted. A slight smile crept upon his lips as his thoughts drifted back to the previous night. He wondered what might have transpired had they indeed crossed the threshold. Would she still speak to him in such a manner today? Would she cast him out of the Jiang residence, or perhaps, she might even call him husband? As he entertained these thoughts, a quiet chuckle escaped him, only to be swiftly subdued as he turned to regard her earnest expression, feeling a warmth spread within him. Jiang Wan, noticing his smile, inquired, "What are you laughing at?" Xiao Hengji feigned a tease, saying, "I was laughing at last night." Jiang Wan's heart raced. She could only recall speaking to him after consuming the Chun Fei San, but everything else was a blur. She frantically retraced her memories, wondering if she had behaved inappropriately. Xiao Hengji, witnessing her restless eyes, felt a twinge of apprehension about what she might remember, considering he had nearly crossed the final boundary the night before. "Do not dwell on it, second young lady. I was merely laughing at the possibility that the medicine might have been a counterfeit. After taking it, I felt its effects wane in mere minutes, and then I succumbed to a deep slumber." He rubbed his nose, feeling inexplicably guilty about his words. Jiang Wan, however, did not doubt his sincerity. Instead, she contemplated another angle. If Chun Fei San only had a fleeting effect on him, it indicated that Xiao Hengji's condition was indeed severe. She hastily ladled the medicine. "In that case, you must take your medicine diligently, otherwise, even the strongest remedies will be of no use to you." Xiao Hengji, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean by that, second young lady?" Jiang Wan sighed, "Alas, the doctor has informed me that you are suffering from a deficiency. If you wish to avoid extinction, you must take this medicine faithfully." She extended the bowl of medicine toward him. "Here, drink it promptly." Xiao Hengji narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the bowl she offered, the smile that had graced his lips now frozen in surprise. "I have a deficiency." Jiang Wan failed to notice his change in demeanor. Instead, she continued to urge him, her tone tinged with urgency, "You cannot dismiss this matter, it is not something to be trifled with." Xiao Hengji was momentarily taken aback, finding humor mingled with frustration. He leaned closer, his voice low and husky, "Second young lady, your concern for this matter seems rather earnest. Could it be that you care for me?" "I do not." Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Wan's eyes widened, and she set the bowl down hastily, exiting the small kitchen in a flurry. "Jiang Wan, oh Jiang Wan, yesterday, you had not blushed a single bit, today, you flee in embarrassment, how shameful." Xiao Hengji watched her retreating figure, muttering softly to himself, a hint of exasperation in his tone, "Do you not know whether I am capable? And what of extinction?" As he grumbled, he drank the medicine. Just then, a sharp whistle pierced the air. He looked up to see Guiyi perched upon the rooftop, leaning against the eaves with a grin of mischief. It seemed he had overheard their earlier exchange. Xiao Hengji waved dismissively at him, and then Guiyi gracefully leaped from the rafters, landing lightly in Xiao Hengji's chamber. "I had no idea you bore a hidden ailment," Guiyi teased playfully. Xiao Hengji shot him a glare. "Let us speak of serious matters."
Guiyi cleared his throat and stated, "The one-eyed Zhang has been captured, but what? On the way here, he took his own life. How did he do that?" "He concealed a needle in his sleeve, piercing the outer acupoint, and died on the spot." Xiao Hengji clenched his fists, his knuckles paling. His voice lowered, laced with an icy undertone. "The mastermind behind this is more cautious than we anticipated. If it is indeed the Duke of One, I must act swiftly to navigate this matter. Until I uncover the truth, I cannot rest easy." Guiyi observed his pensive expression and inquired, "I will keep an eye on the Wen residence over the next few days. Should anything arise, I will report back to you." Xiao Hengji shook his head. "There is no rush. After the winter solstice, I must embark on a journey to Ai. In the meantime, keep watch over the Jiang residence to ensure her safety." Guiyi nodded, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth, before he deftly scaled the windowsill. However, in his haste, the whistle at his waist slipped free, tumbling down the beams with a clatter. He reached out to catch it, but grasped nothing but air. Thud, the whistle hit the ground with a crisp sound, lying there quietly, unattended. Guiyi, crouched on the beams, scanned the surroundings, noting no one was in sight. He thought to himself, it should be no issue to retrieve it discreetly. Just as he prepared to leap down, a slender bamboo stick emerged from a door crack, snatching the whistle inside. Moments later, a long, melodious whistle echoed from within. On the rooftop, Guiyi froze in shock. I in the corridor, Xiao Hengji furrowed his brow, perplexed. Inside the room, Song Shuang held the small whistle, blowing into it curiously as she examined its purpose. Guiyi sighed in resignation, lamenting the loss of the whistle, which he had painstakingly crafted from a falcon he had slain at the beast arena. He jumped down from the rooftop, only to find the area where the horses were tied was now deserted. Searching in vain, he muttered to himself, "Where have the horses gone? Losing a whistle and now a horse, what ill fortune has befallen me today?" Chapter 56. Those not of our party deserve punishment. In the palace, Crown Prince Ningji was leisurely perusing. "Recently, I dispatched someone to keep watch over him. The day before yesterday, he apprehended the one-eyed Zhang, and today, he was seen at the Jiang residence. Seizing the opportunity, I took his horse and upon closer inspection, found that the horse's knee was injured and its hooves had blackened nails, confirming it to be a warhorse." Ningji raised his gaze, contemplating. "It appears that he is indeed sent by Xiao Hong to steal Jiang Wan's horse." However, Lu Fang questioned, what could be the motive behind Xiao Heng's actions? "The human heart is inscrutable. The one-eyed Zhang has served me for many years, and had you not kept an eye on that man, I would have remained oblivious to Zhang's clandestine dealings for the Wen family." Lu Fang nodded, then asked, "Your Highness, how should we handle the horse?" Ningji gently tapped the scroll, "Sell it in a conspicuous place and claim that the seller's surname is Xiao." Lu Fang immediately understood and bowed, "I shall attend to this at once." "Wait," Ningji suddenly interjected, "have you uncovered Xiao Heng's background? What was his origin before being discovered by the Jiang family?" Lu Fang shook his head, "I have dispatched men to investigate, but there are no leads as of yet." Ningji narrowed his eyes, "A person alive must leave traces. He cannot have appeared out of thin air. Continue the search." "Yes," Lu Fang acknowledged before taking his leave. Not long after, a maid arrived to report, "Your Highness, Her Majesty the Empress and Miss Qiyu have arrived." "Should I invite them in?" Ningji, who was organizing the scrolls, remained silent for a moment before reluctantly responding, "Please do." His expression was ordinary, and his demeanor gentle. However, as the maid exited, she dared not even breathe. This was due to the previous day's visit from the Empress, who had brought Qiyu under the pretense of delivering pastries, but truly to allow Qiyu to linger near him with affectionate intent. He appeared as composed and unremarkable as ever, yet, once they departed, he had punished the gatekeeper severely, ordering that henceforth, any visitors to the Crown Prince's palace must be announced. It was peculiar, for the Empress had never required such notification before. The servants speculated in hushed tones that his ire was surely connected to Miss Qiyu. Qiyu, the Empress's niece and the eldest daughter of the Qi family, was known for her gentle demeanor and graceful beauty. Her mother hailed from the prestigious Pei clan, which had produced many civil officials. Her paternal family had numerous members serving in the 6 ministries and maintained close ties with the imperial family. Her father, Qi Bashan, was the Minister of Personnel, known for his modesty and strategic mind, earning the emperor's favor. The influence of the Pei family's civil officials, combined with Qi Bashan's authority in the Ministry of Personnel, could greatly assist the Crown Prince's ascension, making a union with the Qi family highly desirable. Thus, Qiyu was the Empress's carefully chosen candidate for the Crown Princess. Initially, Ningji had been quite content with this arrangement. He understood well that his marriage was never about romance. Each step was a calculated maneuver. A union with the Qi family would be most advantageous. However, of late, he felt increasingly vexed, as if the rhythm of his plans had been disrupted, yet he could not discern the source of this turmoil. As he pondered, he approached the pavilion and, from a distance, spotted the Empress leading Qiyu to a table. Ningji approached, clasped his hands in greeting, and said, "I pay my respects to your majesty, and to you, Miss Chiyu." Chiyu quickly stood and gracefully returned the greeting, "I pay my respects to my cousin." Ningji nodded slightly and turned to the empress, remarking, "Your majesty has been visiting frequently. Should you come again, please notify me in advance so that I may prepare." The empress, not being his biological mother, was somewhat distant. She understood the insinuation behind Ningji's words. He did not wish for her to visit, nevertheless, she feigned ignorance and smiled, "What need is there for you to prepare? Chiyu, being thoughtful, has made quite a few pastries herself. You must try them." With a beaming smile, she signaled for the court attendants to present the freshly made tea and snacks. Ningji glanced over the offerings, a faint smile gracing his lips. "You are very considerate, sister." Chiyu's eyes shimmered as she softly asked, "If you enjoy them, I shall make even more next time." Ningji nodded gently. His demeanor was composed yet unruffled, but he did not partake in any of the treats. Noticing her efforts were in vain, the empress suggested, "The chrysanthemum garden in the palace is in full bloom. Why not allow Chiyu to accompany you to admire them? It would serve as a pleasant diversion." Upon finishing her words, she took Chiyu's hand and placed it in Ningji's, earnestly advising, "You two have played together since childhood. However, Chiyu has not frequented the palace lately, and thus has become estranged. You must treat her kindly." Ningji smiled lightly, bowing in response, "I shall take good care of my cousin." While he spoke sweetly, he skillfully released Chiyu's hand under the guise of his bow. A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Chiyu's face, but it was quickly replaced by a smile. "I have yet to visit the chrysanthemum garden. Please, lead the way, cousin." Ningji, observing her hopeful gaze, hesitated for a moment, as if conceding. Yet, as he turned to leave, Lu Feng hurriedly approached, carrying a birdcage in his hands. "Greetings to Her Majesty, His Highness, and Miss Chiyu." Lu Feng bowed respectfully. "What brings such haste?" Ningji inquired. "Your Highness, the Sumi bird has returned with a message. It is the one sent to Miss Jiang." Ningji's eyes brightened, a smile playing on his features as he eagerly rummaged beneath the bird's feathers and soon unearthed a piece of letter paper. However, as he read the brief lines, his smile gradually faded. The empress interjected, "Miss Jiang, is she not the daughter of General Zhang's family?" Ningji tucked the letter away, maintaining an expression as calm as still water, offering no response. The empress pondered for a moment. There were not many surnamed Jiang in the capital, and the prominent one was Jiang Sun. And Jiang Sun had two daughters, and the illegitimate daughter marrying into the Xie family would not likely correspond with the crown prince, so it must be the legitimate daughter, Jiang Wan. The empress internally scoffed. She had previously invited Jiang Wan to a banquet, only to have her decline, and now it seemed that Jiang Wan had already made the crown prince's acquaintance. Just as she was about to speak further to Ningji, the sound of light footsteps echoed from outside the palace. Turning her head, she saw eunuch Yuan, who served the emperor. "Your servant greets Her Majesty, His Highness, and Miss Chiyu." "The crown prince's palace is quite lively today," the empress remarked. "What brings you here, eunuch Yuan?" "I have come to deliver a message to His Highness. The emperor requests your presence to discuss matters." Ningji frowned. They had just discussed the situation at Fingyu Pass yesterday, and now the emperor summoned him, likely to inquire about potential candidates for military deployment. Clenching the letter in his hand, he turned to say, "Mother, cousin, I must take my leave for now, and if you wish to admire the chrysanthemums, I shall extend an invitation to you another day." He turned and, without waiting for Chiyu's response, strode swiftly towards the palace exit. Once he had distanced himself, a hint of resentment flickered in Chiyu's eyes. She took the empress's arm and asked, "Aunt, who is this Jiang family girl? Why did my cousin present her with such a precious Sumi bird?" The empress replied slowly, "It must be Jiang Wan, the legitimate daughter of Jiang Sun. I, too, am quite surprised that she has acquainted herself with the crown prince." "Jiang Wan," Chiyu murmured, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Ningji exited the crown prince's palace and hastened into the hall of political affairs. It was likely that the morning court had just concluded, for the emperor still wore his yellow robes. Fatigue etched upon his brow. The incense burner within the hall smoldered lightly, wisps of smoke swirling in the air. The emperor dismissed the courtiers, leaving only the two of them in the vast, empty palace. "I pay my respects to father," Ningji stated. The emperor raised a hand slightly, his voice low and measured. "Rise." Ningji stood upright, hands at his sides in attendance. The emperor spoke with deliberate calmness. "The enemy at Fingyu Pass is fierce, and General Zhao is holding his ground against a difficult siege. I wish to send assistance. Do you have anyone suitable in mind?" Ningji surmised that the emperor intended to use the predicament at Fingyu Pass
There were even rumors that commands from the Jiang family carried more weight than military orders. A flicker of coldness crossed Ningji's eyes as he thought, Jiang Sun is unwilling to align with me. Now is the perfect opportunity to ensure his demise. Those who are not of our party deserve punishment. Yet the image of Jiang Wan's letter surfaced in his mind. Her words were gentle and earnest, expressing her wish for her father to return from war. Ningji's fingertips curled within his sleeve, a hint of hesitation emerging. It seemed he was pondering how to navigate this matter, for there were indeed other generals stationed in the court. Noticing his prolonged silence, the emperor raised his gaze and reiterated, I am inquiring of you. Ningji clenched his fists, taking a deep breath before responding softly, I have a suitable candidate in mind. Chapter 57. Ascending through the guise of a persona, how to bear great responsibilities, he slowly uttered a few words, General Jiang Sun. The emperor regarded him for a moment and nodded in apparent satisfaction, very well, I shall heed your counsel. Ningji lowered his head, concealing the complex emotions that swirled within his eyes. He understood that a ruler despises being associated with disgraceful names. Jiang Sun had been loyal to the throne for many years, and the emperor would undoubtedly be reluctant to name him directly, for despite being the emperor's own son, the bond of kinship holds little weight in the realm of sovereign and subject. Thus, the general for the expedition would be designated by him. Let this villain take on that burden. Upon exiting the Hall of Sacred Governance, Ningji wandered aimlessly, eventually finding himself at the Tranquil Heart Palace. This was merely a side hall, rather inconspicuous, yet everyone knew that within resided the Grand Preceptor, Duan Jian, who commanded respect even from the Crown Prince. The Duan family had served as imperial educators for generations, instructing heirs to the throne, and shaping the destinies of emperors. Their esteemed position commanded universal reverence. Consequently, although the Duan family's role was not one of political involvement, they could still present memorials to the emperor, influencing the weight of court affairs. Since his designation as heir, it had become customary for Ningji to be tutored by Duan Jian, the youngest Grand Preceptor of the Duan lineage, who, despite not yet reaching the age of 30, held substantial power and popular support. It was well known that he was adept at manipulating political machinations, and after Ningji ascended the throne, his influence would be even more pronounced. Court officials, like parasites, sought various means to present treasures and beauties, hoping to leverage the Grand Preceptor's favor to elevate their own standing. Yet he remained indifferent, choosing instead to retreat to this quiet side hall. Upon entering the hall, Ningji observed a lone figure seated by a stone table, a chessboard unfurled before him, a white piece held lightly in his hand, his demeanor serene. Adjusting his attire, Ningji approached steadily, I have come to request a game, master. Duan Jian raised an eyebrow and smiled, as if he had anticipated Ningji's arrival. The game has yet to begin, just in time for your company. Ningji took his seat, his gaze calm and composed. He lifted a black piece delicately, placing it at the center of the board. The autumn breeze wafted through the courtyard, carrying the fragrant aroma of tea, while the sound of the piece striking the board rang clear. Duan Jian preferred silence during their games, so Ningji remained quiet, placing his pieces in the corners of the board. However, his mind was elsewhere, leading him to make several erroneous moves. Duan Jian, noticing his preoccupation, casually placed a piece, seemingly without intent, yet cornered him into a precarious position. Your Highness seems distracted today. Ningji paused, running his fingers along the edge of a piece for a moment before responding with a black stone. Duan Jian, unhurried, placed another piece, sealing off Ningji's stone. Is it concerning the matter of Feng Yu Pass? Ningji gazed at the trapped piece, a slight frown creasing his brow, and spoke softly. Master must be aware that Miss Jiang and I are friends. Today, I received a letter from her, expressing her hope that Jiang Sun will be spared from conscription. Yet, just moments ago, my father inquired about the candidate for the expedition, and I named General Jiang. He paused, lowering his gaze slightly. This battle is destined for defeat. General Jiang is likely to leave but never return. Duan Jian, observing the guilt etched on Ningji's face, released his piece and remarked, Your Highness, the affairs of the world are akin to a game of chess. If one's heart sways, and pieces are misplaced, one finds themselves ensnared in such a predicament. Ningji sighed, It is not that I am soft-hearted, I can discern between what is light and what is weighty. Jiang Sun refuses to ally with me, and the third prince in court is ever watchful. For whatever reason, removing Jiang Sun is the wisest choice. I merely ponder how to explain this to Miss Jiang. Upon hearing this, Duan Jian chuckled lightly. Your Highness has perhaps not seen the Empress Dowager in some time? He then took a black piece from Ningji's hand and placed it down, miraculously reviving the threatened piece. The Empress Dowager is at Juoyu Mountain Villa. I did not attend the banquet hosted by the Empress, so it has been a while. Then why does Your Highness not pay her a visit? Ningji's eyes brightened as he rose, I understand now. Finally, the day of the onset of winter had arrived. Jiang Mian paced anxiously within her residence, her fists clenched. There were numerous capable generals in the court, and from her recollections, several were adept in battle. This war did not necessarily require Jiang Sun to lead. If Ningji truly intended to assist her, he could easily recommend another to the emperor. However, in this lifetime, their relationship was rather tenuous, and she was uncertain if he would extend his help. She could only hope that it would not be her father. Just as she was lost in thought, a faint commotion drifted in from the front courtyard. Jiang Mian hurried over and peeked through the corridor, discovering that indeed, someone from the palace had come to deliver a decree. The recipient of this decree was none other than Jiang Sun. A sense of unease gripped Jiang Mian, and she strained to overhear the conversation, but the words remained unclear. Once the imperial messenger departed, she rushed forward and asked, "What was the decree from the palace? Did father agree?" At this moment, Jiang Sun was still preoccupied with Jiang Mian's earlier disrespect and paid her no heed. Proceeding directly to his chamber, she followed closely behind, persistently questioning, "Is it a decree for an expedition?" Jiang Sun halted, responding, "What business does a daughter have in these matters?" Madame Wan, seizing the opportunity, mocked him, "Is she not merely waiting for you to depart for battle so that the second young lady may flaunt her power at home?" She relished in the strife, eager to stoke the flames and provoke Jiang Sun into action. Jiang Mian discerned the implication in her words. Indeed, it was a decree for an expedition. She had no time to deal with the concubine and hastily declared, "If the decree orders father to go to Fengyu Pass, he must not go. That place is fraught with peril, and the emperor's intention is to send father to his demise." "Are you cursing me?" Madame Wan frowned, exclaiming, "My lord is unmatched in bravery and will surely return victorious. How can the second young lady utter such ominous words? Father should consider that if this battle is won, the situation at Fengyu Pass will be resolved, and the emperor, relieved of this major concern, will next seek to eliminate those with significant achievements." "Enough! What does a mere woman of the household know of warfare? My father must not be foolishly loyal. The emperor's path for you is one from which you shall not return." A resounding slap struck her face. "Speak any more nonsense, and I shall not hesitate to employ the family's discipline." With that, Jiang Sun turned and walked away. Jiang Mian covered her face, which quickly swelled, tears welling in her eyes. Yet before she could tend to her own pain, she lunged towards Jiang Sun, who was heading for the door. When Xiao Hengji arrived, he chanced upon Jiang Mian tugging at Jiang Sun's sleeve. Madame Wan shouted from the side, "If my lord goes off to battle and returns victorious, the emperor will certainly bestow rewards." Is the second young lady wishing for the downfall of the Jiang family? Jiang Mian, do not act foolishly. Jiang Sun stated firmly before tearing away his sleeve and stepping out the door. Jiang Mian gritted her teeth, her body trembling slightly, a fear stemming from an awareness of the impending calamity. She stood, dazed, her legs weak and unsteady, yet under Madame Wan's threatening gaze, no one came forward to assist her. She sat on the ground for a long while. Suddenly, a warm force enveloped her shoulder, steadying her. Xiao Hengji addressed Madame Wan, "If you have this energy, you might as well go pay your respects to the eldest young lady at the Xie residence, rather than pressuring the second young lady here." His words pierced Madame Wan deeply. Clenching her fists, she wished to retort, yet found herself speechless. Leaving in a huff, Jiang Mian, feeling somewhat disoriented, vacantly entered the house, while Xiao Hengji poured her a glass of water, which she brusquely pushed away. She muttered to herself, if father were to fall gravely ill, the emperor would send someone else. She contemplated administering poison to ensure father would be ill for a few days. As she spoke, she attempted to rise and head towards the kitchen. Xiao Hengji quickly grabbed her and shut the door. "Why are you stopping me? The second young lady is being impulsive. It would be wise to remain calm." "Impulsive? What do you know? Do you understand how treacherous Fengyu Pass is? Father's chances of victory are slim, and the emperor is intent on this. If I do not intervene, shall we wait for the Jiang family to fall into disaster?" Panic surged within her, her emotions growing increasingly frayed. "But if I do not go, the emperor will surely find another way. Second young lady, please remain calm." Xiao Hengji's tone was earnest, attempting to soothe her. He wished to express that Jiang Sun was stubborn and inflexible, impervious to persuasion. Only when faced with peril on the battlefield would he awaken to the harsh realities. Therefore, he felt compelled to accompany him. As long as he was present, Jiang Sun would be safe. Yet those words remained unspoken. He merely supported Jiang Mian to sit down. Jiang Mian braced herself against the table, her heart pounding like a drum. Indeed, Xiao Hengji spoke the truth this time. If she made an excuse to evade, she could not guarantee the next time. The emperor had already harbored murderous intent and would not let her father escape. Suddenly, she realized, having lived 2 lifetimes, she had become utterly powerless. In her past life, she had relied on her beauty to ascend, indulging in caprice and arrogance, with Ningji always shielding her. Now, without that reliance, she felt utterly at a loss. Visions of courtiers whispering behind her back in her previous life surfaced in her mind, just a mere pretty vase, relying on the emperor's favor to attain her position. How could such a seductress ever become a mother of the nation? The biting mockery pierced her heart like needles, suffocating her with every thought. Seeing her ashen face, Xiao Hengji knelt before her, gently reassuring, "Second young lady, do not worry excessively, simply await our return at home." Our return? Zhang Mian paused for a moment, then quickly realized. She had nearly forgotten that Xiao Hengji intended to marry her to gain military merit and was set to accompany Jiang Sun into battle. Chapter 58. It's just a meal, no big deal. Jiang Wan's heart tightened. She had to put a stop to everything. Closing her eyes, memories of her past life surged through her mind, and she quickly flipped through the faces of many individuals. Suddenly, after a moment, she opened her eyes, a name coming to her. If she wished to avert the expedition, there was but one last person who could assist her. This individual was notoriously elusive, yet Jiang Wan had heard of his habits in her previous life. Each year at the onset of winter, he would leave the palace to personally select the rare Chuming grass, which was only available during this season. This was her final opportunity. If she missed today, the Jiang family would surely face calamity. Without further ado, she dashed out to summon a litter. Without pause, Jiang Wan hurried to a medicinal shop, hastily ascending the stairs. After inspecting several rooms, she finally stopped before the last door. Taking a deep breath, she gently knocked. The person inside, well aware of her impending arrival, called out after a single knock, "Come in." Jiang Wan pushed open the door. The room was suffused with the aroma of fine tea, and scrolls of literature were spread across the table. Seated behind the teacup was a man, his demeanor reflecting a composure and detachment that belied his years. "Subject Jiang Wan pays her respects to the Grand Preceptor," she said, swallowing hard, her heart racing inexplicably. In her past life, she had crossed paths with Duanji and At that time, having just ascended to her position, she wielded power but felt perpetually insecure, particularly in the presence of this Grand Preceptor, as if all her thoughts were laid bare before him. Consequently, she had harbored a deep-seated wariness towards Duan Jian, deliberately stripping him of his position and sending him back to his homeland. On the day he left the palace, Duan Jian had left her with a single remark. "You ascended through mere appearance, will you then rely on the same to maintain your reign?" His words were laced with disdain, his gaze filled with scorn, yet he showed no fear of her ordering his demise. Rather than being dismissed, it seemed he had chosen to leave voluntarily, unwilling to serve her. In the ensuing chaos of the palace, where officials formed factions and pursued their own interests, Jiang Wan found herself compelled to beseech Duan Jian to return. However, he regarded the disintegration of the dynasty with indifference, choosing not to respond to her pleas. In this lifetime, she had intended to keep her distance from this young Grand Preceptor. Yet now, he was the only one she could think of who might assist her. Noticing her silence, Duan Jian gradually raised his gaze, his eyes deep as a well. "Miss Jiang, what brings you here today?" Jiang Wan collected her thoughts, curtsied respectfully, and clenched her fists tightly. She understood that in front of Duan Jian, cunning was no match for honest sincerity. He had likely anticipated her purpose for coming, thus, she spoke directly. "I dare to request that the Grand Preceptor intervene and persuade His Majesty to retract the order for my father's expedition." Duan Jian remained silent after her words, his fingers lightly tapping the table, producing a steady rhythm. Jiang Wan was aware he awaited her to present conditions. Taking a deep breath, she slowly continued. "If the Grand Preceptor assists the Crown Prince, he may retire once his mission is accomplished. If I were to say that I could help the Grand Preceptor clear obstacles for the Crown Prince, would you be willing to assist me?" As she spoke, she handed him a piece of paper. Duan Jian glanced at it, his hand that had previously reached for his cup hesitating. Then, he gently set it down, smiling as he said, "Miss Jiang, do you not fear that by presenting this paper to me, I might bring about your ruin?" "Would you dare?" she retorted, her hands clenched tightly under the table, scrutinizing every minute change in his expression, yet finding no hint of unease. After a moment, a subtle smile flickered on his face. "I fear I must disappoint you, Miss Jiang. I have my own methods of proceeding and require no additional assistance." With that, he rose, clasping his hands in a gesture of farewell. "Today, I have merely come to collect medicine. Farewell." The paper lay on the table, a gust of wind fluttering it, revealing the words "Third Prince." He stepped out, and Jiang Wan hurriedly followed. Just as she was about to call out, noticing the crowd around, she changed her words, "Young master, please hold, do you doubt my words?" Duan Jian paused, responding, "Miss Jiang's visit today suggests she has discerned the Emperor's intentions. Born into a noble family yet able to perceive the intricacies of court politics, you are more astute than your father. However, it is precisely your wisdom that leads me to believe you possess the audacity to utter such empty promises." His tone held a hint of arrogance, having seen through her anxiety and tension the moment she entered, yet he remained unaware that Jiang Wan's nervousness stemmed from her past apprehensions about him, mistaking it for mere insecurity. As Duan Jian prepared to leave again, Jiangwan hastily pursued him, desperation urging her to speak. What I have said could lead to the third princess' downfall. Henceforth, no one in court could obstruct the crown prince. She recalled vividly how, in her past life, the third prince had wielded considerable influence, rivaling Ning Jia's faction. Duan Jian had expended immense effort to suppress him. After Ning Jia ascended the throne, he settled old scores, resulting in the third princess' exile to prison. However, during the raid on the third princess estate, an enormous secret was uncovered. Jiangwan was now aware of this secret. If it were revealed, it would be enough to ensure the third princess' permanent downfall. Yet Duan Jian continued to disregard her, resolutely making his way down the stairs. She rushed forward, exclaiming, "If I fail to assist the Grand Preceptor in achieving his aims, I shall personally present my father's head to you." Duan Jian paused, standing still for a long moment as if weighing the pros and cons. Then he smiled. "Since you have spoken so earnestly, how could I refuse?" His smile was eerie, akin to lighting an incense stick for Jiangwan, its flame burning down to the point where her head would fall. A chill ran down Jiangwan's spine. By the time she regained her senses, Duan Jian had already exited through the main door. She hadn't finished her words. Jiangwan hurriedly raced down the stairs, but in her haste, she collided with someone upon exiting. Wen Xian, "Oh no, young lady, did I hurt you?" As her words fell, Duan Jian, who had just lifted the curtain of his litter, abruptly halted. Wen Xian shook her head, inquiring, "Miss Jiang, have you come to fetch medicine as well?" "Oh no, I'm here to." Jiangwan had no time for pleasantries, rushing to Duan Jian's litter. "I worry that the emperor may continue to target my father, and I wish for the Grand Preceptor to devise a way to ensure my father's safety thereafter." Her eyes brimmed with sincerity, hoping her earlier proposal would appease him. Duan Jian listened but maintained his inscrutable smile. "This matter is acceptable, but there is another condition." He slowly lowered the curtain of the litter, his gaze lingering on. "You must accompany me for a meal." Duan Jian smiled slightly, gesturing towards Wen Xian, who was making her way back into the medicinal shop. Just her. Jiangwan was taken aback, utterly unprepared for such a stipulation. Observing her astonishment, Duan Jian raised an eyebrow, adding, "At the Yuming Tower, I shall wait for an hour. Should I not see you within that time, I cannot guarantee the safety of General Jiang thereafter." Confounded, Jiangwan pondered why Duan Jian, in such a high position, would not simply invite Wen Xian to dine outright but instead chose to take such a convoluted route. Did he know Wen Xian? Her mind raced back to her past life, yet she found no clarity. Regaining her focus, she noticed Duan Jian's litter already heading towards the Yuming Tower. Jiangwan realized he was a man of punctuality, and she had only 1 hour to spare. There was no time to waste. When Qian moved slowly, still browsing downstairs, Jiangwan quickly approached her, asking, "Young lady, are you here to select winter medicine?" When Qian nodded, lifting a bag of astragalus to her nose and saying, "Yes, the Countess has been feeling somewhat fatigued lately. I intend to purchase some North ginseng and dried tangerine peel to prepare medicinal dishes for the Countess' residence." Jiangwan rubbed her fingers together, hesitating on how to broach the subject. Noticing her stammering demeanor, when Qian asked, "Miss Jiang, do you have something to say?" Jiangwan faltered, "I wish to inquire if you know the gentleman who spoke with me at the entrance?" When Qian tilted her head, "The one who spoke with you at the door." Jiangwan nodded. When Qian pondered for a moment, then replied earnestly, "I do not know him. Why do you ask?" Upon hearing this, Jiangwan felt even more troubled. How could she ask Wen Qian to dine with a man she didn't know? Yet at that moment, she could think of no other solution. Resolutely, she decided to ask, "Young lady, might you assist me by dining with him?" When Qian looked puzzled. To dine with him. Chapter 59 is seen dining privately with a gentleman in the moonlight pavilion. Behind the screen in the elegant room sat the chain player, her melodies resonating softly, accompanied by a cup of fragrant tea, creating an atmosphere of leisure. Duan Jian gazed through the window, his eyes casually sweeping over the bustling street, seemingly lost in thought or perhaps in anticipation. A nearby guard quietly inquired, "Grand Tutor, if that young lady arrives, do you truly intend to assist Miss Jian?" "Yet, regarding His Royal Highness, did you not say?" Duan Jian smiled lightly, "If what she says about the third prince is true, protecting Jiang Sun is merely a small trade-off." The guard nodded in understanding and stepped aside. Outside, pedestrians hurried by, the air infused with the scent of smoke and cooking. It was already noon when a waiter entered, asking, "Esteemed guest, shall I bring the dishes?" The guard replied, "No rush, my lord is still awaiting someone." Very well, the waiter exited. Moments later, Duan Jian noticed a woman in white wandering below, pacing as if she had gathered immense courage before stepping into the building. Duan Jian beamed, gesturing for the music to cease. The chain player, understanding, cradled her instrument and gracefully retreated to the doorway, while the guard moved to stand by the entrance. Soon, the woman in white pushed the door open. She nervously clutched her sleeves, her footsteps measured, her face betraying a hint of anxiety. "I am Wen Qian from the Pingnan Marquisate, here to meet the Grand Tutor." Her voice was as faint as a whisper, audible only to herself. This manner of greeting was, in fact, quite disrespectful. Had it been in the palace, none would dare behave thus before him, yet Duan Jian seemed unperturbed, motioning for her to take a seat. When Qian sat down stiffly, her heart pounding and filled with trepidation, just moments ago, Jiang Man had informed her that this individual was the esteemed Grand Tutor, occupying a position of great power, and that she was compelled to dine with him for a favor. When Qian could not fathom why he wished to share a meal with her, yet the actions of powerful officials were notoriously elusive, her anxiety stemmed from a fear of jeopardizing Jiang Man's affairs. Noticing her silence, Duan Jian chuckled softly and personally poured her a cup of tea. "My lord," she exclaimed, hastily raising her hand to stop him, her face a mask of tension, "I could serve myself." She reached for the teapot, accidentally splashing some hot water, which caused her to wince softly, her hand reddening slightly, her expression somewhat awkward. Duan Jian exhibited no reaction, yet when he set down the teapot, his gaze lingered on her wrist, as if he had discerned something. He gently inquired, "How did you injure your hand?" When Qian was taken aback, meeting his inquisitive gaze. She lifted a sleeve, revealing the scars on her wrist, and was momentarily stunned. Those were remnants from her early days in the Marquisate, when she had been punished for mistakes by her stepmother. The wounds had healed, yet left behind marks. Such domestic matters held little honor and were best concealed. After a brief hesitation, she murmured, "It was my own clumsiness that caused a small injury." Duan Jian raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze calm as he pressed further, "Was it from a whip or a bamboo rod?" "A bamboo rod," she instinctively replied. The moment the words left her lips, she covered her mouth, realizing her slip. Panic surged within her. If news of her punishment in the Marquisate were to spread, it would surely invite scandal, and she feared that the young lord would accuse her of bringing shame upon the family. She timidly implored, "I beseech you, Grand Tutor, to keep this matter confidential." "Rest assured, I have no interest in the affairs of others," he replied, lifting his teacup and taking a sip. He then casually asked, "When is your wedding?" "On the 6th day of February this year." "Are you with child?" "Not yet." Wen Chen felt a flush of embarrassment. Could such topics be addressed so casually? Observing her discomfort, Duan Jian refrained from further questioning. "Let us order some dishes. What do you enjoy?" Meanwhile, downstairs in the moonlight pavilion, Mo Ping and Jiang Man awaited anxiously. After a long while, they finally saw Wen Qian descend. Jiang Man hurried to meet her, eagerly inquiring, "What did the Grand Tutor say?" Wen Qian pondered for a moment before quietly replying, "Not much, it seemed like mere idle chatter, though the Grand Tutor does have an air of familiarity." Jiang Man thought to herself that few could decipher Duan Jian's thoughts, and as long as he had not troubled Wen Qian, she would be relieved. She sighed with relief and then bowed, saying, "I am grateful for the assistance of the young lord today." "Miss Jiang, there is no need for such formality. If I could be of help, it is all the better," Wen Qian replied. The two conversed outside the building, unaware that the figure above continued to fixate on Wen Qian. A guard entered, quietly asking, "Grand Tutor, the medicine has been prepared, shall we return to the palace directly, or?" Duan Jian tapped his fingers lightly on the table, hesitating for a moment before replying pensively, "Since we are in the capital, let us pay a visit to the Pingnan Marquisate." That afternoon, after Jiang Man helped Wen Qian into the carriage, she returned to the estate. Although she had secured Duan Jian's promise of assistance, she still felt apprehensive and wished to discuss the matter further with Jiang Sun, yet, after searching the estate high and low, she found no trace of Jiang Sun. Her heart tightened, and her steps quickened as she turned toward Xiao Hangji's courtyard. Just as she reached the corridor, Rueju rushed over, exclaiming, "Second miss." She halted, seeing Rueju approach in haste. "Second miss, Master Xiao asked me to tell you that he has gone to the military camp with your father to prepare for the upcoming deployment. He said you need not worry." Her heart sank, a blend of anger and disappointment washing over her. Why could her father not see such an obvious truth and insisted on being obstinate? She clenched her fists, unexpectedly recalling her mother. At her present age, she was nearly the same as her mother had been back then. She could only imagine her mother's disappointment in her father. Meanwhile, when Qian had returned to the Pingnan Marquisate. Li Jijing had yet to arrive, so she placed the herbs she had purchased in the kitchen and intended to check on the lady of the house. However, as she stepped into the courtyard, Aunt Fu's voice suddenly rang out. "Oh, you still know to come back?" When Qian saw her holding a hand warmer, seemingly waiting for her in the courtyard. "Greetings, Aunt," Wen Qian said, bowing respectfully. Aunt Fu snorted coldly, her tone laced with malice. "After committing such disgraceful acts, you dare to show your face? Truly thick-skinned, you usually put on such airs, thinking yourself a delicate flower, yet behind closed doors, you engage in such sordid affairs. Tsk. Wen Qian was momentarily taken aback, confused by her insinuation. "What do you mean by that, Aunt?"
Aunt Fu raised an eyebrow, sneering, "Do you not know the deeds you have done?" Just then, the lady of the house emerged from the inner hall, frowning as she asked, "What is all this fuss about?" Aunt Fu hurried over, saying, "Madam, just now I saw her dining with a handsome young man at the Moonlight Pavilion. That man even draped a cloak over her shoulder, his gestures most intimate." Upon Aunt Fu's words, the servants in the courtyard cast their gazes toward them. The lady's expression darkened as she turned her scrutiny upon Wen Qian. Wen Qian's heart raced. Having just finished her meal, she had forgotten to take the cloak with her, and it was indeed Duan Jian who had reminded her, but when had he ever draped it over her? Aunt Fu's words were clearly intended to sow misunderstanding among the onlookers. Chapter 60. Do you not wish to part ways? Why not kneel down quickly? Wen Qian's heart raced with anxiety as she hurriedly defended herself. "Mother, I assure you, I merely dined with that gentleman." There was no impropriety whatsoever. Aunt Fu let out a cold laugh. "Yet I observed that the room housed only the two of you, without even a servant in sight. If it were merely a meal, would such secrecy be necessary? Surely, you were engaged in some disreputable conduct." Madame Ho turned to ask, "Mo Ping, did you accompany her?" "I am but the young lady of the house, merely dining," Mo Ping stammered, unsure how to respond as she had not entered the room. Wen Qian felt the scrutinizing gazes surrounding her, her heart growing increasingly flustered. "Mother, aunt, that man is the current chief minister. I have no other relationship with him, merely pleasantries and a meal." Before she could finish, a sharp mocking voice interjected from behind her, "Sister-in-law, you certainly weave a fine tale." She turned to find the third miss of the household, Li Jinjin, had approached, her lips curled in a smirk of malicious delight. "Sister-in-law, do reflect on your own status. How could a dignified chief minister dine with someone like you? You cannot even fabricate a proper lie, truly useless." "Mother, Wen Qian began, feeling helpless, but was interrupted by Madame Ho. "Enough, truly shameless, even daring to cling to the chief minister. I am indeed dining with him." Her voice carried a plea, tears shimmering in her eyes, yet it was of no avail. This matron had always regarded her with disdain. Li Jinjin's lips curled in derision, her gaze filled with the anticipation of entertainment. "If you insist on such claims, then what is the name of the chief minister? Can you even state it?" I do not know," Wen Qian stammered, her mind awhirl. She had only heard Jiang Wan mention that the man was a chief minister but did not know his name. As she faltered in her response, Li Jinjin erupted in laughter. Wen Qian's face turned increasingly pale, unsure how to explain herself. Madame Ho regarded her coldly, her eyes brimming with disdain. "What a useless child, always bringing shame upon my household. How is it that Ji Jing has become entangled with you?" Wen Qian felt a swell of injustice, gritting her teeth, her hands trembling within her sleeves. She had always dreaded such scenarios, facing accusations where no one would stand by her side, regardless of her explanations. "What is happening in the courtyard?" Suddenly, a voice rang out. Everyone turned to see Li Jing striding in, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features as he cast a cold glance at the gathered crowd. "Brother, you have arrived, come and see the fine deed she has accomplished." Li Jinjin stepped forward, and Aunt Fu followed, fanning the flames. "Brother, you are unaware. I chanced upon her in secret company with a man, and the madam is currently interrogating her." Li Jing frowned slightly, his gaze sweeping over Wen Qian. "Secretly meeting a man?" "Young master, I did not. How could I engage in such behavior? You must believe me," Wen Qian insisted, biting her lip and trembling slightly. Though Li Jing harbored no feelings for Wen Qian, he understood her character. She was not the type to engage in clandestine meetings with men. He suspected it was merely Aunt Fu seizing upon a trivial matter to torment her. Catching her desperate gaze, filled with anxiety, he felt a twinge of annoyance. He turned to Aunt Fu. "Aunt, if you possess no concrete evidence, why create such a ruckus?" Aunt Fu, suddenly agitated, retorted, "I have no evidence, my own eyes saw her dining intimately with a man. It is far from ordinary." Madame Ho interjected, "Ji Jing, if you protect her now, should she repeat such actions and invite public scorn, it would be the Ho family's reputation at stake." Li Jing's gaze involuntarily fell upon Wen Qian, who appeared pale and tense, her hands clenched, seemingly yearning to argue yet unable to find the words. Li Jinjin chimed in, "Brother, do not be deceived by her demeanor, she is not innocent. Her expression is clearly one of shame after being exposed." Li Jing frowned, his irritation mounting as he felt himself ensnared in this pointless dispute. Unable to contain himself, he remarked to Madame Ho, "Is it merely a meal that warrants such an uproar? If you seek to punish her, there is no need for these elaborate justifications." "You!" Madame Ho was momentarily speechless, then retorted, "Since you claim I wish to punish her, let her kneel. I shall return indoors." With that, he turned and walked towards the inner courtyard. Li Jinjin and Aunt Fu exchanged triumphant glances, their eyes gleaming with satisfaction. The servants in the courtyard began to murmur quietly among themselves.
Sister-in-law, my Li family values its reputation and would not initiate a divorce. If you are wise, why not propose it yourself? My brother would likely agree immediately. Wen Qian's pupils trembled, taking a step back, muttering, no. She could not pursue a divorce. If she did, the Wen family would surely disown her, leaving her with nowhere to turn. Seeing her frightened demeanor, Li Jinjin scoffed, if you do not wish to part ways, why not kneel down quickly? Did you not hear mother say you must kneel here? A wave of grievance surged within Wen Qian, tears welling in her eyes. Observing her feeble state, Li Jinjin approached, gripping her shoulder, kneel properly, keep your back straight, do not be lazy and sit down. Wen Qian bowed her head, unable to restrain her tears, which fell to the ground in droplets. Memories of the past flooded her mind. In the Wen household, she had always been the one most easily bullied. Whenever the family acquired fine garments or items, she could only wait for her sisters to select first, receiving whatever was left. If there were not enough items for everyone, she would invariably be the one left empty-handed. She had attempted to assert herself, but with her mother deceased and her father indifferent, there was no one to support her. The aunts and sisters banded together to isolate her. Should she attempt to fight back, she would only end up worse off. Over time, she ceased her futile struggles, understanding that her only escape lay in marriage. Originally, her intended husband was a tea merchant from Qingzhou, a connection her father sought to establish. She had met the merchant, a rough man with an unkempt appearance and a robust physique. She had thought to herself that as long as she could leave the Wen family, she would accept it. However, fate had twisted, leading her to marry Li Jing instead. On the day of their wedding, she had felt a surge of joy. Even though she knew Li Jing had affections for another, she did not mind, believing that enduring the scorn of others in the Ho household was merely a commonplace affair. She held the hope that if she conducted herself with propriety, one day, Li Jing would recognize her worth. Yet today, she realized she could not warm his heart. Tears fell one by one, as Wen Qian quietly sobbed. Madame Ho, complaining of a headache, retreated indoors to take medicine, leaving only Li Jinjin and Aunt Fu in the courtyard. With all your crying, one might think we have wronged you. Did you not have a clandestine meeting with a man? Was I mistaken in my accusations? Aunt Fu rolled her eyes, stepping aside to kick Wen Qian in frustration. Li Jinjin strolled leisurely, as if struck by inspiration, and approached Aunt Fu, inquiring, by the way, Aunt, how is she punished for her past misdeeds? Aunt Fu's eyes brightened, bamboo strips. Third miss, would you care to try? Chapter 61. At her fingertips traced his name in her palm. Li Jinjin cast a knowing glance at her. Aunt Fu would soon arrive, instructing the servants to fetch a bamboo stick, while also ensuring that Mo Ping was confined to her room to prevent that meddlesome maid from alerting anyone. Before long, the servants returned with the bamboo stick. Aunt Fu, brimming with excitement, stepped forward and handed the dry bamboo stick to Li Jinjin, a smug smile gracing her face. Previously, when she had intended to strike Wen Qian, she had been thwarted by Li Jing, leaving her humiliated. This time, it was Li Jinjin who would administer the punishment. She was eager to see what Li Jing would say now. Li Jinjin held the bamboo stick, swinging it through the air, producing a sharp whooshing sound. A wave of panic surged within Wen Qian, causing her to instinctively shrink back. Aunt, you say that meeting a man in private outside, such a heinous act, is merely worthy of kneeling as punishment? Is that not too lenient? Li Jinjin scoffed, her tone laced with derision. Aunt Fu chimed in my opinion, such shamelessness deserves a heavier punishment to instill a sense of propriety. Wen Qian gripped her knees tightly, her lips quivering. Mustering her courage, she spoke in a trembling voice, you know full well that I have done nothing wrong, yet you insist on treating me this way. Jinjin, what have I done to deserve your hatred? Li Jinjin retorted mockingly, your schemes to marry into my family are already a mistake. Being with my brother, causing him displeasure, is also a mistake. Pretending to be pitiful day in and day out, that is a mistake upon a mistake. As she spoke, she advanced step by step, the bamboo stick slicing through the air, striking Wen Qian's wrist with considerable force. Ah! Wen Qian cried out in pain, cold sweat beading on her forehead as she clasped her wrist, tears streaming down her face. Li Jinjin showed no mercy, continuing to wield the bamboo stick, each strike a mockery of Wen Qian's status and ineptitude. Aunt Fu watched with delight, urging, again, keep hitting. Li Jinjin increased her strength, the bamboo stick coming down hard once more, leaving a red mark across Wen Qian's arm. Does it hurt? Who told you to be so shameless? You deserve to be punished. Li Jinjin taunted as she struck. I fear that man is equally debased to associate with you, truly disgraceful. Wen Qian's lips trembled, nearly unable to speak, and as she attempted to rise, her hand was pinned down. Just then, the sound of applause echoed from the doorway. It turned out to be Duan, a man of ill-repute. Li Jinjin halted her actions and stepped forward. Are you the man who met with her? How bold of you to come here yourself.
Duan Jian ignored her, striding over to support Wen Qian, disregarding the gazes of everyone present. Li Jinjin shouted, "Did I give you permission to help her up? Who do you think you are?" The Marquis of Pingnan hurried to catch up with Duan Jian, reprimanding, "Jinjin, do not be rude." He then addressed Duan Jian, "My daughter is accustomed to being spoiled. Please forgive her for any offense. There must be some misunderstanding regarding today's events." Taisher? The crowd gasped in astonishment. She quickly concealed her earlier aggressiveness, forcing a smile. "I initially thought my sister-in-law was slandering the Taisher, not wishing to tarnish your reputation. That is why I punished her. It was indeed a misunderstanding, and I apologize for her suffering." Aunt Fu nodded in agreement. Yes indeed. When I asked her with whom she dined, she could not provide a name. Is it not customary for the Marquis' household to have decorum? Duan Jian interrupted her, his tone icy. The smile on his face vanished. "Upon seeing me, why did you not perform the proper bow of respect?" Everyone was taken aback. According to proper etiquette, one should indeed bow deeply before the Taisher. However, the Marquis of Pingnan, being a marquis himself and a person of influence, would typically be afforded some leniency. Yet today, it was clear he had no intention of granting such a privilege. The Marquis hurriedly signaled to Li Jinjin and Aunt Fu, who reluctantly knelt in submission. However, even after kneeling, they awaited the command to rise, which never came. Duan Jian completely ignored the two, recalling Aunt Fu's earlier inquiry about whom Wen Qian had dined with, to which she could not provide an answer. He turned to Wen Qian, smiling as he asked, "How is it that you have forgotten your uncle's name?" Qian, uncle? The utterance of this title left everyone in the courtyard stunned. Even when Qian slightly parted her lips in disbelief. When did she acquire a Taisher uncle? Could it be a distant relative? Seeing her in a daze, Duan Jian gently took her hand, his fingertips lightly tracing her palm. "Duan Jian, remember well, this is my name, do not forget it henceforth." After writing it down, he did not release her hand, producing a medicine bottle from his pocket and applying the ointment with natural ease, tenderly and gently. When Qian instinctively wished to withdraw her fingers but found them lightly held by Duan Jian and feeling flustered, she quietly asked, "I do not recall having such a young uncle. Could it be that you have mistaken me for someone else?" Duan Jian continued to smile, speaking softly, "Your mother and my elder sister were sworn sisters, and you were born in Chuzhou. You returned to the capital at the age of 4 and often visited neighboring estates while in Chuzhou. Does this bring anything to mind?" When Qian reflected, realizing that Chuzhou was her mother's hometown, and she was indeed born there. Her mother, weakened after giving birth, had stayed in Chuzhou for several years. Though she eventually passed away, her mother's family did indeed have the surname Duan. Remembering her childhood, her eyes widened. "You are the little uncle from the Duan family?" Upon saying this, Duan Jian nodded gently with closed eyes. "Unintentionally, I have caused you such great distress today." His words, directed at Wen Qian, were also meant for the Marquis of Pingnan to hear. The Marquis's composure faltered, and he clasped his hands in respect. "Rest assured, Taisher, I will ensure that my household provides an explanation to the young lady." "How does the Marquis intend to provide this explanation? Perhaps you may enlighten us?" The Marquis of Pingnan was momentarily rendered speechless. When Qian had never witnessed the Marquis in such a flustered state. Her uncle from the Duan family had unexpectedly turned out to be such an important figure. She could barely remember the events from when she was 4, he was indeed several years older than her, and at that time, she was only as tall as his leg. Whenever she played at the Duan residence and got dirty, he would come to wipe her hands and feet and pinch her cheeks. When Qian lowered her head, uncertain of his intentions in coming to the residence. Surely he could not have foreseen that she would find herself in such a predicament and come to rescue her, could he? Yet, she was grateful for his presence, otherwise, she would still be kneeling. She raised her gaze, casting a grateful glance at Duan Jian. To her surprise, he had been watching her intently, their eyes locking for a moment. When Qian quickly averted her gaze, fearful of being disrespectful. "Look if you wish. I am here, you need not lower your head." This remark was clearly understood by all present, as the Taisher was openly supporting Wen Qian. A wave of emotion surged within her. Throughout her life, it seemed no one had ever spoken to her in such a manner, and for a moment, it instilled in her a sense of reliance. Yet he was merely a distant uncle, now a Taisher, who could easily choose to disown her at any moment. Thus, when Qian continued to keep her head lowered, Duan Jian fell silent for a moment before sighing softly. "Chen, why do you treat me with such coldness?" Others would leap at the chance to be associated with him, yet she could not even bear to look at him. Just then, Li Jing emerged from the courtyard, noticing that both Li Jinjin and Aunt Fu were kneeling, while the individual in the middle seemed to be conversing with Wen Qian. He approached and inquired, "May I ask who you are?" "Xi Jing, this is the Taisher," the Marquis of Pingnan interjected hastily, fearing he might say something amiss.
This is indeed the heir, and he is truly remarkable, yet my young Qian Qian has suffered some grievances.
Your Qian Qian?
I am her uncle, Duan Jian said with a smile. Li Jing frowned, wondering when Qian had acquired such a distinguished relative. Duan Jian disregarded the puzzled look on his face, lightly squeezing Qian's wrist, counting 1, 2, 3, 4.
Such numerous scars, while the heir can overlook them, I cannot.
After saying this, he picked up the bamboo stick nearby and handed it to the Marquis of Pingnan. Did you not say you would provide an explanation?
Here is a ready-made bamboo stick, use this.
His gaze turned cold, as if observing mere insects, falling upon Li Jingjin and Aunt Fu. The Marquis of Pingnan began to sweat profusely, fully aware that there was no escaping this ordeal today. Seeing this, Li Jingjin pleaded for mercy. Taisher, I realize my mistakes, I apologize to my sister-in-law.
Ah!
Duan Jian rubbed his ears, suddenly turning serious as he swung the bamboo stick with swift and merciless precision across Li Jingjin's face. The strike was quick and fierce, so powerful that even her hairpin was knocked loose. Aunt Fu was rendered speechless, trembling uncontrollably. The Marquis of Pingnan broke into a cold sweat, aware that the Taisher, who was usually polite and courteous, had evidently lost his temper today. If this continued, it would likely escalate beyond mere bamboo sticks. He hastily spoke up, Taisher, please do not be angry, I shall take the two of them away and deal with them according to family rules. Several servants quickly stepped forward to escort the stunned duo away.
Yet Duan Jian still appeared displeased and glanced towards the main house, softly inquiring, is the Marquis's wife at home, why is she not present?
Chapter 62. The affection for a woman engaged to another. Li Jijing gradually came to terms with the unfolding scene. He quickly clasped his hands together and implored, my mother is currently unwell, I beseech you, esteemed Grand Preceptor, to exercise restraint. Duan Jian lifted the bamboo stick in his hand and lightly tapped Li Jijing's shoulder, his words laden with double meaning, but I have done nothing wrong.
Why should I restrain myself?
His smile was both amiable and tinged with a hint of danger, the bamboo stick rising and falling upon Li Jijing's shoulder. The entirety of the Pingnan Marquis's residence was under his oppressive aura, leaving no one daring to utter a word. When Qian stared intently at the bamboo stick in his hand, fearing that a moment of displeasure might lead it to strike Li Jijing's face, Duan Jian noticed her gaze and ceased his movements.
Have I frightened you?
He turned to her, the oppressive atmosphere dissipating as he replaced it with a relaxed smile. When Qian timidly remained silent, he cast aside the bamboo stick and produced another item, placing it in her hand. I had forgotten to give you the medicine earlier at the shop.
Should I see any scars again, there will be further consequences.
His words were evidently directed at everyone present in the Marquis's household. Although the tone was bland, it sent shivers down the spine.
Thank you, I shall visit you another day.
With that, he strode towards the main gate, while the Pingnan Marquis offered a bow, receiving no further acknowledgement in return. Li Jijing observed his departing figure, then shifted his gaze back to Qian's hands, marred with scars, and the medicine bottle she clutched. His emotions became rather convoluted for a moment. Upon exiting the estate, a guard hurriedly approached with news.
Grand Preceptor, I have just learned that among those heading to Fingyu Pass is Miss Zhang's fiancé. Duan Jian raised an eyebrow in surprise. Miss Zhang has a fiancé?
Indeed, his name is Xiao Hengji. His eyes narrowed, a keen intuition alerting him to something amiss. Ningji had always adhered to propriety, possessing a clear understanding of his ambitions, never allowing himself to become entangled in romantic affairs, yet, he dared to call a woman engaged to another his friend? Something was not right. His sharp instinct suggested that Ningji harbored ulterior motives. Duan Jian lightly shook his head, retrieving a letter from his breast pocket, a correspondence he had carried with him, unexpectedly proving useful today. Deliver this letter to the Zhang residence and have Miss Zhang pass it on to the Crown Prince. Also, inform her that I have devised a strategy regarding the Fingyu Pass matter. She should await further instructions, and remind her, if she misreports any news concerning the third prince, no one will be able to save the Zhang family.
Understood. The guard moved swiftly, soon arriving at the Zhang residence. Zhang Wan had been eagerly awaiting news from Duan Jian, and upon seeing the messenger, she hurried forward. Has the Grand Preceptor sent word? The Grand Preceptor says that Commander Jian will soon return home, but thereafter, we must wait for the third prince's decision.
Additionally, please have Miss Zhang deliver this letter to His Highness. The guard handed over the letter. Zhang Wan was puzzled. Why did Duan Jian not deliver the letter directly to Ningji but instead require her to act as a courier? Before she could voice her thoughts, the guard had already departed. As dusk fell, a servant hurriedly announced that His Highness the Crown Prince had arrived, and the ladies of the household needed to retreat. Granny Su led the maids to the back courtyard. Zhang Wan, holding the letter, suddenly understood. Duan Jian had anticipated Ningji's visit to the Zhang residence, hence the request for her to deliver the letter. Ningji must be here regarding the previous message conveyed by the Shumi bird, but what could the content of the letter be? Why was it imperative for her to deliver it? A servant approached, calling out, "Second miss, His Highness is waiting for you in the front courtyard."
Yes, I understand.
Jiangwan took the letter and made her way through the corridor to the front courtyard. Ningji appeared visibly anxious, pacing in the courtyard. Upon noticing her approach, he quickly stepped forward. "I pay my respects to His Highness."
Jiangwan bowed. "Miss Jiang, I have come today to sincerely apologize." "Apologize?"
"Yes, I have been accompanying the Empress Dowager at Choyue Mountain Villa, and only today did I learn of your release of the Shumi bird to convey my message." However, Jiangwan thought to herself, so the message from the Shumi bird had not reached Ningji in time. She sighed, "Your Highness need not blame yourself, circumstances are often beyond our control. I merely worry that should my father fail in this battle, the Emperor may punish the Jiang family. After all, the imperial disposition is unpredictable, and thus I sought your assistance." Ningji was acutely aware that even if Jiang Sun did not perish in battle, he would still face severe repercussions. Yet, as long as Jiang Sun remained, the position of the Grand General would never be filled by his confidant. However, he had not anticipated that Xiao Hengji would also be accompanying the expedition. The dangers of Fengyu Pass were notorious. Though Xiao Hengji possessed some skill, facing the battlefield would undoubtedly be a matter of life and death. Thus, upon hearing this news, he had rushed to the Jiang residence, not for any other reason but the uncontrollable desire to see her. Once the Jiang family fell into ruin and Xiao Hengji perished in battle, Jiangwan would have no choice but to seek refuge with him. "Oh, by the way," Jiangwan interrupted his thoughts, "the Grand Preceptor sent a letter for me to deliver to your Highness." She handed the letter to him. Ningji frowned, puzzled. As he opened it, the letter stated, "Those who achieve great endeavors must shun romantic entanglements, do not fall into love, but rather focus on your affairs." Ningji traced the edge of the letter with his fingers, rereading the brief line over and over. He had been taught by Duan Jian since childhood, respecting him and never opposing him. Under Duan Jian's guidance, he had secured his position in the palace. Countless times, when his thoughts wavered, Duan Jian's counsel had always set him back on the right path. Duan Jian was invariably correct, yet this time, he felt the Grand Preceptor might be mistaken. Jiangwan stirred something within him, but he understood precisely what he was doing. With the third prince lurking menacingly, he might one day have to relinquish his position as crown prince. He needed a consort who could bolster his standing in the court, and Jiangwan, as a concubine, would suffice to offer him some solace. Desiring someone was one thing, marrying someone was quite another. He chuckled softly, thinking that the Grand Preceptor had never had a woman, thus he could not possibly comprehend such matters. "Your Highness?" Jiangwan gently called out. Ningji's thoughts returned to the present as he folded the letter and assumed an expression of calm composure. "Did the letter not mention any important matters? Why did you suddenly smile?" "Oh, it was merely a game of chess I played with the Grand Preceptor earlier. He advised me on one of my moves." Jiangwan nodded, recalling that Ningji was indeed an excellent chess player and had learned from Duan Jian. "Miss Jiang." "Yes?" "If you are free today, would you accompany me for a stroll through the streets?" Jiangwan glanced at the sky, where the sun had set, casting a dim light that felt strangely oppressive. She nodded. "Very well, let us go for a walk to clear our minds." At that moment, just after dinner, many people were out and about on the streets. The sounds of market vendors calling out mingled with the laughter of children playing, while patrons chatted at tea houses, their laughter occasionally echoing through the air. The devastation from the fire during the Lantern Festival had entirely vanished from sight, save for the towering structure of the Zuayin Tower, still undergoing repairs. Jiangwan casually remarked, "I wonder when we will be able to enter again." Ningji noticed her gaze lingering on the Zuayin Tower and asked, "What is Miss Jiang pondering?" "I was thinking about when the Zuayin Tower will reopen. There are still many matters I wish to clarify inside." "Have you not yet discovered who was behind the horse theft?" Jiangwan shook her head. The two strolled leisurely when suddenly, a loud vendor's call drew attention, accompanied by the incessant beat of drums, capturing the interest of the bustling street. "Come and see. Everything is being sold at a bargain." The drumbeats echoed relentlessly, and soon a crowd gathered around. "What are they selling that has caused such a commotion?" Ningji replied, "Let us go take a look." The two hurried forward, and Jiangwan, curious, pushed through the throng, catching sight of a magnificent black steed, its coat sleek and its demeanor noble. It looked somewhat familiar, prompting her to squeeze her way to the front. Upon seeing it clearly, her heart jolted. This was the very horse that had been stolen from her at Yuezhu Ridge. Chapter 63, He is Beyond Redemption. Jiangwan hastily approached and inquired, "Peddler, from whence did this horse come?" The peddler, assuming her interest was in purchasing, cheerfully responded, "Miss, you indeed have a discerning eye. This horse was once a war steed, having galloped on the battlefield, its speed is unparalleled." "I am asking where it is from and who sold it to you," Jiang Wan interjected, visibly tense. Noticing her anxious demeanor, the seller did not conceal the truth, replying, "A young gentleman sold it to me at a bargain, claiming he was in financial straits and had to part with it." "What is the name of this gentleman?" she pressed further. "If I recall correctly, his surname appears to be Xiao, though the precise details escape me," he admitted. Jiang Wan stood frozen, her mouth agape in shock. The cacophony of the bustling market seemed to fade into silence, and the name Xiao echoed repeatedly in her mind. After a prolonged moment of reflection, she urgently asked, "Could I see the receipt?" The peddler scrutinized her for a moment, seemingly perceiving her as a nuisance. "Miss, if you do not intend to buy, please do not hinder my business. I will purchase it. Just show me the receipt, and the horse is mine," she insisted. The peddler regarded her with skepticism. "This horse is not inexpensive, are you truly prepared to buy it?" Jiang Wan lowered her gaze, retrieving her purse and tossing it to him. "Is this sufficient?" The peddler's eyes sparkled with delight as he quickly pocketed the coins. "Yes, yes. Here is the receipt. Having bought the horse, it is yours now. Would you like me to write you a note as well?" Jiang Wan gently shook her head, clutching the receipt with trembling hands, hesitant to open it. Seeing her silence, the peddler departed, satisfied with his transaction. "Miss Jiang?" Ningji called softly. "Whom?" Jiang Wan snapped back to reality. This horse must be the one that was stolen previously, and the individual who wrote the receipt was likely a villain or an accomplice. "Why do you not open it?" Ningji inquired. Jiang Wan's heart raced, and after much deliberation, she slowly unfurled the receipt. The name that met her eyes made her breath hitch momentarily. Xiao Hengji. This handwriting was unmistakably his. She clenched her fists. No wonder he had appeared so unexpectedly at Yuezuling, gathering herbs. What a coincidence! Yet, she was perplexed. Why would Xiao Hengji steal the horse? Was he attempting to prevent her from attending the queen's banquet? What could possibly be at stake that necessitated such drastic measures to deter her? Her heart raced, turmoil surging within as she turned and hurriedly exited the lively marketplace. Breathing heavily, she felt her previous fondness for Xiao Hengji dissipating, replaced by the haunting memories of her past life that flooded her mind. She had thought she could guide him onto a righteous path, but it seemed he was irredeemable at his core. Even Song Shuang had suffered due to his actions. That lunatic would never spare a thought for the lives of others in pursuit of his own objectives. Noticing her pale complexion and hurried steps, Ningji quickly grasped her sleeve, expressing concern. "There may be some misunderstanding, Miss Jiang. It would be wise to clarify things first." Jiang Wan suppressed her emotions, forcing a calm facade as she replied, "I am feeling a bit unwell today. I wish to return to the manor, Your Highness. I beg your pardon." "I shall escort you," Ningji offered. Walking beside her, he observed Jiang Wan's profile, a peculiar smile tugging at his lips, while the peddler, in high spirits, pocketed the gold ingot given by Lu Feng. Meanwhile, far away in the military camp, Xiao Hengji had just received his military provisions. Prior to an expedition, troops would always prepare their gear. Jiang Sun's forces were no exception. The supply train, laden with provisions and military necessities, was steadily making its way to the front lines. Jiang Sun frequently surveyed the area, personally inspecting the supplies to ensure ample rations and a reliable water source. The soldiers bore solemn expressions, acutely aware of the arduous and pivotal nature of the upcoming campaign. Jiang Sun rallied them, declaring, "We shall soon embark on battle. This expedition is crucial for the fate of our nation. I stand with you all, united in life and death. Victory is our only goal." The soldiers exchanged glances, responding in unison, "We vow to fight alongside the general. We vow to fight alongside the general." As night fell, the moonlight draped the earth in tranquility, and Xiao Hengji shared a room with two other soldiers, dressed in archer's garb. He recalled Jiang Sun's earlier words, "If you insist on going, become an archer. You need not engage in battle unless absolutely necessary." He understood Jiang Sun's concern for him. Should he perish, Jiang Wan would be left a widow. At the core, he did only by experiencing the battlefield himself, shedding blood, would he come to realize that Jiang Wan was indeed correct. Nearby, several soldiers chatted as they arranged their bedding. "So, what did your wife prepare for you on this journey?" one asked. "A stitched talisman for safety," came the joyful reply. "And you?" "As usual, she made me some clothing," he boasted, lifting his collar to showcase his wife's handiwork. Xiao Hengji remained silent, and when the soldiers turned to him, they queried, "This young brother is new here, right? What did your wife prepare for you?" Xiao Hengji lay back on the bed, not responding. The two soldiers exchanged glances, chuckling awkwardly. "I guess he has not married yet. By the way, where are you from? How old are you?" "My aunt has a daughter of marrying age." "I have a wife," Xiao Hengji interjected.
The soldiers stared at him, and after a moment of silence, they curiously asked, "Then what did your wife prepare for you?" Xiao Hengji turned over in bed when he joined the military camp. Jiang Wan had been away from the manor, leaving no opportunity for farewells. Yet, she had indeed prepared something. He smiled faintly. "My wife said she had a birthday gift for me." The soldiers exchanged surprised glances. "When is your birthday?" "On New Year's Day," he replied. They patted his shoulder, chuckling knowingly. "Young brother, battles can last anywhere from 3 months to a year, especially at Fengyu Pass. It's already October, you probably won't make it home in time." "Indeed, it seems you will celebrate your birthday in the camp," they added. Xiao Hengji smiled but said nothing. 3 days later, Jiang Wan waited anxiously at the front hall for news from Duanjian. However, as days passed, there were neither orders for troop replacements nor messages received. Had he not claimed that her father would soon return home? Why was there still no word? Jiang Wan felt increasingly uneasy, fearing unforeseen changes, her anxiety mounting. "Second miss, perhaps you should sit for a while." "Who are you waiting for?" Su Mama approached, gently guiding her to a seat. Yet, Jiang Wan's mind remained restless, her gaze fixed on the door. Since Jiang Li's marriage and the departure of Jiang Sun and Xiao Hengji to the military, the Jiang manor had grown desolate. With winter approaching, the atmosphere felt even more bleak. Leaves fell from the trees, an ominous sign in her eyes. No, I cannot shake this feeling of unease," Jiang Wan muttered, rising to pay respects before her mother's tablet in the ancestral hall. Just as she took a few steps, footsteps echoed at the entrance. "Second miss," a maid announced. "What is it?" Jiang Wan turned her head, her heart tightening. "A noble person has come, said to be from young Master Duan's side, requesting to speak with the second Mississippi." Her heart leapt with joy, and she nearly dashed outside. Upon reaching the door, she confirmed it was indeed a servant of Duanjian. "What news does the Grand Tutor have?" she asked eagerly. "The Grand Tutor instructed me to convey that the Emperor has ordered a change of command in the military," the servant replied. Jiang Wan exhaled a sigh of relief, but her expression quickly shifted as she heard, "Messengers have already been dispatched according to the letter you provided, to investigate the third prince. If you spoke falsely before, you will not be spared." With that, he departed, leaving Jiang Wan with clenched fists. Once Duanjian successfully undermined the third prince, Ningji would have no rivals left, and his ascension would merely await a propitious day. In that case, the Empress would likely hasten to arrange for Qiyu's marriage. Securing the position of Crown Princess would solidify her standing as the future Empress. Chapter 64. He must act swiftly, leaving her with no avenue of escape. The following day, before dawn had broken, the sound of hooves clattering and the rustle of fabric echoed through the courtyard. Jiang Wan felt a surge of joy and hurried outside, only to find Jiang Sun dismounting and unfastening his cloak. "Father!" she exclaimed, hastening towards him. Jiang Sun responded lightly, inquiring, "Why are you still awake? Daughter has a light sleep." Upon hearing a sound, "I came out to see," she replied, trailing beside him, her curiosity piqued. "Father, why have you returned? Has the Emperor issued a decree to change the commander?" "Indeed, the Emperor has ordered me to remain in the capital while designating another commander to head to the front lines on a later date." A later date? Was it not said that Fengyu Pass was of utmost urgency? Why the delay in dispatching someone? A flicker of doubt crossed Jiang Wan's mind. The Emperor has his own decisions. "We cannot speculate on his intentions," Jiang Sun stated, his demeanor reflecting unwavering loyalty. Seeing his blind devotion, she contemplated speaking further but chose not to. It sufficed that he had returned home and the Jiang family was safe. The weight that had burdened her heart had finally lifted. She exhaled, an involuntary smile gracing her lips. "Since you need not go to war, it is best for you to rest at home." Jiang Sun did not respond, instead turning to say, "It is the middle of the night, you should return to bed." "Yes, daughter takes her leave." She turned with a lightness in her steps, her heart brimming with joy. However, just as she neared her door, she caught sight of Xiao Hengji standing outside her room. The smile on Jiang Wan's face faltered, and she halted in her tracks. She regarded him, a mere 3 paces away, her thoughts drifting to the incident involving the stolen horse, stirring a whirlwind of complex emotions within her. In truth, her feelings towards Xiao Hengji had softened of late. She felt he was changing for the better, yet beneath his mask lay a heart capable of treachery and malice. How was she to confront him now? Her emotions were tumultuous, thoughts surging like a tide, leaving her in a state of indecision. "Second miss," Xiao Hengji approached, interrupting her reverie. Jiang Wan composed her expression and replied coolly, "Since you need not go to war, you should rest early." Xiao Hengji pressed further, "I came to inquire if the Emperor's recall of the summons was something you orchestrated?" Jiang Wan fell silent for a moment, withholding her response. Instead, she shifted the focus, gazing intently into his eyes. "Xiao Hengji, were you truly gathering herbs at Yuzhu Ridge last month?" A jolt of alarm coursed through Xiao Hengji. He sensed the sharpness in her words. Why was she suddenly probing this matter? "Just answer me, yes or no," Jiang Wan commanded, her gaze piercing as if intent on unraveling all his secrets. An uneasy feeling began to rise within him, yet he maintained his composure and replied, "Of course, did you encounter any suspicious individuals there?" Jiang Wan scrutinized his face, determined not to miss a single nuance of his expression. He merely shook his head, displaying no signs of deviation. Jiang Wan felt a surge of indignation and stated bluntly, "Stop pretending, Xiao Hengji, I already know about your deeds." She tossed a receipt towards him. Xiao Hengji bent to retrieve it, his brow furrowing as he recognized the signature mimicking his own handwriting. "I am giving you a chance to explain," Jiang Wan said coldly. However, Xiao Hengji remained tight-lipped. While he could not fathom how the horse had become one he sold, he had no defense regarding the theft. Seeing his silence, Jiang Wan pressed on, "Why did you stop me from attending the banquet?" "Speak," anger tinged her voice. "Because I did not want you to meet the crown prince," he replied, his tone measured, yet his eyes reflected anger and disappointment. Jiang Wan was taken aback. "How did you know His Highness would attend the banquet?" Xiao Hengji said nothing as the wind rustled ominously in the courtyard, morning mist beginning to gather, the chill in the air rendering the atmosphere between them as frigid as ice. Xiao Hengji took a step forward, then another, slowly closing the distance between them. In that moment of eye contact, Jiang Wan shivered, his unfathomable gaze seemed to reach into the abyss, ensnaring her heart, rendering her breathless. A daring thought flashed through her mind: could it be that Xiao Hengji, too, had been reborn, thus knowing that the banquet was for the empress to select a consort for the crown prince, and that Ningji would be in attendance? If that were the case, then the present Xiao Hengji was akin to the regent of her past life. The mere possibility of this sent Jiang Wan retreating 2 steps, creating distance between them. "Xiao Hengji, are you also?" Just then, he hurriedly interrupted, "Overheard by chance, overheard by chance." Jiang Wan's skepticism flared, and just as she was about to press further, the sound of something heavy crashing to the ground echoed from the opposite room. It was from Song Shuang's quarters. Jiang Wan rushed over to find the room in disarray, with Song Shuang huddled in a corner, as though she had seen something frightful. Jiang Wan hurried to help her up. At Song Shuang, "How did you fall?" Song Shuang hung her head in silence. Jiang Wan gently patted her shoulder in reassurance, only to hear her murmuring something. Leaning in to listen closely, she caught the words, "I want to go home." "Does Song Shuang wish to return home?" She nodded slightly. Jiang Wan observed Song Shuang's current state, casting a cold, distant glance at the door where Xiao Hengji stood. Xiao Hengji turned his head and swiftly returned to his room, where he found Guiyi seated, toying with the recovered eagle whistle. Noticing Xiao Hengji's entrance, Guiyi remarked, "That little girl is far too timid. I only mentioned taking the eagle whistle, and she looked as if she had seen a ghost." "Who told you to enter her room?" Xiao Hengji's voice rose, his brows furrowed with irritation. Guiyi tilted his head in surprise. "Who has provoked you?" Xiao Hengji closed his eyes, suppressing his emotions as he asked, "Did anything happen while I was away these past few days?" "Oh, plenty." Guiyi tossed the whistle into the air, recounting how Jiang Wan had purchased a horse in the marketplace, detailing the incident clearly. He concluded nonchalantly, "I mentioned the horse had gone missing. Turns out it was stolen and sold." His tone was casual and indifferent, yet Xiao Hengji's fists clenched tightly. This individual not only recognized him but also deliberately sowed discord between Jiang Wan and himself. The only person capable of such machinations in his mind was Ningji. Guiyi, noticing the murderous expression on Xiao Hengji's face, tucked the eagle whistle into his chest and took a step back, adding, "By the way, a while ago she met someone. I can't glean much about him, only that his surname is Duan. Beyond that, I know nothing." After speaking, he noticed Xiao Hengji's lack of reaction and promptly jumped out of the window. "Duan Jian," Xiao Hengji muttered, narrowing his eyes. No wonder the emperor abruptly changed the commander for this campaign. It seems Jiang Wan sought his intervention, but that man was known for his avarice. For the emperor to retract an order, it must have been for a considerable reason. What could Jiang Wan possibly offer in negotiation? His brows knitted together, thoughts racing. Could it be the third prince? There were few matters that would pique Duan Jian's interest, and eliminating the third prince would certainly clear the path for Ningji. Having spent much of her previous life in the depths of the palace, Jiang Wan was well versed in royal secrets. It was not unusual for her to possess leverage over a prince. If the third prince were indeed removed, it would be greatly advantageous for him. However, Jiang Wan's recent doubts regarding him would undoubtedly lead her to probe further. He must act swiftly. Even if the truth were revealed, he must ensure that Jiang Wan had no means of escape, leaving Ningji unable to touch him. Xiao Hengji retrieved the gold-threaded jade talisman he had always kept on him. It was time to put this to use, yet before that, there was one more matter that required swift resolution. The next morning, after Jiang Wan had finished her breakfast, the maidservants and attendants gathered Song Shuang's belongings, preparing to send her home. Song Shuang's home was 1,000 miles from the capital, and Jiang Wan, feeling uneasy, had summoned 2 additional guards to accompany her. Just as they assisted her into the carriage, the sound of soft footsteps approached suddenly. Second Miss Jiang Wan turned to see Wen Xian walking toward her. What brings the young lady here unexpectedly? She greeted with a smile. I made some sachets, do take a look and see if you fancy any, Wen Xian offered, presenting a box of sachets. So many, Jiang Wan picked up a few, inhaling their fragrant aroma, which carried a refreshing coolness. Wen Xian smiled and explained, I added a few mint leaves inside. Jiang Wan nodded appreciatively, selecting a few more to smell. I particularly like this one, it has a subtle plum blossom fragrance. After a moment, she recalled something. By the way, in a few days, it will be the annual banquet hosted by the Wen family. I've heard that the Duke of Wen has a fondness for jade. Do you think a jade pillow would be a suitable gift? She glanced at Wen Xian, noting the lack of joy on her face. Why does the young lady appear troubled? Wen Xian pressed her lips together before speaking. Second Miss Jiang, you must know that my connection with the young master began at this banquet. It was originally meant to be my third sister who would wed him, but she abruptly ceased her words, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. Jiang Wan understood that the cup of wine meant for Wen's third miss, Wen, had mistakenly been consumed by Wen Xian, resulting in her entanglement with Li Zhijing. Wen Xian likely felt that returning home to face Wen would be somewhat awkward. Chapter 65. So this is Jiang Mian, the alluring vixen, she inquired. Are you concerned, Lady Heir, that there may be some embarrassing moments at the banquet? Wen Xian nodded, her fingers nervously fidgeting. The heir does not wish to attend, and if I were to abstain as well, it would come across as rather impolite. However, I do harbor some apprehension regarding my third sister, who has never been fond of me. I fear that at this gathering, Wen may deliberately put me in a difficult position. Noting the distress on her face, Jiang Mian pondered for a moment before responding, there is no need for you to fret, Lady Heir. If the heir does not go, I shall accompany you. Wen Xian's eyes sparkled with hope. Is that truly the case? Miss Jian will join me? Indeed, it is true. Yet, Wen Xian's spirits soon waned, and she adopted a more subdued expression. But no, my third sister is not easy to deal with. I fear you may suffer as a consequence. With a smile, Jiang Mian replied, my elder sister is not easy to manage either. Have you ever witnessed me being at a disadvantage? Wen Xian gazed at her with gratitude. Soon, the day of the banquet arrived. Before departing, Jiang Mian cast a glance at Xiao Hengji's residence, deliberating whether to inquire. Xiao Hengji, today the Wen family is hosting a banquet. Will you accompany me? Since she had confronted him about the horse incident, their exchanges had dwindled, leaving her with an unsettling feeling that Xiao Hengji was concealing something from her. A persistent thought lingered in her mind, suspecting that he might be the Regent Prince reincarnated, yet, she had not discerned any discernible clues, as Xiao Hengji appeared utterly normal, too normal, in fact, which unsettled her. She intended to use this banquet as an opportunity to probe further. With numerous attendees present, Xiao Hengji had never been in such a setting before, and she suspected he might find it challenging. If he were indeed the Regent Prince, that would change everything. Shaking herself from her thoughts, she urged, if you are to come, do prepare quickly. Xiao Hengji smiled faintly, rising to his feet. Very well, I have yet to experience such an event. It will be a fine opportunity to broaden my horizons. The two traveled in silence until they arrived at the Wen family estate. 2 rows of servants stood at the entrance, and guests needed only to declare their identities. Whether noble or commoner, all were welcomed as long as they adhered to the principles of courtesy. This tradition had been passed down through generations from the Wen family's ancestors. It was said that the Wen family's forebear had encountered a severely injured man on his way to the imperial examinations and, in his attempt to save him, missed the examination. Unbeknownst to him, that man later founded a new dynasty and, upon establishing his reign, specifically visited the Wen family to host a homecoming banquet. Thus, the descendants of the Wen family continued this tradition, ensuring that, despite any turmoil within the family, they would always enjoy the imperial favor at this annual feast. Over time, countless individuals had met at this banquet for business or matrimonial purposes, with many hoping to gain auspicious fortunes. Even travelers from distant lands would journey for miles, wishing to forge connections with the powerful or to seek opportunities. The stage was alive with melodious music, while a troupe of performers struck drums and sang in a lively manner. Below, the atmosphere buzzed with small talk, as guests displayed their charms and flattery. Jiang Mian sat beside Wen Xian, overhearing a conversation behind her. Brother Lu, this wine cellar has been aged for a century. We must visit the Zuiyin Tower another day to indulge in conversation. Indeed, it is fine wine. My thanks to you, Brother Wang. Their laughter echoed, leaving Jiang Mian perplexed. But isn't the Zuiyin Tower closed since that great fire? Yes, it has been undergoing renovations for some time, yet it reopened yesterday. With that, the young man turned back to converse with his companion.
Xiao Hengji leaned in and asked, Miss, do you wish to investigate further? The last time a fire broke out after we examined a blueprint, Zuiyin Tower must hold many secrets.
As Zhang Mian listened to his words, she pondered.
If Xiao Hengji had sent someone to seize the horse, was it merely coincidental that she was later abducted by the one-eyed man, or was it part of his machinations? Her suspicions swirled, leaving her in a state of confusion.
Miss?
Xiao Hengji called again. Zhang Mian turned to answer, Indeed, I shall visit again another day. I have grown weary of the same old red-flagged performances, and it would be refreshing to see Zuiyin Tower. She intentionally mentioned the red-flagged performances, as they were exclusive to the royal palace. After speaking, she observed Xiao Hengji, keenly watching for his reaction. Red-flagged performances, I have not heard of them, he replied, maintaining a composed demeanor. Zhang Mian scrutinized him closely. Typically, individuals would touch their noses or sip their drinks when lying or feeling anxious. Yet, Xiao Hengji exhibited no such behavior, his expression remaining entirely natural. She redirected her gaze, realizing that this line of inquiry was somewhat foolish. If he truly were the Regent Prince, he would undoubtedly not reveal any telltale signs. She needed to devise another strategy. Before long, a maid approached, bypassing Zhang Mian to stand by when Qian sighed. She whispered, Fifth Miss, your cousin, Third Miss, requests your presence. This Third Miss was none other than Wan Yin. Having been raised in the Wan household, she was the third eldest among the sisters, thus the servants referred to her as Third Mississippi. When Qian's back stiffened, a taut string in her heart. Just as she was about to rise, Zhang Mian pressed her down, saying, The identity of the lady heir cannot be dictated by her. Her gaze sparkled with encouragement, as if infusing her with strength. When Qian bit her lip, feeling the power of Zhang Mian's gaze, and slowly spoke, If my third sister has matters to discuss, she may come to me. As her words fell, the maid seemed startled but said nothing, retreating instead.
Once the maid had departed, Wan Qian exhaled, looking at Zhang Mian. How was that? Did I betray any fear? Zhang Mian shook her head with a smile. Not at all. Wan Qian lightly patted her chest, attempting to calm herself.
Yet, a mere moment later, a voice rang out from a distance, Fifth Sister. Though the surrounding crowd was somewhat noisy, Wan Yin's sharp voice cut through the din, clear as day in Wan Qian's ears. Turning around, Wan Qian saw Wan Yin and Qiyu approaching. The two were close friends, often seen together instinctively. Wan Qian rose and greeted, Greetings, Third Sister, Miss Qiyu.
Wan Yin let out a light laugh. Ah, so you acknowledge me as your third sister?
You wouldn't come when called, but now that you're within the confines of home, you think to act all high and mighty. After speaking, she cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Mian.
Isn't this the second daughter of the Zheng family?
I have always treated my sister with such familiarity, why do you seem so perturbed?
Upon hearing her words, Qiyu's gaze fixated on Zhang Mian, pondering, is this the woman who had the cousin send out the phoenix?
With such an enchanting demeanor, it's no wonder my cousin hardly spares her a glance. Zhang Mian, oblivious to Qiyu's scrutiny, stood and addressed Wan Yin. As an outsider, I cannot lay claim to any feelings. I merely wonder if the lady heir is concerned.
Oh? Wan Yin raised an eyebrow, teasingly asking, do you care, third sister?
Wan Qian hesitated momentarily, and Wan Yin seized the opportunity to interject, since she has not expressed concern, it must mean she is not.
Miss Jiang, you needn't meddle in our sisterly affairs.
With a dismissive laugh, she continued, Fifth Sister, come here. I only wish to speak with you, there is no need for such apprehension. Her gaze swept over the maid, who expertly positioned herself beside Wan Qian, attempting to escort her away.
Just as Zhang Mian intended to intervene, Qiyu affectionately grasped Wan Qian's hand, exclaiming, So you are the second daughter of the Zheng family, I have long heard of your esteemed name, and now I finally meet the real deal. Long heard of my name? Zhang Mian mused, perplexed. Indeed.
I often hear His Highness mention you, saying you are intriguing. I even suggested he bring you into the palace to keep me company, otherwise, I shall perish from boredom alone.
Zhang Mian discerned the underlying implication.
Ningji wished to bring her into the palace solely to alleviate the tedium for this princess. She smiled but remained silent, recalling that the former empress had said something similar to the favored concubine, merely seeking to salvage her own dignity. Seeing Zhang Mian's silence, Qiyu tugged at her hand once more, saying, I feel an instant connection with Miss Zhang. Would you care to accompany me for a stroll?
Wan Qian, sensing Zhang Mian's discomfort, tightened her fists and spoke, Today is a rare occasion of festivity. Miss Jiang should enjoy herself without concern for me.
With that, she followed the maid away. Xiao Hengji had been observing from the side, his gaze lingering on Qiyu's hand that remained on Zhang Mian's arm. Suddenly, he interjected, Miss, the banquet is about to commence, it would be prudent not to wander too far. Jiang Mian watched Wen Chen disappear into the crowd before retracting her gaze to respond, "It is of no consequence. Miss Chiyu's kind invitation to explore is welcomed, and it is merely an opportunity to forge new friendships."
"Shall we go then?" Chiyu beamed, leading Jiang Mian toward the rear courtyard.
With a smile that masked her true feelings, Jiang Mian linked arms with Chiyu, moving with poise and composure. This Chiyu was exactly as she had imagined, clearly scheming, her intentions transparent to Jiang Mian. Chapter 66. To my surprise, she is quite beautiful, I wish to marry her. As they approached the flower garden, Jiang Wan casually inquired, "The chrysanthemums this winter are truly exquisite, does Miss..." She then took Jiang Wan's arm, feigning a pout as she remarked, "What is so captivating about this garden? The Wen family's lakeside back mountain is far more delightful, why don't we go have a look there instead?" "Very well," Jiang Wan acquiesced, accompanying her toward the back mountain. Xiao Hengji stood in place, initially intending to follow them, but reconsidered. After all, Jiang Wan had never faltered in the presence of the Empress in her past life. A mere thoughtless Chiyu should pose no issue. He had come to the Wen residence with more pressing matters at hand. He recalled Guiye's previous mention of seeing the one-eyed Zheng transporting several large boxes, suspected to be weapons, from the Wen household in the dead of night. If the Wen family truly dared to forge weapons in secret, they must have the royal family backing them. The third prince had already been informed by Jiang Wan, and his faction would certainly be seeking to keep a low profile. Yet, the Wen family was brazenly hosting a banquet. It was clear they were aligned with the crown prince. Thus, to remove the Wen family would be to clip Ningji's wings. If they were indeed hoarding weapons, there must be a hidden passage within the inner courtyard. Rising, Xiao Hengji surveyed the inner hall where most of the Wen family's elders and younger members were gathered. At this moment, the inner courtyard should be deserted. He moved discreetly towards the corridor, feigning a leisurely stroll, and made his way to the covered walkway, beyond which lay the inner courtyard. Indeed, the courtyard was sparsely populated. After incapacitating a few gatekeepers, he moved freely. However, after a swift search, he found nothing amiss. Just as he pondered where to commence his search for hidden passages, he recalled that the Duke of Wen had a penchant for collecting rare artifacts. Yet, after scouring so many rooms, he had yet to uncover anything of worth. Intuition told him there must be another location he had overlooked. Just as he was about to investigate further, he suddenly spotted Wen Yin emerging from a distance, laughing heartily, her exuberance exaggerated. Xiao Hengji's eyes darkened momentarily. Her arrival was quite fortuitous. "Ah, did you see her expression just now, always playing the pitiful and innocent card?" A maid echoed beside her, "Miss San's scheme is quite clever. We shall see how Wen Chen resolves this. She dares to steal my marriage, I shall make her aware of the consequences. This is her retribution." As their voices grew nearer, Xiao Hengji stood under the corridor, feigning interest in the scenery. When Yin's gaze flitted over him, he was a striking figure, well suited for marriage. Her eyes sparkled as she approached, asking, "This young sir, are you headed to the banquet?" Her voice was soft and exceedingly graceful. Xiao Hengji turned, replying nonchalantly, "I am merely wandering here for a moment, seeking a bit of tranquility." As he spoke casually, Wen Yin found herself captivated by the depths of his gaze. It was indeed rare to find someone of similar age and such striking appearance among the young gentlemen of noble families. Her heart leapt with joy as she proposed, "Then allow me to escort you to the tea room for a respite?" Xiao Hengji did not decline, saying, "I would be grateful for your guidance, Miss San." Wen Yin, blushing slightly, led him into the tea room, a serene and elegant space devoid of company. As she summoned someone to pour tea, she inquired, "May I ask which family you hail from? I do not recall having seen you before." Xiao Hengji met her gaze, responding, "Miss San, how could you forget? We were just at the banquet together." Wen Yin paused, suddenly recalling that he was indeed the gentleman seated beside Jiang Wan, though she had only caught a glimpse of him from behind. Rumor had it that the Jiang residence had a foster son, and it seemed that he was the one. Not how unexpectedly handsome, she laughed, "Forgive my poor memory, I momentarily forgot." "Not at all, Miss San. You meet many people daily, it is only natural to forget. I, on the other hand, have seen few and cannot forget your visage." He lifted his teacup, his words seemingly casual, yet they sent a tremor of excitement through Wen Yin's heart. Such sweet words, though he is but a foster son, the general's household lacks a legitimate heir, and a mere nominal title would suffice. He is indeed a match for me. With newfound boldness, she ventured, "Young sir, do you happen to have a suitable match at present?" Xiao Hengji pressed his lips together, gently shaking his head, as if lamenting, "A suitable match is indeed hard to find." He then fixed his gaze upon Wen Yin, adding, "Moreover, I fear that a certain maiden may already be spoken for." Wen Yin felt a warmth radiate from his gentle eyes, as if her heart were melting into a pool of water. She had been labeled as awaiting marriage since childhood, yet the only time she had met the Empress Dowager's grandson was during her youth, after which they lost contact. Later, the Wen family, wishing to maintain their reputation, could not directly approach the Empress Dowager to call off the engagement. Thus, she bore this burden, her youth slipping away, with no suitors daring to approach. Desperate, she could only catch fleeting glimpses of men during family banquets. It was exceedingly rare to encounter someone so pleasing to the eye and with such a charming manner of speaking. Her heart raced as if it might leap from her throat. Seeing her momentarily stunned, Xiao Hengji added, "Miss San, do not overthink. I know you are already betrothed, and it is a bond that cannot be easily severed." His brow furrowed, his expression tinged with regret. Wen quickly interjected, "If you truly wish, grant me some time, I shall find a way to dissolve this binding engagement." Xiao Hengji paused for a moment, then smiled, "If you express it, Miss San, it is certainly worth my wait." His smile was gentle, as if he were infusing her heart with an endless surge of hope, making her eager to seek the Empress Dowager to annul her engagement at that very moment. Then, he inquired, "I have heard that the Duke of Wen possesses a remarkable collection of curiosities, might you show me?" "Of course, follow me." Wen, utterly unguarded, led Xiao Hengji toward the main house. Upon opening the back door, they entered another courtyard, where a solitary pavilion stood. Xiao Hengji squinted, realizing it was hidden so well. No wonder he had missed it. Unfortunately, the door was locked. Wen sighed, "Perhaps it is locked due to the banquet, it is seldom secured otherwise." "What a stroke of misfortune," Xiao Hengji sighed. Wen added, "I shall fetch the key from my brother another day. If you wish to see it, do come find me." "Isn't this where the Duke of Wen stores his private treasures? How could Miss San's brother possess the key?" "My brother occasionally comes here to inspect the artifacts," she explained. Xiao Hengji nodded, a thoughtful smile gracing his lips. "No matter, there will be ample time, there is no need to rush." Wen smiled shyly, a flicker of anticipation blossoming within her. Meanwhile, Jiangwan and Qiyu were strolling side by side along the path by the lakeside back mountain. This area was a scenic garden crafted by the Wen family, adorned with towering rock formations encircling a central lake. "Do you find this place to your liking, Miss Jian?" Qiyu inquired. Jiangwan leaned against the rocks, responding leisurely, "Indeed, it is quite elegant, especially with the golden ginkgo leaves adding to the charm." "Yes, but we have been walking for quite some time. Let us rest at the pavilion ahead," she suggested, casually brushing against Jiangwan's shoulder. Jiangwan's instincts were aroused as she deftly stepped aside, regaining her balance, and smiled. "Miss Qi, you are truly considerate, but my constitution can withstand such minor exertion." She thought to herself, "Do you wish to push me off? Is this the extent of your tactics? I have encountered far more cunning schemes upon entering the palace." Qiyu hesitated, a flicker of surprise crossing her face, which she quickly masked. "Miss Jiang, you are indeed strong and resilient. I find myself a bit unsteady. If you are fatigued, perhaps you should join me at the banquet, it should be starting soon," Jiangwan suggested. Qiyu, slightly flustered, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, glancing at the lake as she nodded. The descent was steep, and as they neared the lake's edge, Qiyu suddenly cried out, stumbling backward, perilously close to falling into the water. A cold glint flashed in Jiangwan's eyes as she swiftly grasped Qiyu's sleeve, using the momentum to pull her back to safety. "Miss, the path is treacherous. One must tread carefully. With only the two of us here, one might mistakenly think I was trying to push you into the water," she remarked. Qiyu's face turned pale, and she awkwardly expressed her gratitude, forcing a calm demeanor. "Thank you, Miss Jiang, for your reminder. I lost my footing and startled you." Jiangwan replied coolly, "It is nothing, everyone has their moments of misstep." Her words carried a hidden meaning, causing Qiyu's smile to falter. As they returned to the banquet, Qiyu clenched her fists, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction at Jiangwan's calm demeanor. Casting her gaze across the banquet table, she suddenly inquired, "Miss Jiang, you must be of marriageable age now, do you have a favored gentleman? Why do you ask this all of a sudden?" Qiyu remained silent, merely gesturing toward a figure approaching them in the distance. Jiangwan turned to see Li Zhijing making his way toward them. Chapter 67. The lady of the house. On stage, the lady of the house found herself the subject of scrutiny from the audience. Having encountered the young master, Qiyu performed a courteous bow. "Miss Qi, Miss Jiang," she greeted, acknowledging them with a nod. Both young women suddenly adopted a veneer of politeness, their discomfort palpable, resulting in a rather awkward atmosphere. Unable to bear the silence any longer, Jiangwan broke it by inquiring, "I heard from the young mistress that you wouldn't be attending. What prompted your sudden appearance?" "I initially had no intention of coming," he replied, his voice gradually dwindling, betraying a hint of unease. "However, I felt it would be disrespectful for the young mistress to attend alone." She stifled a laugh nearby, for who among them was unaware that the heir of the Pingnan Marquis had previously pursued Miss Jiang incessantly? Li Jing was clearly seizing this opportunity to see Jiang Wan, that if she could discern this, how could Jiang Wan remain oblivious? With a composed smile, Jiang Wan replied, "If that is the case, why not seek out the young mistress? I have some matters to discuss with Miss Qi." Li Jing, filled with unspoken words, swallowed them back as he noticed Jiang Wan's dismissive posture. He could only retreat with a sense of resignation. Once he departed, Qiyu graced Jiang Wan with a knowing smile. "If Miss Jiang remains unattached for too long, the young master may find it difficult to forget you." "Miss Qi, you jest. The young master and I are merely long-standing friends." "Oh, but there's no need for Miss Jiang to feel anxious. I have heard that you and the young master have a childhood bond. Though he is now married, who does not know that his heart still lies with you?" After a brief pause, she added, "One cannot help but pity his young mistress." "Whatever do you mean by that?" Jiang Wan inquired. "Consider it. She is bound to a husband who does not love her, while his affections remain with an unwed woman. She must live in perpetual vigilance. It is no wonder she chose to sit beside you today, to keep a watchful eye." Jiang Wan felt a twinge of irony at such divisive words. This single remark had managed to disturb the delicate balance among three individuals. In her past life, she had been adept at spreading rumors within the harem, and it seemed she had already acquired such skills before even entering the palace. Noticing Jiang Wan's silence, Qiyu feigned contrition. "I spoke without thinking. Please do not let this create a rift between you and the young mistress." Jiang Wan caught sight of Wan Ying approaching from the other end of the corridor, and a plan began to form in her mind. She smiled gently and replied, "How could I? I am not one to hold grudges. I am one to repay kindness with kindness." Seeing that her bait had not taken, Qiyu was keen to continue, but Jiang Wan had already turned to the other side. "Is Miss San going to the front courtyard?" As Wan Ying drew near, she casually remarked, "Indeed, a splendid performance is set to begin in the front courtyard. Why did you not go to watch instead of lingering here? Do take care not to wander off and cause my household any embarrassment." "Not at all. With Miss Qi accompanying me, how could I possibly get lost?" Jiang Wan replied, recalling how Qiyu had just claimed a sense of camaraderie and shared many delightful conversations with her. Wan Ying tilted her head, momentarily pausing. Having been close friends with Qiyu for many years, Jiang Wan's words had evidently caused a subtle shift in their relationship. "Sister Yu, what were you discussing with Miss Jiang? Do share it with me." Jiang Wan let out a light laugh, preemptively responding before Qiyu could speak. "Oh, it was nothing much, merely that I have reached the age for marriage, and it would be prudent to wed sooner rather than later, lest I remain a mere unclaimed blossom." She intentionally emphasized the phrase unclaimed blossom. Wan Ying's brow furrowed slightly as she chuckled derisively. "I had not realized, Sister Yu, that you were so concerned for others." Jiang Wan was aware that Wan Ying had been betrothed since birth to the emperor's grandson, yet he had yet to appear. The Wan family, concerned about their reputation, was reluctant to initiate a cancellation of the engagement. Wan Ying, therefore, sought to force the issue by creating a situation. She had set her sights on the likes of Li Jing but had been thwarted by Wan Xian. Now, having remained unmarried for quite some time, she was particularly sensitive to such remarks. Perceiving the shift in the atmosphere, Qiyu hastily clarified, "Sister, do not misunderstand, I meant no offense." Jiang Wan quickly stoked the flames. "Indeed, Miss Qi was referring to me and not to you." Wan Ying's expression darkened instantly, her tone turning icy. "I suppose Sister Yu is simply delighted at the prospect of becoming the crown princess, hence her remarks about others' affairs. But do not worry, my marriage will be settled in due time." With that, she strode away, leaving no opportunity for further explanation. "Did I say something amiss?" Qiyu feigned innocence, blinking her eyes. "You! Just you wait." Qiyu glared at her indignantly before hastening after Wan Ying. Jiang Wan stifled a laugh. Such trivial tactics were hardly worthy of displayed eye in her previous life. It was only through the Empress's backing that Qiyu had dared to act with such bravado, but after the Empress's demise, she was swiftly relegated from her position as crown princess. Ultimately, she was merely a spoiled little princess, and without the Empress's support, she could hardly navigate the complexities of court life, especially now that she was merely a young girl. Jiang Wan returned to the front courtyard, deliberately avoiding the direction of Li Jing. Upon returning to her seat, she glanced around with a hint of confusion but could not spot Wan Qian or Xiao Hang. She inquired of a nearby maid, "Have you seen the fifth miss return?" The maid pointed with her finger towards the circular platform ahead. Jiang Wan followed her gaze and saw an isolated figure on the central stage, clad in the delicate attire of a dancer, her face veiled by a thin gauze. The cold wind made her shiver. Despite the obscured features, Jiang Wan immediately recognized her as Wan Xian. The young mistress of the house was performing publicly. Jiang Wan's heart sank. It became clear that the spectacle Wan Ying had mentioned was indeed this. Such a humiliating display was meant to embarrass Wen Qian while simultaneously tarnishing the reputation of the Pingnan Marquis' household. Not a single elder from the Wen family stepped forth to intervene. Yet, she found it perplexing. Wen Qian had always been cautious, wary of losing face for Li Zhijing in public. Why would she willingly expose herself to such ridicule? Turning her gaze towards Li Zhijing, she found him engrossed in his cup, entirely disregarding the performance on stage. A sharp clang of a gong shattered her thoughts. The dancer in the center began to move gracefully, her movements flowing like an orchid swaying in the wind, her gauzy skirt billowing as she twirled. She appeared ethereal, as if a celestial being had descended. Jiang Wan turned her head at the sound, noticing Wen Ziyuan, the second master of the Wen family, wandering among the guests with a wine cup in hand, observing Wen Qian's performance with an amused expression. He was Wen Ying's elder brother, a young general of the Wen family, renowned for his valor at the age of 16 when he valiantly breached the Fengyu Pass, subsequently earning his title. His command was known for sustaining the fewest casualties, thus he held considerable esteem among the soldiers. In her past life, he had played a crucial role in securing the Fengyu Pass, celebrated for his loyalty and righteousness. However, Jiang Wan felt an inexplicable cunning about him, perhaps sensing her gaze. When Ziyuan turned to her, "Miss Jiang, why do you gaze at me so? Are you hoping to share a drink?" As he spoke, he leaned closer, pouring wine into her cup, the scent of alcohol wafting toward her. Jiang Wan wrinkled her nose in distaste, summoning a maid. "Your young master is inebriated, please escort him away." When Ziyuan laughed heartily, "I am not drunk, who dares move me?" The maids, intimidated, retreated a step at his words. Most of the guests were captivated by Wen Qian's dance, oblivious to the escalating situation nearby. Just as Jiang Wan prepared to slip away, a hand grasped Wen Ziyuan's. "Splendid, we have yet to sit down together for a drink." Li Zhijing pulled Wen Ziyuan aside, but Jiang Wan felt an unaccountable irritation at his actions. Here he was, attending to her while his wife was being subjected to public scrutiny on stage. What was this? Jiang Wan quickened her pace, her displeasure evident. "This trivial matter I can handle myself. There is no need for the young master to intervene. You would do better to pay attention to the individual up there." Chapter 68. How is fifth sister in use? Upon observing her irate demeanor, Li Zhijing directed his gaze toward the stage. Just then, the music came to a close. When Qian gently lifted her sleeve, the delicate fabric of her gauzy dress seeming particularly frigid in this season, and her frail figure was visibly trembling on the stage. Nevertheless, the guests below, still reveling in the aftermath, clamored for more. Another tune, another tune. The shouts surged, accompanied by loud applause, treating her as if she were merely a common performer to be mocked. Beneath her veil, when Qian's complexion was turning pale, stranded on stage with no support, caught in a dilemma, she clutched the edges of her sleeve, timidly glancing down. The elder members of the Wen family at the main table remained aloof, laughing and conversing as if it were none of their concern, leisurely lifting their wine cups. The Duke of Wen cast a disdainful glance at the stage, his eyes betraying his disapproval. Noticing her frozen in place, Wen Yin approached her, whispering, "Fifth sister, if you desire the antidote, you must behave obediently. In this public setting, I have ample means to embarrass you. For instance, I could simply tear off your veil and let everyone see your face. How does that sound?" As she spoke, she reached out as if to remove the veil, prompting Wen Qian to respond hastily, her pallor deepening. "No. I will dance." Wen Yin shot her a scornful glance before returning to her seat, leaning close to the Duke of Wen. "An uncle, fifth sister insists on dancing, claiming that the young master enjoys it. I cannot persuade her otherwise." The young master, the Duke of Wen, scoffed, expressing his displeasure. "If she seeks to humiliate herself, then let her be." Below, when Ziyuan swayed his wineglass, resting his hand on Li Zhijing's shoulder, speaking in a flippant tone, "A young master, how is my delicate fifth sister in use? Does it feel delightful?" Li Zhijing shook off his hand, casting a cold glance in his direction. "Do you think this wine can silence your tongue?" When Ziyuan made a dismissive sound, awkwardly sitting back down. Li Zhijing's gaze shifted back to the stage, his brow furrowing as his fists clenched silently. If he were to step forward now, he would be revealing to everyone that the dancer on stage was the future Duchess of the Marquis. Yet, if he chose to ignore the situation, he feared for Wen Qian's fate and the extent of the bullying she might endure. Just as the music was about to resume, after much contemplation, he could no longer restrain himself and stood up, taking a step forward. However, at that moment, the raucous voices of the guests abruptly ceased, plunging the banquet into a sudden silence. All eyes turned toward the entrance. Jiang Wan slightly raised her eyes, following the gaze of the crowd, and beheld a composed and elegant figure stepping in, draped in a deep blue cloak, adorned in splendid attire, standing tall and upright. He exuded a demeanor as refined as jade, smiling gently, his every gesture devoid of ostentation, yet commanding the silence of all present, rendering them hesitant to offend. Upon recognizing the guest, the Duke of Wen hurriedly approached, offering a low greeting. "It is indeed the esteemed Grand Tutor, please take a seat." As soon as he said this, murmurs began to ripple among the guests. So that is the Grand Tutor, how remarkably young.
The Wen family can invite even the Grand Tutor.
If we could cultivate some rapport, why has the Grand Tutor, who has never attended before, suddenly chosen to come now? Snippets of conversation drifted into Duan Jian's ears, and he nodded slightly. I happened to pass through this area and thought to pay a visit. I hope it has not troubled the Duke.
Not at all, your presence is most welcome. In my household, there are many who will never have the chance to meet the Grand Tutor in their lifetime.
His words rang true. Duan Jian rarely ventured from the palace, and even high-ranking officials needed to go through several layers of protocol to approach him. Today, appearing so openly before everyone would likely become a topic of gossip for a considerable time to come. As they spoke, however, when Ziyuan, heavily intoxicated, stepped forward with a hint of arrogance and mockery, merely relying on family status to earn the title of Grand Tutor, does he truly believe himself to be so remarkable? The Duke of Wen's expression darkened immediately, reprimanding him in a hushed tone. Nonsense. Withdraw at once. A maid stepped forward to assist Wen Ziyuan, who, as he passed by Wen Xian, lifted her chin with a malicious grin. Don't go home today, come to my room, and we shall dance together. The Duke of Wen closed his eyes, gesturing for them to take him away. Quickly, remove him. Turning to Duan Jian, he added, my young relative has indulged in drink and is speaking foolishly.
I begged the Grand Tutor not to take offense.
Duan Jian replied leisurely, it is of no consequence. Young General Wen is a man of action. A fiery temperament is indeed a commendable trait. Otherwise, how would he dare to face the battlefield? At that moment, Wen Xian stood trembling on the stage, unable to raise her head as she listened to his voice, silently wishing not to be discovered. Each encounter left her in such a mortifying state, stripping her of dignity, yet, Duan Jian's gaze swept over the crowd, ultimately landing on her delicate figure. He took but a moment to glance before addressing the Duke of Wen. Earlier, I heard someone call for another tune. What is it for? It is my daughter who has offered a dance to enliven the banquet. Upon finishing his words, he turned to Wen Xian. Why do you not come forward and present tea to the Grand Tutor?
Wen Xian, feeling awkward and constrained, performed a brief bow and approached Duan Jian with a teacup.
However, behind her, Wen suddenly stepped on her skirt. Wen Xian stumbled forward, and Duan Jian, quick-witted, steadied her, though some tea still spilled onto his clothing.
I am so sorry. It was my clumsiness.
Wen Xian's face turned pale as she hastily took her sleeve to wipe it off. Indeed, quite careless, he said with a gentle smile, not even glancing at his feet. As he spoke, he loosened his cloak and draped it around her shoulders, pouring her another cup of warm tea and offering it to her. Take a sip, warm yourself. His actions were fluid and natural, his words filled with indulgence, leaving the onlookers astonished. The esteemed Grand Tutor personally served tea and draped a cloak. The Duke of Wen's face showed signs of skepticism, while whispers began to circulate among the guests. When Xian gazed at him, her heart brimming with unsaid words, yet she dared not voice them. Suddenly, Duan Jian smiled and gently lifted her veil. Did you think I would not recognize you, Xian?
Though his voice was soft, it struck like thunder. Even Jiang Wan widened her eyes in disbelief. Xian? When did Duan Jian and Wen Xian become so familiar?
As the veil fell, many in the audience gasped, some recognizing her instantly. The dancer resembles the future Duchess of Pingnan Marquis. Does she have a secret relationship with the Grand Tutor? Wen Xian lowered her head slightly, striving to conceal her discomfort and panic. Is it true that the Grand Tutor and the young lady are old acquaintances? The Duke of Wen could not help but inquire.
Duan Jian smiled calmly, speaking softly. Isn't it time for Xian to introduce me to everyone?
When Xian glanced at him, her heart racing, and stammered, Father, the Grand Tutor is my mother's sworn brother from her days in Chuzhou. The Duke of Wen pondered for a moment, recalling that Wen Xian's mother had indeed mentioned having a sworn sister, but he had not expected it to be from the Duan family. Just as he was about to speak, Duan Jian interjected, and what else? What else? Seeing her hesitate, he let out a soft click of his tongue, chuckling, Am I truly so unremarkable that you fail to mention my other identity? Curiosity piqued, the crowd leaned in, waiting for Wen Xian to speak. Chapter 69. Do you wish to continue accompanying the Grand Preceptor? Yet she dared not voice it. Although they had some acquaintance in their youth, he was ultimately a distant relative. Now he had become a formidable power in the court, and to utter such words from her lips would inevitably invite accusations of seeking favor. Perhaps sensing her hesitation, Duan Jian smiled gently. The wife of the Duke has sworn brotherhood with my elder sister. I, Duan, am but a humble uncle to Wen Xian.
Upon his declaration, the room fell into astonished silence, followed by a flurry of murmurs.
The esteemed Grand Preceptor was, in fact, Wen Xian's uncle. Jiang Wan stood to the side, momentarily taken aback. It was no wonder Duan Jian had insisted on having Wen Xian dine with him last time. Their connection was indeed profound. Li Jing's eyes darkened, his heart a tumult of emotions. He could not comprehend why he felt inexplicably irked at the sight of Duan Jian coming to Wan Shan's aid. Was he merely a non-blood relative? What was there to flaunt so brazenly? The man on the stage seemed to have sensed his gaze, casting a fleeting glance in his direction, yet his expression remained unchanged. The matriarch of the Wan family approached with a compliment. So it turns out you are family. Look how cautious Lady Wan is with her words. She intended to leverage this connection, but was interrupted by Duan Jian raising his hand. I am but Wan Shan's uncle. Lady Wan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, retreating to the side. He then smiled lightly, addressing Duke when earlier, the Duke mentioned that his daughter was prepared to perform a dance. Now that Wan Shan has finished, who shall take the stage next? The Duke had not anticipated such an unexpected turn, momentarily at a loss for words. Duan Jian, seemingly contemplating, suddenly fixed his gaze. Why not let her perform? The assembly followed his, only to discover that he had indicated when yin.at that moment. Xiao Hengji emerged from the corridor, briefly observing the commotion on stage before silently returning to his seat, positioning himself beside Jiangwan to separate her from Li Jing. Upon seeing him squeeze in, Li Jing was compelled to shift aside, his expression notably displeased. Xiao Hengji raised an eyebrow, teasingly remarked, so the Grand Preceptor is the uncle of the heir's consort. One might think the two are a couple. Does the heir believe they are a match? Li Jing scoffed coldly at the comment, suppressing an inexplicable irritation, choosing to remain silent. Jiangwan turned to glare at Xiao Hengji. If you cannot speak sensibly, then kindly refrain. Xiao Hengji pursed his lips in feigned submission. Jiangwan caught sight of his torn sleeve and inquired, where have you been? I went to look for the second young lady. You were looking for me? Indeed, the second young lady has yet to return, and I was worried, so I went to search, but this residence is vast and I took a wrong turn. He said this with a straight face, while Jiangwan eyed his tattered sleeve with suspicion, unable to conjure an alternative explanation. Xiao Hengji recalled encountering Wen Ziyuan in the corridor, drunkenly berating the maidservants, reeking of wine, until he eventually collapsed on the ground, unable to rise. Seizing the opportunity, he assisted Wen Zi. Inside, he found an array of antique treasures, astonishing in their grandeur, yet, his interest lay elsewhere. He bypassed the displays in search of a hidden chamber. As anticipated, he discovered a concealed secret room, well hidden. Upon entry, arrows were launched at him, and it was there that his sleeve was torn. Within the secret room were neatly arranged rows of boxes, filled with various sharp weapons, some familiar from battles, while others bore designs he had never seen before, identical to those depicted in the plans from Zuayin Tower. However, each weapon bore a conspicuous white mark, starkly prominent. Xiao Hengji's curiosity piqued. If these weapons were being traded in secret, such conspicuous markings would clearly indicate they were illegally forged. He pondered whether these marks were meant for the enemy's eyes. A cold smile crept upon his lips. It was no wonder the Wen family generals had long-lived subordinates. They likely employed such treacherous tactics, crafting unfamiliar weapons for the enemy. After a moment's contemplation, he took a candle from the secret room's wall, cautiously bringing the flame near the weapons. As the fire licked the markings, they gradually turned to charred black. After much effort, he returned the box to its original state and locked it. When he exited the chamber, Wen Ziyuan was still fast asleep. Young general? Xiao Hengji scoffed, placing the key back in its original location. He eagerly anticipated the Wen family's next campaign, curious as to how many lives would be lost. A sound from a zither pulled him back to the present, under the watchful gaze of all. Wen Yin had no choice but to perform a dance. However, the guests dared not jeer, for Duan Jian sat in front, his impassive demeanor silencing their laughter. Once the performance concluded, Duan Jian clapped his hands, prompting applause from behind him. He turned to Wen Shan. The third young lady's dancing skills are remarkable. Would you care to grace us with another performance? Wen Shan was taken aback. Although she understood Duan Jian was supporting her, the scrutiny of those around her felt like a knife in her back, and she was unaccustomed to being the center of attention. From Li Jing's position, he could clearly see Duan Jian's expression. His gaze, gentle yet protective of this proprietary demeanor, stunned Li Jing's heart, leaving him with an inexplicable sense of bitterness. He clenched his fists, ultimately unable to contain himself as he stepped forward. Consort, are you not a bit weary? Perhaps you should take a rest? Wen Shan looked up in astonishment, momentarily stunned that Li Jing would approach her. Duan Jian smiled lightly, remarking, it is rare for the heir to show such concern for Wan Shan. I find it rather surprising. Li Jing nodded, polite yet distant. Thank you, Grand Preceptor, for your care towards the heir's consort today, but there are matters at home that require my attention. I must take my leave. Upon finishing, he removed the heavy cloak from Wen Shan's shoulders and took her hand, leading her away. Great uncle, I must take my leave, Wen Shan said hurriedly as she was pulled alone. Duan Jian watched their retreating figures, his smile gradually fading. Li Jing continued to drag her towards the gate, his pace brisk, the wind whipping against Winshan, causing her to shiver in her thin garment. She sneezed and instinctively huddled her shoulders, saying, I cannot return just yet. Li Jing paused, turning to question her. If you are not returning, what do you intend to do? Stay here and endure humiliation, or perhaps continue to drink tea with the Grand Preceptor? His tone carried a hint of discontent, as if reproaching her, yet also laced with concern. Winshan was taken aback, softly explaining, I need to find third sister, and there is something else. You still wish to seek her out. Have you not learned how to stand up after being trampled upon? His tone grew firmer, his voice louder. Winshan's eyes glistened with unshed tears at his outburst, feeling a pang of injustice, eager to explain, but before she could speak, Li Jing interjected. If you must go, then go. I cannot be bothered with you. With that, he released her and strode towards the carriage. Winshan gazed at his retreating figure, a lump forming in her throat, yet she felt compelled to find Wen. After a moment's hesitation, she noted that the music from the front courtyard had ceased, suggesting that Wen had returned to her room. She walked tentatively to her door, hesitating to knock. Just as her hand lifted, she overheard a conversation within. Third miss, do you think fifth young lady truly believes that the tea you served her today contained a potion to prevent pregnancy? She has agreed to perform publicly. She must have complete faith in it. Perhaps she will soon come to me seeking an antidote. But now that she has a Grand Preceptor uncle, will she not run to report? I did not actually poison her. What is there to fear? Moreover, Winshan is too timid to voice such matters. Winshan bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes, trembling on the edge of spilling over, her long lashes fluttering. She felt both self-reproach and anger. How foolish she had been, time and again, to be toyed with. The voices within continued unabated. Today, Winshan has brought you shame. If she dares to come, let her bow 3 times to you to relieve your anger. A bow may be insufficient. Perhaps it would be better to truly drug her. After all, she has been married for a while without conceiving, and with her cowardly disposition, she will only blame herself for being unfit. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the door was kicked open, and a voice rang out. So it turns out the third miss of the Wen family is such a base and vile person. Chapter 70. Why does one bully you instead of others? When Qian looked in astonishment at the newcomer, Miss Jiang, what brings you here? Her voice was low and muffled, her nose slightly red, embodying a fragile stubbornness that evoked a sense of pity. Jiangwan gently patted her shoulder, offering solace. If I do not come, would you dare to open this door? When Chen bit her lip, had Jiangwan not arrived, she would have likely endured in silence and departed quietly. She was all too familiar with the mockery and oppression she had faced throughout her life. She understood that if matters escalated, she would always be the one to suffer. Thus, it was better to bear it and let it pass. Wen, witnessing Jiangwan's fervor, slammed her hand on the table and rose. How dare the Jiang family behave so rudely? Does Commander Jiang know that his daughter eavesdrops from the corners? Does the Duke of Wen know that his third niece tarnishes the family reputation? So, if your parents were aware of your disgraceful behavior, they would surely find no peace in the battlefield. Wen sneered her. Since when did it become your place to lecture me? Besides, this is a family matter. Miss Jiang, you are overstepping your bounds. When you mock the young lady of the air, it is she who should address this issue, Jiang Wan retorted, turning to Wen Qian. Young lady, how do you believe this matter should be punished? Her gaze was resolute, as if encouraging Wen Qian. Taking a deep breath, Wen Qian felt deeply touched by Jiang Wan's support and mustered the courage to speak. Third sister's behavior is scandalous, she rightly deserves punishment. Her voice was soft and barely audible, failing to intimidate Wen. I deserve punishment? What a joke! Wen scoffed, bellowing, someone, throw these two out. She glared at them, asserting, I see you truly need some discipline. A commanding voice echoed from outside the door. Wen was momentarily taken aback, turning to see Madame Wen stride in, quickly adopting a submissive demeanor. Aunt. However, Madame Wen pretended not to notice, smiling at Wen Qian. Fifth young lady, you know your sister has always been unruly. Today's stance was merely a jest. She assumed your acceptance meant you were willing. If she has offended you, I will ensure she rectifies her behavior, so please be magnanimous and do not let this harm our harmony. Madame Wen, as Wen Qian's stepmother, usually turned a blind eye to Wen Yin's arrogance and bullying, often dismissing it with a light-hearted remark, why does one bully you instead of others? Today, her demeanor had shifted, evidently due to Wen Qian's unexpected backing from Jian, whom she could not afford to offend. Jiang Wan, noticing Wen Qian's silence, feared she would once again accept this injustice, yet, suddenly, Wen Qian spoke softly. Mother speaks of harmony, but is there any harmony left for me in this Madame Wen's smile faltered for a moment, caught off guard by Wen Qian's rebuttal. Wen laughed derisively. You're relying on your uncle the Grand Tutor. Have you grown bold? What do you intend to do to me?
If you have no harmony with this family, then by all means, leave. A heavy silence enveloped the room. No one dared to speak after a long pause, when Xian raised her hand, wiping away her tears, her fingers trembling slightly. The third sister, I know the Wen family protects you, and even if you were to be punished, it would merely be a formality. I also understand your resentment over my interference in your marriage, but after all these years, haven't you tormented me enough? Her posture was frail, her voice quivering, yet her words struck like daggers. Today, I shall call you sister for the last time. From henceforth, we shall no longer be sisters, and my ties to the Wen family shall end here. The resolve in her words was imbued with long-standing patience and struggle, as if layers of suppressed emotions were finally unleashed in this moment. Jiang Wan recognized that such seemingly understated remarks were not mere expressions of anger, when Xian was decidedly earnest. If you have the ability, then go. Do you think the Wen family needs you? Wen Yin retorted. If you leave, I will merely lose a source of amusement. Iner, hold your tongue, Madame Wen interjected, shooting her a warning glance before turning back to Wen Qian with a smile. Fifth young lady, let us not dwell on these harsh words. The Wen family remains aunt. You need not feign kindness due to the Grand Tutor's assistance today. I may be weak, but I am not foolish. Madame Wen was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to continue. When Xian wiped her nose and stepped outside, pausing for a moment as she caught sight of Duke Wen standing at the door, she halted, staring blankly for a moment, before forcing a smile, suppressing her sobs of father. You heard everything, didn't you? I suppose you do not need a daughter like me, correct? Her gaze was steady, her eyes filled with unspoken hope, tears brimming in her eyes. In truth, she did not know what she was hoping for. Were not daughters merely tools for marital alliances in their father's eyes? Yet, she still clung to a shred of hope, for she was her father's daughter, and the family jade emblem at her waist had been bestowed upon her by him. However, after waiting for a long time, no response came. Forget it. When Xian lowered her gaze, tears streaming down her cheeks, slowly, she turned and descended the steps with a determined stride. Suddenly, a gentle call floated from behind her, as if it had traveled a great distance. Xianer. She managed a faint smile, bitterly self-mocking. Hasn't father always called me by name? Why must it be different now? Jiang Wan followed closely behind, observing the tears cascading down Wen Qian's face. As they exited the gate, the tightly held Wen family jade emblem slipped from her grasp, falling to the ground with a resounding crack, shattering into two pieces upon entering the carriage. As the curtain was lifted, she cast one last glance at the Wen family gate through the thin veil, her gaze heavy with sorrow and devoid of refuge. Yet, until the end, no one emerged to keep her from leaving. As the carriage traveled a considerable distance, Jiang Wan looked back, an inexplicable ache swelling within her heart. Xiao Hengji had been waiting outside for Jiang Wan, noticing her distracted demeanor. He approached and asked, Miss Eyre, why do you appear so troubled? She gazed into the distance where Wen Qian's carriage had vanished. It's nothing, merely a reflection on my own fortune. Xiao Hengji did not comprehend her words, but then heard her exhale. Let us go to the tea shop and buy some pastries before heading home. Very well. Xiao Hengji felt a sense of relief, responding instinctively. Jiang Wan immediately became alert. The tea shop she mentioned was one she often frequented in her past life, but she only remembered it after she had spoken, realizing that it had yet to be established in this era. She turned to Xiao Hengji, a hint of suspicion in her eyes. Just as she was about to probe further, she noticed Xiao Hengji's expression remained unchanged as he leisurely inquired, Please lead the way, Miss Eyre. Where is this shop located? Seeing his calm demeanor, it seemed his earlier response had merely been a momentary agreement. She furrowed her brow, finding the situation increasingly puzzling, and decided to confront him directly. That shop was one the Regent took me to. You don't remember? Xiao Hengji chuckled lightly, feigning ignorance. Regent? When did we have a regent in court? Jiang Wan observed his composure, yet every word he uttered eluded her grasp of any flaw. The more composed he was, the more unsettling she found the situation. Her instinctive wariness refused to fade. Xiao Hengji sensed her probing and retreated, determined not to reveal any cracks until he was certain of his advantage. On their way back to the Jiang residence, they passed by the Zuayin Tower, which had indeed reopened. Xiao Hengji recalled the day of the Great Fire, triggered after Lu Fang discovered he had seen weapon schematics. He grew increasingly convinced that the person behind it was Ning Zhi. Bring Jiang Sun under his control. He was willing to exploit Jiang Wan. Destroy evidence. He had even set fire to the Zuayin Tower. Truly, he was a product of Duan Jian's teachings, willing to sacrifice everything to achieve his objectives. When the two returned home, night had fallen, the early winter sky darkened quickly, a cold moon hanging overhead, and the outside world was eerily silent, devoid of even a whisper. Jiang Wan sat by the window, reminiscing about the events of her past life, a whirlwind of complex emotions surging within her. She could never forget the humiliation of her death at Xiao Hengji's hands.
Each detail of this life felt as if Xiao Hengji might also have been reborn. She meticulously recalled not only the horse theft but also the later incident involving the county magistrate's murder, along with Xiao Hengji's occasional displays of skill. Everything seemed far too coincidental. If he truly had been reborn, what was his intention lurking by her side? Would he strike again, or was there a deeper conspiracy hidden beneath? Jiang Wan's unease swelled further. Rather than continue in suspicion, it would be wiser to resolve matters swiftly. She rose and looked outside, softly calling, "Yume." Yume entered, noticing the grave expression on Jiang Wan's face, and whispered, "Miss Air, have you not yet rested?" Jiang Wan took a deep breath, her tone calm yet laced with unyielding determination. "Go and instruct someone to pack Xiao Hengji's belongings. Let him leave the residence tonight." Chapter 71, having refrained from eliminating him, was already an act of mercy. Yume was taken aback, her face betraying uncertainty. "But, second miss, are you not to wed young Master Xiao? Why the sudden desire to send him away?" "Wed him, a mere farce," she replied dismissively. "Aunt Wan's drugging incident has already been exposed, there is no need to dwell on it further." She shook her head and instructed, "Just do as I say." Seeing her resolve, Yume ceased her persuasion and softly acquiesced, "Yes, Mississippi." She then withdrew. The night breeze slipped through the window cracks, bringing a slight chill. Jiang Man leaned against the window, inexplicably troubled, her mind awash with fragments of her interactions with Xiao Hengji, intertwined with memories of her past life. The sense of helpless despair gnawed at her, a stark reminder of how she had once knelt at his feet, pleading for her release, and how she had been humiliated time and again. In this life, she would not permit Xiao Hengji another chance to drive her into despair. Even the slightest possibility warranted the risk of his presence by her side. Soon, Yume returned quietly, reporting in a hushed tone, "Second miss, young Master Xiao has packed his belongings and is waiting in the front courtyard. He inquired whether you wish to see him." Yume shook her head. Jiang Man remained silent for a moment, contemplating the situation. This was perhaps for the best, sparing her the need to explain further. "Will you not meet him?" Yume inquired. She shook her head. "No, let him go." Just as she was about to leave, Jiang Man called out, "Wait, give him this bag of silver, so he may find a means of livelihood outside." "Understood," Yume responded, turning to carry out her instructions. In the early hours, rain began to fall outside. Jiang Man lay on her bed, the patter of heavy raindrops against the window gradually intensifying. Where would Xiao Hengji go, if he were not the regent? Would her actions be too harsh? She rolled over, pondering, "It is enough that I have spared him, that itself is an act of compassion." The rain poured down relentlessly, the wind howled, causing the window shutters to rattle. Jiang Man had not slept long before awakening, troubled by the sensation that amidst the rain, there lurked another sound that unsettled her. Resolving to investigate, she donned her robe, snatched a cloak from the rack, and stepped outside. She conducted a brief search, yet found nothing amiss. As she turned to return indoors, a fleeting thought crossed her mind, prompting her to summon the maid on night watch. "Bring the lantern. I must step out." The rain fell steadily, chilling her to the bone. Jiang Man moved briskly, the maid trailing behind with the lantern, cautioning, "Second miss, the rain is heavy and the ground slippery. Please tread carefully." Unperturbed, Jiang Man quickened her pace, commanding the opening of the side door. The moment she stepped outside, she froze. At the foot of the stone steps, a young man huddled in a corner, arms wrapped around himself, his pale face stark against the deluge soaking him through. His disheveled hair hung over his forehead, obscuring much of his countenance, rendering him a pitiable, frail figure. Jiang Man furrowed her brow, raising her voice, "Xiao Hengji, I have not denied you silver. Why choose to remain here in such a state instead of seeking shelter at an inn?" He lifted his head, droplets clinging to his lashes, his dark eyes obscured, revealing no emotion. In the brief exchange of glances, a small, furry head emerged from his embrace, shaking its ears and letting out a timid mewl. As Jiang Man approached, she discovered it was a filthy little white cat, sheltered in his arms to shield it from the rain. A wave of complicated emotions washed over her, unbidden memories from her past life resurfacing. It was a spring day during a hunting expedition in the palace when Xiao Hengji had rare compassion, taking her outside the palace walls. She had remained vigilant, finally managing to escape his side, only to stumble deeper into the forest. A pack of robust wolfhounds had set their sights on her, circling menacingly. Just as she feared for her life, the hounds froze, their fierce gazes dimming, replaced by expressions of fear and retreat. Turning around, she saw Xiao Hengji advancing toward her, and the hounds whimpered under his gaze, tucking their tails and fleeing. Later on, he had captured 2 of the hounds, tethering them within her quarters, solely to witness her descent into terror. Perhaps feeling it insufficient, he had killed 2 men and thrown them into her room, forcing her to watch as the hounds tore them apart. She had screamed, yet was trapped within the confines of her chamber, until his amusement waned, compelling her to gouge out the hound's eyes with her own hands. Her bloodied fingers had produced a sickening sound within the empty sockets, her entire being trembling, as he whispered into her ear, "If you dare to flee again, I shall take your eyes next." That kind of control and torment lurked like shadows in her memory, a constant reminder that offered no escape. Now, witnessing Xiao Hengji cradling the small wild cat, the creature nestled against him, docile and trusting, devoid of fear, she pondered if her initial judgment had been flawed. "Is it for this cat that you have lingered?" she asked. Xiao Hengji lowered his gaze, murmuring, "I cannot care for it, I intended to leave it with you at dawn before departing." Jiang Man felt a flicker of emotion, her calm eyes betraying a momentary tremor. Yet, it was fleeting. She shook her head, regardless of her doubts. As long as Xiao Hengji remained in the Jiang household, she could never feel at ease. After a prolonged silence, she commanded, "Bring the cat to me." Yu Mei descended the steps, gently extracting the cat from Xiao Hengji's embrace. The little creature leapt into Jiang Man's arms, emitting a sound akin to a sigh of relief. As she turned to re-enter, she halted abruptly, glancing back to say, "Xiao Hengji, you have hands and feet. It is not difficult for you to fend for yourself. Should you find yourself in dire straits, you may seek refuge at the Jiang estate." In truth, she could have pursued numerous methods to eliminate her suspicions, such as discreetly ending his life or incapacitating him. However, for reasons unknown, she found herself unable to act with such decisiveness. Thus, torn between concern and compassion, the only course she could take was to send him away. The grand door slowly closed, Jiang Man's silhouette vanishing behind it. Xiao Hengji stared at the door as it shut with a finality, slowly raising his hand to wipe the rain from his face, the despondent expression fading, replaced by a dark and inscrutable demeanor. The following morning, Jiang Man opened the side door to find it empty. The youth had vanished without a trace, and she exhaled a sigh of relief. On the third day, she returned early once more, the surroundings tranquil, the wind rustling fallen leaves. She gazed at the stone steps, a hint of melancholy washing over her. Jiang Sun inquired, "Why did you send him away?" Jiang Man, unwilling to elaborate, replied nonchalantly, "The world is vast, he ought to experience it." Days passed, and each morning, Jiang Man. Gradually, the visits diminished, and she ceased her ritual of checking, the concern in her heart dulled by the mundane rhythm of daily life. Occasionally, when he crossed her mind, it was only to evoke a soft sigh. With no one at home mentioning Xiao Hengji, Jiang Man realized how scarce his presence had been in the Jiang household. Only the now growing white cat remained, rolling playfully at her feet, a constant reminder of the young man who had once sat soaked on the steps, waiting for her to turn back. On a rare sunny day, Jiang Man lay on a rocking chair in the courtyard, cradling the cat, when the commotion of voices from the front courtyard caught her attention. A maid hurriedly approached, reporting, "Second miss, someone from the One Guagon's residence has come, seeking young Master Xiao." Jiang Man rose, puzzled. "The people from the One estate are looking for Xiao Hengji? Indeed, they claim it is urgent." With a sense of unease, Jiang Man made her way to the front courtyard. The visitors were indeed maids from the One estate, and she noticed their carriage waiting outside the gate. She brushed past the maid and stepped outside, inquiring, "Might I ask why your esteemed household seeks him?" Before she could finish, a languid voice emerged from behind the curtain of the sedan chair, "Miss Jiang, please summon him. There are matters I wish to discuss solely with him." Chapter 72. Never did I imagine going to such lengths for her. Jiang Man discerned the voice of Wenin. When had Wenin become acquainted with Xiao Hengji? Was it at the banquet hosted by the Wen family last time? She inquired directly. "Might I ask, when did Miss Wen San first meet Xiao Hengji?" Wenin raised a finger to lift the curtain of the carriage, casting a dismissive glance at her. "Miss Jiang, the last time you kicked open my door, I chose not to hold it against you out of consideration for him. Today, I have come to find him. What business do you have here?" Jiang Man smiled softly and replied, "It is regrettable that Xiao Hengji is not presently at the residence." "Not here?" Wenin frowned slightly. "When will he return?" "I cannot say," Jiang Man replied. Wenin waved her hand impatiently, appearing somewhat disappointed as she handed over a letter. "Very well, since he is not here, please deliver this to him on my behalf." Jiang Man accepted the letter, her gaze falling upon the three prominent characters on the envelope with Jun Shu. Her hand paused. This was a missive from a woman to her beloved. Did Wenin harbor feelings for Xiao Hengji? Yet, wasn't she betrothed to the grandson of the Empress Dowager? Sensing Jiang Man's hesitation, Wenin chuckled lightly, a hint of mockery in her tone. "Can you be trusted to deliver this letter, Miss Jiang? Do not let it slip from your hands in the end." Jiang Man tugged at a smile and responded, "How could that be? Since it is someone else's correspondence, it must be delivered." She turned to Moon Mei. "Take this letter to Xiao Hengji's quarters." As Moon Mei took the letter inside, Jiang Man wished to ask a few more questions but, upon raising her eyes, saw Wen Yin's carriage already in motion.
She quickly grasped the arm of the maid behind her and asked, "Isn't Miss Wen-san engaged to the Empress Dowager's grandson? Is it not a transgression to seek out another man?" The maid replied, "Miss Jiang may not be aware, but recently, Miss Wen-san has been attending to the Empress Dowager daily. Perhaps the Empress, seeing her solitary state, took pity and annulled that engagement. Then why does she seek out Xiao Hengji? Why express her feelings so openly?" The maid covered her mouth and chuckled softly, whispering, "He took the initiative to court Miss Wen-san. He even said he would wait for her." Upon hearing this, Jiang Man stood in stunned silence, scarcely able to believe her ears. Xiao Hengji was undoubtedly handsome, and while many women had previously revealed their affections for him, he had never shown the slightest response, not even a glimmer of acknowledgement. It was astonishing that he would be so proactive towards when Yin.as she stepped into the courtyard. She inadvertently caught a glimpse of Xiao Hengji's chamber, the door ajar, as austere and simple as ever. However, the letter on the table stood out like a solitary nail. Jiang Man halted, her gaze fixated on the letter, her mind swirling with thoughts. What could the letter contain? Was it Wen confessing her feelings, or had they already exchanged secret love letters? She felt her thoughts tumultuously churning, her feet moving of their own accord toward the door. Just as she was about to step inside, a white cat darted beneath the cabinet, its fur bristling as if it had encountered something terrifying, arching its back and emitting a low warning growl. Jiang Man hurriedly entered the room, and the white cat leaped into her arms, burying its head in her embrace. Trembling uncontrollably, she scanned the surroundings. Everything was eerily quiet, the room devoid of any presence, the letter still neatly resting on the table. Gently stroking the white cat to soothe it, her eyes remained riveted on the letter. She hesitated before approaching, her fingers brushing against the envelope. It was still hard for her to fathom. Could Xiao Hengji truly have feelings for Wen Yin? Was he aspiring to become a son-in-law of the Wen family, or had he sought her out only after being dismissed from the Jiang household? She could not shake the feeling that he was not that sort of person, yet her mind was relentless in its speculation. It felt as though her heart was tightly clenched, making her breaths shallow and fragmented. Should she open it, or should she not? After grappling with her indecision for what felt like an eternity, she finally inhaled deeply and placed the letter back down. Since he had left the Jiang residence, whatever he chose to do from now on was no longer her concern. No longer related to me, she seemed to be persuading herself as she cradled the white cat and turned to exit the room. The next day, Jiang Man strolled through the city as usual. The sense of winter wafted through the capital's streets, where vendors sold roasted sweet potatoes and chestnuts, their stalls steaming with warmth. As she sauntered along, she couldn't help but reflect that ever since Xiao Hengji had departed, time seemed to stretch interminably. She had previously investigated the Zuiyin Tower on her own but had made no progress. Since its reopening, not only had the owner and staff been replaced, but the rules had grown increasingly stringent. She had attempted several times, only to be barred at the entrance to it. Seemed the court was particularly busy as well. Ning Ji had visited several times, sending her greetings through letters, promising to come see her when he had the time. The Crown Prince himself was sending her messages. Based on Jiang Man's understanding of Ning Ji, he was extending a hand toward her, awaiting her response. However, with the Crown Princess position secured by Qiyu, if she were to go to Ning Ji now, she could at most become a secondary consort. She needed to find an opportunity to compel Ning Ji to choose her over Qiyu, yet Jiang Man was aware that the court was currently in turmoil. She had heard from her father that the matter concerning the third prince had been thoroughly investigated by the Grand Preceptor, leading to the Emperor's fury as it was uncertain how long she would have to wait to see Ning Ji again. Lost in her thoughts, Jiang Man suddenly spotted a familiar face, an elegantly dressed woman, slightly plump, yet her visage was unmistakably familiar as they brushed past each other. Jiang Man turned and called out, "Ayun?" The woman halted, glancing back. "Did you call me?" Joy illuminated Jiang Man's eyes as she stepped closer. "It really is you. Who are you?" "I was the one who was kidnapped on that ship." "Have you forgotten?" Ayun pondered for a moment before her expression shifted to realization. "So it's you. Are you from the capital?" Jiang Man nodded, observing how much Ayun had filled out since she last saw her months ago. She inquired further, "What brings you here? Did Zuiyin Tower release you?" Ayun chuckled lightly. "Once my work was done, I was naturally free to leave." Jiang Man felt a wave of confusion and cautiously asked, "Work?" "You previously mentioned that everyone on the ship went willingly. What kind of work were you doing?" Ayun hesitated, shaking her head. "It's a long story. I was just working there for money, that's all." "I'm sure you are not still investigating?" Jiang Man replied, "I found it quite strange when I was kidnapped. If it were an enemy, they would have made another move since then. However, when I went to investigate Zuiyin Tower, it mysteriously caught fire. Ayun, if you can share anything, please do. She gazed earnestly at Ayun, who took a deep breath and, after a moment of difficulty, spoke. To be honest, I don't know the specifics. I only heard it was related to the royal family, supposedly involving a prince. Jiang Man furrowed her brow. A prince, but I have no enmity with any of the princes in the court. Why would they want to kidnap me? Ayun chuckled lightly, saying, Did you not claim to be the daughter of an official? Perhaps they intended to kidnap you and then frame someone else for it? Isn't that how tales of royal intrigue go? Jiang Man pondered her words, remaining silent for a time. There were 4 princes in the court. The 4th prince was still young and raised in the harem. The 2nd prince was bedridden and frequently resided in Huangchuan. This left only Ningji and the 3rd prince. If Ayun's words held any truth, the most likely scenario would be that the 3rd prince, wishing to thwart Ningji's attempts to win over the Jiang family, had covertly taken action against her, intending to frame Ningji. Yet, in her previous life, Ningji had thoroughly investigated the 3rd prince and had never uncovered anything related to Zuayin Tower. Ayun's comment felt like a deliberate provocation, leading her to think along those lines. A sense of unease crept over her. Was Ayun genuinely sharing what she had heard, or was she being manipulated to falsely accuse the 3rd prince? Noticing Jiang Man's silence, Ayun spoke again. I know little about politics, so do not take my words too seriously. Jiang Man regained her composure and smiled. No worries. After all, I cannot even enter that Zuayin Tower, so if I cannot investigate, then so be it. After their conversation, the two parted ways with smiles. Ayun watched as Jiang Man gradually disappeared into the bustling street before swiftly returning to Zuayin Tower. In the hall on the 3rd floor, Ayun bowed her head as she entered. Your Highness, as per your instructions, I delivered the message to Miss Jiang. By her demeanor, she likely will not pursue the matter any further. Very well, you may leave. Yes. Ayun exited quietly. The figure by the window took a sip of tea and casually asked, Lu Feng, do you think she believes it? Your Highness, I believe Miss Jiang is astute, she may not be easily deceived. Ningji smiled faintly and replied, I know she won't believe it, which is precisely why I must compel her to do so. Your Highness, I do not understand. This Zuayin Tower has been around for some time, and I have grown weary of it. Pass it down next month, there is no need to change the owner. Lu Feng looked up, astonished. Your Highness intends to shut down Zuayin Tower, just to prevent Miss Jiang from continuing her investigation? Ningji did not respond, merely shaking his head with a self-deprecating smile. He did not consider himself a person of pure intentions. In his pursuit of power, he had utilized many individuals, whether in matters of affection or kinship, he had never truly invested himself. Yet, for Jiang Man, he found himself willing to go to such lengths, unwilling for her to witness the darker facets of his nature. Chapter 73. Hearing his name again, a few days passed, and inevitably, the truth could not be concealed. While no one dared to speak aloud of the royal disgrace, whispers spread in private. Jiang Wan made a special trip to Zuayin Tower, only to find it had indeed closed its doors. According to the neighbors, Zuayin Tower had shuttered overnight, as though fleeing for its life, with not a soul in sight. It appeared, as Ayun had said, that the hand of the 3rd prince was behind it. After abducting her, he would frame Ningji, thereby balancing the power of the crown prince. This was indeed within his capabilities. The vermilion plaque of Zuayin Tower had been removed, resting in a corner and gathering dust. Passers-by hurried past, their gazes fleeting, oblivious to the scene. A boatman under the bridge rowed his small boat, humming a tune and exchanging pleasantries with his passengers, reminiscent of the day she had sought out Xiaohengji. It seemed that day had also unfolded here, amidst the clamor of voices, where she and he had briefly played the role of husband and wife. Now, the streets remained bustling with life, yet Zuayin Tower was no more, and the shadow of Xiaohengji gradually faded, the memories of yesteryear scattered among the crowd. The chill in the air grew increasingly biting as Jiang Wan gazed up at the gray sky, yearning for the first snowfall to arrive. Yet, the heavens remained perpetually overcast, shrouded in a heavy mist that made it difficult to breathe. She gradually grew accustomed to life without Xiaohengji, clear and tranquil, much like a blank sheet of paper devoid of ripples. Occasionally, she would peruse storybooks and watch plays with Wen Xian, and even indulge in a few cups of wine. The past joys shared with Li Zhijing now echoed in her moments with his wife, evoking a tinge of bittersweet nostalgia within her. Yet, each day remained fulfilling. However, there were nights when she awoke to find her heart blank, akin to a wind chime hanging from the eaves, producing cheerful sounds when stirred by the breeze, yet falling silent and heavy in the absence of wind. In recent days, she had also contemplated Ningji, sometimes dreaming of their past life together, including the gruesome scene of him being eviscerated by Xiaohengji at the palace gates. She had not forgotten her purpose of standing by Ningji's side,
to assist him and clear the obstacles in his path. Jiang Wan always believed she harbored feelings for Ning Ji. Her days spent with him had indeed been the happiest of her life, and she had no reason not to like him, yet, whenever she was on the cusp of taking action, a weight would settle upon her chest, making it hard to take a step forward. She had lived so long, yet felt utterly perplexed when it came to matters of the heart. On this day, she returned from an outing with Wen Qian. Upon entering, she unexpectedly bumped into someone. Looking up, she saw Jiang Sun escorting Duan Jian out. They exchanged greetings with the Grand Preceptor, while Wen Qian stood quietly to the side, recalling the day Duan Jian had come to her rescue before a crowd. She had longed to express her gratitude, yet the opportunity had eluded her, and now, finally encountering him, she felt a surge of nervousness and was at a loss for words. Jiang Sun apologized. My daughter is impetuous and may have offended the Grand Preceptor. It is of no consequence. I happen to have some inquiries for Miss Jiang. Duan Jian replied. Jiang Sun paused for a moment, then clasped his hands in farewell, casting a glance at Jiang Wan, silently urging her to maintain decorum. Jiang Wan looked at Duan Jian with a hint of curiosity. What does the Grand Preceptor wish to inquire about? She wondered why Duan Jian had been visiting the palace so frequently lately. Ever since he had made a grand declaration of being Wen Qian's uncle, the capital had buzzed with gossip, praising his extraordinary demeanor and charm, even inspiring painters on the streets to depict him as a handsome figure, leading numerous young ladies to seek his portrait. Wen Qian, noticing their conversation, softly said, I shall not intrude further, I will take my leave. Wait, Duan Jian gently called out to her just as she was about to depart. He stepped forward, producing a handkerchief and delicately brushing away a smudge of cake powder from her lips, smiling slightly. You are all grown up now. How can you still get your mouth so messy while eating? It was merely a small speck of powder at the corner of her mouth, hardly noticeable at first glance. Wen Qian felt her face flush as his fingertips grazed her lips through the cloth, and she hurriedly took the handkerchief, stammering, I can manage myself. She awkwardly dabbed at her mouth, glancing at the crumpled handkerchief in her hand. I will wash it and send it back to my uncle. At a loss for how to find Duan Jian, who resided in the palace where she could not enter, Duan Jian casually remarked, I will send someone to the heir's residence to collect it on a chosen day. Wen Qian nodded, her face still flushed as she quickly departed. Jiang Wan observed Wen Qian's retreating figure, then turned to Duan Jian, who wore a playful smile, feeling utterly astonished. This man was notoriously indifferent to women, in both past and present. She had never seen such an expression on his face. The way he looked at Wen Qian did not resemble the concern of an elder for a younger relative, nor did it seem like mere teasing. Rather, it was as if a jolt of realization struck her, and she quickly shook her head, admonishing herself not to overthink. Wen Qian was already married, he would undoubtedly not miss Jiang. Duan Jian's voice interrupted her thoughts, his gaze steady and calm as he regarded her. I wish to ask why you are so well informed regarding the third prince's affairs? Jiang Wan was taken aback. His question caught her off guard. Duan Jian raised an eyebrow, recalling the letter she had entrusted to him to prevent Jiang Sun from going to war, which explicitly stated where the third prince had secretly stored the dragon robe he was embroidering. Even the method of investigation was laid out clearly when he visited the third prince's residence under the pretense of a social call. He had harbored doubts, but to his surprise, the path matched precisely what Jiang Wan had described. He pressed on, and indeed, the dragon robe was already half completed. Such incriminating evidence could lead to execution, leaving the third prince trembling with fear. Duan Jian scrutinized Jiang Wan with penetrating eyes, compelling her to respond to his inquiry. Jiang Wan's mind raced. She recalled how the emperor had executed everyone at the third prince's residence upon discovering this matter. In an instant, she had devised her explanation. With composure, she replied, a few months ago, I heard that a matron at the third prince's residence was seeking numerous embroidery workers, particularly those skilled in embroidering with emerald pearls. That craft is only known to those who have previously worked on dragon robes. Which matron? Matron Zhang, Jiang Wan answered easily. She was confident that everyone at the third prince's residence had already been executed. With no witnesses left, she could say whatever she wished. And how did you learn of the dragon robe's whereabouts? I slipped some gold to that matron, and she revealed it to me. Duan Jian narrowed his eyes and inquired, with such scant information, how do you dare to negotiate with me? Miss Jiang, you seem like a gambler. Did I not win this gamble? She blinked and smiled with ease. Duan Jian regarded her for a moment, sensing an air of self-assuredness and subtle cunning in her demeanor that belied her age. Though he was puzzled, he realized he could not pry further. He chuckled and said, very well, I shall not misjudge you, and I will honor what I have promised Miss Jiang. With that, he turned and boarded his carriage. Jiang Wan watched him fade into the distance, her heart feeling slightly heavy. Upon entering the house, a maid led her to the study. Father, she pushed open the door, you were looking for me? What is it? Jiang Sun's face was clouded with worry as he opened his mouth, seeming to contemplate saying something, then shook his head with a bitter smile, his expression inscrutable. Jianwan furrowed her brow slightly. Is something the matter? How do you feel I treated Xiao Hengji in the past? She paused, the cold wind seeping through the window tousling her hair. Jianwan approached the window and closed it, asking slowly, why do you bring him up all of a sudden? Jiang Sun's tone carried a hint of regret as he pondered aloud. I just feel that while the Jiang family has cared for him, we haven't treated him particularly well these past years. If only your engagement with him had come to fruition. Jiangwan regarded her father's furrowed brow, thinking he was worried about her prolonged single status. She stepped forward to massage his shoulders gently, saying softly, Father need not worry. I am not against marrying. Jiang Sun sighed. Well, the Grand Preceptor just mentioned that the Empress Dowager is hosting a banquet and has invited the Jiang family to the palace. To the palace? Jiang Wan was taken aback. At the Wen residence, in the back courtyard, many fish in the pond had frozen to death every summer. Madame Wen would send for variously colored lotus lantern fish from Qingzhou. These fish were expensive yet quite beautiful, and the Wen residence's pond housed many of them. However, these fish were not cold resistant, leading to a significant number dying in winter. At this moment, servants were busy removing the dead fish, preparing to replace them with hardier koi. Madame Wen stood by the pond, shaking her head slightly, lamenting, I say, they are just too hasty. She turned to instruct her servants to count the number of koi. Wen, standing nearby, stomped her foot, unable to conceal her anger. Aunt, you must help me. Her face was clouded with frustration, and a glimmer of unwillingness shone in her eyes. A few days ago, she had finally received the Empress Dowager's approval to annul her engagement to the Dowager's grandson, yet she had yet to receive any response from Xiao Hengji regarding the letter she sent to the Jiang residence. Today, she had also received news from the palace that the Dowager's grandson had been found. Madame Wen glanced at her, shaking her head. How can I assist? If I were to seek another marriage for you from the Empress Dowager, it would inevitably create discord for the Wen family. But if you do not help me, what should I do? You witnessed the banquet at our house the other day. There were hardly two suitable young men to choose from. Her eyes reddened with urgency, on the verge of tears. Seeing her distress, Madame Wen felt a pang of sympathy, for she was indeed her own daughter. She spoke, do not be so disheartened, I will speak to your father and see if he can devise a plan. Upon hearing this, Wen Yin's spirits lifted, and she quickly expressed her gratitude, hope rekindling in her eyes. As long as she could see the Dowager's grandson again, she would do everything in her power to seize this opportunity. Chapter 74 of the Empress Dowager's grandson has been found soon. The day arrived for the grand entrance into the palace. Jiang Wan accompanied Jiang Sun to the Yunqi Palace, where a special banquet was to be held. As soon as she stepped into the palace grounds, Jiang Wan gazed at the familiar palace walls and halls along the way, memories of the past flooding her mind, and she could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of emotion. In her previous life, upon entering the palace for the first time, she acted with extreme caution, fearful of making any mistakes, and dared not venture beyond the crown prince's residence. On ordinary days, when encountering concubines, she would kneel to pay her respects, trembling with anxiety, lest she breach any decorum. Later, when the favored consort Yu conspired against the empress, the truth came to light, yet the emperor chose to protect consort Yu, hastily concluding the matter with a simple house arrest. The empress barely salvaged her life but fell victim to her wrath, succumbing to illness and soon passing away in despair. Subsequently, Qi Yu lost her support within the harem, while Ningji gradually gained power and distanced herself from the Qi family. With the empress no longer targeting Jiang Wan, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief, yet her trepidation only intensified. At that time, although Qi Yu was not favored by Ningji, she herself had not yet conceived. Thus, she remained by Ningji's side day after day, fearful that Qi Yu might bear a child before her. She even contemplated displacing Qi Yu to ascend to the position of crown princess. However, the crown princess, being the wife of the heir, could only be dismissed with the emperor's consent. Consequently, during consort Yu's pregnancy, she discreetly swapped the congratulatory gifts sent by Qi Yu, causing consort Yu to miscarry, and leading to Qi Yu being branded with the crime of harming the heir in revenge against the empress. Her methods were neither sophisticated nor honorable, yet they ultimately allowed her to see Qi Yu deposed, and soon after, she was elevated to the status of crown princess. In retrospect, Jiang Wan merely wished to occupy a higher position, desiring to no longer be subservient and to kneel before everyone. However, immersed in the world of power, one inevitably becomes aware of its allure. Once one has tasted the fruits of authority, it becomes difficult to relinquish. On the day Ningji ascended the throne, she finally found herself with child. The celestial officials proclaimed it an auspicious sign. During that time, her emotions were unstable, and her appetite poor. Only by crafting sweet cakes could she momentarily alleviate her distress. Ningji, eager to please her, would taste whatever she made. It was precisely this that provided her with an opportunity. Wanner, Jiang Sun spoke, pulling her thoughts back. when you meet the Empress Dowager later, speak little and avoid making mistakes.
The daughter understood, but she inquired, Father, what is the purpose of the Empress Dowager's banquet this time?
Before Jiang Sun could respond, a melodious voice from afar interrupted him. Jiang Wan turned to see her cousin, the third Miss Wenyin, approaching with a bright smile. Today, she was adorned with vibrant attire, evidently having put in considerable effort.
Greetings, General Jiang, Wenyin said gracefully, are you also here to attend the Empress Dowager's banquet?
Indeed, Jiang Wan replied.
What a coincidence.
So am I, Wenyin smiled, inwardly speculating that Jiang Sun had likely learned about the Empress Dowager's grandson and sought to bring his daughter along to make an impression. She scrutinized Jiang Wan, noting her proper attire. While not as dazzling as her own, her face was undeniably captivating. What if the Empress Dowager's grandson favored Jiang Wan? No, she must devise a way to divert Jiang Wan's attention. A calculating glint flickered in Wenyin's eyes as she maintained her smile. General Jiang, I have some matters to discuss with Miss Jiang.
May I borrow her for a moment?
Jiang Sun glanced at Jiang Wan, who responded, Father, you may go ahead, I will join you shortly. Very well, but do not be late, decorum is paramount within the palace, Jiang Sun cautioned before turning to leave.
What is it you wish to discuss, cousin? Jiang Wan asked. Shall we speak while we walk? You have yet to visit the Huifang garden within the palace, correct?
Jiang Wan remained silent, walking beside her. What was so special about that garden? It was merely one of the more inconspicuous courtyards in the palace.
Wenyin continued, do you remember when I asked you to deliver a letter to young Master Shao?
I do, however, he has not been at home, and the letter remains in his chamber.
Ah, I see.
I shall send someone to retrieve it another day, Wenyin replied, avoiding any potential implications of a scandal that could jeopardize Jiang Wan's prospects with the Empress Dowager's grandson. Have you prepared any congratulatory gifts for today? She inquired, testing the waters.
Jiang Wan was taken aback.
Congratulatory gifts? Surely you jest, the Empress Dowager has only just found her grandson. Are you suggesting I attend empty-handed? Jiang Wan was genuinely surprised. Her own daughter had married into the North Qin royal family, but during an outing, both spouses had perished, leaving only their legitimate son, who had gone missing when the Empress Dowager brought him back to the palace. The Empress Dowager had been troubled by this loss, searching for him in vain, and had died with that regret in her previous life. To think she had found him in this lifetime.
Wenyin rolled her eyes, finding Jiang Wan's feigned ignorance insincere. With a smirk, she said, you can't possibly claim ignorance now that you are here for the banquet, can you? I truly had no idea.
Had I known, I would have prepared a more substantial gift, Jiang Wan replied. Wenyin smiled lightly. The Empress Dowager is magnanimous. I doubt she will hold it against you. She secretly hoped Jiang Wan would commit a faux pas, as the more the Empress Dowager disdained her, the more it would highlight her own propriety. As the two entered the Huifang garden, Jiang Wan casually remarked, by the way, I recall that you were once betrothed to the Empress Dowager's grandson. In that case, congratulations are in order. Wenyin appeared slightly embarrassed, turning her head aside to divert the conversation. Thank you.
Miss Jiang, do take a moment to admire the flowers, it is rare to visit the palace.
Jiang Wan turned her gaze, noting that the Huifang garden offered little novelty, with merely a few bougainvilleas in bloom. Later, Ningxi transformed this area into a plum garden, which, when in full bloom, was truly a sight to behold. She casually plucked a flower, bringing it to her nose for a sniff. The fragrance was faint but refreshing.
How audacious! Wenyin suddenly shouted, you dare to pluck flowers in the palace? Come here.
Jiang Wan was startled by her sudden outburst, and before she could react, the palace guards had already been summoned. Seize her for carelessly picking flowers in the palace garden.
Take her to the Empress for punishment.
Jiang Wan was momentarily stunned, then quickly understood. While it was indeed frowned upon to pluck flowers within the palace, typically, no one would make a fuss over it. Clearly, Wenyin had orchestrated this entire scenario. No wonder she had brought her to Huifang garden, using all those words just to provoke this situation.
I must inquire, have I somehow offended you, cousin? Wenyin raised her chin, disdainfully turning her head. Why are you still here?
Take her away. Do you expect me to personally summon the Empress? The palace attendant was caught in a dilemma, glancing between the two. One was the daughter of a general, and the other was the third Miss one from a prominent family. Neither was someone he could easily offend. However, if he had to choose, he would rather offend the general's daughter. Miss Jiang, I kindly ask that you accompany us. The Empress is forgiving, and a simple apology will suffice.
Jiang Wan shot her a sidelong glance. What if I refuse?
I fear that you have no choice in the matter, Wenyin chuckled coldly, signaling with her eyes.
Two maidservants immediately stepped forward to seize Jiang Wan's arms. The maidservants gripped her wrists tightly. Please follow us. Jiangwan struggled a couple of times, but the maidservants were too strong, their grip unyielding.
Wan Yin regarded Jiangwan with a cold smirk, a glimmer of triumph in her eyes. Previously at the Wan residence, Yu had mentioned that Jiangwan was attempting to attach herself to the crown prince, causing the empress to harbor discontent against her. It seemed that this time, once she entered the empress's quarters, it would not be so easy for her to leave. Chapter 75. A fondness for picking flowers. Ms. Zhang, with a penchant for plucking flowers, had a few blossoms etched onto her face. The palace of the queen, known as the Bai Luo Palace, was not far away. After navigating through several corridors, she soon arrived. The palace gate stood ajar, a cold breeze swept through, and the gatekeeper appeared desolate and weary. Miss Zhang paused for a moment while a servant went to announce her arrival. Once the servant entered, she waited outside the door. It is worth noting that in the past, her lowly status had prevented her from visiting the Bai Luo Palace, as the queen had forbade it. Later, upon ascending to queenship, the queen found the name Bai Luo to be inauspicious and thus relocated to the Fenghua Palace. Therefore, despite having resided in the palace for an extended period in her previous life, today marked her very first visit. Surveying her surroundings, she found the decor to be quite exquisite. The bare branches of a flowering tree were adorned with delicate pink ribbons, clearly a deliberate embellishment by the queen, intended to enhance the palace's appearance for the emperor's arrival. Yet, what purpose did such decoration serve? Men seldom concern themselves with such trivialities. They favor novelty, a different appearance each day, which they find intriguing. Regrettably, the queen seemed oblivious to this truth, remaining perpetually despondent, which explained why the emperor favored the gentle consort Yu. After a brief interval, the servant emerged. "The queen summons you, Miss Jiang. Please, enter," she announced. With that, two maidservants unceremoniously dragged Zhang Mian inside. "Your humble servant, Zhang Mian, pays her respects to your majesty." Inside, the queen sat regally on a rosewood chair, sipping tea, her demeanor graceful. Her sharp gaze scrutinized Zhang Mian from head to toe, as if assessing a piece of merchandise. "Are you the second daughter of the Zhang commander?" she inquired. "Indeed, your majesty," Zhang Mian replied, bowing with poise, her tone steady and confident. The queen smirked lightly, thinking to herself, she certainly possesses the demeanor of a seductress, not fully considering her own status, daring to approach the crown prince. "I have heard that you and the crown prince are friends," she casually probed, observing Zhang Mian's reaction. Zhang Mian furrowed her brow slightly, responding cautiously, "Your humble servant once had an unexpected encounter, during which His Highness the Crown Prince saved me. I would not presume to call myself his friend." "You are quite articulate," the queen remarked, gradually setting her teacup down, her voice turning cold. "In truth, picking a flower is not a grave matter. Yet, you have been reported for it. If I do not administer some form of punishment, I may be accused of leniency, and soon no one will abide by the rules." Zhang Mian lowered her gaze, concealing the chill in her eyes. Indeed, this was the queen's customary tactic, using the guise of propriety to issue a warning against approaching the crown prince. It mirrored her past experiences. However, this time, she would not foolishly submit to punishment. "Your majesty, if one is to be penalized without understanding the circumstances, it may be deemed rather improper, would it not?" Zhang Mian spoke slowly, her tone measured. The queen's eyes darkened, as if she had seen through Zhang Mian's thoughts. "I do not fall for sweet words and clever arguments," she replied disdainfully. "Song Lan, fetch a needle." "A needle?" Zhang Mian's heart quaked. The queen was notorious for her merciless punishments, and given the circumstances, she feared a severe reprimand was imminent. "Since you have a fondness for picking flowers, let us etch a few upon your face, as a long-lasting lesson." Song Lan, the head maidservant who had served the queen since her youth, was unwaveringly loyal. Even if the queen commanded her to commit murder, she would comply. In her previous life, she had often executed the queen's orders, leading Zhang Mian into misfortune. Yet, this loyal servant had later turned to Zhang Mian after the queen's demise, revealing a hidden secret. As the needle approached, Zhang Mian spoke softly, just loud enough for Song Lan to hear. "Aunt, did you not just visit the palace of Consort Yu?" Song Lan's hand froze, her expression shifting drastically. "How do you know?" Zhang Mian maintained her composure, a smile gracing her lips, revealing no sign of anxiety. It was common knowledge in the palace that the queen and Consort Yu were at odds. Should she learn that her trusted maidservant was in contact with Consort Yu, even if she spared her life, she would surely face dire consequences. Zhang Mian knew that Song Lan was not afraid of death, rather, she feared something else. Locking eyes with Song Lan, she leisurely added, "I not only know of your dealings with Consort Yu, but I am also aware of many things about you, such as your daughter." Zhang Mian's voice was barely a whisper, yet it sent a tremor through Song Lan's body, causing the needle to clatter to the ground. No one knew that Song Lan had borne a daughter with the queen's brother, a daughter who now served in Consort Yu's palace. This was Song Lan's secret. After a night of drunken revelry with the queen's brother, she had hurriedly fled, soon discovering she was with child. Aware that if this were to come to light, her life would be forfeit, she had feigned disappearance until she gave birth outside the palace, only to return under the pretense of seeking her way back. Little did she expect that the daughter she had raised outside the palace, in search of her mother, would become a palace maid, ultimately entering Consort Yu's service. Upon discovering this, Consort Yu had leveraged it to coerce Song Lan into becoming her spy. Zhang Mian smiled faintly, envisioning the queen's reaction upon learning that her devoted maid had once had an affair with her brother and was secretly communicating with Consort Yu. "Your Majesty, I just remembered seeing Aunt Song in Huifang Garden earlier. She must have seen me, after all, did I not pluck those flowers?" Her words struck like a viper's tongue, cornering Song Lan. In truth, she had not seen Song Lan at all, but it was now someone else's responsibility to uphold this fabrication. Suddenly, Song Lan knelt, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow as she stammered, I did indeed pass through Huifang Garden and saw Miss Jiang with Miss Wen San." The queen lowered her gaze, a hint of confusion crossing her features. "Did you not go to the inner court to fetch charcoal? How then did you pass through Huifang Garden?" Song Lan bowed her head, quickly contemplating her response. "Your Majesty, it was because today the Empress Dowager hosted a banquet at Yunqi Palace, and the main road was congested with nobles. I took a detour through Huifang Garden." The queen frowned slightly, signaling her to continue. "I observed that the flower branch actually broke off due to the severe cold. It was not Miss Jiang who plucked it. It must have been Miss Wen who misidentified the situation." Upon hearing this, Zhang Mian raised her brow. Initially, she had anticipated that Song Lan would shift the blame onto Wen, yet she had not expected this explanation. However, it made sense. With Wen's family backing her, Song Lan would likely hesitate to offend her, and this excuse was, albeit barely, plausible. The queen appeared somewhat displeased, perplexed as to why Song Lan suddenly defended Zhang Mian. Just as she was about to inquire further, Song Lan spoke again. "The daughter raised by Commander Jiang must surely be one of propriety. Your Majesty need not let a misunderstanding sow discord between the general and the crown prince." Hearing this, the queen hesitated for a moment, pondering. If she punished Zhang Mian today, it would serve to vent her frustration regarding Qiyu. However, should Jiang soon discover this and mention it to the emperor, hinting that the queen was making a mountain out of a molehill to justify punishment, the emperor might conclude that the inner court should be handed over to Consort Yu. Such a small misstep could lead to a significant loss, which she almost overlooked. After a moment, the queen rose, assisting the still kneeling Zhang Mian to her feet, her demeanor shifting to one of kindness. "Miss Jiang, why did you not explain sooner? We nearly fell into a misunderstanding." "Your humble servant believed that your Majesty would surely uncover the truth," Zhang Mian replied, rising with a calm and collected smile. She turned to Song Lan, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Aunt, for vouching for me." After this farce, Zhang Mian exited the Bai Luo Palace unscathed. As Song Lan escorted her out, she seemed hesitant, as if she wished to say something. Zhang Mian, noticing her demeanor, chuckled lightly. "Aunt, there is no need to be anxious. I am not one to indulge in gossip. Today's events were truly beyond my control. You need not worry, I will have use for you in the future, and this matter shall remain between us." Upon hearing this, Song Lan felt a weight lift from her heart. In this palace, she feared she might lack any value. As long as she remained useful, she would have a means of survival. The maidservant implored, "Miss Jiang, I ask that you keep my secret." "Rest assured, Aunt, I have always been trustworthy," Zhang Mian reassured her. She made her way back to Yunqi Palace, grateful that she had not forgotten the route through the palace, arriving just as the banquet commenced. Fortunately, the meal had just begun, and it was not too late. Jiang Sun signaled her to hurry inside. "Your servant, Zhang Mian, has arrived late. I humbly request the Empress Dowager's forgiveness." She prostrated herself at the door, her voice filled with respect. Wen Ying, hearing the commotion, looked at her in astonishment, scanning her from head to toe. How was it that she appeared unscathed? Why had the queen not punished her? The Empress Dowager, known for her warmth, particularly towards the younger generation, smiled and said, "There is no need to kneel outside. Come in quickly and have some hot soup." "Thank you, Empress Dowager." Zhang Mian rose and took her seat. As she surveyed the room, she found herself wondering why there were so few guests at the banquet today. Aside from the Jiang family, only Wen Yin was present. Before she could ponder further, her gaze met that of Wen Yin across the table. Wen Yin, visibly agitated, gripped her chopsticks tightly, forcing a smile to feign concern. "This is all my fault. Had I not taken Miss Jiang to Huifang Garden, she would not have faced the queen's inquiry over the plucked flower branches." Chapter 76. Second Miss, long time no see. It appears that Miss Wen San is also aware, and has caused me to face punishment? Zhang Mian spoke with a smile that did not reach her eyes. However, Wen Yin seemed to have adopted a different demeanor, abandoning her usual cleverness, and softly lowered her gaze, saying, "If Miss Jiang feels discomfort in her heart, perhaps you could vent your frustrations on me, allowing me some relief as well." She bowed her head, covering her face, exuding an air of grievance that was both pitiable and adorable. If one did not know better, they might think Jiang Mian was the one bullying her. Just as Jiang Mian was about to retort, the Empress Dowager interjected. "Enough, enough, today is a splendid occasion, let us not dwell on these disheartening matters." The Empress Dowager nodded gently, her gaze filled with affection as she looked at Jiang Mian. "Good child, I have heard from General Jiang that I wonder if what has been prepared today suits your taste. If there is anything else you desire, do not hesitate to mention it, I shall have the kitchen prepare something for you." Her words were directed at Jiang Mian, and even the most discerning could perceive the extra care she bestowed upon her. Jiang Mian felt a pang of confusion. This was clearly their first meeting in this life, so why was the Empress Dowager treating her with such concern? Suppressing her thoughts, she replied with a smile, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your concern. It is already quite bountiful." Seeing the Empress Dowager's attentiveness, Wanyin felt a surge of jealousy and hastily interjected, "Surely the pastries prepared by Your Majesty are exquisite." After speaking, she rose and respectfully performed a curtsy, continuing, "To be candid, I have come today not only to congratulate Your Majesty on the return of your grandson but also to express my apologies. Previously, Your Majesty, having taken pity on my unmarried state, retracted my marriage proposal, and I have felt deeply remorseful, unable to sleep at night. Today, I have brought a humble gift." She gestured for someone to present a gift box, her words tactfully chosen. This gift served both to celebrate the Empress Dowager's wishes fulfilled and to signify that, despite the postponement of her marriage, the etiquette of a proper lady could not be neglected. "I hope Your Majesty will accept it." Her speech was comprehensive, and the Empress Dowager appeared quite pleased, exclaiming, "You have always acted with such prudence, and having waited for him for over 10 years, now that he has returned, fate surely aligns." The Empress Dowager had always regarded Wanyin as a sensible child, often accompanying her in the palace to alleviate her boredom. Although the remote Chuoyua mountain villa was a distance away, she frequently visited to recite scriptures with her. If she were to become a granddaughter-in-law, she would indeed be a commendable choice. Wanyin's elaborate remarks were aimed precisely at this affirmation of fate. Upon hearing the Empress Dowager's words, her heart felt as if a stone had settled within it, excitement causing her chest to rise and fall slightly. Yet, in the next moment, a voice from the entrance overshadowed her thoughts. "Grandmother, I have arrived late." Everyone turned to the source of the voice and beheld a tall figure striding in, bowing respectfully in the hall. Clad in a dark robe, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his sharp and cool features bore a faint smile. Jiang Mian's entire body stiffened, her fingers trembling slightly, for the person before her was none other than Xiao Hengji, the very individual she had recently banished from the Jiang residence. "Good grandson, come closer to your grandmother." Upon seeing him, the Empress Dowager's eyes brimmed with love and excitement, even disregarding the palace attendants beside her as she hurriedly approached and pulled him to sit beside her, engaging in conversation with the elderly matron attending her. "How is it? Is he not indeed a mirror image of his father?" The Empress Dowager stared intently at his brows and eyes, recounting tales from the past with great fervor. Jiang Mian's astonishment had yet to dissipate as she cast a glance at Jiang Sun, realizing why her father had unexpectedly mentioned Xiao Hengji at home. It seemed that today's invitation to the Jiang residence, along with the Empress Dowager's special attention towards her, was all in recognition of the Jiang family's nurturing care. Yet, she had never anticipated that Xiao Hengji, who had shown no signs in her previous life, was indeed the Empress Dowager's grandson. However, the Bei Qin Wang did indeed bear the surname Xiao, so Xiao Hengji was truly the son of the Bei Qin Wang. She then considered that the Bei Qin Wang had but this one son, and judging by the Empress Dowager's affection, it was certain that she intended for Xiao Hengji to carry on the royal lineage. Should Xiao Hengji inherit a noble title, he would become a prince? Prince! Jiang Mian instinctively clenched her fists, her heart racing uncontrollably, her breath quickening, and cold sweat forming in her palms. For reasons unknown, a sudden sense of dread washed over her. At that moment, Wanyin could no longer contain herself, raising her glass towards Xiao Hengji with a smile. "Sir, you are the Empress Dowager's grandson. I was unaware before, and thus, I truly apologize." She then turned to the Empress Dowager, saying, "Your Majesty, unbeknownst to you, the other day, the Wen family hosted a banquet, and the young master and I found ourselves quite compatible." Her words were laden with ambiguity, her demeanor deliberately coy, inviting speculation. The Empress Dowager smiled and inquired of Xiao Hengji, "Is that true? If so, then you two indeed share a faithful connection." Upon hearing the Empress Dowager affirm her, Wanyin felt a surge of confidence. Coupled with Xiao Hengji's previous expressions of interest, it appeared that this marriage was nearly assured. Her smile grew ever more radiant, her gaze toward Xiao Hengji filled with earnest anticipation. However, Xiao Hengji then spoke, "When did I ever meet Miss Wen San?" His tone was calm, yet carried a chill that doused her hopes. Wen Yin's smile instantly faltered, stammering, "But we encountered each other in the backyard that day, discussing a future visit to the collection pavilion.
Do you not recall?"
Xiao Hengji feigned contemplation for a moment before shaking his head. "I have no recollection. Perhaps Miss Wen-san has mistaken me for someone else."
"How could that be?"
Wen Yin felt a surge of anxiety.
The Empress Dowager interjected, "Wen Heir, you mentioned seeing him at the Wen residence. Were there any others present that day?"
Wen Yin recalled that the backyard had been empty, with only herself and Xiao Hengji there, lacking a witness. Noticing her silence, the Empress Dowager laughed. "Oh, it matters little, you two will have ample opportunities to meet in the future, just waiting for an auspicious day." Wen Yin, relieved by the Empress Dowager's continued support, began to relax, but before she could fully settle, Xiao Hengji stood up solemnly, his tone both calm and serious. "Grandmother, I have one more matter to discuss."
"What is it?" "To be candid, I am engaged to the second miss of the Zhang family." At his declaration, all eyes turned toward Zhang Mian.
Jiang Sun felt a surge of joy. He truly had not expected that Xiao Hengji would acknowledge this marriage. The Empress Dowager inquired, "General Jiang, is this true?" Jiang Sun quickly affirmed, replying, "To your majesty, my daughter does indeed have an engagement with him."
Wen Yin's expression turned sour as she pressed nervously, "When was this engagement made? Were there any formalities?"
Jiang Sun explained, "At that time, our family was busy preparing for my eldest daughter's ceremonial rites, and thus we have yet to fulfill those formalities." Wen Yin was eager to argue further, but was preempted by Xiao Hengji's words. "Though it was a verbal agreement, it remains a gentleman's promise. The Zhang family has supported me for many years, and I do not wish to be ungrateful." He spoke matter-of-factly, and the Empress Dowager nodded in approval. At her age, simply having her grandson returned was a momentous joy. As for the marriage, as long as her grandson was happy, she would leave it to him to choose. The Zhang family had saved and raised him, and there was both fate and gratitude entwined. Should they wed, she held no objections. As for Wen Yin, having waited for him for over 10 years, she could arrange for an excellent match for her in due time, and it was unlikely the Wen family would protest.
"Grandmother," Xiao Hengji asked, "what do you think?"
"Of course, I support you. Having lived in the Zhang family for many years, you must have formed some bond there," the Empress Dowager replied, smiling as she rambled on. Zhang Mian, however, absorbed none of her words, her heart tumultuous with waves of shock. The demeanor and presence of Xiao Hengji before her, draped in fine robes, standing in this imperial hall, mirrored that of the regent from her previous life. The nauseating memories from her past surged uncontrollably in her mind. She seemed to recall that those absurd events had also transpired within the Yushi Palace. Her heartbeat quickened, an instinctual aversion overwhelming her, compelling her to retreat and distance herself from him. Yet, Xiao Hengji advanced step by step towards her, his gaze unwavering, his strides calm and assured, that familiar and powerful aura shattering the facade of composure she desperately clung to. Just as she was about to stand and flee in terror, Xiao Hengji suddenly knelt down, a light-hearted smile gracing his features as he said, "Second miss, long time no see." A shiver ran down Zhang Mian's spine. That was her first instinct. She felt her back drenched in cold sweat, her clothes clinging to her as if she were submerged in water.
"Mianer, why are you not speaking?"
Jiang Sun nudged her arm from the side. Zhang Mian struggled to breathe, taking a long moment before finally managing to utter, "Long time no see." Chapter 77. Once again, the Crown Prince's recommendation. During this meal, she felt as if she were seated upon a bed of needles, discomforted and anxious. Despite the fact that Xiao Hengji had done nothing untoward, and appeared rather composed, every time Jiangwan met his gaze, an inexplicable chill would race down her spine, urging her to flee. Finally enduring until the end, she grasped Jiang Sun's hand and hastily made her exit. Just as they crossed the palace threshold, they encountered a guard who bowed respectfully to Jiang Sun. "General, His Highness the Crown Prince requests an audience with you."
"His Highness?"
"Yes, upon learning of Commander Zhang's presence in the palace, His Highness has set aside time to invite you for tea and conversation." After the guard spoke, he turned to Jiangwan, "Miss Jiang, if you are free, you might as well accompany him." She had intended to speak with Ning Ji, making this a fortuitous opportunity.
Going with her father would also spare her from unwarranted speculation.
"If His Highness has extended an invitation, I shall naturally attend," Jiangwan replied, falling in step beside Jiang Sun, glancing back occasionally, fearful that Xiao Hengji might follow. The guard led them to Yunxiao Tower, a place originally designated for receiving foreign dignitaries. However, since unrest had arisen at the borders, it had been left vacant due to the absence of visitors. In fact, it was one of the few tranquil spots within the palace, suitable not only for conversation but also for other clandestine activities, such as secret rendezvous. In her previous life, Ningji would occasionally bring her here, amidst the flowers and under the sun. They would share their affections without a care. Once, she had even inadvertently stumbled upon concubine Yu and the emperor in a compromising position, and by the light of the moon, she had been able to discern the color of concubine Yu's undergarments, as well as the tension in the foot resting on the emperor's shoulder. At that time, she had laughed, remarking how similar father and son were, both fond of such secluded spots. Yet, Ningji possessed an innate capacity for learning. Even in witnessing such events, he gleaned knowledge from them. Thus, the following evening, Jiangwan found herself feeling rather tense and weary. The current Yunshao Tower was identical to the one etched in her memory. Upon ascending the stairs and entering the room, Ningji was already seated inside. "Your Highness, I have come to pay my respects." "Esteemed daughter pays her respects to your Highness." The two greeted him, and Ningji, appearing warm and approachable, personally assisted Jiang Sun in taking a seat, instructing someone to pour tea. He had not seen Jiangwan for quite some time, and his gaze lingered on her a moment longer than usual. However, this time, there was a hint of curiosity in his eyes, for the matter concerning the third prince had reached his ears, and he had learned from the Grand Tutor that it was thanks to Jiangwan's intelligence that they had made progress. His interest in her had intensified, to the point where he considered keeping her close for further exploration. Yet, there was another present, watching with keen eyes. In the past, Ningji would not have cared, for what could a mere adopted son contest with him? But he had not anticipated that this individual had transformed into the grandson of the Empress Dowager. Holding a teacup, he casually remarked, "I have heard that Master Xiao is the Empress Dowager's own grandson? I must admit, I did not notice this during my recent visit." Indeed, Jiang Sun sighed. If not for Wan sending him out of the Jiang residence, he would not have been recognized by an old retainer of the northern Qin king. "Had you ever seen this token before?" The Empress Dowager searched everywhere, and little did we expect it would be right here in the capital. Fortunately, she did not hold my Jiang residence's ignorance against us. Ningji smiled faintly. The Empress Dowager has always been forgiving. She is grateful for the Jiang family's nurturing. How could she cast blame? "You speak truly, it was I who spoke," Jiang Sun conceded. Jiangwan sat to the side, listening attentively to their pleasantries. Ningji's gaze occasionally drifted her way. He had wished merely to see Jiangwan today, but fearing rumors of a secret meeting, he had invited Jiang Sun along. Yet, she bore a heavy heart, lost in thought. Was she perhaps contemplating a marriage with Xiao Hengji? Given his elevated status, Jiang Sun would surely be amenable to marrying his daughter to him. He absently traced the rim of his cup, unable to suppress his curiosity. "I recall that Miss Jiang has a verbal engagement with Master Xiao." "Is it still valid?" Jiang Sun replied with a smile. "Certainly, it is still valid. The Empress Dowager just consented to it." Jiangwan interjected hastily, "But it was merely spoken, it cannot be considered formal." She had no desire to truly wed Xiao Hengji, spending her days gazing upon that face. To be frightened by him once more might lead to her not being so fortunate as to live again, perhaps destined to become a wandering spirit. Her outburst plunged the room into silence, leaving no one to speak. Jiang Sun felt a twinge of awkwardness, while Jiangwan recognized her own impetuosity. After a brief moment, she softly said, "Father, I have some matters to discuss with His Highness. Might I ask you to wait for me outside?" What father would be sent away by his daughter? Jiang Sun shot her a glare, intending to refuse, only to see Ningji gently nod in agreement, permitting it. With resignation, he rose. "Then I shall wait for you by the carriage. Do not forget your manners." Jiangwan responded affirmatively. Once Jiang Sun had departed, Ningji leisurely spoke, "Miss Jiang, what is it that you wish to discuss? You seem rather secretive." Jiangwan took a deep breath, adopting a serious demeanor. "Your Highness, do you recall asking me a question before?" "What question?" "You once inquired whether I would be willing to enter the palace and remain by your side." Ningji chuckled softly. "Of course I remember." "Is that offer still valid?" Ningji paused momentarily. "You have an engagement with Master Xiao. Once he is granted a title, you would become the princess consort. Does Miss Jiang not favor this status?" Jiangwan did not answer but tightened her fist slightly. Ningji smiled again. "If you do not favor it, then my offer stands. As long as you are willing. I have a condition." Jiangwan interrupted. Ningji was taken aback by her unhesitating response. "What condition?" "I wish to become the crown princess." This straightforward declaration left him momentarily stunned, utterly unexpected. He had not anticipated Jiangwan to have such grand aspirations. Though he harbored a degree of affection for her and was willing to make concessions, bringing her into the palace was one thing. Making her the crown princess was an entirely different matter. Perhaps Jiangwan was unaware of the implications of such a title. It was not merely that of a wife, but also that of a pawn in his game. Her boldness in making such a statement suggested she had given it considerable thought. She recalled how, after Ningji ascended the throne, the Shi family's influence grew tremendously, with ministers in court aligning themselves with their power, creating a scenario not unlike a chess match against Duan Jian. Ningji had been compelled to acquiesce to the Shi family's unreasonable requests time and again. It was likely that even Duan Jian had not foreseen that, after leveraging the Shi family, he would find himself ensnared by them once more. Seeing Ningji remain silent, Jiangwan took a breath and continued, "While it is advantageous for your highness to ally with the Shi family, once you ascend the throne, purging their influence from the court will pose a significant challenge. A single misstep could lead to an external relative meddling in governance, undermining imperial authority. Moreover, sure you relies heavily on the Empress, having her beside you is akin to having the Empress's eyes monitoring your every move." Upon hearing this, Jiangwan noticed Ningji's brow furrow slightly, as if weighing his options. She pressed on, "But I am different. You know that my maternal family has fallen from grace and cannot interfere in the inner palace. My paternal family wields considerable prestige in the military. Although their influence among scholars is somewhat lacking, they hold tight control over military affairs." Ningji lowered his gaze, deep in thought. Jiangwan's words were not without merit. Most soldiers in the military heeded Jiang Sun's commands, and it was rumored that the general's orders were tantamount to military edicts. It was precisely for this reason that his father had sought to eliminate Jiang Sun. The Shi family's literary influence was vast, and while removing it in the future would be troublesome, he would indeed require the support of the scholar class to placate the populace during his initial reign. Ningji comprehended all that Jiangwan articulated, yet with the third prince now out of contention, no one in court posed a threat to him. Jiang Sun remained loyal to the crown, and henceforth, he would remain loyal to Ningji. Whether Jiangwan became the crown princess or not, Jiang Sun would remain steadfast in his loyalty. However, the fact that Jiangwan could perceive such intricacies and dared to speak candidly to him was a testament to her intelligence, surpassing that of the younger Shiryu. Seemingly sensing his thoughts, Jiangwan added, "The military's connections cannot be built overnight. Should I marry Xiao Hengji, my father's former subordinates and followers would surely lean more towards him. Your highness understands that the military's loyalty is paramount. As long as military power is secured, what concern is there in managing a few scholars?" Jiangwan was nearly explicit in her statements. Ningji's expression faltered slightly. He had overlooked this aspect. Although Jiang Sun was loyal to the throne, there would come a day when he would retire. At that time, if the military's allegiance lay with Xiao Hengji, Ningji's throne would be precarious. Yet, why did Jiangwan not wish to marry Xiao Hengji? He recalled the day of the Lantern Festival when Jiangwan had made a wish, suggesting she had feelings for Xiao Hengji. Ningji narrowed his eyes and inquired, "I am curious, Miss Jiang, why do you not wish to be a princess consort, but rather aspire to be the crown princess?" Jiangwan smiled sweetly, "Because I like your highness, of course I wish to remain by your side." Her radiant smile was captivating, causing Ningji's heart to momentarily skip a beat. If Jiangwan were to occupy the position of crown princess, he would find some joy in that. However, before he could respond, a servant knocked at the door to announce, "Your highness, Miss Shi has arrived downstairs." "Shall we invite her up?" Ningji replied softly, "Tell her I am in a meeting and cannot receive guests." The servant conveyed this, yet Miss Shi insisted on seeing Miss Jiang, given her presence downstairs. Upon hearing this, Jiangwan suggested, "Perhaps I should go down, that way, she need not come up." She stood to make her exit, but Ningji followed after her. "Miss Jiang, allow me to go. If she does not see me, she will not leave." Ningji rubbed his temples, exasperated. As he descended the stairs, Jiangwan watched his retreating figure, reflecting on their earlier conversation. She believed that Ningji, being so astute, would weigh the advantages and ultimately choose her. Nonetheless, the selection of a crown princess was a serious matter, and he would likely consult Duan Jian as well. What would Duan Jian think? Today, she had spoken rather recklessly, and Ningji might perceive her intentions as impure, yet her urgency was genuine. Xiao Hengji was favored by the Empress Dowager, and if a marriage were to be bestowed upon him, extricating herself would become increasingly challenging. As she pondered, the door to the adjacent room suddenly swung open, and a hand swiftly pulled her inside. Before she could utter a sound, her mouth was covered, and she was pressed against the door. Upon recognizing the identity of her captor, her eyes widened in shock. "Xiao Hengji," she tugged at his hand, attempting to break free, but he remained unyielding. "Ugh!" She managed to make a sound, and in a moment of desperation, bit down on his hand, prompting him to release her. "Xiao Hengji! What are you doing here?" Xiao Hengji rubbed his palm, catching his breath slightly. "If I hadn't come, I would never have known that the second miss is once again recommending herself to the crown prince." Chapter 78. Not mindful of letting him know these matters, upon hearing the word again, Zhang Mian's pupils constricted, and her heart raced violently. You are." Xiao Heng's lips curled into a smile, yet to Zhang Mian, it appeared exceedingly malicious. A sudden explosion resonated in her mind, causing everything to collapse instantaneously. It was as if a soul from the depths of hell had once again grasped her, the previous speculations transformed into a harsh reality. Although she had braced herself somewhat, her instinct was to flee. Xiao Hong subtly shifted his position, blocking her path, compelling her to meet his gaze. He extended his hand, but before he could touch her, she shouted at the top of her lungs, "Don't touch me!" Xiao Hang's anger surged, but upon sensing her terror, he restrained his emotions and inquired, "What must I do for you to forgive me?" "Forgive you?" Zhang Mian scoffed, as if the notion were absurd. "Xiao Hang, do you not perceive your own hypocrisy? You have caused me suffering beyond measure, and now you dare to ask for my forgiveness. The events of the past, I shall never pardon you in this lifetime." Her eyes glimmered with unshed tears, trembling with fear, yet her words were laced with a profound hatred. Xiao Hong hastily offered an explanation, "I have never harmed you, you are safe and sound." "And what of Songshuang? Had you not sent people to seize the horse, how would Songshuang have ended up in such a state?" Xiao Hong faltered momentarily, as if a thorn lodged in his throat. When Jiang Mian attempted to evade him and head outside, he anxiously stepped forward, grasping her sleeve. "I apologize, please do not leave. Let go of me, I have told you I do not like you." "I never have, and I never will," she shouted, her voice hoarse with emotion. "You lie!" Xiao Hong retorted, his gaze penetrating her eyes. "Did you not once worry for me? Did you not give me hope, wishing for my redemption? Now I can be a good person, does that not mean impossible?" Zhang Mian's voice brimmed with disgust and humiliation. "It was my folly to have pitied you and believed in you, there is no possibility between us." Her words were venomous, and she felt a deep shame for having ever revealed her feelings. "The fire at the Zuayin Tower should have consumed you within." Xiao Heng's expression momentarily faltered, his eyes reddening, whether from fury or sorrow, it was unclear. After a lengthy silence, he finally spoke, his voice hoarse, "You wish to be with Ningji, to the point of wishing for my death, do you not?" "Indeed," Zhang Mian affirmed resolutely. His gaze trembled slightly as he regarded her face, suddenly reminded of a past incident. When he had first arrived at the Zhang residence, he often experienced nightmares, always dreaming of a woman standing at the foot of his bed, approaching him with a knife. In those moments of despair, he had picked up that very knife, slowly inflicting pain upon himself. On that fateful day, Zhang Mian had been playing hide-and-seek with the servants and had unexpectedly stumbled into his room. Startled by the knife in his hand, she cautiously approached him, promising that if he ever had nightmares again, he could seek her out. In time, he truly did seek her, and she would always stay until he fell asleep before leaving. He understood that she was merely pitying him, yet he yearned for that compassion, pleading for her not to turn her sympathy towards another. On the day of Madame Zhang's burial, she had tearfully told him, "Xiao Hong, you must live well." She had cast a ray of light into his desolate existence. During countless sleepless nights, he envisioned her visage, dispelling his fears. Yet now, Zhang Mian wished him dead, as if she had forgotten everything that had transpired before. Xiao Heng's eyelashes fluttered as he slowly grasped her hand and pressed it against his chest. "Do you want me to extract my heart for you to see?" Zhang Mian halted momentarily, struggling to free herself, whispering, "Madman." "I am mad," Xiao Hong bellowed, anguish evident in his eyes. "And it is you who has driven me to this state. You have family and friends, you can live a fulfilling life, but I cannot. I have only you. In the past, you abandoned me. Are you now going to seek him out again? Zhang Mian, do not treat me this way." The torment in Xiao Heng's eyes mingled with desperation. He clutched Zhang Mian's hand tightly, his knuckles paling from the pressure, fearful that a moment's inattention would allow her to escape. At that moment, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed from outside, the unmistakable sound of Ningji ascending the stairs. As the footsteps drew nearer, she reached for the door, only to be abruptly restrained by Xiao Hong, who pinned her hands above her head, securing her firmly. "Let go of me," she gritted through clenched teeth. Xiao Hong lowered his head, their faces mere inches apart, acutely aware of Zhang Mian's shallow breaths, fueled by anger. Outside, Ningji called softly, "Miss Jiang, where are you?" As Zhang Mian prepared to respond, Xiao Hong suddenly leaned down, forcefully silencing her with a kiss. Muffled cries escaped her as she struggled, her lips parted involuntarily, and he, with a fierce and aggressive demeanor, claimed the last vestiges of air from her lungs. Zhang Mian's vision blurred with rage as she bit down hard, the metallic taste of blood flooding her senses. Yet, Xiao Hong seemed impervious to the pain, his grip unyielding, offering her no space to struggle, his strength almost crushing her fingers. The sensation of suffocation washed over her in waves, her heart racing, while the door behind her trembled ever so slightly. Zhang Mian tensed, her breath becoming erratic, terrified of being discovered by the person outside. After what felt like an eternity, Xiao Hong slowly released her, blood trickling from the corner of his torn lip, mingling with his heavy, labored breaths. Xiao Hong, she seethed, her voice brimming with fury and tremors. Unfazed, Xiao Hong lifted a hand to wipe the blood from her lips, his tone low and gravelly. Ningji is right outside, speak louder.
What do you intend to do?
Her voice emerged almost as a whisper, squeezed from between her teeth.
Xiao Hong hesitated. What do I intend to do? I want him to know that I understand you far better than he ever could. I know your fears, your desires, when you are happy and when you are sad.
I am familiar with every facet of you, even the small blemish on your back. I've kissed it. I do not mind letting him know everything that has transpired between us. As he spoke, he reached for the door, his intentions clear.
No! Panic surged through Zhang Mian.
If Ningji were to see her in this state, she would be unable to explain herself. Xiao Hong, this madman, would do anything once his mask was removed.
Do not! Zhang Mian shook her head vehemently.
Yet, Xiao Hong disregarded her pleas, a mocking smile playing on his lips as he gently pushed the door open. However, at the very moment the door swung ajar, he released her hand. Zhang Mian quickly adjusted her clothing, securing her hairpin, and hastily tucked her disheveled hair behind her ear. As Ningji turned back, Zhang Mian managed to stand upright just in time. Your Highness, she forced herself to maintain composure, her chest rising and falling with anxiety, fearful of revealing her unease. Ningji's gaze flickered, resting on Zhang Mian's face for a moment before slowly shifting to Xiao Hong.
Young Master Xiao, that should be cousin now, Ningji replied with a light laugh.
What brings you here, cousin? Xiao Hong observed Zhang Mian's attempt to regain her composure and raised an eyebrow. I sought a quiet place to sit for a while, but unexpectedly ran into the second miss, so I invited her to join me.
Join you?
Ningji smiled faintly, her gaze landing on the mark at the corner of his lips. That faint, yet vivid, red hue carried an air of provocation. Ningji required no further contemplation to discern what had transpired, her fingertips involuntarily clenched into a fist beneath her flowing sleeves. Zhang Mian felt an overwhelming urge to depart. She could not remain there any longer, anxiety gnawing at her, teetering on the brink of collapse.
My father has been waiting for me for a long time. I must take my leave.
She fled down the stairs as if escaping. Xiao Hong watched her retreating figure, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he casually adjusted his sleeve. Turning his attention back to Ningji, he stated, since you are here, why not share a cup of tea? His tone was utterly indifferent, casual, and devoid of respect. Ningji regarded his nonchalant demeanor with increasing irritation. Though he had never been part of the court before, he now acted as if he were above her, showing no regard for her status as the crown prince. Chapter 79. In public, Ningji raised the corners of his mouth, yet the smile did not reach his eyes. There are pressing matters to attend to, he said. I shall drink with you after I have formally met my cousin. With that, he wore a composed expression and hastily exited, a flicker of suppressed anger flashing across his brow. Xiao Hengji's blatant provocation ignited a sudden sense of crisis within him. Should Zhang Mian truly wed Xiao Hengji, he would undoubtedly lose a valuable piece in the game. Moreover, the animosity Xiao Hengji bore towards him hinted that even if he were to ascend the throne, his position might not be as secure as he wished. He quickened his pace towards Duanjian's side hall. Before he even crossed the threshold, a faint floral scent wafted through the air, both delicate and potent. He wondered how the Grand Tutor had suddenly become enamored with incense, as even his most cherished tea sets had been neglected for some time. Focused on brewing flower essences, Duanjian stirred the floral concoction with unwavering concentration. Ningji lingered outside, hesitating whether to intrude. Your Highness, please come in, a soft voice called from within. Ningji promptly stepped inside and bowed slightly, greeting, I pay my respects to my teacher. Duanjian, holding a pair of bamboo chopsticks, continued to stir the boiling floral mixture and Surely, something weighs upon your mind? Ningji sat opposite him, pondering for a moment before addressing the matter directly. I was contemplating the earlier intention of an alliance with the Qi family, which was based on the third prince's considerable influence. Now that his power has waned, is such a union still necessary? He waited for Duanjian's response, but the latter maintained a calm demeanor, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Ningji continued, while the Qi family can rally the support of the civil officials, it will be quite challenging to uproot them in the future. Therefore, I believe that an alliance with the Jiang family would be more beneficial in consolidating military loyalty. Duanjian lifted his gaze, a faint smile gracing his lips. Ningji's straightforward inquiry suggested his impatience. You have articulated your thoughts quite comprehensively. It seems you have already made up your mind. I shall assist you wholeheartedly. However, Ningji added, there is another matter. Xiao Hengji will soon be conferred a title, and his close relationship with Miss Jiang raises my concerns. From our previous encounters, I sensed his intense hostility. I cannot shake the unease that if I were to unite with Miss Jiang, he might feel threatened and obstruct your plans. Precisely, Duanjian replied, continuing to stir the floral essence with a steady hand, his tone casual yet incisive. Your Highness fears that Xiao Hengji may hinder your ambitions, largely due to his current status.
But should he lose that status, would you still find yourself in a predicament? Lose his status, yet he is recognized as the beloved grandson of the Empress Dowager. Could she possibly disown him? Ningji countered.
His parents have passed, and he spent his childhood in frail health, rarely leaving the royal residence. Years have passed, and his appearance has changed. The Empress Dowager, in her old age, has accepted him based solely on the golden talisman. Who knows if her affections are not clouded by her own worries? The emperor is dutiful and would not dare contradict her, naturally yielding to her wishes regarding his recognition. The northern Qin prince's estate is not of royal lineage but merely a title earned through merit, meant to please the Empress Dowager, allowing him to inherit without issue. Ningji contemplated this for a moment, a jolt of realization striking him. Are you suggesting that if someone were to question Xiao Hengji's identity, my father might hesitate to bestow a title upon him?
The emperor has never been one to argue with the Empress Dowager.
It requires someone to voice such doubts for it to take root. Duan Jian's words resonated with clarity, dispelling Ningji's tangled emotions. A glimmer of determination ignited in his eyes, and the weight upon his chest lightened considerably.
I understand now, he exclaimed.
Outside the palace gates, Zhang Mian's carriage remained stationary. She had much to convey to Ningji, but once beyond the palace doors, re-entry was not permitted. Thus, she lingered, hoping for a familiar face from the crown prince's residence to pass by and deliver a letter on her behalf. Yet, after waiting a considerable time, no one appeared. The guards stationed outside, recognizing her as the daughter of the Grand Commander, refrained from forcibly sending her away. However, the prolonged wait was undoubtedly against protocol, and the guards continued to urge her to depart. Not wishing to impose, Zhang Mian instructed her coachman to leave. Just as she was about to rise, she spotted a modest carriage exiting the palace. It was Duan Jian's. Why was he emerging from the palace again? Perhaps he could deliver her letter to Ningji. Follow that carriage, she instructed her coachman urgently. Without hesitation, he obeyed, trailing behind. However, as they proceeded, Zhang Mian realized that Duan Jian's destination aligned closely with hers. Just as she wondered if he might be seeking her out, she saw the carriage turn in another direction, heading towards the residence of the heir of the Pingnan Marquis. Only then did it dawn on her that he was likely visiting Wen Xian. Her non-blood uncle truly dotes on his niece. A rare occurrence indeed. Zhang Mian scoffed softly. Realizing she could not catch up, she returned home, postponing the delivery of her explanatory letter to Ningji for another opportunity. Upon entering her home, she found the servants bustling about, carrying various items. In a flurry, she grasped the arm of a maid, inquiring, "What is the cause of such haste? Is there a matter concerning the household?" The maid replied, "Miss, the master has specifically instructed that young Master Xiao, being a person of high esteem, requires a thorough cleaning and a banquet to be prepared in his honor."
Zhang Mian was taken aback by this. She turned and walked into Jiang Sun's chamber, asking, "Father, has not Xiao Hengji been recognized by the Empress Dowager? Why then does he return to the Jiang residence?" Logically, with the Empress Dowager's affection towards him, it would be expected for him to reside in the palace or return to the northern Qin prince's estate. Jiang Sun responded, "He expressed a desire to bid farewell to me before returning to the royal estate. After careful consideration, I believe it is prudent to extend him a proper welcome." Hearing this, Zhang Mian felt a slight heaviness in her heart. Given his sudden elevation in status, her father ought to treat him with respect. Yet, the recent events at Yunshao Tower stirred within her an undeniable sense of resistance. If he were merely Xiao Hengji, it might have been bearable. However, he was the madman known as the Regent. As dusk descended and dinner approached, Zhang Mian donned a simple yet elegant garment and entered the inner hall, where the flickering candlelight cast a warm glow. She surveyed the room, noticing that everyone was already seated. Xiao Hengji's gaze, calm yet profound, was fixed upon her. Zhang Mian averted her eyes, deliberately choosing a seat farther from him, her heart tinged with unease. However, as soon as she settled, Xiao Hengji raised his wine cup, seizing the opportunity to toast Jiang Sun, casually taking a seat beside her. Her heart tightened, and just as she contemplated shifting away, a hand suddenly reached beneath the table, quietly pressing against her leg. A large hand, hidden beneath the fabric of his robe, rested upon her thigh. In plain sight of the assembly, Zhang Mian maintained her composure, unwilling to betray any sign of discomfort. Yet Xiao Hengji appeared utterly unfazed, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he continued conversing with Jiang Sun. "Since my childhood, I have endured solitude. It was only through the kindness of Madame Jiang and the protection of Uncle Jiang that I was fortunate enough to return to my grandmother's side. I shall forever be grateful for the Jiang family's benevolence." Seizing the moment he spoke, Zhang Mian attempted to shift her leg away, but with each movement she made, Xiao Hengji inched closer. Chapter 80 ends here. She dared not move any further, her back damp with anxiety. Irresolutely, she discreetly extended her hand, her nails digging fiercely into the back of his hand. Yet, the harder she pressed, the stronger his grip became.
How could she possibly match his strength? She felt as if her leg bones were about to be crushed and had no choice but to release her fingers. A wave of irritation surged within her, but out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the triumphant smile at the corner of Xiao Qingji's mouth. Her expression darkened, and she felt as if she might shatter her back teeth, her countenance exceedingly grim. Xiao Qingji leisurely sipped a glass of wine, casting a faint glance her way, as if teasing, "What troubles the second young lady? You seem rather displeased." Jiang Wan turned her face away, responding coldly, "It is not displeasure, merely." She paused, her gaze flickering across the table, suddenly revealing a mischievous smile. "That bowl of soup is just out of reach. Might you serve me a bowl?" Xiao Qingji replied with a smile, "Of course." He took her bowl and, with a single hand, ladled her a bowl of soup, gently pushing it toward her with a hint of playful warning, "Second young lady, be careful, it's hot." Jiang Wan smiled, "A bit of heat is welcome. I merely fear it isn't hot enough." She lifted the bowl nonchalantly, her wrist slipping slightly, causing the bowl to tip over the table, scalding soup spilling forth, poised to splash onto her legs. Xiao Qingji's expression changed, and with quick reflexes, he reached out to block it, most of the soup drenching his hand instead, causing him to furrow his brow in pain, his fingers trembling slightly. "You did that on purpose," he said, his voice low, barely concealing his emotions. Jiang Wan raised an eyebrow, a flicker of triumph in her eyes as she calmly replied, "Father, I merely had a momentary slip. I shall return to my room to change." With that, she rose and strode toward the exit, entirely oblivious to the rising anger behind her. Once back in her room, she closed the door and looked down at the area of her skirt that had been scalded. Although not completely drenched, the skin remained flushed and subtly painful. Coupled with the forceful grip she had endured, even the slightest movement caused her discomfort. She sat at her desk, retrieving ointment, lifting her skirt to her thigh, the searing pain causing her brow to knit in distress. Just as she was focused on applying the medicine, the door was suddenly pushed open and Jiang Wan was taken aback, turning to see Xiao Qingji standing at the threshold, his expression dark, brimming with an ineffable rage. She coldly remarked, "What is it? Have you grown so lazy as to not even knock?" Ignoring her frosty demeanor, Xiao Qingji strode forward, his gaze ablaze with an oppressive intensity. "To avoid me, you would scald yourself? Am I truly so loathsome to you?" "Loathsome?" Jiang Wan scoffed, "My feelings for you extend beyond mere loathing. I find you utterly repulsive. Just the sight of your face makes me feel nauseated." Her words were sharp as blades, mercilessly piercing his heart. If in a past life she had endured because of you or being in his grasp, now she had nothing left to lose, or from the moment she confirmed he was the regent, all that remained was her boundless hatred. She once harbored expectations of him, but reflecting on it now was nothing short of a farce. Xiao Qingji noticed the ointment on her desk and cast a glance at the soup stain on her skirt, suppressing his anger as he said helplessly, "I have explained before, I did not harm you, and I have spent a considerable time investigating who was responsible." "You did not harm me?" Jiang Wan found his reasoning utterly absurd. How ridiculous. "Xiao Qingji, do you truly believe that a mere declaration of innocence will absolve you of the past? Do you think I would believe that, even if you did not attempt to kill me? Does that make your other actions any less real? Kidnapping you or harming Ningji, were those merely figments of my imagination?" The more she spoke, the more agitated she became, her tone nearly gritting her teeth, brimming with long-held anger and pain, her eyes filled with profound hatred. Upon hearing her still fixate on Ningji, Xiao Qingji's face darkened, fury igniting in his eyes as he slammed his hand on the table, shouting, "And if I killed him? That kind of person, I could slay 1,000 times and it still wouldn't be enough. Jiang Wan, no one in this world loves you more than I do." Slap! Jiang Wan delivered a resounding slap to his face, her chest heaving violently. "What are you pretending to be, a love saint? Do you truly love me, or are you merely concerned for your own pride? Are you even clear about it yourself? Get out!" Xiao Qingji stood momentarily stunned by her blow, but as he turned his head, his gaze caught sight of a letter by the dressing table. The elegant handwriting on the envelope starkly read, "To the Crown Prince." Jiang Wan noticed his focus shift and attempted to retrieve the letter, but he swiftly snatched it away. He tore open the envelope, and the concern woven through the words caused his expression to darken abruptly, his gaze turning icy. "Are you so eager to explain our relationship to him? Afraid he might misunderstand?" He spoke, his eyes fixed on her with fierce intensity, his fingers tightening as he began to shred the letter into pieces. Jiang Wan watched the fragments fall to the ground, slowly articulating, "Tear this one, and I can always write another. Xiao Qingji, cease these futile actions." "Why?" he asked, seemingly unwilling to relent, his gaze deep and complex, tinged with an uncontrollable obsession and pain. "You once professed your love for me. You spoke of wanting a home together. Have you forgotten those words?" Jiang Wan clenched her teeth, memories of the past flooding her mind. She had not forgotten. How could she, in her previous life, the Jiang family fell from grace, and she was cast out by the Ho family, her reputation in the capital so tarnished that she was regarded as a disaster, a plague, shunned by all. To secure Xiao Qingji's protection, she had uttered many insincere words, even initiating the proposal of marriage herself had she not learned of Ningji's whereabouts by chance. That union might have come to fruition. She admitted her selfishness, abandoning him on their wedding day, yet, she had paid her dues. Why did Xiao Qingji still cling to her? His incessant declarations of affection were merely an attempt to reclaim the dignity he lost in her presence. She shut her eyes, recalling the Regent's ominous words from her past life, "You shall never escape my grasp, in this life or the next." Like a curse, it bound her tightly. Xiao Qingji would not release her, and heaven itself seemed to conspire against her. Even in this second chance, she could not evade him. Her gaze dimmed, her voice tinged with weariness. "Xiao Qingji, let the past remain in the past. We have both been granted a second chance, some matters must simply come to an end."
Come to an end?
Xiao Qingji retorted, his voice laced with incredulity.
You speak so lightly of it. What else would you have me do? Lock me away again, to continue your humiliation?
Jiangwan clenched her fists, her gaze fixed on him unwaveringly. "You have spoken of a second chance, so we certainly can." Before he could finish, a cacophony erupted from outside the door. Chapter 81. A lingering bitterness in the heart. Jiang Mian took a few steps to the door and pulled it open. There stood Jiangli, accompanied by several servants, distributing an array of porcelain in the courtyard. A young maid accidentally shattered a vase, and Jiangli was reprimanding her. Upon noticing Jiang Mian at the door, she hurried over with a smile. "Second sister, it has been quite some time.
How have you been recently?"
Jiang Mian paused for a moment, her gaze sweeping from Jiangli's face down to her attire. A precious jade pendant dangled at her waist, and her headdress sparkled brilliantly, adorned in exquisite finery. Externally, she indeed possessed the dignity befitting a young mistress of a marquis' household, yet, upon closer inspection, her hands revealed a different story. Her nails were worn down, and faint scars marred the back of her hands. It seemed she had not been living a life of ease. Jiang Mian smiled wryly, her tone laced with a hint of teasing. "What brings you here today, elder sister? Why is your husband not accompanying you?" Jiangli, though caught off guard by the playful jab, maintained her composure. In the marquis's residence, she had learned the art of restraint. With a faint smile, she deftly shifted the topic. "Your brother-in-law has gone fishing with the marquis. I heard that young Master Xiao has reunited with the Empress Dowager, so I came to offer my congratulations." Beside them, Xiao Hengji nodded slightly. "Thank you." Jiang Mian was struck by how Jiangli referred to him as young Master Xiao. In the past, Jiangli had treated Xiao Hengji with disdain, often addressing him in a dismissive manner. It appeared that upon her return, she had come to acknowledge his changed status and was making amends. Jiang Mian observed the cheerful glint in Jiangli's eyes. There was no trace left of their previous animosity. It seemed the marquis's residence had indeed dulled her edges. Casually, she remarked, "Since you have conveyed your congratulations, shouldn't you be returning? The marquis's household adheres to many customs, and it would be troublesome if your mother-in-law were displeased." For a brief moment, the smile on Jiangli's face faltered, but she quickly masked it, replying softly, "It is of no concern. I have some leisure time at the marquis's residence. It will not be too late to return tomorrow." Jiang Mian, noting her forced bravado, let out a quiet scoff and refrained from further comment. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached from outside the corridor. Shortly after, Anwan rushed in, breathless with excitement. Upon seeing Jiangli, her eyes welled with tears of joy. "Lear, what a surprise! You didn't even send word." She stepped forward and grasped Jiangli's hand, concern evident in her gaze. "Are they treating you well at the marquis's residence?" Jiangli hesitated for a moment before responding with a gentle smile, withdrawing her hand from Aunt Wan's grasp. "Everyone at the marquis's residence treats me very well. You need not worry, Aunt." Jiang Mian stood to the side, observing the exchange. She noted the brief pause Jiangli made when lowering her head, a clear sign of her unease. Did Jiangli truly think she was unaware of the marquis's household dynamics? How could the marquises possibly treat her kindly? Surely they summoned her repeatedly, having her transcribe household rules day in and day out. Yet Anwan seemed oblivious, eagerly engaging Jiangli in conversation. "I knew you would manage well." Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, she added, "Oh, by the way, your condition is rather concerning. I have prepared some herbal remedies said to aid in childbirth. You should take them back with you." Jiangli gently interrupted her, declining the offer. "The marquis's household has such remedies as well." Although Jiangli maintained her smile, the tension at the corners of her lips betrayed her discomfort, her fingers unconsciously tightening within her sleeves. No one knew that it was not her inability to conceive, but rather, Xiatsun lacked the capability altogether. She endured daily torment, feeling dry and pained, yet dared not resist, for the marquises had sent maids to listen at the door. Initially, she had questioned whether the issue lay with her, but after consulting a physician, she discovered it was not her fault. Jiang Mian, observing Jiang Li's struggle to maintain her composure, chose not to confront her, merely raising an eyebrow. There is no need for concern, aunt. Both elder sister and brother-in-law are still young, it is only a matter of time. Aunt Wan detected the sharpness in her words and was about to retort, but upon seeing Xiao Hengji standing behind Jiang Li, exuding an air of support, she fell silent. The following morning, Xiao Hengji remained in the residence. Jiang Mian, wishing to avoid him, took to the market for a reprieve. The winter morning market buzzed with life, vendors calling out, and the streets were filled with a vibrant atmosphere. The tea shop she had once adored was now preparing to open, putting up signs. As she strolled through the market, she suddenly spotted a few familiar figures ahead. Upon closer inspection, she saw Wen Qian walking among Duan Jian and Li Zhijing. She had seen Duan Jian leave the palace yesterday. Why had he returned so soon? What was he up to with these frequent visits? Jiang Mian quickened her pace, timing her entrance just as the three made their way into a tea house. Her heart stirred with curiosity, and after a moment's contemplation, she stepped inside and greeted them. Greetings, young Master Duke and young Duchess. When Qian turned at the sound of her voice, surprise lighting up her features, Miss Jiang Air. She pulled Jiang Mian to a seat, her excitement palpable. It has been ages. I heard that young Master Xiao has reunited with the Empress Dowager. I was planning to visit the residence myself, but I couldn't find the time. As she spoke, her gaze flicked briefly to Duan Jian, revealing a hint of helplessness in her eyes. Duan Jian smiled gently, his demeanor warm. I am considering purchasing a residence in the capital and have been relying on Qianqian to help me choose. I've been troubling her for the past few days. Miss Jiang, your arrival is timely. She has been quite downcast, and your presence will surely uplift her spirits. Li Zhijing sat quietly beside them, his silence belying a complex mix of emotions. It had been a considerable time since he last saw Jiang Mian. He had thought he had moved on, yet upon seeing her, he felt as if a sweet nectar had been poured into his heart. Overcome by a sudden impulse, he could not resist placing her favorite delicacies into her bowl and pouring her a cup of tea, gently sliding it towards her. Jiang Mian was engrossed in conversation with Duan Jian and did not notice Li Zhijing's gesture, but Wen Qian observed it all too clearly. Her smile dimmed slightly, and a trace of disappointment flickered in her eyes as she lowered her gaze. Today, when her uncle had asked her to assist in selecting a residence, she had hoped that the young master would show some interest in her. Yet, that fleeting interest vanished the moment he laid eyes on Jiang Mian. Though she was aware of his feelings for Jiang Mian, witnessing it firsthand still left her heart aching. She lowered her head, avoiding their gaze. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught a piece of pastry tumble from her plate. A moment later, she heard a soft voice. Does Qianqian enjoy the pastries here? She looked up to meet Duan Jian's gentle gaze. Chapter 82. A change of message. Wen Qian was momentarily taken aback, lingering in silence for a brief moment before expressing her gratitude. Thank you, uncle, I truly appreciate it. Duan Jian chuckled softly and poured her another cup of tea. Jiang Wan lightly smiled, her voice dripping with playful sarcasm. Such thoughtful consideration from the Grand Tutor is indeed unexpected. Duan Jian set down the teapot, choosing not to respond. Li Zhiqing turned his gaze aside, concealing the flicker of light in his eyes. Duan Jian's actions left him feeling a twinge of discomfort. After all, Wen Qian was the daughter-in-law of the Pingnan Marquis, his wife. Duan Jian was merely an uncle without any blood relation, to put it plainly, a man attempting to curry favor with his wife. Despite his indifference towards Wen Qian, the sensation of his possession being coveted irked him. He spoke with a hint of mockery. The Grand Tutor is, after all, an elder. It is only natural for him to look after the younger generation. This was a veiled jab at Duan Jian's age, suggesting that his relationship with Wen Qian was merely one of seniority. Duan Jian raised an eyebrow, unperturbed. Isn't the heir also not an elder to Miss Jiang? Why does he extend such care? This retort left Li Zhiqing momentarily speechless. Jiang Wan observed the subtle tension among the three, lightly pinching the edge of the letter in her sleeve. She was not present merely to spectate, she had serious matters to attend to. Thus, she shifted the topic. Alright, since today is for the Grand Tutor to select a residence, do you have any particular preferences? Duan Jian composed himself and replied, I have viewed a few locations. The Taming garden to the east is quite appealing. We shall arrange for the brokers to handle the rest soon. Taming garden? Wen Qian inquired with a hint of confusion. The residence was not particularly large, and there were still several spacious options yet to be considered. Have you settled on that already, uncle? Duan Jian chuckled lightly. That one shall suffice. It appears tranquil. Jiang Wan's gaze flitted between the two, her past dealings with Duan Jian allowing her to glean some of his thoughts. It was evident he favored Taming garden for its proximity to the heir's residence, making it convenient for him to visit Wen Qian, all while brazenly claiming it was for its tranquility. If he truly sought peace, wouldn't his own Grand Tutor's manner be far more serene? Such subtle manipulations were likely only lost on Wen Qian. Once outside the tea house, seizing a moment when Duan Jian stood alone, Jiang Wan approached him and handed him the letter. During my hasty visit to the palace last time, there were some words I failed to convey to His Highness. I kindly asked the Grand Tutor to assist in delivering this letter to him. Her expression was earnest, fearing Duan Jian might refuse. After all, he was a man who would only assist if it served his interests, particularly when it involved the crown prince. To her surprise, Duan Jian acquiesced. His Highness mentioned to me recently that he wished to converse with Miss Jiang, and I shall act as a messenger on this occasion. Jiang Wan expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Grand Tutor. She thought little of it, simply believing Duan Jian was in good spirits that day. Upon returning to the palace, Duan Jian treated the letter with utmost seriousness, promptly entrusting it to someone for delivery to the crown prince. At that moment, Ningji was being persistently pestered by Qiyu, who was insinuating that her family had acquired a batch of exquisite glass jewels from the western regions, subtly hinting at using them as a dowry. He was vexed and had nowhere to escape. Fortunately, Jiang Wan's letter arrived just in time, providing him with a convenient excuse to retreat to his study to attend to state affairs. Qiyu hastily called for the messenger boy, inquiring, "Who sent the letter? Why is His Highness in such a hurry?" In response to Miss Qi, "It comes from the Grand Tutor's side, seemingly a letter for Miss Jiang." The mention of the Grand Tutor delivering a letter for Jiang Wan made Qiyu's fists clench in frustration. Once again, it was Jiang Wan. Previously, she had a private conversation with her cousin at Yunshao Tower, and now even the Grand Tutor was aiding her. Did this woman intend to trample over her? Fuming, she marched straight toward the Empress's palace. Ningji, hearing her departure, made no move to see her off, instead eagerly opening Jiang Wan's letter. However, upon reading its contents, his expression shifted through a myriad of emotions, first confusion, then a glimmer of realization, followed by a smile as he spoke. "Prepare the sedan. I must leave the palace at once." At the Yueling Tower, Jiang Li had been seated for quite some time. She wore a thin veil, revealing only her cold, piercing eyes. Due to the strictures imposed on the daughters-in-law of the Xie family, she was forbidden from revealing her true face when visiting the marketplace. Beyond this, numerous rigorous customs bound her like chains, making it difficult for her to breathe. Any act of defiance would invite harsher punishments, including the rod, kneeling, or the humiliating scorn of her mother-in-law. To endure a better life, she had long mastered the art of patience, until her very bones felt soft with it. Her only source of solace lay in the hope that upon Jiang Wan's marriage to Xiao Qingji, she could wield her title as the Marquis's daughter-in-law to exert pressure on her. But how could Xiao Qingji possibly be the Empress Dowager's grandson? Was he to be crowned a prince soon? When she learned this news, the world darkened before her eyes, and she could scarcely contain her rage. Why should Jiang Wan be so fortunate? She was meant to remain confined to the inner quarters, living as a nameless commoner, not ascending to the status of a princess. The more she pondered, the more resentment brewed within her, her mind flooded with images of Jiang Wan's calm visage, each thought piercing her with pain. She refused to accept it. She could not simply watch Jiang Wan bask in glory while she remained trapped in the Xia family, forced to read the expressions of others when she ventured outside. Once, she had been ensnared by Jiang Wan's schemes. Now, she was determined to repay this torment 100-fold. Furthermore, how could Xiao Qingji be the Empress Dowager's grandson, the golden silk jade token? She would not believe it. Thus, she returned to the Jiang residence, seeking to confirm the truth. Yet unexpectedly, she overheard a quarrel between Jiang Wan and Xiao Qingji. Jiang Wan appeared to have a letter intended for the crown prince. She realized this was an opportunity. What if the letter fell into her hands? What if the crown prince read the letter not from Jiang Wan, but from her, Jiang Li? As the door to the private room swung open, she knew the moment had arrived. "Your Highness, I have the honor of meeting you." Jiang Li rose and curtsied. Ningji, seeing the veiled figure before him, could not discern her identity. However, he suspected that anyone capable of replacing Jiang Wan's letter must be someone close to her, and likely not harboring good intentions. Since she was a woman, the only person he could think of was Jiang Wan's half-sister who had married into the Xie family. He recalled the uproar that surrounded her marriage, and he was aware that Jiang Wan and this half-sister did not share a cordial relationship. Feigning ignorance, he probed, "You appear unfamiliar. With such audacity in your actions, do you not fear that I might bring soldiers to punish you today? If I dare to act this way, I am naturally prepared to stake my life on it. However, Your Highness, I implore you to hear my words before making your decision." Ningji recalled her mention in the letter about Xiao Qingji not being of royal blood, and the appointment at the Yueling Tower at the hour of the rooster. If this woman were indeed Jiang Wan's half-sister, she might possess valuable information. He asked, somewhat skeptically, "In your letter, you claim that Xiao Qingji is not the Empress Dowager's grandson. What proof do you have?" Jiang Li lowered her head and slowly responded, "In response to Your Highness, when Jiang Madam found Xiao Qingji, he was battered and bruised, having nearly lost his life. The physician treated him several times before he recovered. At that time, he was stripped of his clothing, wrapped in bandages, and all his belongings were placed in a servant's basket. Pausing for a moment, she glanced at Ningji's expression before continuing. I distinctly remember that he had only one item on him, and it was certainly not the golden silk jade token. Ningji's finger paused momentarily on the table, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. Considering the passage of time, how could I believe you based solely on a few words? This matter pertains to the royal bloodline, it cannot be altered by mere rhetoric. Jiang Li nodded lightly, adding I understand, which is why I returned to the Jiang residence yesterday, and fortune smiled upon me. I managed to find that item. Would your highness care to see it? Jiang Li recalled a childhood memory when Xiao Qingji had mentioned that the bead he possessed was brought from his former home, filled with many unpleasant memories. That day, Jiang Wan had taken his hand and led him to the blue jacaranda tree in the backyard, where they dug a hole for him to bury the item, symbolizing the burying of those bad memories. They had occupied themselves for an entire day with that task. Fortunately, if they hadn't foolishly buried it underground, she wouldn't have found it so easily. She believed that the item must be related to Xiao Qingji's past. Ningji furrowed his brow in contemplation before asking, I assume it won't be easy for you to retrieve the item. What conditions do you have? Chapter 83, The Seal of the Bead. A cold smile graced Jiang Li's lips as she remarked, Your Highness is indeed a clever individual. My conditions are rather simple. All I seek is to ensure that Jiang Man does not ascend to the position of princess. Ningji did not acquiesce immediately, instead leaving room for negotiation that depends on whether the item you present holds any true weight. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li slowly withdrew a piece of silk cloth from her sleeve, deliberately taking her time to heighten Ningji's anticipation. Your Highness, please take a look. As the cloth was unveiled, a crystalline object emerged, radiating a translucent brilliance, its surface smooth and rounded, faintly glimmering with an orange-red hue, reminiscent of a droplet of solidified honey. Under the light, delicate patterns began to emerge, swirling gently across its surface. Jiang Li tilted her chin slightly, her voice laced with a hint of pride. This piece of amber is the only item associated with Xiao Hengji. I can assure you that he bore no golden silk talismans at that time. Many have falsely claimed possession of such items, have they not? Ningji, however, did not heed her words, his gaze riveted upon the object, his breath catching in his throat, yet he maintained an air of composure. This was no mere amber. He reached out, lifting it to the window. Sunlight streamed through the stone, casting a faint halo, the intricate patterns growing increasingly vivid. He had seen this before. This was undeniably the seal bead exclusive to the slaves of the Red faction. Are you certain this belongs to Xiao Hengji? His voice dropped to a near whisper, betraying his barely contained astonishment. Absolutely certain. Suddenly, a flood of memories surged in Ningji's mind, like a dam bursting, recalling images of Xiao Hengji riding along the riverbank, bow drawn, arrows slicing through the air towards their target. He remembered the great fire at the Lantern Festival, the swift and precise manner in which Xiao Hengji had rescued Jiang Man. These once vague clues now coalesced into a startling revelation. Xiao Hengji had vanished without a trace before the age of 8. Could it be that his true identity was that of a red slave? Ningji clutched the seal bead tightly, his mind swirling in chaos, scarcely able to believe his own conjecture. Observing Ningji's prolonged silence, Jiang Li recognized the significance of her offering. Your Highness, do not forget the promise you made earlier. Ningji regained his focus. This matter requires further investigation, but I must commend your noble heart for upholding the royal bloodline. After leaving the Moonming Pavilion, Ningji sat in the carriage, lightly toying with the smooth seal bead, his thoughts drifting back to a distant past. As a child, he had witnessed the arena of the Red Slaves. At that time, the Duke of Wen and the Grand Preceptor were in conversation at the Qingfeng Bamboo Pavilion, and he had accompanied them, where he encountered Wen Ziyuan. The playful Wen Ziyuan, then merely 5 years old, had led him up and down the stairs in a fit of laughter. During a game of hide-and-seek, he had hidden in an empty room, only to misstep and fall, discovering a lower level, where he was engulfed by a cacophony of noise, the source of which was unknown to him. When the guards attempted to escort him back, he waved them off, keenly following the sound. Peering through the cracks in the wooden floor, he beheld a scene reminiscent of an underground city, a pit in the center surrounded by a throng of spectators whose excited voices erupted like thunder. Then he spotted a bare-chested youth emerging from a towering, enclosed iron cage, his body smeared with blood, sinewy muscles adorned with gruesome scars. Opposite him loomed an enraged beast, its gaping maw still stained with remnants of raw flesh. Yet the youth acted with incredible swiftness, like a flash of lightning, lunging at the beast with a crude iron fork, striking with deadly accuracy at its neck. The dreadful roar of the beast mingled with the gushing of blood as it fell, and the youth collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath. The audience erupted in raucous applause, their cheers echoing like thunder, with some tossing coins into the pit. The savage spectacle, steeped in the aura of death, remained etched in Ningji's mind. He later recounted the harrowing scene to Duan Jian, who informed him that these were the red slaves, born into degradation and devoid of humanity, raised like beasts for the amusement of others, subjected to countless drugs during their training, with death as the consequence of any attempt to escape. At that time, he had picked up a bead from the ground, which Duan Jian had identified as the seal bead of the red slaves, akin to the one he now held. Ningji closed his eyes, unable to suppress the haunting images of the arena overlapping with Xiao Hengjiat. If he were indeed a red slave, had he survived such brutalities, the mere thought sent a chill down his spine. Red slaves are wild and possess territorial instincts. Competing with such a person for Jiang Man's affection, even if he were to prevail, the outcome would likely be grim eye and the swaying carriage. His thoughts spiraled into confusion, yet he clearly recalled having heard of the origins of the red slaves. If Xiao Hengji truly was one, he could not possibly be the grandson of the Empress Dowager. A cool breeze slipped through the cracks of the window, and Ningji gently caressed the seal bead, his gaze revealing a complexity of emotions. What was Xiao Hengji's true intention in assuming the identity of the Empress Dowager's grandson? Unable to fathom the rationale, he perceived the presence of this individual within the palace, so close at hand, as exceedingly perilous. "Lu Feng," he called softly. "Your Highness, what are your orders?" "Dispatch the shadow guards. We must remain vigilant against Xiao Hengji. Additionally, send a few trusted individuals to Qingfeng Bamboo Pavilion to inquire if anyone has heard of a person named Xiao Hengji." Understood. As time swiftly passed, the palace city in late autumn began to exude a sense of desolation. Today, all princes and officials donned their ceremonial attire, gathered outside the grand hall in anticipation. The ceremony to confer titles was about to commence, with the court of rites tasked with the arrangements, adorning the hall with red silk and gold embellishments, exuding a solemn grandeur. All officials entering the palace were subject to rank restrictions, kneeling every 3 steps, awaiting their turn outside the hall. The ceremony was rather extravagant, for the northern Qing prince was not of royal blood, and Xiao Hengji merely inherited a title. Such pomp was unnecessary. However, the emperor, ever filial, cherished the Empress Dowager, despite her not being his birth mother, having provided him with care and protection throughout his life. Thus, he placed great importance on the royal title conferred upon this nephew, ensuring meticulous and thorough arrangements for the ceremony. From the vantage of the main hall, the officials of the Court of Rites stood in attendance. Amidst the sounds of ceremonial music, Xiao Hengji strode through the palace gates, clad in a dark robe adorned with golden threads, his stature appearing both upright and austere, the jade belt at his waist swaying gently, reflecting a cold sheen. He proceeded along the main hall, gradually approaching the imperial dais, where the officials outside recited their respectful greetings. Observing him, the court ministers nodded in acknowledgement, their words laced with polite flattery. He truly possesses the bearing of the northern Qing prince. He bears a striking resemblance to the northern Qing prince. Commander Jiang has indeed achieved remarkable merit. Within the hall, Ningji sat calmly on the right side, his gaze unwavering as he observed the scene outside, though internally, he remained on high alert. In recent days, he had dispatched numerous agents to trace Xiao Hengji's origins, yet they had yielded no results. The Qingfeng Bamboo Pavilion had long been deserted, and the underground city glimpsed through the floorboards had vanished without a trace. It seemed that the most direct approach would be to test the waters during the court assembly. Before the emperor and the empress dowager, Xiao Hengji would surely reveal a flaw. Following the proper protocol, Xiao Hengji entered the hall at a measured pace, bowing solemnly before the emperor and the empress dowager. The empress dowager gazed at him with profound affection, her eyes fixed on him as if he were a treasured jewel. Once Xiao Hengji completed his salutations, Ningji inquired, "Cousin, as you have reclaimed your identity, will you revert to your original name? I recall that you were not always known as Xiao Hengji. What was it you were called before?" Chapter 84. A plea for the prince's consort. Xiao Hengji lowered his head and slowly parted his lips. "Xiao Shizong." Ningji paused for a moment, slightly taken aback that he could respond, but quickly regained her composure and smiled. "Indeed, cousin, do you wish to revert to that name?" The Empress Dowager was the first to interrupt, jesting, "Inappropriate. Shizong, no wonder he went missing as a child. If that official had been present on the day of naming, I would have surely punished him. Looking at it this way, let us call him Hengji. It has a good omen." Ningji smiled faintly and remarked, "Grandmother speaks wisely." Xiao Hengji observed their exchange, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Ningji clenched her fists, realizing that the emperor was about to issue the decree of nobility. Feeling a twinge of urgency, she inquired, "Cousin, do you still remember the time I climbed a tree at the Wang residence and fell? Had it not been for you catching me, my leg would have surely been crippled." "Your Highness must be mistaken," he replied calmly, unperturbed, with a gentle smile adorning his face. "I was frail and sickly in my youth. How could I have possibly caught you?" Ningji could only muster a stiff smile in response, agreeing with him. She was bewildered as to how Xiao Hengji knew such details, but his answer was undeniably flawless, leaving even the emperor without suspicion, which left her at a loss for further probing. After all these years, she was surprised that her cousin remembered so clearly. She lowered her gaze to glance at the figure of Duan Jian sitting opposite her. The Empress Dowager, having resided in the palace for decades, easily discerned Ningji's probing intent. However, before she could speak, Duan Jian interjected with a question. I have heard that the emperor once set a colorful jade figurine within the golden silk jade token, a most precious item. It piques one's curiosity. How is such a small figure carved from jade? He spoke with an air of ease, as if engaging in casual conversation, yet the emperor, observing the back-and-forth dialogue, quickly picked up on the underlying intent of Duan Jian's words. He had intended to let the Empress Dowager enjoy the presence of a grandson, whether genuine or fabricated, and to appease her. He could always see clarity once she had passed. However, now that someone had openly questioned the matter, he too desired to verify it further. Duan Jian's inquiry provided the perfect opportunity for him to follow suit. The emperor smiled slightly, his expression turning serious as he addressed the Empress Dowager. Mother, why not open the golden silk jade token for all to witness? The Empress Dowager's expression soured, her voice turning icier. Is the emperor casting doubt on something? Do you believe that I am so old that I cannot even recognize my own grandson? Mother, please do not be angry. I merely think that today is an opportune moment for all the ministers to witness, ensuring there are no lingering doubts. The Empress Dowager, fiddling with her prayer beads and slightly closing her eyes, seemed to grant her tacit approval. Xiao Hengji was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting slightly. After a brief hesitation, he respectfully stated, "This jade token has been sealed for so long, I am uncertain if the contents within remain as they once were." "That is of no consequence. Present it, and I have my own conclusions," the emperor replied. With no way to refuse, Xiao Hengji retrieved the golden silk jade token. Gangang Yuan carefully accepted it, presenting it before the emperor. The assembly held its breath in anticipation. The intricate patterns on the golden silk jade token shimmered brilliantly. The emperor gradually opened it, revealing the figurine, squinting as he examined it closely. He beheld a thumb-sized piece of colorful jade, exquisitely carved into a human form, remarkably well preserved despite the passage of time. Through the light, one could distinctly see a small red dot at the center of the figurine's forehead, a piece the emperor had specifically chosen, as he believed this smooth red dot, akin to that of a bodhisattva, bore auspicious significance. Such markings could not be fabricated, and a gradual smile spread across the emperor's face. Duan Jian, observing the emperor's expression, realized his doubts were in vain. The token in Xiao Hengji's possession was indeed authentic. He chuckled lightly, truly a rare treasure. Today has been enlightening. The emperor exchanged a glance with the Empress Dowager, their expressions suggesting a sense of relief, and he continued, "This jade is indeed a royal token, and today, it is confirmed beyond doubt." The Empress Dowager's demeanor softened slightly, feeling that her grandson should not stand in the grand hall under scrutiny, as it seemed a disservice to him. Now that confirmation had been made, would the emperor still make him stand there? The emperor raised his hand, and Gangang Yuan cautiously returned the golden silk jade token to Xiao Hengji. Then, a powerful voice echoed through the hall. In years past, King Beiqin was renowned for his loyalty and courage, forging a beautiful bond with my sister, their love profound. Yet fate was cruel, and both were taken from us in their prime. I received the tragic news, a sorrow I have yet to forget. Today, his legitimate eldest son, Xiao Hengji, returns to the court, a true blessing for our royal family. Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager's gaze fell upon Xiao Hengji, memories flooding back, tears welling in her eyes, a mix of joy and emotion washing over her. The emperor paused before continuing, "Today, you shall inherit your father's wishes and be conferred as a prince. You must uphold loyalty and righteousness, serving the state faithfully, never forgetting the royal family's profound grace." Having spoken, the emperor gestured for the eunuchs to present the golden seal and jade belt, which two ceremonial officials then offered before Xiao Hengji. The hall resonated with the sound of bells and the melody of music, as all the ministers chorused, "Congratulations to Prince Beiqin." Xiao Hengji's expression turned solemn as he bowed deeply to the emperor, proclaiming, "I shall not fail the emperor's grace nor the wishes of my ancestors. I vow to protect the realm with unwavering loyalty." As the ceremony concluded, the music gradually faded. The emperor and the Empress Dowager rose amidst the ministers' congratulations and departed. Ningji stepped outside the hall, her demeanor composed, yet her heart simmered with discontent. Beside her, Duan Jian noticed her distraction and smoothed his robe, whispering, "Today is merely the conferral of a title. It does not seal the fate. There is plenty of time ahead. Your Highness may wish to observe the developments." The student could not fathom why he desired to usurp the position of the Empress Dowager's grandson. What was his purpose for entering the palace, as a mere servant? How had he come to possess the golden silk jade token? Duan Jian shook his head. "I too have no clarity on this matter."
However, Your Highness, the pressing concern is to consider what his next move may be.
Ningji was momentarily taken aback, a sudden thought striking her now that Xiao Hengji had been conferred as a prince. His next step would surely be to seek a marriage proposal from the Jiang family. If Xiao Hengji were to request a decree from the emperor, the Empress Dowager would undoubtedly support him. Even if Jiang Wan was unwilling, a marriage edict would compel her compliance. An unsettling feeling gripped her heart, her brows knitted tightly as a torrent of complex emotions swirled in her mind. She immediately turned to seek out the emperor, but Ganggang Yuan informed her that he had already returned to rest and requested she submit a memorial. Ningji, feeling helpless, could only wait until the next day's court session. The following morning, before dawn, the ministers gathered to discuss the deployment of troops to the Yuguan Pass. Since Jiang Sun's withdrawal, no candidates for the mission had been determined. General Zhao, who had been on the front lines, had barely managed thus far. However, as winter approached, military supplies had dwindled significantly, and the soldiers were suffering greatly, retreating steadily. If they retreated further, the border would surely fall. Duan Jian proposed that the Wen family take command, citing their repeated victories and minimal casualties, which would conserve manpower. Furthermore, the Wen family possessed experience at the Yuguan Pass, making them more familiar with the enemy's tactics. However, Duke Wen was displeased, questioning why, among the many capable generals in the court, it must be his Wen family that was chosen. It was evident he was targeting him due to Wen Qian's previous embarrassment at home. Duke Wen retorted, though the Wen family has achieved many victories, they have done so alongside great generals. We cannot claim significant merit. Your Majesty should reconsider. His words were indeed perplexing. If the Wen family had no merit, why should they occupy the position of a general? They might as well relinquish it to other capable individuals. I harbor no such intentions. You have misinterpreted my words, Duke. If that is the case, does it imply that the Wen family does not wish to serve the emperor? His arguments were confrontational yet entirely reasonable, leaving Duke Wen speechless. The emperor issued an immediate decree, compelling Duke Wen to acquiesce. Once the court session concluded, Ganggang Yuan's voice rang out, court dismissed, and the ministers gradually exited the hall. Duke Wen hurriedly called out to Duan Jian. Stay, Grand Preceptor. Is there something you wish to discuss, Duke? I wish to inquire if you are still troubled by the matter of my youngest daughter's performance before the Crown Prince. If so, please speak candidly. How may I make amends? The mention of the Crown Prince made the corners of Duan Jian's mouth slowly fall. Today, we are merely discussing matters at hand. Moreover, I have heard that Qianxian has severed ties with the Wen family. You may rest assured, I can distinguish between public and private matters, and I am not so petty. Having said this, he performed a courteous bow and took his leave, not affording Duke Wen further opportunity to speak. Outside the grand hall, the crowd gradually dispersed, yet Ningji remained, her gaze solemnly fixed on the figure seated upon the dragon throne. Furrowing her brows in contemplation, she ultimately seemed unable to restrain herself, stepping forward and respectfully bowing. Father, I have a request. What is it? She spoke slowly. The second daughter of the Jiang family, Jiang Wan, possesses a virtuous character and remarkable grace. I have long admired her. I humbly ask for your permission to take her as my consort. Chapter 85. The elimination. Upon hearing this, the emperor's gaze sharpened slightly. Were you not previously enamored with Qi Yu? I have observed her frequent visits to your palace. How is it that the second miss of the Jiang family has suddenly emerged? In response to His Majesty, the prince earnestly replied, Father, I initially believed it sufficient that mother had made her choice, but after a chance encounter with Miss Jiang, I found myself consumed with longing day and night, realizing the true nature of affection. However, I am aware that the position of crown princess is of great importance, hence I have come to humbly seek your approval. His words were heartfelt, and his eyes reflected a trace of urgency. Yet, the emperor remained silent for a considerable time, merely fixing a calm and piercing gaze upon him. But he was observing and contemplating. Those of royal blood seldom act superficially, even when standing before his own son. The matters of state dictate a dynamic of sovereignty and servitude. A ruler often harbors suspicions towards his subjects, and moreover, Ningji was brought forth by Duan Jian. He had been intricately involved in political affairs from a young age and would not easily relinquish the title of crown princess. Admiration, perhaps he had discerned the military authority wielded by Jiang Sun, which far surpassed the influence of the Qi family, prompting him to seek an alliance with the Jiang household. The legitimate daughter of the Jiang family, marrying into any family of substantial power, poses a threat. The previously proposed union with the Siam Marquisate, which he deemed tolerable based on its mere title, had ultimately fallen through. Unexpectedly, just as the third prince had just fallen from grace, the crown princess' ambitions could no longer be concealed. He was reaching towards military power, though it remained unclear whether this was of Ningji's own volition or if Duan Jian was probing from the shadows. A heavy silence enveloped the hall, so quiet that the sound of the curtain swaying in the breeze could be heard. After a lengthy pause, the emperor finally spoke, his tone detached. "This matter is of great significance and must be discussed with the empress before a decision is made. We shall deliberate on another day, you may withdraw for now." Ningji was momentarily taken aback, noting the cool demeanor of the figure seated upon the dragon throne. A sudden chill coursed through him as he realized he had acted too hastily. He wished to elaborate further, but the emperor had already shifted his gaze away, gesturing for him to leave. With a slight bow, he exited the hall, a sense of unease gradually spreading within him. Upon returning to the chancellor's side hall and recounting the events, it was unsurprising that Duan Jian too sensed the gravity of the situation. The emperor was consistently sensitive and suspicious. The crown prince's impulsiveness was akin to pushing Miss Jiang closer to the northern Qin prince. Ningji gritted his teeth, his brow furrowed. Might the chancellor assist in navigating this predicament? Duan Jian, his fingers idly toying with the petals in the basket, lowered his voice. "If the northern Qin prince is indeed a red slave, even if you were to marry Miss Jiang, you would have to remain vigilant of him. Although the crown prince is surrounded by numerous hidden guards, he nonetheless poses a latent threat. To eliminate such a threat, the best course of action would be if the chancellor's implication was clear." To eliminate him, Duan Jian nodded slightly, his gaze icy, yet he mused that a mere red slave dared to defy the heavens, claiming to be the grandson of the Empress Dowager, confidently navigating inquiries in the court without revealing even a hint of flaw. Such cunning and composure indicated a profound depth of scheming. His motives for entering the court were still unknown, but trouble would inevitably arise sooner or later. Why not leverage the crown prince's hand to eradicate future problems? "Your Highness should contemplate this thoroughly." After stating this, he rose, leaving Ningji to sit quietly in contemplation. In the ensuing days, the old estate of the northern Qin prince was renovated, its interior arranged with meticulous order, and the affairs within the manor gradually stabilized. Since Xiao Hong had officially taken residence in the northern Qin prince's manor, a steady stream of congratulatory gifts poured in. Speculation in the capital regarding the return of this new prince grew fervent, with various reports circulating throughout the city. The noble families were acutely aware of the Empress Dowager's favor towards him and, eager to curry favor, presented lavish gifts, unwilling to miss any opportunity to ingratiate themselves. The Siamarquiate was no exception. In the main hall, the Marquis and his wife sat at the upper seat, leisurely discussing what gifts to prepare for the northern Qin prince. The Marquis stroked his beard, cradling his teacup. And now that his title has been confirmed and the Empress Dowager holds him in high esteem, it is likely he will establish a firm foothold in the court. We must put forth our utmost effort in this congratulatory gesture. The Marquisess nodded gently, a calculating glint in her eyes as she spoke. "What you say is indeed true. I have also heard that the northern Qin prince has withdrawn from the marriage with the Wen family and intends to wed the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family. Our household has previously treated this Jiang with undue harshness. We must be cautious not to invite calamity upon the Xia family." As she spoke, her gaze casually swept over Jiangli, a disdainful hum escaping her lips. Standing nearby, Jiangli could only endure the humiliation, bowing her head to respond softly, "Madam, your admonitions are well taken." With her head lowered, she clenched her fists, a tempest of anger brewing within her. She had never anticipated that the crown prince would be unable to prevent this situation. Xiao Hong had indeed been conferred a title. Was she truly to witness Jiangwan ascend to the position of a princess? Just as her emotions churned, the Marquisess's sharp voice snapped her back to reality. Jiangli, what are you standing there for? Do you not see that the young master's tea has gone cold? Hurry and fetch a fresh pot. Jiangli dared not be negligent, hastily pouring a full cup of osmanthus tea for Xietzin and respectfully presenting it before him. Xietzin took a sip and immediately flung the cup aside. Hot. Too hot. The porcelain cup clattered as she swiftly reassured him. "My lord, do not fret, I shall bring another cup that is warm." "Clumsy, you cannot even manage this simple task." The Marquisess shot her a scornful glance. Jiangli swallowed her ire, serving the tea and standing silently beside them. Though her demeanor remained compliant and respectful, her heart burned with resentment, a fierce fire igniting within her, a hatred she could not suppress. She had grown up in luxury, often more favored than Zhang Wan, the legitimate daughter. How had she fallen to such a lowly state? Now, she was reduced to serving a fool and enduring contempt. All of this was due to Jiang Wan. It was Jiang Wan who had caused her downfall. She would never allow Jiang Wan to marry into the royal family and become a princess. The following morning, as the Marquis was out with friends, Jiangli learned that the Marquisess intended to visit the royal residence. A thought crossed her mind, and after a moment of contemplation, she spoke up. "Mother, I share a long-standing friendship with the prince. Given that I have previously offended him, it would be more sincere for me to accompany you." The Marquisess, sensing her daughter's eagerness, understood her intentions. Was it not an attempt to establish a connection, ensuring a better standing for herself within the Marquisate? Nevertheless, her reasoning was not without merit. She should personally apologize to the prince to prevent any repercussions for the Xie family. After a moment's reflection, she massed her thoughts and nodded. If that is the case, then you may accompany me. However, when we arrive at the royal residence, remember to uphold proper etiquette, do not cause any unexpected incidents. Zhangli obediently replied, her head bowed, secretly relieved to have secured this opportunity. Chapter 86, I am pleading with you. On that day, the North Qin prince's residence was bustling with numerous dignitaries gathered together, surrounded by a plethora of exquisite gifts. Although the offerings from the Xie marquise were considered precious, they did not particularly stand out. The housekeeper was busy managing the affairs, yet there was no sign of Xiao Hengji himself. The prince was absent from the residence today and had entrusted me with the duty of attending to the esteemed guests. Zhangli entered the courtyard, her eyes scanning the surroundings as if searching for someone, when suddenly they lit up, and she walked towards an individual.
I have the honor of meeting Miss Wen-san.
Wenyin turned her head, casting a glance at her, and then regarded her with a hint of playful amusement, a barely perceptible cold smile gracing her lips. She was somewhat aware of Zhangli's predicament, recalling the farcical events surrounding her marriage that still served as fodder for gossip.
Oh, Mrs. Xie?
Zhangli sensed Wenyin's disdain, suppressing her emotions as she offered a slight smile.
It seems we are not well acquainted, yet you have summoned me for a purpose?
Hearing her mockery, Zhangli remained unfazed and directly posed a question. I have heard that the prince has called off the engagement with Miss San due to my younger sister? Wenyin's lips curled slightly at the mention of her sore spot. Since that day at the Empress's banquet, when she gained nothing, whispers among the Wen household suggested her ill fate, claiming that just after her engagement was annulled, the prince had returned, and that she lacked the fortune to keep him, which had incensed her greatly. Today, she had come to contest this, if only for the sake of her pride. She intended to win this man back. This Zhangli had the audacity to tread upon her grievances. Was she here to mock her as well? With a sharp tone, she retorted, Mrs. Xia, are you not overstepping your bounds? It is not yet your place to speak of my affairs. Noticing the anger in her demeanor, Zhangli quickly clarified, Miss Wen, please do not take offense. I merely wish to assist you. Upon hearing this, Wenyin finally regarded her more seriously.
Assist me, how so?
Zhangli stepped closer, whispering into her ear. A moment later, Wenyin's lips curled into a smile, a glint of intrigue flashing in her eyes.
Mrs.
Xia, how could such tactics leave one trapped in obscurity? I shall give your suggestion careful consideration. With that, she turned on her heel and departed, leaving Zhangli standing alone. The residence was filled with comings and goings, most seeking a glimpse of the prince to become familiar. However, with the prince absent, they left after delivering their gifts. As the crowd thinned, and there were no signs of the prince's return, the Xia marquise's wife could hardly contain her impatience, repeatedly requesting the housekeeper to inform the prince that the Xia family had come not only to extend their congratulations but also to express their apologies, hoping he would not hold past grievances against them. The housekeeper nodded and gestured for the guests to leave. She recalled the prince's instruction that should the Xia family come, there was no need for cordiality, thus they had waited for quite some time without even a cup of tea. After seeing off the guests, just as dusk began to descend, she was about to close the door when Jiang Sun hurried in with Jiang Wan following reluctantly behind. The housekeeper promptly welcomed them, expressing warmth in her tone. It is a labor of love for Commander Jiang to come in person. Please, sit down and enjoy some tea. The prince has instructed that should Commander Jiang come, the household must extend exceptional care. Unfortunately, the prince is not in residence today, so I hope you will not take offense. Not at all, Jiang Sun replied. The prince has been busy with clan matters and has much on his plate. I merely came to take a look. Upon hearing that Xiao Hengji was not present, Jiang Wan felt a bit more at ease. She surveyed the opulent residence, noting its grandeur. The Xiao family had a lineage of founding heroes, having aided the previous emperor in pacifying the vassal states. Their son was granted a title of nobility, and the late emperor even betrothed a princess to him, bestowing upon him great honor. The young prince, born into such nobility, was regrettably a frail figure. After his disappearance, many speculated that he would never be found. His weak constitution might have led to a grim fate. The empress had punished those involved, sparing no effort to search for her grandson across the realm. To her surprise, he had indeed been found. However, Jiang Wan was puzzled. In her previous life, while living with Xiao Hengji, she had never seen any golden insignia on him. Just as she was lost in thought, a commotion erupted outside. The maidservants hurried towards the entrance. Soon, a voice announced, "We welcome the prince back to the residence. Your Highness, Commander Jiang has arrived and is waiting for you in the hall."
Hearing the approaching footsteps, Jiang Wan's heart tightened instinctively.
She knew that entangling herself with him would only bring her distress, so she seized the moment when no one was watching and quietly retreated to the back courtyard to avoid him. When Xiao Hengji entered, only Jiang Sun remained in the hall. "Uncle Jiang, I apologize for the delay, I hope you can forgive my impoliteness." Jiang Sun smiled warmly, his tone amiable. "Your Highness, there is no need for such formalities. It is a rare opportunity for me to extend my congratulations. Now that you have returned to the fold of your clan, I am truly delighted." After exchanging pleasantries, Jiangwan strolled to a blooming plum tree, gazing at the delicate branches with a focused mind. The faint fragrance of flowers wafted through the air, bringing her a moment of serenity, yet, barely a moment passed before footsteps echoed nearby. She stiffened, turning to leave, only to hear that familiar, deep voice slowly resound. "Jiangwan, do you avoid me so fervently upon seeing me?" Xiao Hengji's voice lingered in the air. Her heart raced, and she took a deep breath, forcing herself to respond calmly. "If your Highness knows that I am avoiding you, why come over?" Xiao Hengji chuckled lightly. "It has been some time since I have heard you address me in such a manner." Jiangwan suppressed her revulsion, choosing not to engage further, intending to leave. Just as she turned to walk away, he grasped her wrist gently, the pressure just enough to prevent her from breaking free. "Your Highness now holds a distinguished status, do you not fear losing face by entangling with me here?" "Losing face?" "Today, I have petitioned the Emperor for a marriage decree, and with the Empress's support, I expect the edict to arrive shortly. Those who have failed to succeed have always faltered due to hesitation." He had no intention of allowing anyone to snatch away what was rightfully his at the last moment. Thus, he had entered the palace early that day. Jiangwan observed the smugness on his face, and images of his past cruel expressions flooded her mind, stirring her stomach uneasily. Seeing her reaction, Xiao Hengji's tone turned icy, tinged with disappointment. "Do you truly despise me so, Jiangwan? What is it about Ningji that captivates you? What does he possess that I cannot provide?" Jiangwan stood there, refusing to meet his gaze or respond. Xiao Hengji's demeanor grew more menacing as he pulled her closer, lowering his voice. "Do you think my patience has improved? Would you like to see me eliminate someone, perhaps Jiang Sun?" Jiangwan's eyes widened, her breath quickening. "If you dare to harm my father, I will kill you myself," she declared through gritted teeth, but to Xiao Hengji, it sounded like the playful swipes of a kitten. He chuckled lightly. "I do not mind dragging everyone into hell with me." He brushed aside the stray hair from her forehead, cupping her face with one hand. "Jiangwan, I am pleading with you now." His tone was gentle, yet his gaze brimmed with an uncontainable intensity, as if it could ignite sparks at any moment. Jiangwan's clenched fists trembled slightly. She understood that Xiao Hengji could just as easily demand her compliance as he could plead for her favor. This cold-hearted man was not one to be trifled with, and the consequences of defiance would be dire. Chapter 87 Assassination. That evening, Jiangwan dined at the Wang residence. Xiao Hengji insisted on keeping Jiang Sun there, pouring drink after drink until he was thoroughly intoxicated, slumped over the table. When Jiangwan roused him, he gazed at the two familiar figures before him, mistaking them for his family at Jiang Manor, and promptly laid his head down again. Xiao Hengji jested, "Why not let the second miss stay overnight at my residence? After all, there are plenty of empty rooms." Jiangwan replied coldly, "No need for your hospitality, your Highness. You may, Chen Feng, assist the master into the carriage." Having said that, she stood and courteously added, "I apologize for the disturbance, your Highness. My father, inebriated, has lost face. I shall visit again another day." She remained polite, not granting him even a glance, and proceeded towards the exit, yet, before she could take a step, her sleeve was suddenly tugged. Xiao Hengji grasped the hem of her sleeve, gradually pulling her closer, his fingers caressing her hand, lightly grazing her knuckles. In a soft voice, he inquired, "You said you would come again?" Jiangwan observed the faint blush on his face, his eyes brimming with drunken innocence as they fixated on her. She withdrew her hand, dismissively responding, "Your Highness is intoxicated, you should rest well." However, in the next moment, she found herself pulled into his embrace, seated upon his lap, his gaze intoxicatedly fixed on her. "If you do not come, I shall seek you out." He rubbed his chin against her shoulder, his hands firmly ensnaring her, while several attentive maidservants discreetly withdrew. Did he not know his own capacity for drink? Previously, he had attempted to intoxicate him only to escape, yet after several jugs, he remained unaffected. How much had he consumed today? Surely not enough to be inebriated. Jiangwan struggled to free herself from his grasp, exasperatedly stating, "Your residence is devoid of warmth, cold and unwelcoming. I shall return when the weather is more agreeable." With that, she hastened outside, not daring to glance back. Xiao Hengji watched her silhouette vanish at the doorway, swing back into the room, collapsing onto the bed and rubbing his throbbing brow. Though not truly drunk, the strong liquor weighed heavily upon his youthful frame. Lying there, it wasn't long before he succumbed to slumber. Uncertain of the passage of time, a faint sound drifted in from outside the window. He turned over, breathing heavily yet steadily, remaining asleep. In the stillness of the dimly lit chamber, a sudden, blinding flash of cold light pierced through, sending a circular iron shard hurtling towards his neck. Xiao Hengji's eyes flew open, and with a speed akin to the wind, he drew a dagger from beneath his pillow to deflect the projectile, the air resonating with a sharp sound. Almost immediately, another blade lunged at him. Xiao Hengji scoffed coldly, skillfully dodging to the side and countering with a swift strike that sent the assailant's dagger clattering to the ground. The attacker, clearly taken aback by his alertness, faltered momentarily. Then, a whisper of wind signaled the emergence of several shadowy figures from the periphery. Xiao Hengji's expression darkened, his grip tightening around the dagger, his eyes glinting with a deeper chill. The assailants surged forward in a flurry, their blades aimed at vital points, their movements precise and coordinated, clearly the work of seasoned fighters. Each strike was lethal, intent on his demise. Xiao Hengji maneuvered to defend himself, but found himself besieged, struggling against the onslaught from all sides. "Have you been dispatched by the Crown Prince?" he asked coldly. The assailants remained undeterred, resolutely closing in, their murderous intent palpable. At that moment, a figure darted through the shattered window like a gust of wind. Xiao Hengji turned to see a familiar face emerge. It was Gue Yi. "I thought you would not return," he quipped wryly. "I merely ventured out to experience the marketplace. Little did I know you had ascended to the rank of prince, making it quite a task to find you." Upon seeing this, one of the assailants immediately diverted to confront Gue Yi. Xiao Hengji's gaze turned frigid, his movements were as agile as a hawk's, his dagger slicing through the air like lightning as he countered the attack. Both he and Gue Yi, having been raised as slaves, possessed agility and strength that far surpassed the norm. The assailants soon found themselves on the defensive, and in a matter of moments, half of them lay defeated. One of the assailants, seeing the tide turning against them, gritted his teeth and commanded, "Retreat." The assailant gasped, collapsing to the ground, a flash of unwillingness in his eyes. Xiao Hengji coldly regarded the remaining assailants, his eyes brimming with lethal intent, as he swiftly closed the distance, delivering a series of precise strikes that dispatched the last few assailants one by one. Moments later, silence reclaimed the room, the floor strewn with the bodies of the attackers, and outside, the guards had been similarly eradicated, leaving the entire residence steeped in a stench of blood. Gue Yi let out a cold laugh, sheathing his dagger with a hint of disdain. "You've offended some formidable individuals, they've even dispatched assassins." Xiao Hengji snorted softly, his gaze deep and icy, his tone laced with malice. "Indeed, some are exceedingly impatient, eager to rid themselves of me." Gue Yi chuckled softly. "Shall I investigate?" Xiao Hengji's eyes glinted like ice, his voice chilling. "No need. I know who it is." The following midday, Jiangwan visited Taming Garden. News of Duan Jian's arrival had not been widely disseminated. After all, the capital was not like the palace, with its mix of officials and commoners. Not to mention, since the last Wen family's banquet, numerous young ladies had been keeping him in mind. Should they learn of his residence here, the entrance would surely be besieged daily. On her way to Taming Garden, she passed by the heir's residence. Initially intending to bypass it directly, she reconsidered. Today, she had matters to discuss with Duan Jian, and perhaps with Wen Xian's words in mind, he might be in a good mood and more amenable to conversation. Thus, at the entrance of the heir's residence, she sent someone inside to notify the heir's consort. Upon hearing that Jiangwan sought her, Wen Xian hurriedly emerged, a bright smile illuminating her face. "Miss Jiang, what brings you here?" Jiangwan noticed her radiance and replied, "The Grand Tutor has moved into a new home. I thought it only fitting to extend my congratulations. Since I was passing by, I wondered if the heir's consort would like to accompany me?" When Xian pondered for a moment, her uncle preferred tranquility and had not hosted a housewarming banquet since moving in, yet it was still proper to pay respects. "Very well, I happen to have prepared a gift." "Please wait a moment, Miss Jiang." Shortly, Wen Xian returned with an exquisite wooden box adorned with a silk cord tied in a safety knot for easy carrying. "My uncle has rescued me twice. I had intended to bring him a gift in gratitude but had not found the opportunity. I almost forgot when he personally came for the handkerchief last time. It seems fortuitous to accompany you to his residence today. Then let us share a carriage. We shall go together." Just as they were about to depart, another figure rushed out from the residence, speaking in a hurried tone. "Didn't you say you wanted to learn about medicinal cuisine? We're halfway through. Where are you off to?" "Learning medicinal cuisine can wait. My uncle is moving into a new home today, and I'm accompanying the heir's consort to present congratulatory gifts." "Would the heir like to join us?" Wen Xian inquired softly, while Jiangwan peeked through the curtain for a glimpse. At that moment, her smile faltered in shock. There stood Li Zhijing at the doorway, holding a rutabaga and indica, clearly having been preparing medicinal dishes with Wen Xian. He glanced at the wooden box in Wen Qian's hands and smirked. I won't be joining, the heir's consort should return early. Wen Qian nodded slightly before lowering the curtain. Jiang Wan's eyes lingered on her for a moment before she could no longer contain her curiosity. It seems the heir treats the heir's consort somewhat differently. Has something occurred? Wen Qian lowered her head, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. I am not sure, however, the heir has indeed been different lately. It seems as though he cares for you more? Jiang Wan picked up on her words. Wen Qian pursed her lips. Perhaps I am being overly sentimental. Not at all. Mo Ping interjected suddenly from the side. In recent days, the heir has not only been attentive to the heir's consort but has also accompanied her in preparing medicinal dishes. I believe the heir has recognized the merits of the heir's consort. Jiang Wan laughed teasingly. If this continues, it seems the heir's residence may soon welcome a little heir. Wen Qian blushed at the playful banter from both. Chapter 88. A renewed intimacy. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Dumeying Garden. The attentive servant did not obstruct their passage and led the two directly into the courtyard. As Jiang Wan walked, she observed that this seemingly ordinary courtyard, after some renovations, appeared rather presentable. However, in comparison to the Qingxin Hall where she resided in the palace, it still fell short significantly. Wen Qian, walking beside her, wrinkled her nose and inquired, Miss Jiang, do you smell anything unusual? Jiang Wan was taken aback for a moment, then, after carefully inhaling, nodded and replied, there seems to be a delightful fragrance. Following the scent, they spotted a figure seated by the stone well in the courtyard, none other than Duan Jian. He was intently concocting floral incense, with the flames beside him flickering gently, filling the air with a serene aroma. Wen Qian, filled with excitement, dashed forward and observed the flowers laid out before her, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Uncle, so you enjoy making incense as well? Duan Jian nodded, extending the wooden stick in his hand towards her. Shallow, would you like to give it a try? Certainly. Wen Qian replied joyfully, nodding enthusiastically as she pulled up a chair, seated herself, and earnestly stirred a pot of rose petals. Typically lacking in hobbies, she had a particular fondness for crafting, such as making scented sachets. While her creations might not amount to anything grand, they kept her occupied and distracted from idle thoughts. Before long, the floral essence had simmered down, and the fragrance intensified. Duan Jian sat beside her, alternating between handling vessels and tending to the fire, resembling a devoted attendant. Jiang Wan observed his peacock-like display with an inward roll of her eyes. No wonder there were recent whispers of the Grand Tutor being infatuated with incense-making due to Wen Qian's interests. Fortunately, Wen Qian was now married and devoted solely to Li Zhijing. Otherwise, had she been a naive girl, she might have fallen prey to his gentle demeanor. She scoffed silently to herself, muttering, the old fox certainly knows how to charm a young rabbit. Hearing the faint murmurs, Duan Jian finally noticed the presence of another individual. He lifted his gaze, feigning ignorance of her presence, and expressed mild surprise. I thought only Shallow had come. I did not realize Miss Jiang was also here. My apologies. Jiang Wan disregarded his aloof demeanor, suppressing her emotions as she stepped forward to salute him. Grand Tutor, I have come with the young lady to present a small gift to celebrate your new residence. I hope you will graciously accept it. Wen Qian then remembered the purpose of their visit, setting aside her task to call for Mo Ping to bring forth the wooden box. Thank you for your assistance, uncle. I have not had the chance to express my gratitude until now. I am uncertain of your preferences, so I prepared this small token, hoping you will like it. Duan Jian smiled as he accepted the gift, gently patting her head. Naturally, I will cherish what Shallow has given me. He then turned to glance at the bubbling pot of flowers behind him. I have some matters to discuss with Miss Jiang. Would you mind keeping an eye on this pot of roses for me, Shallow? Wen Qian nodded vigorously and returned to her task of brewing the flowers. Duan Jian led Jiang Wan to a nearby stone table, where they sat down. The warmth in his demeanor diminished, replaced by a more composed demeanor. He regarded Jiang Wan directly, stating, Miss Jiang, your visit today is likely not merely to deliver a gift, is it? Taking a deep breath, Jiang Wan recognized the directness and opted to bypass any pleasantries. Indeed, I have a matter to discuss. I assume that His Royal Highness has already conferred with you regarding the potential match for the Crown Princess. Duan Jian nodded slightly, indicating for her to continue. I am aware that I have no standing to influence the selection of the Crown Princess, yet yesterday, Lord Xiao petitioned the Emperor on my behalf regarding our marriage. Duan Jian's expression shifted subtly, his gaze darkening. He had not been privy to this information, as Xiao Hong was exceedingly astute and difficult to track, making inquiries about his actions rather challenging. Jiang Wan continued, I realize this may seem abrupt, but I hold no affection for Lord Xiao, nor do I desire to marry him.
However, should the imperial decree be issued, I would have no choice but to comply. Thus, I seek your counsel, Grand Tutor. Is there a means for me to remain by His Royal Highness's side?
Duan Jian remained silent for a long while, his gaze fixed on Jiang Wan's face as if attempting to discern some hidden truth. He tentatively asked, Miss Jiang, what is the source of your aversion towards Lord Xiao? What motivates your desire to stay near His Royal Highness? Jiang Wan lowered her head, slowly articulating, the matter between Lord Xiao and myself is complex and cannot be easily summarized, but I assure you, I harbor no feelings for him. Moreover, I believe His Royal Highness will become a wise ruler, and I wish to assist him.
Duan Jian scrutinized her expression, sensing that she was concealing something, yet he could not pinpoint what was amiss.
Nevertheless, he had an instinctive feeling that Jiang Wan genuinely aligned with the Crown Prince's interests. He smiled slowly. Miss Jiang certainly possesses discerning eyes.
Then, does the Grand Tutor have any strategies in mind? Duan Jian narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering.
Given that Xiao Hong was a threat as a red slave, the stakes were incredibly high now that he had openly declared his intent to contest against the Crown Prince. Today's conflict over a woman could easily escalate into a struggle for the throne. This man could not be left unchecked. He recalled a message from the Crown Prince, mentioning a failed assassination attempt on Lord Xiao's residence last night, resulting in total loss for the assailants. He understood the challenge posed by the red slaves and had dispatched elite assassins, but it was evident that Xiao Heng's capabilities surpassed his expectations. It was also possible that he had other skilled individuals by his side, perhaps also red slaves. If a head-on confrontation was futile, then alternative strategies had to be devised, such as psychological manipulation. Jiang Wan presented a promising option. Having grown up together, they ought to understand one another well. He sensed her distaste and resistance towards Xiao Hong, yet he questioned how deep this aversion ran and whether it could spur her to take decisive action. Duan Jian lightly tapped his fingers on the table, tentatively suggesting, Lord Xiao is quite tenacious. Even if I were to persuade the Emperor to grant you to His Royal Highness, Lord Xiao would likely not acquiesce easily. Jiang Wan sighed. Indeed, he is exceedingly difficult to contend with.
Miss Jiang, have you not considered a more permanent solution? Jiang Wan paused for a moment, a flicker of realization dawning upon her.
Are you implying the Xiao residence is heavily guarded, making it challenging for outsiders to infiltrate? However, if someone he trusts were to grow close to him, allowing him to lower his guard, it would be mutually beneficial, wouldn't it? Are you suggesting I approach him and seize the opportunity to eliminate him?
Duan Jian, upon hearing this, offered a faint smile.
Isn't it true that you wish to assist His Royal Highness? Beyond that, there are no other alternatives.
But he is the grandson of the Empress Dowager and a current lord. Wouldn't it be too reckless to entrust this matter to me?
Reckless? I believe no one is more suited for this task than you, Miss Jiang. Jiang Wan fell silent, a wave of resistance surging within her as images of sordid scenes from her past flooded her mind. Was she truly to humiliate herself before him once more? Seeing her hesitation, Duan Jian rose and said, If you are unwilling, I shall not press the matter further. Consider it as if I never spoke of it.